Lu Tang stood at the entrance of an egg-shaped building, observing the surroundings with a pair of binoculars. No matter how she looked, all she could see were rough stones, cracked and uneven land, and what appeared to be severe dust storm weather. There were no plants, no living beings, just ruins and various remnants of objects with no recycling value scattered across the ground. So, I'm supposed to open a store in this desolate place? Lu Tang turned and walked into the egg-shaped building, which was about 50 square meters. The ground floor was empty, with nothing but the floor and walls, while the upper floor was designated as her living area, as the store had yet to open and was in an unusable state. Tian Yuan 6. Did you consider the customer base when choosing this location? Tian Yuan 6 was the system assigned to Lu Tang, named after a galaxy, followed by a long string of 23-digit numbers. However, students often refer to it simply by the batch name for convenience. I am indeed a high-quality system, but I do not have a module for monitoring space-time turbulence. It is recommended that the captain quickly complete the regeneration system setup to initiate ecological circulation. Backup air will be depleted in 3 hours. Lu Tang was a recent graduate from the Interstellar University's Department of Travel Economics, sent to internship at a 31-star with a standard system and resource pack. However, she encountered unexpected space-time turbulence en route, landing in this unmarked place on the star map. The good news, she was still alive, and her store resource pack was intact. The bad news, once the store opened, it could not be relocated for a while. Never mind. Regardless of whether it was good news or bad news, she needed to open the store while there was still air available. Tian Yuan 6. How many drones do we have? Only 3 are ready for immediate deployment. Send them out to assess the situation here. Command confirmed. 3 drones will be dispatched in 30 seconds. Got it. Unlock the resource pack and let's set up the store using the standard Layout 1 template. A 50-square-meter fast food restaurant didn't require Lu Tang to expend too much effort on aesthetics. Besides, the air supply wouldn't last long, so using the school-provided template was a good idea. Command confirmed. Generating layout plan. Layout plan generated. Any modifications? Lu Tang looked at the blue light screen in front of her and nodded, just like that. Start generating. Layout confirmed. Assembly in progress. Estimated time, 25 minutes. It is suggested that the captain think of a name for the fast food restaurant during this time. The small spacecraft piloted by Lu Tang was equipped with an initial resource pack and a resource regeneration machine. The school hadn't gone so far as to expect students to build houses with air upon reaching their target planet. They at least provided the most basic resources. After landing, Lu Tang had contacted the school, which informed her that this area was too technologically backward for higher dimensional civilizations to intervene. So they had approved her request to change her internship location to here. Once she gathered enough energy, she could fly back on her own. The conversation spanned 20 minutes, covering everything from interstellar law to emergency evacuation regulations for interstellar citizens, ultimately summarizing to one sentence: self-reliance and good luck. Faced with this situation, what could Lu Tang do? She could only smile on the surface while internally cursing as she hung up the communication. After all, her graduation certificate was still in their hands. Fortunately, they assured her that although they couldn't provide rescue, logistical support during her internship would be guaranteed, as long as Lu Tang provided enough energy. They could use technology incomprehensible to this world to deliver what she needed to the warehouse. In short, Lu Tang could only complete her internship work here for the time being. 25 minutes later, the interior was transformed. The floor was now made of white patterned stone tiles, and the ceiling was a fully illuminated expanse with no visible light sources. The store was divided into 3 sections: the kitchen and storage at the back, the ordering counter in the middle, and the dining area right by the entrance. Due to the limited space of 50 square meters, the dining area was relatively small. So Lu Tang arranged a series of connected single tables along the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with 6 high stools for customers. To the left of the counter was a separate pickup window specifically for customers who drove but were too lazy to get out of their vehicles. The overall color scheme of the store was bright and eye-catching in this gray world, and with a sign that would light up at night, it could attract customers from afar. Captain, have you decided on a name? Let's call it Lu's Fast Food. Lu Tang, who struggled with naming, waved her hand and decided to use her surname to simplify things. Once the commercial street opens, the clothing store will be Lou's clothing store, the restaurant will be Lou's restaurant, the supermarket will be Lou's supermarket. Tian Yuan 6. Take note of this, so you won't have to ask me again. Command received and recorded. I must say, Captain, your naming style feels very AI-like. Just call me boss or store manager. The initial store details, including the spacecraft, are classified information and only accessible to those with the highest privileges. Although the school provided ample protection for interns, any leaks regarding this matter would certainly be troublesome. Liu Tang just wanted to focus on achieving an impressive internship result, not dealing with minor creatures here every day. Understood, store manager. As ordered, boss. Additionally, the drones will return in 10 seconds. Upon return, immediately conduct data analysis and generate a summary report. Command confirmed. Drones returning, receiving information. Transmission complete, summary complete, starting report. The concentration of iodine-131 in the air is 17. Cesium-137 is 6. Cesium-13. In summary, it is unsuitable for carbon-based life forms to survive, classified as S5 level pollution. It is advised not to go outside unless necessary. A protective shield with a radius of 3 meters will be generated around the fast food store. If you leave the shield area, please be sure to wear a full protective suit. Detected carbon-based life forms trajectory intersects with the fast food store. Unless there are unexpected events, they will arrive at the fast food store in 8 minutes. Please set the initial menu as soon as possible. Information report complete. AS if I have a choice. With limited energy points at the beginning, aren't there only 2 meal options? One Chinese meal set, one Western meal set, just put them up. As she spoke, Liu Tang quickly set up 2 meal options on the light screen in front of her, and then priced each item because having only 2 bare choices looked too unattractive. After finishing these tasks, Liu Tang sat behind the counter, resting her elbows on the table and chin on her folded hands. Looking eagerly at the glass door, a few minutes later, she saw a person in heavy protective gear running toward her, followed by several strange creatures she had never seen before. Oh no, customers are here. Liu Tang thought. I hope those odd beings aren't with him, or my store might need a thorough cleaning. Chapter 2. Opening. Tang Qingwen felt as if he was about to die, not from being bitten to death by the strange creatures chasing him, but from sheer exhaustion in this desolate wasteland. He was quite unlucky. First, he got separated from his companions due to a strong storm, and then he encountered the ambush of the strange creatures lying in wait in the ruins. The salvage he had painstakingly collected was long gone, and now even his life was about to be lost here. The intense running made Tang Qingwen breathe heavily, and the filtering device in his protective suit could no longer supply oxygen to his helmet. The low oxygen warning kept beeping, accompanying his escape like a background score. As he ran, he glanced around, hoping to find a ruin to hide in, a place where he could shake off the strange creatures chasing him. As long as he could stay out of their sight and remain quiet, there was a chance of survival. However, all he could see was the vast wilderness. Even the abandoned buildings were nothing but crumbling walls with no shelter. Just when Tang Qingwen was in despair, a small egg-shaped house painted in red and yellow suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The bright colors were striking against the dim world, and the sign above it, Lu Ji Fast Food, swayed rhythmically from side to side. Seeing the words open made up of colorful lights beneath the sign, Tang Qingwen was almost moved to tears. His weary body was suddenly filled with strength, and he desperately pushed his legs to run faster towards the hope of survival. Behind him, several strange creatures continued to chase him relentlessly. Fortunately, they were not particularly fast, maintaining a distance as Tang Qingwen kept running. But without a place to hide, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. Help! Somebody help me! Tang Qingwen shouted frantically, waving his hands towards the fast food restaurant, hoping that someone with abilities or an armed ordinary person would come out to help him deal with the creatures behind him. Lu Jiang had just walked out of the restaurant, not far, still within the protective shield. It was impossible for her to leave. Most of her weapons were inside the store, and she only had the most basic protective gear on her. While it was sufficient to deal with the dangers of this world, she felt nauseated at the sight of those creatures up close. After all, peace had reigned for many years in the interstellar era, and Lu Jiang was just an ordinary student. Playing monster fighting games online was one thing, but facing those things in reality was something else entirely. Run faster. You'll be safe once you're in the shield. Lu Jiang shouted loudly, cupping her hands around her mouth. Hurry up, Believe in yourself. You can do it. Hearing Lu Zhang's encouragement nearly took Tang Qingwen's breath away. It's easy for you to say, miss. It's not that I don't want to run fast. I just can't. Fortunately, the fast food restaurant was right in front of him, and with Lu Zhang cheering him on, he used every ounce of strength he had left and finally plunged into the protective shield just before the strange creatures could catch him. Get in quickly. They're right behind you. Tang Qingwen gasped for air as he tried to pull Lu Zhang in. Hide. If they can't see us. Lu Zhang skillfully avoided his hand, preventing him from touching her, and pointed outside, saying, Look, they can't see us now. Outside the protective shield, the strange creatures suddenly lost their targets, standing in place, turning around in confusion, and roaring out sounds that perhaps even they themselves couldn't understand. Shielding the human scent and appearance, it was just a trick to fool these beings. Right. There is breathable oxygen inside the shield, so you can take off your helmet. Lu Tang smiled at Tang Qingwen and was the first to walk into the shop. Here. She was nearly invincible, not to mention simply exposing her back. Even if someone put a knife to her neck, it wouldn't matter. Of course, it was best not to let such things happen. Having narrowly escaped death, Tang Qingwen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Seeing that Lu Tang wasn't wearing a helmet or protective suit, he hesitated for a moment before finally taking off his own helmet. He was immediately hit by a rush of fresh air, which invigorated him. Boss, is this S1 level air? I've never breathed in such fresh air before. Wait, you're not charging for this, are you? Tang Qingwen's mind raced with fear. S1 level air was said to only exist in a few legendary large bases, and only a select few could enjoy it, usually for a price. He had lost most of his belongings along the way, and all that remained were a few crystal cores. There was no way he could afford it if the price was high. You're overthinking it. By this time, Lu Tang had returned to the counter, resting her elbows on it and supporting her chin with her hands, looking at the terrified Tang Qingwen with a deadpan expression. I run a fast food restaurant, not a black market. If you don't buy anything, you can leave after 5 minutes. If you want to buy something, just come in and buy. Buy. Tang Qingwen dared not leave at this moment since the strange creatures were still lurking nearby, seemingly unwilling to let the food slip away, still rummaging around. If he went out now, he would have to sprint away again. Why bother? What do you sell here, boss? Lu Tang pointed to the menu on the light box above her. Look for yourself. Tang Qingwen followed her jujuru and looked up, instantly stunned, his eyes nearly popping out. What kind of treasure store had he stumbled into? Were the pictures above real items? In the years of the apocalypse, everyone had mostly been eating compressed biscuits and drinking barely filtered S3 level water. The items on the menu were only mentioned by the elders. Someone of Tang Qingwen's age and lack of skills had never even seen them. Combo 1. 1 beef cheeseburger, 1 cup of cola, 220 milliliters, 1 small fries. Price, 199 points. Combo 2. 1 bowl of beef noodles, 1 tea egg, 1 refreshing side dish. Random. Price, 199 points. After looking at the combos, Tang Qingwen checked the individual items and found them less suitable than the combos. But if he didn't want anything else and just wanted one of the items, ordering a single item could still work. But who wouldn't want to eat everything? Just looking at the pictures made Tang Qingwen's mouth water. He instinctively swallowed, only to realize he didn't have any points. Boss, how do I get these points? My surname is Lu. You can call me Boss or Lu Boss. Lu Tong raised her chin towards a self-service machine beside the counter, suggesting that getting a membership card was easy. Just place something you consider valuable into the small basket, and the points will be displayed automatically. If you wish to redeem it, click Confirm. If not, cancel and the item will be returned to you. Tang Qingwen took out a level 1 crystal core from his pocket and placed it in the small basket on the left side of the machine as Lu Tong instructed. The screen immediately displayed a message. Level 1 crystal core X1. Redeemable for 100 points. Confirm redemption? Without hesitation, Tang Qingwen clicked Confirm and received a small card the size of a thumb with a hole punched in it, made of some high-tech material that could also display the current points. It was for personal use only, and the establishment supported self-service ordering with the card, advising that customers should not call the manager unnecessarily. Lu Tong pointed out where to insert the card for ordering at the table and explained how to use the self-service machine at the counter. She preferred not to act as a server all the time. If customers could handle it themselves, they should. Chapter 3. Beef Noodles. After redeeming the crystal core, Tang Qingwen followed Lu Tong's directions to the row of tables facing the glass and randomly chose a spot to sit down. Just as Lu Tong mentioned, there was a small card slot on the table. When Tang Qingwen inserted his membership card, a light screen appeared on the previously blank table, startling him. What was this? Lu Tong lazily glanced over and said, "Don't ask. It's high-tech, you wouldn't understand. You can think of it as my special ability." Due to the previous war, the technological advancements in the wasteland world had been severely hindered, and people's understanding of technology was stuck in the past. Whereas they were more accepting of special abilities. Lu Tong said this purely for convenience, to avoid having to explain it. Your special ability is really impressive, Tang Qingwen thought, immediately accepting the notion of special abilities, and then ordered set meal too. The membership card automatically deducted 199 points, leaving a balance of 801 points. After removing the membership card, the table screen disappeared. Following Lu Tong's advice, it was fine to display things. Just clicking the lock button in the upper left corner would prevent accidental touches. After placing the order, a machine chef in the kitchen began processing the ingredients. Invisible tracks were installed in the ceiling, and soon, mechanical arms controlled by the system would serve the dishes. Lu Tong completely delegated the responsibilities, focusing instead on planning the development of the shop, future menu options, and various other tasks, keeping her quite busy. The beef was 100% artificially synthesized, matching real beef in taste, nutrition, and molecular composition, thanks to interstellar technology. Similarly, other foods like vegetables, eggs, and seafood could also be synthesized, satisfying nutritional and taste requirements while minimizing protests from animal and plant protectors, making it the optimal solution of the interstellar era. The machine chef took little time to prepare a bowl of chewy beef noodles. Shortly after, under Tang Qingwen's watchful gaze, a mechanical arm steadily delivered a covered tray to his table and kindly took away the lid, revealing a steaming bowl of beef noodles with a delicious aroma. Tang Qingwen's mouth had been agape since he first laid eyes on the robotic arm, and when he saw the bowl of noodles in front of him, which contained 5 large pieces of beef, he was so excited that he nearly cried. In the cafeteria of the base, a bowl like this, even without the beef and with half the portion size, would still sell for at least 1 crystal core per bowl. After all, it was made from plain wheat flour, which was far superior to the compressed biscuits and dry buns that everyone typically ate. Ordinary people like him only dared to pass by the cafeteria, not even stopping for a moment, fearing that they might lose control of their primal urge to eat and end up spending a month's living expenses in one go. Now, this bowl of noodles cost only 199 points, and one level 1 crystal core could buy 5 bowls. Oh, and there were tea, eggs, and a random side dish. What a great deal. Tang Qingwen picked up his chopsticks and shoved a few strands of noodles into his mouth. Even if they were hot enough to make him hiss, he refused to spit them out. What a joke. Such precious food, it was worth getting burned. Spitting it out would surely bring divine retribution. Oh, this noodle is so chewy. The beef is so fragrant. Even the broth is delicious. Is this the legendary beef noodle soup with broth? After finishing half the bowl in one go, he finally slowed down and noticed the 2 small dishes on his tray, remembering that he still had the tea, egg, and random side dish to eat. Today's random side dish was a plate of cold shredded potatoes, garnished with a bit of chili. It had a sweet and sour refreshing taste with a hint of spiciness, making it excellent whether paired with rice or eaten alone. The tea egg was equally flavorful. It had absorbed the taste so well that the egg white had turned tea-colored once the shell was peeled off. Tang Qingwen took just 1 bite of the shredded potatoes before reluctantly stopping. He turned to Lu Tang and asked, "Boss, can I pack this to go?" Lu Tang nodded. "Sure, it's not a buffet. You paid, so you can do as you like. A vacuum packing bag costs 0.1 points each. If you had brought a container, you wouldn't have to spend any money." Tang Qingwen had lost his container halfway, so he quickly paid 0.1 points for a vacuum bag. Originally, he had been thinking about the meal set costing 199 points, and how the remaining 0.1 points wouldn't buy anything else, and it might take a long time to accumulate enough to spend. But now, he could directly use it, proving that the boss really thought of everything. Even these small details. Lu Tang had no idea what he was thinking, and even if she did, she would say it wasn't her responsibility. The pricing for all meal sets was predetermined, and she only had a 20-point adjustment range, but no authority to give away meals. This meant that Lu Tang could offer customers a discount based on the set price, but she couldn't treat anyone. If she wanted to treat someone, she would have to pay for it herself and then give it to others. Staff meals were free. Lu Tang had a small canteen where she could order food for herself as long as it was within a certain limit, which amounted to dietary freedom. However, she could only eat it herself and couldn't give it away or sell it. As for whether someone might try to snatch it away, Lu Tang could only hope that no one would be that foolish. The weapons in the store were all real and fully operational, and the school had done everything possible to ensure the safety of its students. Let's put it this way. Lu Tang is not worried about the star pirates breaking into the store, let alone those ancient weapons that are thousands of years behind in technology. Even the powerful abilities that the other party is proud of cannot break through Lu Tang's defenses. Customers can stay in the store for a maximum of 3 hours if they are dining, while those not dining can only stay for 5 minutes. Lu Tang reminds Tang Qingwen that this is a fast food restaurant, not a hotel, so he should keep an eye on the time. Currently, the store is small and can only accommodate 6 customers at a time. If someone finishes their meal and occupies a seat without leaving, Lu Tang finds it quite bothersome, which is why she has set a time limit. 3 hours is enough for someone to finish a meal and take a break. She really is a good person. Thank you, boss. I'll rest for a bit and then leave. Hearing Lu Tang say this, Tang Qingwen nodded repeatedly. From the glass window, he could see that while he was waiting for his noodles, those strange creatures outside had already left. It was quite peaceful outside now, making it a good time to leave. Remember to help me promote the store when you get back. The new store just opened, and the more customers, the better. Lu Tang pulled out a packet of ketchup for fries from under the counter and handed it to Tang Qingwen. Here, consider it a gift for being our first customer. These items are classified as consumables, and there is a daily surplus, so Lu Tang took the opportunity to share them without spending any money. Tang Qingwen did not expect such a good deal. Ketchup is a scarce item at the base, and many are willing to trade it for compressed biscuits. He felt he truly benefited this time. Thank you, boss. Wishing you a prosperous business and a steady stream of customers. I will definitely promote it more at the base. The food here is both delicious and affordable, and many people will come. Lu Tang was quite pleased with Tang Qingwen's good wishes and thought he was quite understanding. After chatting with him for a few more moments, she saw him off as he left the fast food restaurant. Chapter 4. Establishing rules once the only customer in the store left. Lu Tang began to think about the store rules. In this world where resources are scarce, not all customers can be as harmless as Tang Qingwen. So she needed to prepare in advance. The rules didn't have to be too complicated. Simplicity was key. After some thought, Lu Tang verbally outlined the main points and asked Tianyuan Lu to help organize them into written form. Lu's fast food restaurant entry guidelines. 1. Fighting or causing disturbances inside, including within the safety cover outside, is strictly prohibited. Offenders will be expelled on the first violation and blacklisted on the second. 2. Those who damage store facilities or items will need to compensate 10 times the item's price. Severe cases will result in immediate blacklisting. 3. Shoplifters and those who misuse others' membership cards will be expelled on the first violation and blacklisted on the second. 4. Maliciously harassing store customers, blocking others from purchasing, forcing others to buy, or engaging in disruptive behavior will result in immediate blacklisting upon verification. Severe cases may lead to execution. 5. Harassment or assault on the store owner will result in immediate execution. 6. The guidelines will be updated as necessary. Customers are advised to review them each time they enter to avoid unnecessary trouble. That'll do, sounds good. Lu Tang stretched and continued. Tianyuan Lu, make a few posters. Put 2 on the door, 1 in a prominent place inside, and 1 on the counter to ensure no one pretends they didn't see. The instructions have been confirmed, and the poster is being produced. Additionally, the initial transaction has been completed, and the store manager can browse the transaction information at any time on the terminal. Got it. I'll check it later. Lu Tang rested her chin on one hand while sitting behind the counter, her mind occupied with the conversation she just had with Tang Qingwen, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. For instance, the reason for the formation of the wasteland world can be simply put as an AI declaring war on humanity, leading to decades of conflict, with humanity barely emerging victorious, but the habitable world has been severely polluted. The existing resources cannot support the population of former large cities. So the surviving humans have no choice but to scatter and hide in various bases, struggling to survive. Under the radiation, some people have died, some have fallen ill, some have awakened superpowers, and others have become mutated beings, expelled from the bases to fend for themselves outside, gradually losing their sanity and becoming beasts that act solely on instinct. If the internal order of the bases can still barely maintain the semblance of the old social order, then outside the bases, it is purely a world where the strong dominate, with people killing for resources and others killing for amusement. In short, it's chaotic. The poster is finished. What do you think, store manager? Lu Tang looked up and after carefully examining it, nodded. It's quite good. Generate it. Also, create a membership card application process. Explaining it to someone in person is too tedious. The instruction has been received and is in production. The interstellar era that Lu Tang belongs to is far more advanced than this place and places great emphasis on personal safety. The means of attack that ordinary people can legally obtain may not be very effective, but the means of protection and counterattack can definitely be replaced with the latest models for free. Tianyuan 6. Remember to set up protective shields for the customers in the store. Those who cause trouble will definitely be punished, but innocent people must not be harmed. The instruction has been confirmed. Store manager, you are truly a good person. Why does that sound so off? Lu Tang smacked her lips, really wanting to ask who the debugger for Tianyuan 6 is, as their tone sounds quite sarcastic. The user manual has been completed. Should it be placed next to the resource recycling machine? Yes, place it there. The instruction has been confirmed. Given the situation today, it seems not many people will come. Can I take a break? Lu Tang looked out through the glass window at the dim sky, having no desire to go out and experience exotic scenery. She was one of the few unmodified, natural carbon-based beings in the school, quite delicate and unable to endure the pollution outside. The air in the store is so good. With S1 level quality, why would she go out to seek suffering? Carbon-based life detected 3 kilometers away, with a route overlapping the supply station's location. It is suggested that the store manager hold on a little longer to create new peaks in today's performance. After the initial detection, Tianyuan 6 can monitor the situation within a 50-kilometer radius centered on the supply station, analyzing the data and providing it to Lu Tang for reference. It seems that the customers are not those recruited by Tang Qingwen. He probably hasn't arrived at Anping base yet. All right then, I will wait a bit longer. Lu Tang also hopes that the more customers, the better. Whether upgrading the store or opening a new one, points are needed, and no matter how many points customers redeem, only those spent in the store count as her earnings. The more customers, the better. Lu Tang naturally hopes for her business to thrive. Regardless of whether the data in her internship report looks good, she has to rely on the energy earned from transactions to see if she can return. 1 kilometer away, a dilapidated jeep bounces violently on the uneven road. There are 3 people inside, aside from the driver and the front passenger. One person is sprawled across the entire back seat, looking rather indifferent. Boss, it's getting dark. Which base are we heading to? The driver glances at the rearview mirror, clearly asking the person in the back. I say we go to Greenfield base. That girl was quite a thrill last time. I think we should go to Whitewater base. There are more good things to exchange there. WeVE got quite a haul this trip and can trade for some premium goods. The front passenger also offers a suggestion. But it's merely a suggestion. What do you think, boss? Let us go to Whitewater. We're running low on cigarettes. The person referred to as the boss replies casually. He has half a pack of cigarettes left in his pocket, and only Whitewater base provides such goods for exchange nearby. So they have to go there. All right. The driver feels a rush of joy at having his suggestion accepted. After spending over 10 days out with the boss, he has collected plenty, but has also been cooped up for too long. He floors the accelerator, eager to reach Whitewater base and find a place to unwind. As they drive on, after climbing a gentle slope, the sign for Lu's fast food suddenly comes into view. The driver shouts, "Boss, look! A new store opened. Who on earth would open a store in a place like this? Are they crazy?" The front passenger exclaims. The boss sits up straight, hands gripping the front seat. Peering ahead, even though it's getting dark, the red and yellow building illuminated by the sign still stands out prominently. We came this way, right? Although he asks, the boss already has an answer in mind. He is certain he has never seen this store before, so it must have opened recently. This is the right road. Yes, we always take this road. The affirmations from his 2 companions strengthen his judgment, and after a moment of thought, the boss decides to check it out. Anyone daring enough to have so many lights outside the base is either a powerful ability user or someone with a solid background. Either way, he needs to investigate. If it really is a fast food restaurant, he wants to try some fresh food. He has grown tired of convenience food after days of being on the go. Chapter 5. Let us see who is stronger. About 5 minutes later, Lu Tang welcomes the weary trio. She doesn't miss the surprise and greed in their eyes as they enter the store. Welcome to Lu's Fast Food. Please read the store rules. We only accept points for transactions, no other currency. Initially, the man was drawn in by the fast food sign from outside. The closer he got, the more he felt that this place was extraordinary. Having lived in the wasteland for so many years, he had seen bold individuals daring to open stores outside the base. But this is the first time he has seen one so recklessly wasting energy. After entering the store, the man became even more vigilant. Such a bright room must require a lot of energy to support it. Those who open shops here are either big shots or have powerful backers. Boss, that girl is just an ordinary person. The driver, adjusting his sleeves, glanced at the device in his hand. This was an expensive piece of equipment that could detect ability fluctuations up to level 5, which had helped them avoid danger several times. Now, the machine showed no response, indicating that the woman behind the counter was just an ordinary person and not a powerful figure with an ability level above 5. Upon hearing the driver's report, the man made a gesture that only they could understand, and the driver nodded. He began to wander around the small store, occasionally adjusting his sleeves, seemingly just curious about the decor. Hey, how do you earn points in the store? He asked, leaning towards the counter and striking a pose he thought looked cool. Liu Yao couldn't be bothered with someone who clearly wasn't a serious customer and pointed to the instructions, lazily saying, "It's posted over there. Take a look yourself." "Don't be so cold." The man followed Liu Yao to the other side of the counter, continuing to ask, "We are customers after all. If you keep this attitude, be careful. I might report you to your boss." "Go ahead, report me. I'm the boss. You either buy something or get out. If you're unhappy, keep it to yourself. No one wants to hear your nonsense." Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately showed anger. But he was somewhat wary of Liu Yao's backer and didn't dare to explode right away. He simply raised his arm and patted the little brother in the passenger seat, signaling it was his turn to step in. The little brother, after hearing Liu Yao's words, sized her up and scoffed. "Who are you kidding? You're the boss? What kind of store would let an ordinary person without abilities run it?" Liu Yao rolled her eyes, not wanting to engage in conversation with such a fool. What did that ancient proverb say? Oh right, don't argue with fools, because they will lower your IQ and then defeat you with their experience. Just then, the driver little brother who went to scout the store returned and whispered something in the man's ear. The man first looked relieved, but then his gaze towards Liu Yao became unmasked. "Hey, you're the only one here, right? Stop pretending. Your powerful backer isn't around. So I advise you to be sensible and hand over the stored food and crystals. That way, you might still have a chance to report to someone." In truth, he just wanted to see Liu Yao panic and beg for mercy. He had no intention of letting her off the hook. Taking advantage of the absence of the big shot, they planned to grab everything and run. Why would they leave a witness to report them? They weren't stupid enough to do that. "Get lost, you're polluting my eyes," Liu Yao said with the sweetest smile while delivering the most merciless words. "I see you're not here to buy anything. You're here to seek death, right? I'm talking about you, that piece of filth. Take one more step inside, and I'll chop your legs off." "Oh, looks like we have a tough one here." The leader retracted his smile and reached out to lift Lu Tang's chin. Even though there was a powerful figure behind him, he seemed to forget it at that moment. "Sister, I advise you to be sensible and be polite to your brothers." Before he could finish, a laser sliced down, severing the finger that was about to touch Lu Tang. The excessive energy instantly sealed the man's wound, leaving not a drop of blood. Lu Tang scoffed, not even glancing at the finger that rolled onto the counter. She raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and mocked. "I thought you were impressive, but is this all you've got? Damn it, I'll kill you." The man, now missing a finger, felt intense pain, his eyes reddening. Ignoring the threat of the laser, he was solely focused on killing Lu Tang, wanting to grab the valuables and flee. However, in the next second, he froze. He realized that he couldn't summon his abilities at all, as if he had always been an ordinary person. He pulled a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Lu Tang, screaming frantically, "What did you do to me? Give me my abilities back." As he shouted, the other two also discovered their powers were gone. They quickly joined the ranks of the panicked, forgetting about material goods. Their abilities were their lifeline. Even with a gun pointed at her, Lu Tang remained seated behind the counter, propping her chin on one hand. Her gaze swept over the three frantic individuals, and she smiled like a devil incarnate. "You want to know about your abilities? Of course, I took them away." As her words fell, Lu Tang lightly tapped her lips with her index finger. When she spoke again, her voice was soft, as if a demon was whispering. "Let me think. How can I help you get your abilities back? It seems I should start from the source." Before she could finish, the man could no longer contain his murderous intent and fired 3 shots at Lu Tang. His accomplices did the same, madly pulling the triggers as bullets flew towards her without restraint. They were convinced that their inability to use their powers was due to Lu Tang's special abilities. They believed that if they killed the ability user, the effect would disappear and they could regain their survival skills. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. The bullets pounded against the transparent shield in front of Lu Tang, revealing a faint blue glow at the moment of contact, only for the bullets to be forcefully disintegrated and vanish without a trace. Sky Garden 6. Retrieval. Lu Tang couldn't be bothered to look at the three men, who were almost dropping their jaws in shock. She only showed politeness to genuine customers. These trash should remain where they belonged. As you wish, manager. Before the men could figure out where the voice was coming from, three lasers ended their miserable and futile lives. Immediately after, mechanical arms appeared from the opened ceiling, dragging the bodies into an incinerator located in the mezzanine between the first and second floors. Of course, adhering to the principle of not wasting, Sky Garden 6 had pre-scanned the bodies, and the mechanical arms retrieved a small bag of crystal cores, making a significant contribution to the store's point system. A vehicle was detected 20 meters away, belonging to the three men. Should it be retrieved? Lu Tang was delighted to see the significant increase in her points. Upon hearing the suggestion, she nodded. Of course, we'll recycle. Understood. Please put on your protective suit and pay attention to safety, came the response. Lu Tang thought to herself that she had forgotten the mechanical arm's operating range was limited to within the protective shield. To move something from 20 meters away, she would have to do it herself. She wondered when they could accumulate enough resources to create a mechanical assistant for such tasks. While contemplating, she reluctantly took a piece of oral simple protective suit that looked like a candy and swallowed it before stepping outside the store. Chapter 6. Upgrade. After leaving the fast food restaurant, Lu Tang immediately spotted the vehicle parked outside. However, since she had never driven such an old model, she could only rely on the manual retrieved from the database by Tianyuan 6 to awkwardly maneuver it into the control range of the mechanical arm. It was quite difficult to drive, and she couldn't help but long for the lightweight and comfortable little vehicle she had used back in school, which was easy to control whether manually or mechanically. The anti-gravity hovercar requires 5,000 points. Please keep up the effort, store manager. That meant it wouldn't be available anytime soon. Understood, making money was the priority. Previously, Tang Xingwen had spent 20 points in the store, while the trio hadn't made any purchases but left behind a small bag of crystal cores. Lu Tang counted and found there were 13 level 1 cores, 6 level 2 cores, and 1 level 3 core, indicating that this group wasn't particularly strong. Level 1 cores were worth 100 points, level 2 cores 300 points, and level 3 cores 800 points, totaling 3,900 points. That should be enough for an upgrade, right? Yes, store manager. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 3,000 points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. With such a small store, it would feel oppressive otherwise. Lu Tang smiled, feeling very pleased, having accumulated enough points for an upgrade right after opening. Her internship report would surely look impressive. Command received. The store upgrade will take place shortly, with an estimated time of 3 hours. The store manager may rest on the second floor. Additionally, all items in the vehicle have been retrieved and decomposed, yielding a total of 117 points. Would you like to decompose the vehicle as well? Just as Lu Tang was about to nod, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "What is the estimated points from decomposing the vehicle?" The recycling machine accepted not only crystal cores, but also scrap with regeneration value, which was why Lu Tang had driven the vehicle back to recover the items left by the trio. The estimated recoverable points for the vehicle are 375. After scanning, Tianyuan 6 quickly provided an answer. Lu Tang calculated in her mind and shook her head. Don't decompose it. Can you modify it to be crystal core driven? Yes. It will require 200 points. After modification, inserting 1 level 1 crystal core is equivalent to adding 5 liters of gasoline. Then let's modify it, clean it up, and set it aside. It would be much more advantageous to sell it than to break it down for recycling. According to Tang Xingwen, there were very few bases capable of producing vehicles in the apocalypse. Most people had to venture into the outside world, hoping to find a drivable car, and then lucking out to find a gas station with fuel, or buying gasoline at a high price from a base that had it. Electric vehicles are more popular than gasoline cars because there are usually facilities on the base that convert energy from crystal cores, making charging much more convenient than looking for gasoline. If there were a vehicle that directly used a crystal core for power, Lu Tang speculated it would be even more sought after than electric cars. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to sell it. She could just keep it after the modifications. As more customers came, someone would eventually be willing to buy it. After receiving the instructions, Tianyuan 6 followed through. Lu Tang noticed that it had completely darkened outside, And since there was nothing much to do in the store and no indication of more customers arriving, she headed up to the second floor, eating and resting, and ended up sleeping straight through until 7 a.m. the next day. The sky outside the fast food restaurant was still dim, with dust from the war accumulating in layers, obscuring the sun. Fortunately, some sunlight was still able to penetrate, allowing people to distinguish between day and night, but that was about it. To see blue skies and white clouds again would take at least 100 years of recuperation. Good morning, store manager. The fast food restaurant has been upgraded. Good morning. Tianyuan 6. Thank you for your hard work. The fast food restaurant had upgraded from level 1 to level 2, expanding from 50 square meters to 100 square meters. The ordering counter remained unchanged, but the kitchen added an additional service window, allowing 2 robotic chefs to work simultaneously. The additional 50 square meters were mainly allocated to the dining area for customers, finally providing space for 2-person or 4-person tables and chairs. The layout now resembled a bulging shape, with the entrance at the bottom center and the ordering counter and kitchen at the top section. The original single dining seats along the glass windows were retained, but with an added empty space. On each side of the entrance, 2 single tables and chairs were added, connecting with the previous setup. Each side could also accommodate 1 set of 2-person tables and 1 set of 4-person tables, which should be about right. As Lu Tang wandered around the store, she sketched out the layout on the screen. Now, the store could accommodate 22 people dining at the same time, which should be sufficient for the initial phase. The recycling machines also needed to be increased. They could be placed on the walls to the left and right in front of the ordering counter. She decided to buy 1 more machine for now, planning to add more later when business picked up. It wasn't that Lu Tang wanted to save money. It was mainly because her points were running low. Aside from the complimentary supply pack, anything else she wanted to generate would have to come out of her own pocket. She had just received a large amount of points, but that was all spent on upgrading the store. Based on yesterday's customer flow, 2 recycling machines would be sufficient, and the supply pack included 1. So Lu Tang only needed to purchase 1 more. Blueprint confirmed. Would you like to generate? Sure, it's not fixed in place. I can adjust the position later. Tianyuan 6 received the instructions and began generating the tables, chairs, and recycling machines. Lu Tang then wandered outside the entrance to check on the situation under the protective shield. With the upgrade, the protective shield's range had also expanded from a radius of 3 meters to 5 meters, significantly increasing the area covered. The main egg-shaped structure of the store remained, but the side extensions added 2 single-story rooms. The floor-to-ceiling windows were kept spotless by Tianyuan 6, and the bright lights inside could be seen from a distance. The vehicles outside the store continued to have a fast pass system, and Lu Tang doubts that anyone would simply buy something and leave. After all, the air inside the protective shield is so fresh that many people would surely want to stay and rest. She doesn't believe anyone would insist on not getting out of the car. Tianyuan 6, divide this left section into a parking lot, and leave the right side empty for now. Lu Tang pointed to a large empty space on the left side inside the protective shield, suggesting to put up a sign stating that parking for half an hour costs 3 points, and for an hour, it costs 6 points. The store owner truly has a knack for making money. Of course, if I don't earn points, how can I level up? Relying solely on this fast food restaurant. How long would it take to accumulate enough points to go home? The store manager is wise and insightful. Everything the manager says is right. Lu Tang has gotten used to the occasional quirky remarks from her system, attributing it to the learning module provided by the debugger being inadequate, leading the system down a strange path. In fact, this is quite interesting, Lu Tang thought. If it were a system that could only answer questions monotonously, she would feel rather lonely in such a place. Chapter 7. The parking lot is completed following Lu Tang's instructions. Tianyuan 6 used mechanical arms from the outer edge of the eggshell to draw 2 rows of parking spaces in a cross pattern on the left side, with each row accommodating 3 vehicles. This number is just right. Any more would be a bit crowded. Alright. I also need to put up the rules below the sign, and a copy of the store rules should be placed here as well. I need to add a time limit. Lu Tang opened the light screen, found the store rules, changed the last item from 6 to 7, and then added the newly formulated 6th rule. 6. After consumption, customers may stay in the store, including the shielded area, for a maximum of 3 hours. Non-customers are only allowed to stay for 10 minutes for emergency evacuation, and members can extend their stay to 30 minutes. First-time latecomers will receive a warning. The second time will result in expulsion, and the third will lead to being blacklisted. Then, Lu Tang started drafting the parking lot rules. With Tian Yuan 6 overseeing the process, it was all self-service, so there was no need for her to collect payments. Lu's fast food parking lot usage guidelines. 1. This parking lot charges for use. 3 points for 30 minutes, 6 points for 1 hour, if the time is not fully used. The charge will be based on the nearest time segment. 2. Customers in the store can use their membership card to park for free for 3 hours. This offer can only be used once per day. 3. The parking lot is entirely self-service. After parking, please swipe your card. The fee will be automatically deducted upon leaving. If you do not have a membership card, please obtain one inside the store before parking. Be sure to swipe your card, otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. 4. It is strictly prohibited to damage the hygiene within the protective shield, including the parking lot. Violators will be fined 500 points for the first offense, forced cleaning for the second, and blacklisting for the third. 5. This store reserves the right to make final interpretations. Terms are subject to periodic updates, and it is recommended to review them each time you visit. After completing the rules and confirming there were no mistakes, Lu Tang instructed Tian Yuan 6 to remake the sign along with the store rules. Since posters cannot be posted outdoors, they made a standing sign in the same color as the store to ensure that visitors could see it. With the rules established, those who don't pay attention can't blame her for being unkind. Lu Tang clapped her hands and strolled back into the store, ready to wait for customers to arrive. Excuse me, store manager, how should I handle the consequences for those who disregard the rules? I need to preset a program. If simple reminders and warnings are ineffective, just confiscate the car, modify it, and sell it as secondhand. Lu Tang returned to the store to grab her employee breakfast from the back kitchen. If the other party leaves directly, that's fine. If they insist on arguing, well, harassment and attacks on the store manager are subject to penalties, so just handle it directly. It's truly a perfect closed loop. Consider it a compliment to me. Lu Tang started eating her breakfast. 1 cup of milk, 1 fried dough stick, and 1 tea egg. Detected that a carbon-based life form is approaching. Expected to arrive in about 30 minutes. Please prepare, store manager. Got it. Lu Tang waved her hand, thinking that half an hour is more than enough for breakfast. Qingwen, does that fast food restaurant you mentioned really exist? 2 kilometers away, 7 or 8 people in heavy protective gear followed behind Tang Qingwen, their target being Lu Ji Fast Food. Tang Qingwen patiently replied, "Don't worry, Aunt Lu, that fast food place really is over by the old ruins. I was chased by a strange creature yesterday, not hit in the head." Another person beside him chimed in. "Exactly. How many times do you need to ask that? You might as well go back and save yourself the trouble of asking all these questions." Hey, I'm talking to Qingwen. What is it to you?" Tang Qingwen continued. "It's not that Aunt doesn't believe you. It's just that after so many years in this world, hearing you say there's a store outside the base selling things so cheaply sounds like a dream. I'm getting old and might be nagging, so don't be mad." "Don't worry, Aunt Lu, I won't be angry." Tang Qingwen walked forward, recalling his memories, adjusting his little daughter in his arms. The little one enjoyed the food he brought home yesterday and kept asking what beef noodles taste like, which made him feel particularly upset. This child really hasn't had anything good to eat since she was born. Fortunately, after returning home yesterday, he kept his promise and widely promoted Lu Ji Fast Food among the neighbors. Today, several people wanted to check it out, including 2 ability users, which is why he decided to bring Xianyuan along to let her try the warm beef noodles and breathe in some fresh S1 level air. Just remember what I said. After exchanging for things, eat and don't cause trouble. Think about it. Who would dare to open a store outside the base if they were an ordinary person? They must be someone with hidden skills. So we definitely shouldn't violate store rules and get ourselves into trouble. Don't worry, Qingwen, Aunt follows the rules. Right, don't worry, Brother Tang. We're just ordinary people. Who would dare to cause trouble? Exactly. I'm more worried that the boss won't accept the junk I brought. I might end up with no points at all, and that would be terrible. Tang Qingwen skillfully reassured his companions. Don't worry, I specifically asked the boss. Crystal cores can be exchanged for points, and scrap can also be exchanged, just not as much as with crystal cores. I guess the price might be a bit lower than our base recycling station, but they can exchange points for good food. Not to mention, they have drinking water among the items, just 2 points for 200 milliliters. If we buy a few more bottles and mix them with the ration water from the base, we won't be thirsty. In the wasteland, almost all water sources on the ground have been contaminated. Some can be consumed after filtration, while others are so severely polluted that they are unsafe to drink even after treatment. In most bases, the water provided to ordinary people is either S2 or S3 grade, obtained through extensive filtration. The former has a mediocre taste but is completely harmless, while the latter, although also safe, offers a variety of flavors beyond just being pleasant. Even so, the daily water that can be converted in the base is limited. Those with abilities in combat professions are allocated a bit more, while ordinary people receive just enough to maintain basic survival, and if they want more, they must pay for it themselves. Water manipulators can provide S1 grade drinking water, but since there are few of them and their output is low, the drinking water they produce is usually for special supply or sold at high prices in stores. Leaving ordinary people out of the equation, Tang Qingwen walked into the fast food restaurant, feeling somewhat uncertain. In just one night, the store had expanded so much that it made him uneasy, and he thought something must have happened. His anxious feelings calmed down only after he saw Lu Tang. Remembering that he hadn't greeted her yet, he hurriedly said, "Good morning, Boss Lu. I'm Tang Qingwen, who came by yesterday. Do you remember me?" "Of course, I remember." The first customer of the fast food restaurant, Lu Tang replied, always treating genuine customers very well. "We have new meal combos today. Would you like to try them?" After saying this, she turned to the new customers behind Tang Qingwen and smiled even brighter. "Welcome to Lu's fast food restaurant. You need to sign up for a membership card to redeem points for purchases." Chapter 8. A wave of customers. Lu Tang's friendly demeanor helped ease the newcomers. They followed Tang Qingwen's example, removing their helmets, and were immediately taken aback by the pure and unpolluted air inside the restaurant. "Oh my, the air quality is amazing. I could live here forever. Do you sell your air filter?" "Even if I sell it, you can't afford it." "Why ask? What's wrong with asking? The boss hasn't said anything yet. Why are you butting in?" "Shut up." Seeing that the neighbors were getting a bit carried away, Tang Qingwen decisively stopped their behavior. "Didn't we agree not to cause trouble in the store? Also, hurry up and get your membership card. If you don't buy anything, you can only stay for 5 minutes. I forgot to tell you. The rule has changed to 10 minutes now." Lu Tang, standing behind the cash register, didn't feel offended by the earlier commotion and remained friendly. After all, with more customers, she had to consider the queuing issue. Furthermore, members could stay for 30 minutes, which was a kind of perk. As Lu Tang spoke, the fast food restaurant quieted down. The people, stimulated by the fresh air and ample oxygen, gradually calmed down. The ability users were fine, but ordinary people felt a wave of dread. Thankfully, Brother Tang Qingwen had stopped everyone. If they had angered the store owner and been kicked out, it would have been troublesome. So, everyone exchanged glances, and with 2 ability users leading the way, they lined up by the recycling machine, waiting to get their cards. 2 ability users, one named Zhou Hui and the other Wu Yun, are both fire-type ability users belonging to a small team of ability users. They are currently on vacation, and, upon hearing from Tang Qingwen that a fast food restaurant has opened outside the base, they decide to check it out of curiosity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they each take out a level 1 crystal core and place it into the small basket of the recycling machine. The display screen immediately shows the exchange information, and after confirming, a card identical to the one hanging around Tang Qingwen's neck pops out from the card issuing slot. The membership card comes with a pre-made hole, and fearing that the small card might get lost, Tang Qingwen ties it securely with a string around his neck to avoid having to dig it out of his pocket later. After Zhou Hui and Wu Yun successfully process their exchange, the people behind them in line begin to mimic their actions. However, they have no crystal cores left, only scrap materials brought from home. Scavenging is the most common job for ordinary people in a post-apocalyptic world. While ability users go out to hunt mutant beasts, scavengers search through ruins for recyclable resources, which they can exchange for money or points at the recycling station within the base to purchase essential supplies for survival. In this world, only materials and crystal cores circulate as currency among all bases. Other forms of currency, whether paper money or points, are only valid where they were exchanged. Therefore, when people hear from Tang Qingwen that the fast food restaurant only accepts membership card points, they remain calm, as they are already accustomed to this practice and do not see it as unfair. "Aunt Lu, can you check if it's 35 points? Aunt Lu rubs her eyes, looking at the electronic screen in disbelief. She had prepared herself for a lower exchange rate, but now she is told that not only has she not been shortchanged, but she is receiving 20 more than what the recycling station at the base offered her. Yes, it's indeed 35 points. Boss Lu is really fair here. The person behind Aunt Lu confirms. Don't hesitate. Exchange it quickly, or you'll run out of time. Yes, I'll exchange it right now. The machine does not allow one person to monopolize it indefinitely. Upon seeing the countdown on the screen, Aunt Lou hurriedly finds the confirmation button and presses it. When she finally receives her membership card and looks at the balance displayed on it, she suddenly feels a sense of reality. The fast food restaurant is real, and exchanging scrap for points is real. Does this mean that buying beef noodles with points later is also real? Aunt Lou's heart races as she looks up at the menu above the ordering counter and notices that next to the Set Meal 1 and Set Meal 2 mentioned by Tang Qingwen, there are now entries for Set Meal 3 and Set Meal 4. Set Meal 3, 5 meat buns, 5 vegetarian buns, 2 bowls of millet porridge, 2 servings of side dishes. Price, 299 points. Set Meal 4, 1 filet steak, 1 serving of tomato spaghetti, 2 servings of cream mushroom soup, 2 random desserts. Price, for 199 points. In addition to the set meals, each dish still has a separate price. After contemplating for a while, Aunt Lou finally decides to buy 4 meat buns, 4 vegetarian buns, and 8 bottles of 200 milliliters drinking water. Meat buns cost 3 points each, and vegetable buns cost 2 points each, both about the size of a child's fist. Aunt Lou's daughter went out with the crowd, saying before leaving that she would be back today. She wanted to treat her daughter to a better meal, but couldn't bear to buy only meat buns, so she decided to mix and match. She wouldn't spare any more points, fearing that it would be inconvenient to come here again, so she exchanged all her available points for drinking water, planning to take it home and drink slowly. Others had similar thoughts, buying what they considered the most economical food, followed by various drinks. Only 2 people with special abilities and Tang Qingwen ordered set meals. One was for themselves, while the other was for his daughter. Xian, look, this is beef noodles. Still hot. Eat it while it's warm. Tang Qingwen pushed the entire tray towards his daughter while sitting at a 2-person table. Dad will eat too. Xian, only 7 years old, was already quite sensible. Although the fragrant beef noodles in front of her made her mouth water, she insisted on eating together with Tang Qingwen. He didn't decline, as he had bought a set meal that was enough for both of them. Amidst the girls' continuous exclamations of how delicious it was and how amazing the beef noodles were, the father and daughter enjoyed a rare delicious meal together. Wu Yun stared at the bubbling cup of cola, hesitating whether to drink it. She had eaten hamburgers at the water base before, but had never tried this thing called cola. It was said that before the apocalypse, this fizzy dark brown liquid was jokingly referred to as fatty happy water, a must-have drink for many young people. Wu Yun didn't understand what fatty meant, but happy water was easy to grasp. However, after so many years of apocalypse, even if one could dig up unopened cola from some ruins, it would be decades past its expiration date, and no one dared to risk their life for it. So when she saw cola included in the set meal at this fast food restaurant, she was tempted and decisively ordered set meal 1, just for that cup of cola. Of course, she liked the beef hamburger too, and the fries were delicious, but it was this strange-looking cola that made her hesitate. Just as Wu Yun was in a dilemma, a hand suddenly reached over from beside her, snatching up the cup filled with cola and gulping it down in front of her astonished gaze. Wow, Zhou Hui, are you crazy? That was mine. Wow, what is this? It's so refreshing. Their voices almost echoed simultaneously. Before Wu Yun could react further, Zhou Hui immediately inserted his membership card into the card slot on the table. Hurry, tell me what this is. I'll buy another one to compensate you. Seeing Zhou Hui's excited expression, Wu Yun suddenly felt a bit regretful. Although a second cup would arrive immediately after ordering, she felt inexplicably annoyed. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have hesitated. I clearly bought it first, yet Zhou Hui got it first. So annoying, really too annoying. Chapter 9. There are always people who don't see clearly. Lu Rao sat behind the ordering counter, satisfied as she watched the lively scene in the store. See, it's only when there are many people that it feels like a real business. What's the point of having so few? Although this group of people was relatively poor and didn't exchange many points, they were generous. Including 2 with special abilities, they almost spent all the points they had exchanged. If more customers like this come, the fast food restaurant could upgrade again. Just then, more than 10 people rushed in from outside, each holding a weapon. They had seen the restaurant sign from a distance and initially thought it was just someone bored turning on the lights of an abandoned shop, but upon getting closer, they realized it was open for business. Wow, there's actually food. Boss, give me a serving of what they're eating. What are you shouting about? Have you asked the price? If it's 1 bowl for a level 2 crystal core, I doubt you can afford it. Look at them. Do they seem wealthy? They can afford it. Why can't I? Exactly, hurry up. Boss, serve us a portion. These people entered the restaurant and noisily chatted among themselves, completely unaware that they were disturbing the previously harmonious atmosphere. A few of them even casually leaned over to look at the customers' tables, showing no regard for their host's displeasure. Lu Zhao frowned. She didn't like such unruly behavior. While she couldn't control their actions elsewhere, she expected them to behave in her restaurant. Welcome to Lu's Fast Food. Please read the house rules first. Lu Zhao stood up, crossing her arms and expressionless as she looked at the newcomers. This isn't a market. Do not disturb my guests. Oh, the boss seems quite tough. The man who had almost reached for leftover food on someone else's tray turned to the ordering counter, sizing Lu Zhao up. Running a business requires a good attitude. You know that, right? Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow and asked, and are you being polite? The man was taken aback, slamming his hand on the counter. Being polite is for the shopkeeper. You should be the one being polite, not me. Lu Zhao replied, what if I say no? What will you do, fight? The man was a bit confused. Aren't we saying the same thing? Once he realized she was teasing him, he became furious and aimed his gun at Lu Zhao. Before the man could pull the trigger, a burly man with a beard suddenly rushed over and slapped him hard on the head, causing him to stagger back several steps. Either eat or get lost. Don't cause trouble. After the bearded man spoke, he turned to Lu Zhao. Boss, my brother just offended you. He has that kind of temper. Please don't take it to heart. Finally, someone who had read the house rules. Lu Zhao squinted at him, then suddenly broke into her signature smile. This establishment only accepts transactions using membership card points. You can place your order here or at your table. We can order ourselves. The bearded man had exchanged for a level 2 crystal core in the machine and already had a membership card. He first shot a warning glance at the man holding his head, and seeing him remain silent, he walked over to an empty 4-person table and sat down. With the bearded man were 2 others. Lu Zhao observed that the others had no objections, guessing that they were either closely related friends or trusted subordinates of the bearded man. In any case, someone of high status within this small group. Pangu. The number of fools in the team is increasing. This won't do. Qin Jun was one of the 2 who sat down with Pan Faming, and he was also one of the earliest followers of Pan Faming. To run such a large establishment in this place and offer food that is rarely seen in the base, one must either be strong or have some backing. Song Fatty went to provoke others over such trivial matters. He's really getting carried away. Not just carried away. Zhu Bing said coldly. It's practically asking for trouble. Qin Jun leaned in. Bing Jia, what do you mean? Zhu Bing pointed to the parking lot outside. That car over there belongs to Zhao Yang's team. The car is here, but the person is not. What do you think happened? Qin Jun stroked his chin. Are you saying it's a case of black eating black? Hiss. Pan Faming glanced at Qin Jun and said in a deep voice, they must have caused some trouble. Zhu Bing nodded. You know what kind of people Zhao Yang and his group are. If they came when the boss was the only one in the store, they definitely would have tried to rob him, but they probably hit a brick wall. Qin Jun gasped, turned to look at Lu Tang behind the ordering counter, saw that she was looking at him, and quickly turned back. Is she really that strong? But she doesn't have any ability fluctuations. You're only at a low level. How can you guarantee you can see through everyone? Zhu Bing snorted coldly. Besides, who says only abilities can ensure survival these days? Just like herself, during the time she hadn't activated her abilities, she survived relying on her skills and intelligence, even better than some low-level ability users. That's true. After all, with someone like you as an example, there are many hidden talents around. Why think so much? I just came here to have a nice meal. What the heck is this? As Qin Jun spoke, Pan Faming and Zhu Bing instinctively looked up with him and saw a mechanical arm on the ceiling holding 3 trays, gliding along an invisible track from the kitchen, smoothly descending to their table and placing the trays in front of them. Wow, impressive. Is this the legendary high technology? Qin Jun stared at the steak in front of him, still sizzling, his throat involuntarily swallowed. Such a large piece of meat looked so tempting. It's been quite some time since he last tasted meat. Well then, Pangu, Bing Jia, I want to stand on ceremony with you. I'm going to eat first. Saying this, Qin Jun picked up the fork provided, stabbed the steak whole, blew on it a few times, and then took a big bite, instantly filled with the rich flavor of the meat, so delicious that he had no time to talk. Seeing Qin Jun start eating, Pan Faming and Zhu Bing also began to eat their portions. They didn't fuss over the set meal. The trays were filled with individual items. And since money was not an issue, they ordered whatever they wanted. While they were enjoying their meal, Song Fatty, who had just been provoked and was now sulking, was wandering around the store with a dark face, looking for a seat where he could sit down. However, The store could only accommodate 22 people at a time, and there were already 8 people inside when they arrived, with 14 from their own group. The seating was just right, but like Pan-Faming S group. Another table meant for 4 only had 3 people seated, and the table was piled high with food, clearly indicating that they were not short on money. No matter which table it was, Song Fatty didn't dare to approach and bring up the issue of sharing the table. He could only continue to wander around the shop, wishing someone would let him in. However, no one in his group paid him any attention. The 8 people who had arrived earlier didn't want to make space for him either. They were consumers too, having already purchased food in the shop, and were entitled to stay there for 3 hours. With such good air quality, every second of breathing was precious, so of course, they didn't want to leave. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Song Fatty exploded. Chapter 10. Some people just don't know who they are. Song Fatty stopped in front of Tang Qingwen, who was with Xin Xian, reached out to grab the bag on the table, and threw it out without a second thought. Finish up and get out. Make some room for me. Did you hear that? Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll break your kid's legs. A surge of anger suddenly flared up in Tang Qingwen's heart. But under the dark muzzle aimed at him, he dared not retaliate. He could only grit his teeth and pick up Xin Xian, feeling his daughter shivering in his arms. A wave of violent emotions surged within him. Seeing that someone was finally moving out of the way, Song Fatty smugly sat down. Isn't this quite smart? Leaving early is better than being thrown out by me. Just as he finished speaking, a soft voice came from the ordering counter. Then I suggest you be smart and get out yourself, or I'll break your legs first and then kill you. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. Song Fatty stiffened in his seat, seemingly recalling the power of the slap from Pan-Faming earlier, making him feel restless, his face alternating between pale and red. Who's laughing? Come out. Someone couldn't help but chuckle, causing Song Fatty to jump up from his seat like he had been electrocuted, looking around with a flushed face. But no one responded to him. Everyone seemed focused on their own delicious food, indifferent to what was happening around them. The more this happened, the more embarrassed Song Fatty felt. He believed everyone was laughing at him. If he couldn't settle this matter today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire hunting team. Damn it, did I just give you face? You dare to meddle in my affairs. With a grim face, Song Fatty charged at Lu Tong, gun in hand, while glancing at Pan-Faming, who was engrossed in his meal, which reassured him. Don't think our boss will keep protecting you. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tianjuan 6, he disturbed me. Lu Tong's eyes were cold, unwilling to listen to this guy's vulgar words any longer. Detecting that this moving carbon-based life form was threatening the shop owner, the situation was deemed extremely severe, warranting immediate elimination. Before anyone in the shop could figure out where the voice was coming from, a round, fishbowl-like object suddenly materialized above Song Fatty's head, held up by an unknown force. Firmly encasing his head, Qin Jin stood up abruptly, about to say something, but was halted by a wave from Pan-Faming. Don't interfere, just watch. He was utterly fed up with someone like Song Fatty, who, while not particularly impressive during beast hunts, always took the lead in showing off, bullying others, and boasting. Just now, blocking him was purely to put on a show in front of others. Otherwise, if a real conflict occurred, it wouldn't be acceptable for him, as the captain, to remain silent. However, he had no intention of confronting the store manager, who possessed so many rare supplies, just for someone like Song. Now, he had done what he could, and everyone could see that it was Song who was seeking his own doom. Just right for him to intimidate the other restless members of the team. Song was positioned right in the center of the store, drawing everyone's attention. Truly the center of attention. Inside the fish tank, Song's mouth was still moving, seemingly saying something, but even with the pin-drop silence in the store, no one could hear what he was saying. Lu Zhao walked out leisurely from behind the ordering counter, crossed her arms, and circled around Song twice, exclaiming in admiration, "This is great. Next time someone speaks out of turn, just put them in the fish tank directly." Inside the fish tank, Song's eyes were bloodshot. First, he swung the gun but against the tank, but no matter how hard he tried, that seemingly fragile object remained securely on his head. In a fit of rage, Song raised the gun and recklessly pulled the trigger towards Lu Zhao, yet the bullet flew towards her in a slow-motion trajectory, clearly visible to everyone. Before being crushed into powder by some unknown mysterious force midair, Lu Zhao tilted her head. "Is that all?" Song stared blankly at Lu Zhao, suddenly dropped his gun, and with a thud, knelt on the ground, banging his fish tank-covered head against the floor desperately. Lu Zhao remained unfazed, even expressing interest in counting. 1, 2, 3. Forgiveness was out of the question. Daring to threaten her with such filthy words meant death. Song knocked his head down over 20 times. And when he looked up again, his forehead was already bruised. This scene left Qin Jin astonished, unable to understand how the fish tank could remain intact while causing actual harm to him. Don't ask, just know it's high-tech, and Lu Zhao had a say in that. At that moment, a well-dressed man wearing glasses stood up from a corner seat, walking towards Song with steady steps under the gaze of the crowd. Boss, killing is just a matter of head and ground. One should spare when possible. The man looked at Lu Zhao, sincerely stating that this matter was indeed his fault, and he must have realized his mistake by now. And then, Lu Zhao replied, if apologies were enough, why have store rules? The man insisted, you can't say that. After all, you are in business. If this gets out, no one would dare to come here to consume. In the apocalypse, everyone struggles to survive. No one wants to be killed over trivial matters, right? The gentleman didn't see any issue with his words. He had mediated many similar disputes in the base, and everyone respected him, so he assumed it would be the same in Lu's fast food restaurant. Spare me, Qin Jin muttered under his breath. That guy wouldn't have the nerve if he wasn't the logistics minister's brother-in-law. If he weren't the logistics minister's brother-in-law. Do you think Brother Pan would bring him out? Zhu Bing let out a cold snort, looking somewhat worriedly at Pan Faming. Brother Pan, can we just let him talk nonsense like that? Let's wait and see, Pan Faming mumbled while taking a bite of a meat bun. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid and attack the boss, it should be fine. Zhu Bing nodded. Got it. Qin Jun, feeling a bit schadenfreude, whispered. As long as he doesn't kill him, I actually hope the boss teaches that brat a lesson. I've never liked that sycophant. While they were murmuring, the sycophant, or rather, the refined man in Shinrong, was already babbling away with a lot of nonsense. The whole incident started over a dispute about seating and lost items. All it took was for Song Fatty to apologize to that customer and buy another meal. It would be great if everyone could resolve their conflicts amicably, right, boss? Lu Zhao seemed to be pondering, her right index finger lightly tapping her lower lip. Did you just say that killing someone is just a matter of a nod? And Shinrong didn't understand Lu Zhao's meaning and instinctively nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhao snapped her fingers. In an instant, dozens of lasers shot out simultaneously, turning the self-assured Song Fatty into a sieve. These lasers, originating from the interstellar world, had an extremely high temperature, quickly taking lives while effectively sealing the blood vessels within carbon-based organisms. So even though Song Fatty became a human sieve, the floor remained clean. Chapter 11. Mutual benefit. Song Fatty's sieve-like corpse crashed to the ground in front of Shinrong, startling him into a piercing scream as he stumbled backward several steps. If it weren't for the glass door behind him, Lu Zhao suspected he would have fallen out of the shop. Ugh, ugh, ugh. And Shinrong hadn't expected Lu Zhao to kill someone over a disagreement. He had clearly mediated for quite a while. Why did Song Fatty still end up dead? This woman must be crazy. Lu Zhao smiled and snapped her fingers again. What era are we in? Who still kills using such an ancient and outdated method? Oh. Don't kill me, help. Don't kill me. And Shinrong screamed while covering his head, rolling and crawling out of the fast food restaurant as if he were thrown into a monster tide instead of being in a safe establishment. Hey, why are you running? An IQ deficiency isn't against store rules, Lu Zhao shrugged, her face full of innocence. Forget it, it doesn't matter. With Lu Zhao's command, mechanical arms appeared again from the ceiling, pulling Song Fatty's body up for retrieval. Suddenly, Lu Zhao thought of something and said, wait, check his body. We don't want to destroy anything valuable. So, the diners still eating inside saw a smaller but much more agile mechanical arm extending down from the ceiling. Feeling around Song Fatty's sieve-like body, Lu Zhao then obtained 4 level 1 crystal cores, indicating that Song Fatty was the type prone to incompetent rage, poor at fighting monsters, but skilled at bullying others. Here, this is for you. Lu Zhao called over Tang Qingwen and handed him 1 level 1 crystal core. He threw away your meal. This is compensation. How can I accept this? Tang Qingwen was taken aback and repeatedly waved his hands to indicate that he didn't want it. Besides, he had just thrown away buns, which were still in the bag and not spoiled. He could pick them up and take them home to eat. If you want to take it, just take it. Lu Tang, impatient with the arguing, tossed the crystal core to Tang Qingwen, stating that while he couldn't control other places, anyone who damaged someone else's property in his shop had to compensate. Seeing Lu Tang's firm attitude, which didn't seem like a show, Tang Qingwen gratefully accepted the crystal core and immediately recharged it to his membership card without a word. He then bought a cup of cola and returned to his previous seat, picking up his daughter and softly comforting her, fearing she might be startled by what had just happened. With the instigator gone and the meddler having left, the atmosphere in the shop returned to its previous state, with everyone eating and drinking as usual, quietly chatting with companions, creating a particularly harmonious scene. For ordinary people, Lu Tang's earlier firmness not only didn't cause panic, but instead made them feel more secure. A strong boss is good. The stronger the boss, the safer the shop. As long as they honestly followed the shop rules, they had nothing to fear from troublemakers, which was great. Moreover, Boss Lu even compensated Tang Qingwen with a crystal core, which, although retrieved from the troublemaker, was still a form of compensation. They had never seen anyone stand up for justice when they were bullied in the shops within the base. This was good. They hoped the shop would continue to operate, as their lives would surely improve. Ordinary people felt no issue with Lu Tang's actions, and even those with special abilities felt the same. In fact, aside from the foolish Angst and Rong, no one considered Song Pongzi innocent. Establishing authority was necessary. Qin Jun took a sip of his ice-cold cola, comfortably squinting his eyes. Otherwise, dreaming of safeguarding so many resources was unrealistic. He had briefly felt the urge to stir trouble earlier. Zhu Bing shot him a warning glance. You talk too much. Pan Faming, holding a meat bun, casually said, Song Pongzi doesn't have special abilities, so there's definitely someone with special abilities who might be feeling lucky. Qin Jun urged everyone to eat quickly. We'll assemble and set off in 10 minutes. Got it, Brother Pan, I'll go now. Qin Jun stood up and went to inform his team members at each table. Although their team appeared large, there were only 6 actual members. The rest were people who got in through connections, aiming to safely gather crystal cores alongside their small team. Both Song Pongzi and Angst and Rong belonged to this category, with the former buying his way in and the latter relying on his brother-in-law. Pan Faming finished the meat bun in a few bites and ordered several more to take back for his family to try. Afterward, he walked over to Lu Tang, introduced himself, and inquired about the fast food restaurant's operating hours. It's open 24 hours, Lu Tang replied. As long as you can self-serve for recharging and ordering. It's fine if I'm not here. No need to worry about safety, as someone will keep an eye on things. That's good. Pan Faming nodded and lowered his voice to remind him. Boss Lu, the display you showed earlier was quite effective, but it might not deter those with special abilities. Once we return to the base, there's no telling if someone with abilities will come over, so please be careful. After all, not everyone in the team is mine, and I can't control everything. Lu Tang smiled. Thank you for the reminder. After speaking, she routinely pulled out a few sauce packets from under the counter and handed them to Pan Faming, a small token of appreciation, so don't think too much of it. Regardless of the reason, since the other party came to show goodwill, Lu Tang would accept this gesture, as gifts are free of charge, and, most importantly, didn't cost her anything. Pan Faming didn't expect that his goodwill could be exchanged for a small gift. Don't underestimate these sauce packets. In the wasteland world, they are rare items since their production requires many processes, and some small bases simply cannot produce them. If an ordinary person gets such sauce packets, they would directly spread them on steamed buns or compressed biscuits, enjoying a hearty meal instead of using them just as seasonings. Thank you very much, Pan Faming expressed generously. If you need anything, I can help bring it from the base next time I come. Lu Tang waved her hand. No need for that. Just help me promote a bit. Who knows, by the time you come next, I might have a new menu. Sure, no problem. Count on me, Pan Faming readily agreed. And just as he was about to leave, Lu Tang had a thought and quickly called him back. Captain Pan, I have a vehicle here. Do you want it? Lu Tang pointed to the parking lot outside, indicating a modified vehicle powered by crystal cores, where one level 1 crystal core is roughly equivalent to 5 liters of gasoline. Pan Faming was instantly intrigued. Can I take a look? Of course, Lu Tang agreed, leading him to the parking lot and opening the door to show him the modifications. I've moved the crystal core placement behind the gear shift, so no matter where you sit in the car, you can easily insert the crystal core. Traveling in the wasteland world is very dangerous, with the constant threat of mutated beasts or lost souls transformed by humans. If the crystal core insertion point were left outside the vehicle, the risk of disaster would be significantly high. After all, just as you're about to accelerate out of a wave of beasts, discovering that the crystal core can't hold out and having to get out of the car to change it would be a dire situation. Therefore, Lu Tang had the placement for adding crystal cores moved inside the vehicle, ensuring that adventurers would only lack energy due to running out of crystal cores, rather than being trapped inside the vehicle due to an inability to add them. Chapter 12. The The second store after listening to Lu Tang's introduction and seeing her insert a level 1 crystal core to start the vehicle. Pan Faming immediately felt a strong desire to purchase it. This kind of vehicle that directly uses crystal cores is far better than the gasoline vehicle he is currently driving. With this, he wouldn't have to worry every day about where to get more gasoline. However, the model of this vehicle isn't ideal. Its load capacity, protection measures, and horsepower are all lacking. Lu boss, can you modify other vehicles here? Pan Faming pointed to the vehicle he parked nearby. Could my vehicle be modified? Lu Tang turned around and assessed it for a moment, finding no major issues. It can be modified for 3,000 points. In the Wasteland world, Level 1 and Level 2 crystal cores are quite common and can be obtained with some effort by ordinary people. The difficulty of obtaining Level 3 crystal cores increases significantly, and with every level up, the difficulty rises exponentially. Therefore, Lu Tang didn't specify the level of the crystal cores and simply asked for points. As her store operates on a point system, it's easy to set up a separate entry for this, and card payments are quite convenient. No problem. How long will the modifications take? Pan Faming readily agreed, as he was more concerned about other issues than the 3,000 points. Lu Tiao replied, at least one day. Pan Faming showed a troubled expression. Given the physical fitness of him and his team, returning to the base wouldn't be a problem. But they had a lot of supplies on the vehicle, and their team didn't have any spatial ability users. They couldn't just leave everything at the store. Noticing his dilemma, Lu Tiao kindly offered a suggestion. You can pay a deposit of 4,000 points here, and I can lend you the modified vehicle. You can return it tomorrow or the day after, and the points will be refunded as they are. Great idea. Pan Faming felt that this proposal solved his urgent problem and immediately nodded in agreement. Let's do it this way. We'll modify 2 vehicles, totaling 6,000 points, plus a 4,000 point deposit, which makes a total of 10,000. I'll go recharge. Wait. Lu Tiao quickly stopped him and clarified. Crystal cores and recyclable materials can be exchanged for points, but points cannot be exchanged back. The deposit can only be refunded in points. I don't have any crystal cores to return to you. Pan Faming laughed heartily. Haha. Boss Lu, you're overthinking it. Can't I still spend the points in the store? I'll just bring my brothers to eat a few more times, so it won't go to waste. Lu Tiao nodded. I just wanted to mention it in advance. You can decide for yourself. Then, the deal was made. Pan Faming brought so many people along, and aside from having 2 vehicles himself, others were driving as well. After all, they were all part of the same team. They couldn't have some taking the vehicle while others ran alongside it. So the remaining 3 split up and squeezed into the other vehicles to set off. Tian Yuan 6. How many points for modifying these 2 vehicles? Lu Tiao quietly called out to Tian Yuan 6 after Pan Faming and the others had left the protective shield, inquiring about the modification price. Scanning complete. The structure is very similar to the previous vehicles. The modification cost for each vehicle is 200 points, totaling 400 points for both. Great. This is a big profit. Lu Tiao excitedly gave herself a thumbs up. She knew that since they were all old vehicles, even if the modification cost was a bit high, she wouldn't be at a loss. I collected 6,000 points from them. Subtracting the 400 point cost, I made a net profit of 5,600 points. That should allow me to level up 3 times, right? Yes, but it's recommended that the store manager open a new shop first. Huh. Can I really open another shop so soon? Lu Tiao, upon hearing this, opened the light screen and searched her construction log, discovering that the progress bar was still some distance from unlocking the next shop. Isn't there still a gap? What kind of shop should I start? The customer just now actively proposed that the store manager help modify the vehicle, triggering a hidden reward mechanism, allowing the manager to open a mechanical modification shop. After all these years of schooling, how did I not know that I could open hidden shops during my internship? I am a new system assigned this year, equipped with the latest version of the core and loaded with rich modules. So, have you considered that this might be a new activity launched this year? The main purpose is to encourage students to learn exploration and innovation. Lu Tiao clicked her tongue. Anyway, I can't contact the school right now, so you can say whatever you want. What are the requirements to open a mechanical modification shop? After the guest actively proposed the conditions, 5,000 points are required for the store's setup and equipment installation, with a construction time of 3 hours. Lu Tiao is very interested in the newly established store. I have met all the conditions. Let's set up the store. The store owner is asked to choose a location. Lu Tiao looks around and thinks the ground to the right of the eggshell is flatter, so she points and says, how about over there? The sound insulation is good, and the machine noise won't be a problem. The instruction has been confirmed, and the mechanical modification shop is being established. Please be patient for 3 hours. Got it, good luck. Lu Tiao half-heartedly cheers for Tian Yuan Lu, as the small robots responsible for construction will handle it. And it's just a few commands that tire out the AI. What will happen to the staff after the shop opens? I can't manage 2 stores alone, can I? Lu Tiao considers herself an ordinary carbon-based life form, unable to meet the high demands of running 2 stores back and forth. I will also supervise the shop when the manager is sleeping or slacking off. So what are you worried about? Lu Tiao replies coldly, I'm worried that one day you might get a virus. She shouldn't have asked too much. Once the shop is built, it would be better for Tian Yuan Lu to ask her directly. Back in the store, the first customers, Tang Qingwen and others, are getting ready to leave. They cherish the S1 level air in the store and only stand up to pack their things when Tian Yuan Lu reminds them that there are 10 minutes left until the 3-hour limit. I will work hard after I go back and come to buy delicious food once I save enough points. Me too. Boss, your store needs to keep running. Yes, it must keep running. What else can Lu Tiao say? She can only wish them a safe journey and ask them to promote her store back at the base to attract more customers. After sending them off, the store becomes quiet. The task of cleaning trays and tableware is handled by mechanical arms. Lu Tiao returns to the ordering counter to check the current status of the fast food restaurant. In turn, Lu Tiao, ID, DQLXCH Series 35475545TJ, current area, unknown stores owned. 2. Click to expand details, points owned. 6548 new store unlock progress. 6548100000 current rating. Excellent. Lu Tiao opens the store details, and the mechanical modification shop shows it is under construction, with only Lu Ji Fast Food Restaurant having a detailed report available. Lu Ji Fast Food Restaurant, level 2 capacity, 22 guests in-store equipment. Click to expand details, total revenue, 2,154 points food items. Click to expand details, points required for upgrade. 5,000 The deposit and modification fees paid by Pan Faming go through a separate channel and do not affect the revenue, so they are not displayed on the accounts. Lu Tiao is very satisfied with the overall data. After shutting down the screen, she happily enters a resting state while there are no customers. Chapter 13 Mechanical Modification Shop. When Lu Tiao first landed, she thought she had dropped into a remote and desolate area, but after the scanning by the detection bee, she learned that there are a total of 4 human bases in the vicinity. According to distance, they are Anping Base, Greenfield Base, Shuani Base, and Baishui Base. Tang Qingwen is from the Anping Base, while Pan Faming belongs to the Baishui Base. The former sets off around 7 a.m. and can reach this area by 9 a.m., while the latter needs to drive. Otherwise, it would take over 4 hours on foot. Throughout the journey, Pan Faming paid close attention to the vehicle's performance, hoping to spot any flaws that Lu Tang hadn't mentioned. However, they found no issues until they arrived at the entrance of the Baishui base. As a member of the team dispatched from the base, Pan Faming first needed to report the situation and submit supplies before receiving his payment. His situation could be considered as receiving half a public salary, as he could earn wages even when not on a mission, providing more stability compared to private teams. As the team leader, Pan Faming had to report, with Qin Zhen and Zhu Bing naturally accompanying him, while the others were dismissed after a brief health check. And Xinrong had a gloomy expression throughout the journey, covering his head with his clothing and pretending to sleep. Although no one mentioned the fast food incident in front of him, he felt that everyone was laughing at him. If it weren't for his brother-in-law being the logistics minister of the Baishui base, those guys would probably mock him for fear of their own benefits being cut. Even if they didn't say anything now, they must be laughing inside. And it might spread back to the base, ruining his reputation completely. It was all that damn boss's fault. And Xinrong secretly vowed to report it when he returned, determined to make Lu Tang pay for it. Since his sister married her husband, and Xinrong had been popular wherever he went, often mediating disputes, he particularly enjoyed the feeling of making others swallow their pride in front of him, even when they were clearly unconvinced. This time, however, not only did he get slapped in the face by Lu Tang, but he was also scared into losing his composure. He had to take revenge, and it had to be severe. Otherwise, how could he continue to survive in the base? Thus, while originally on a break at home discussing dinner plans with his wife, Xie Ji was met with a gloomy-faced brother-in-law. Sister, brother-in-law, I've been bullied. And Xinrong took the hot towel his sister handed him and wiped his face haphazardly, spilling out everything that had happened that day without waiting for questions. Of course, he embellished the story, emphasizing how unreasonable Lu Tang was rather than admitting he had meddled unnecessarily. And Mingzhu could tell from just listening how much her brother had suffered. Feeling heartbroken. How can there be such unreasonable people? It's infuriating. How could someone as good as Xiaorong be bullied like this? Lao Xia, you have to think of a way. And Xinrong was the youngest child in the family, and with only one daughter, and Mingzhu treated her brother like a son. Seeing the bruises on his elbows and knees from running away, she was immediately ready to explode. If you can't find her, I'll take people myself tomorrow. I don't believe a little girl can be that formidable. I'll teach her a good lesson, as a level 4 fire ability user. And Mingzhu had the confidence to back her words. It was precisely because she was so powerful that Xie Ji allowed his brother-in-law to make a name for himself in the base. You mean to say? Does she really have that many rare supplies in her shop? Xie Ji seized the key point and asked in Xinrong, did you not see any big shots appearing? And Xinrong nodded. There are hamburgers, steaks, buns, beef noodles, and cola. Good things, no limits on sales, and the prices are particularly cheap. She uses weapons. And there's no fluctuation in her abilities, nor did she see anyone else around. As for Tianyuan Lu, who had spoken before, and Xinrong automatically skipped over that. A real big shot wouldn't be hiding away all the time, and it must be that girl playing tricks, pretending to be mysterious. Listening to his brother-in-law's confident words, Xie Ji repeatedly confirmed that the other party wasn't exaggerating about the supplies before finally agreeing. All right, I understand this matter. You stay at home honestly for these few days. And by next week at the latest, I'll have that girl come to apologize to you. And Xinrong was delighted to hear this. Really? Thank you, brother-in-law. Can she come to the base? Xie Ji nodded reservedly. Of course she has to come to the base to apologize, otherwise. With just a few people in her little shop, how could she regain her face? And Xinrong was even happier, and in Mingzhu, seeing her brother so cheerful, also felt happy and decided to take him to the big restaurant at the base for a meal to welcome him and help ease his worries. Lu Zhao was unaware that after Xinrong went home to complain, Xie Ji had other plans in mind while she was looking at the newly built mechanical modification shop. This shop has a separate small courtyard, covering an area of 500 square meters, with 2 floors, featuring a highly industrialized appearance and incorporating some cyberpunk design. With simple lines that give off a technological vibe, it's the kind of place that leaves a strong impression of being advanced and high-tech. The mechanical modification shop, like the fast food restaurant, has a protective shield and is enclosed by walls. Considering that many vehicles would be parked here, it was specifically divided into a visitor parking area and a waiting pickup area. The first floor of the shop is spacious and bright, divided into 2 parts. Closer to the wall, occupying about 45 square meters, there are 5 modification spots, 4 of which are regular modification spots that can accommodate vehicles as large as double-decker buses. The final modification spot is a special modification area, larger than the other 4, capable of modifying special vehicles such as excavators, loaders, and tanks. All modification spots are semi-enclosed. Only the mechanical workers controlled by Tianyuan Lu and the shop owner, Lu Zhao, can enter. Other customers can only watch from outside the floor-to-ceiling windows to avoid accidents. The remaining 15 of the space is almost empty, and Lu Zhao felt it was too desolate. So she had Tianyuan Lu set up a rack on each side to display several retro battle vehicle models from the interstellar world that had long been open for copyright. Upstairs, accessed by stairs on both sides, is the lounge prepared by Lu Zhao, which has tables and chairs, a bar, and several game machines that require payment to operate. In Lu Zhao's world, when repairing gliders or small spacecraft, the modification shop provides free drinks and snacks, but she only plans to replicate half of that, bringing over the snacks, drinks, and game machines, but charging for them. The shop owner is quite savvy in making money, Tianyuan Lu commented. Lu Tong pouted and said, the free things are the most expensive. Besides, in this world, if you don't charge, people won't dare to use it, fearing there might be problems. I'm just adapting to the local customs. What does an AI know about human relationships? Seeing that Tianyuan Lu was not responding, Lu Tong started to focus on her work. From the outside, the 2 shops looked separate, but there was actually a private passage at the back, accessible only to her and the mechanical army controlled by Tianyuan Lu. Therefore, the task of moving 2 vehicles left by Pan faming to this side would be handled by the mechanical arms. So Lu Tong didn't have to squeeze into the old driver's seat and drive them over herself. Chapter 14. The team of Fu Shi Lu Tong watched for a while outside the workshop of the modification shop. She had to admit that the sight of the mechanical arms and workers operating according to the program was particularly stress-relieving, since she had nothing to do anyway. Staying here a bit longer was fine. However, Tian Yuan Lu thought differently and dutifully reminded Lu Tong that someone had arrived at the fast food restaurant. "Aren't you there? Just treat it as me taking a break and help me greet them." Lu Tong wasn't very keen on going back. She was in the middle of something crucial, and it wasn't a good time to leave. "It's working hours, manager. Don't slack off too much." Got it. Lu Tong rubbed her ears, not wanting to listen to the AI's nagging, and stood up to head towards the fast food restaurant through the employee passage. Fuxi was inside the obviously unusual fast food restaurant with her team members, standing cautiously and alertly. They were all young, born in the apocalypse and raised in wastelands. Since the emergence of abilities, they often left the base to search for resources and hunt monsters. They had seen many shops outside the base, large and small, but all were abandoned. Only from the dilapidated signs, remaining shelves, and spoiled goods could they guess what they might have looked like. They had never seen a shop like Lu's fast food that was bright, clean, and had a faint aroma of food outside the base. If it weren't for Yuan Yuan, who was sensitive to the weather, saying that a strong sandstorm was about to hit, Fuxi would never have brought her team in without finding another safe shelter. "Captain, there's no one here." Yuan, a round-faced girl and the youngest in the team, had just celebrated her 18th birthday last week, and she was at an age full of curiosity. "Ah, it smells so good here. There must be food. Should we search?" Yuan was eager to try. The rules in the apocalypse were always the same. Whoever finds the resource point first has the right to search. They were incredibly lucky to discover a shop that wasn't abandoned. Wait, not abandoned? Yuan realized that if it wasn't abandoned, it meant that it was still in operation. Since it was operating, it definitely had an owner, and a shop with an owner was private property that couldn't be searched. What a pity. The oldest in the group, Jiang Hua, noticed that Yuan suddenly fell silent and knew she had figured it out. She gave Yuan a comforting pat on the shoulder and said, "It's good that someone is operating. We can buy something to eat here. You can smell the aroma through the helmet. Their food must be delicious." Fuxi glanced at them and said calmly, "Stay alert. It's definitely not an ordinary person who can open a shop in such a place." When Fuxi entered, she noticed the protective shield. Perhaps it was just her feeling, but she sensed that the air inside the helmet had become much fresher. It was at this moment that Lu Zhao returned to the fast food restaurant. After moving from the kitchen to the ordering counter, she greeted the four people, welcoming them to Lu's fast food. She pointed out the store rules and the usage of the recycling machine, stating that the store only supports points-based purchases and does not accept other currencies. As the team leader, Fuxi immediately began to observe her surroundings upon entering. The two posters were particularly noticeable, and of course, she had seen them. However, Fuxi still wanted to confirm, as long as they had a membership card, they could purchase food from the menu, right? "Yes, our establishment is honest," Lu Zhao reassured her. "If you don't believe it, you can exchange for a little first. If you think the price is not right, you can cancel your order. Trying it out won't cost you anything." Fuxi felt that Lu Zhao made a valid point. If the intention were merely to lure people in for harm, they would have encountered a supernatural being by now. Noticing that Lu Zhao wasn't wearing any protective gear, Fuxi also took off her helmet, revealing her youthful and attractive face. Yuan and the others followed suit, removing their helmets and showing their equally vibrant faces. Then, there was another wave of awe and praise for the air quality inside the shop. To be cautious, Fuxi only exchanged for one level 2 crystal core and then sat at a table for 4 to place an order for everyone. She intended to see if there would truly be no issues. If everything went well, the others could get their cards later. If there were problems, at least she could handle it alone. Lu Zhao noticed Fuxi's plan, but didn't intend to interfere. In fact, she secretly looked forward to seeing Fuxi rush to get a membership card after finishing her meal. Indeed, after the robotic arm delivered the food, Fuxi and the others were immediately astonished. She had not expected the actual food to match the pictures to such an extent. "Captain, this is different from what we have in the base," Yuan said, swallowing hard as she reached for the hamburger she ordered, which had a substantial piece of meat inside. The base did have portable food, but it was usually just 2 slices of bread with a tiny bit of canned ham and a leaf of lettuce, with hardly any sauce. When squeezed, it was hardly thicker than an open hand. And yet, the prices were very high, as the food was made from flour and indeed contained meat and vegetables. However, due to the outrageous cost-performance ratio, only those with abilities would buy it to satisfy their cravings, while ordinary people wouldn't even glance at it. This was also why Lu Zhao's beef noodles and bun sets sold better. Most people were skeptical of the menu pictures showing large pieces of meat until they tried the food themselves. What a conscientious business. Jiang Hua remarked sincerely while looking at his beef noodles. I thought either the goods wouldn't match or the portion would be very small. Unable to speak, Qianli nodded repeatedly, having just seen with the captain that one level 2 crystal core could be exchanged for 300 points, while the bun set in front of her only cost 299 points. At that time, Qianli was prepared for buns that were very small and even without filling. To her surprise, they turned out to be a conscientious version with thin skin and generous filling. She ate with grease dripping from her mouth and firmly decided to go get a card soon and recharge it generously. Until now, She had only let down most of her guard, immersing herself in the joy brought by delicious carbohydrates. It had been a long time since she had eaten something so formally. After all, in a world where resources were scarce, even if she was an ability user, it didn't necessarily mean she had a good life. When Lu Zhao saw that they were almost done eating and came over one by one to get cards, she mentioned her mechanical modification shop. Do you have a vehicle? Do you need to modify it to a crystal core drive? It only requires 3,000 points. And there are already 2 vehicles being modified over there, with 3 available slots. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing that vehicles could be converted to crystal core drives, She was immediately intrigued. However, thinking about her current vehicle's mediocre performance, she hesitated. Their original vehicle had broken down on the road, and since no one could repair it, they had to siphon out the gasoline and find another working vehicle nearby. Initially, she didn't think it was a problem and had no urgent plans to switch cars, but now she realized it was time to prioritize this matter. Let's wait a few days and get a better vehicle, She replied to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao nodded and didn't push further. It was a seller's market now, and she had already established her reputation. In the future, customers would only increase, and she wouldn't worry about business. Chapter 15, Migration Team. After discussing vehicles, She brought up the impending sandstorm, indicating that she and her companions might need to stay in the shop for a while until the storm passed. When a strong sandstorm hit, it was impossible to venture outside. Yuan, who was quick-tongued, felt familiar with Lu Zhao and leaned against the ordering counter to chat with her. Usually, they could see the lights, but during the sandstorm, it was as dark as night. Someone as light as you, Boss Lu, would just get blown away. Lu Zhao responded with an enthusiastic wow, mainly because she was quite bored by herself and was happy to hear about this world from someone she didn't dislike. Seeing Lu Zhao's attentive demeanor, Yuan became even more animated. I experienced it once before. The wind whipped up sand and small stones, hitting my helmet like crazy. I was really scared, fearing that the stones would break my helmet before I found cover. That sounds dangerous. If the helmet broke in that situation, you wouldn't be able to breathe, right? Lu Zhao thought about the scene and found it quite frightening. Absolutely. Yuan nodded vigorously. The air isn't great on normal days, and you can manage to breathe a little if necessary, but too much will affect your health. When a strong sandstorm hits, it can directly clog your nose with dirt, and you wouldn't last a few minutes. Lu Zhao looked up at the sky outside the glass window. It had darkened considerably compared to earlier. She estimated that it wouldn't be long before the strong sandstorm formed. At this point, sending people outside would be like sending them to their deaths. Since you've already spent money, we can extend your stay in special circumstances, Lu Zhao generously decided. 4 Tianyuan 6. I'll add a note. During special weather conditions like a strong sandstorm, you won't have to adhere to the time limit, but you must leave within an hour after it ends. The instructions have been received, and new guidelines will be prepared. Yuan was shocked. Boss, are there still people here? Lu Tao smiled mysteriously. You could say it's my assistant, helping me manage the store and some miscellaneous tasks. Otherwise, with 2 stores now and plans to open more in the future, I can't handle it all by myself. Oh, I see. Yuan suddenly understood and was particularly interested in the other stores Lu Tao mentioned. What other stores are you planning to open, boss? Lu Tao recalled the names of stores provided in the resource package from school, counting them off on her fingers to introduce them to Yuan, treating it as a preview. Hotels, clothing stores, grocery stores, beverage stands, supermarkets, leisure plazas. There are plenty. The ultimate goal is to establish a small commercial town, but I estimate it will take quite a long time. Yuan was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. She couldn't even tell if Lu Tao was joking or serious. If she was joking, it was miraculous that she had 2 stores that wouldn't even appear outside the base. If she was serious, Yuan truly couldn't imagine what a town made entirely of commercial shops would look like, especially since it was a town, something that, with her experience, she couldn't even begin to envision. Boss, you're really impressive, Yuan said, looking at Lu Tao with admiration. Although there were only 2 stores now, and the goal seemed far off, she somehow felt that with Lu Tao's abilities, the day of establishing the town was just around the corner. Outside, the sky was getting darker, and the wind swirled past people, carrying rough little stones and lighter debris, making a howling sound as a warning of the impending sandstorm. What bad luck! How did we end up caught in a sandstorm? Someone lamented. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out today. It's all Chu Wan's fault, insisting today is a good day for migration. I say we should have stayed a few more days. I regret it. Starving in the base is definitely better than dying outside. Who says otherwise? I tell you, old Chu, you need to keep a better eye on your daughter. How can she be so unreliable? It's only because we're family that we can tolerate her. Outsiders would surely be angry. Yes. Once we get to the Whitewater base, I'll talk to her. For now, we should hurry up and move. Complaints echoed through the group, the swirling dust failing to muffle their voices hidden beneath helmets. This was a team of over 20 people, carrying their own luggage without any vehicles, struggling forward against the increasingly strong wind. Chu Wan was a petite girl, expressionless as she walked at the front of the group. Though she was an ability user, her equipment wasn't the best in the team and could even be described as somewhat worn. How can the signal still be so good in such strong winds? Chu Huan, following closely behind her sister, complained loudly for everyone with working headsets to hear. With all that energy to talk, can't you walk a few steps faster? Are you really planning to die out here? Her words naturally sparked dissatisfaction. No matter how tired they were determined not to miss any opportunity to criticize the young girl. Old Chu, are you going to manage your daughter? Is this how you speak to your elders? No manners. Honestly, a young lady with such a fiery temper. Chu Huan, who would ever dare to take you in the future? Listen to your auntie's advice, little Huan. You're not like your sister. She has special abilities. Even if her temper isn't great and her skills are lacking, she can still find a decent match. But you? We're all ordinary people. It's better to keep a low profile. Chu Huan was seething. It was always like this. Just because she and her sister were girls and couldn't carry on the family line, they had been bullied by relatives and neighbors since childhood. Logically, their father should have stood up for them, but instead, he seemed brainwashed into agreeing with the critics. As ordinary individuals struggling to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, and being girls who couldn't continue the family lineage, life would be unbearable without the support of friends and neighbors. So, from a young age, the Chu sisters lived like servants, poorly fed and clothed. Even items brought home by their father rarely reached their hands. Chu Wan started scavenging outside at a very young age and later, by chance, awakened her special abilities. She thought life would improve as an ability user, but instead, her father used her as a status symbol, exploiting her even more. A few compliments would make him recklessly give away what she had worked hard to earn. And if she refused, he would rage and accuse her of ingratitude. The more one craves love they've never had, the more they endure. Chu Wan tolerated it all until she could no longer. They could scheme against her, but they shouldn't have laid a hand on her younger sister. Chapter 16. Survivors. Amid the endless lecturing, a man hurried over to Chu Huan and spoke with displeasure. Little Huan, everyone's just worried about the weather and venting a bit. Normally, we wouldn't say so much. You're so considerate and kind. You understand, right? If you're tired, don't walk so fast. Your sister is an ability user, but you're not. Why not come to the back with me and help support my mother? Chu Huan spat. Whoever told you I'm considerate and kind, go find them. Don't act all magnanimous with me. Is your mother lame or crippled? Why should I support her? The man's expression darkened instantly. But with everyone wearing helmets and the night so dark, he couldn't rely on others to speak up for him as usual. He had to respond himself. Chu Huan, can't you be sensible? You know my mother has never liked you. I'm giving you a chance to make a good impression by asking you to support her. Why are you so ungrateful? Chu Huan nearly laughed in fury. I'm thanking my lucky stars your foolish mother doesn't like me. Anyone she favors is cursed for life. I'll say it again. Get as far away from me as possible. The man finally lost his patience. If that's how you feel, our engagement is off. No matter how much your uncle begs me or my mother, it won't change a thing, unless you apologize yourself. What they said was clearly heard by everyone through the team communication. After just apologizing to someone, the father immediately felt anxious and rushed over to reprimand his daughter. Chu Huan, how can you speak like that? Quickly apologize to Xiao Lu. And Chu Huan, Why are you just letting your sister go crazy without intervening? Chu Huan was about to explode with anger, but just as she was about to say something, her wrist was tightly grabbed by someone. She turned around to see her sister standing there, staring at her. The two sisters were very close, so Chu Huan could see her sister's dark eyes under the helmet. For some reason, a wave of panic surged in her heart. Sis, Chu Huan interrupted her sister's incoherent words and spoke softly. Little sister, do you hate me? The panic in Chu Huan's heart grew stronger. She grabbed Chu Huan's hand and trembled. Sis, as long as you don't abandon me, it's fine. Okay, hold on tight. Originally, Chu Huan was hesitating whether to be so ruthless, but their father's scolding and her sister's support made her firm in her decision. Chu Huan was a wind-type ability user. As long as she wanted to run, no ordinary person could catch up with her. Even with her sister in tow, her speed was enough to shake off those behind them. A strong sandstorm was about to arrive. If they didn't find shelter soon, everyone would die outside. This was also why Chu Huan chose to lead the team out in such weather. She wanted those guys to perish. When Chu Huan had previously gone out to find resources, she had seen a fast food restaurant in the distance and encountered Tang Qingwen's group, learning the rules there. So now, she was rapidly heading in that direction with her sister, hoping to find refuge before the sandstorm completely descended. As soon as Chu Huan suddenly ran off with Chu Huan, the ordinary people were first stunned, then began to curse. They were used to leeching off Chu Huan, and even when looking for work, they only chose those within the base. Some had not left the base for many years and had naturally forgotten how terrifying a strong sandstorm could be. They hadn't even connected the sudden darkness of the sky with the impending storm, completely unaware that disaster was imminent. This is outrageous. What's going on, Lao Chu? You've really raised two good daughters. What do we do now? Should we keep going? Keep going. We're going back. Lao Chu, I'm not criticizing you. But when those two come back, you really need to keep a close eye on them. How can you spoil them like this? Amidst the accusations from friends and family, the father of the Chu sisters nodded and apologized with a bitter face, feeling resentful that Chu Huan had suddenly lost her mind, causing him to lose face in front of everyone. He vowed to teach her a good lesson when she came back to admit her mistake. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in panic, and the others, still indignant, looked in the direction he was pointing. They realized that while they were talking, the sky had completely darkened. In that darkness, a bright yellow storm was forming a massive whirlwind, rushing towards them. This was the last sight they would ever see in their lives. With the strong sandstorm approaching, Chu Huan hurriedly stumbled into the fast food restaurant, pulling her sister Chu Huan along. Slightly awkward, they stood at the entrance under the gaze of Xie Shi and others. Welcome to the restaurant. Please read the house rules and apply for a membership card. This store only supports transactions through membership points and does not accept foreign currency. Lu Tang's words flowed smoothly. After a few days, she had started to enjoy the feeling of waiting for customers, especially since she didn't have to take orders or handle payments. Being a hands-off manager was quite enjoyable. Thank you. After Chu Huan expressed her gratitude, she turned to glance out the glass window. The sky had turned completely dark, and the yellow dust storm was swirling ominously in the pitch-black wilderness, indicating that her plan had succeeded. Those people would no longer be obstacles in her and her sister's lives. Pulling out 2 level 1 crystal cores from her pocket, Chu Huan led her sister to the recycling machine. Xiao Huan, come on, let's get our cards. Chu Huan, feeling somewhat dazed, followed her sister's lead without question. It wasn't until they sat down at the table to place their order that she realized what her sister had done. Sister, you said you wouldn't hate me. Chu Huan picked a few pieces of beef from her bowl and placed them into her sister's. What, regretting it? Not at all. Chu Huan's heart raced, and her palms began to sweat. I just didn't expect. She couldn't finish her thought because she wasn't sure what she wanted to say. She only felt a bright future ahead, as if all the burdens that had weighed her down had disappeared. Those inexplicable responsibilities, the strange remarks, and the father-daughter relationship that she had once hoped for, but only brought her repeated disappointment and despair, were all gone. It's actually quite nice this way. Chu Huan and Chu Huan exchanged smiles, raising their purchased cola and clinking their glasses in unison. For some, the strong sandstorm might bring despair, but for the two sisters, it symbolized a rebirth. What wrong had they done? They were merely 2 small, unnoticed survivors in this natural disaster. Chapter 17, My Restaurant. My rules. After Chu Huan and her sister entered, Lu Tang had been observing them closely. She could tell that they had stories, but since they showed no interest in sharing, as the manager, she wouldn't pry. The sisters applied for membership and were quite proactive in their spending, nearly ordering everything on the menu, which Lu Tang welcomed. As long as customers followed the rules, she had no interest in their secrets. While pondering this, Lu Tang walked to the restaurant's glass window to watch the chaos outside caused by the sandstorm. She had never seen such a scene before, though not particularly pleasant. She felt compelled to watch a little longer. "Did you capture everything?" Lu Tang asked with enthusiasm, not caring if others in the restaurant heard her. "This counts as a natural disaster, right? Don't forget to upload it to the database. It has been recorded, and after that, the manager can watch it at any time." "All right, I will leave it to you." Lu Tiao was quite satisfied and watched for a few more minutes before preparing to return to the counter to take a break. Mainly, the yellow glowing tornado in the distance kept swaying, making it a bit boring for her since she couldn't see it clearly. At that moment, a fully enclosed vehicle came rushing towards the fast food restaurant at full speed, with two yellow tornadoes flashing white light closely following behind. The driver clearly had good skills, dodging left and right to avoid the bizarre movements of the tornadoes, achieving a perfect evasion under harsh conditions. "Quick, quick. There's cover ahead, hurry. If we rush in, we'll be fine." "Shut up, I can see. Damn it, I shouldn't have come out today. Watch out. Left. Go left." Wang Chong gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that veins popped out. He had already floored the gas pedal, daring not to think of anything else, focusing all his attention on the road ahead and the movements of the tornadoes on either side. The strong sandstorm tornado should have been wandering randomly, but for some reason, it was relentlessly chasing them, making Wang Chong feel hopeless. The nearest safe location was Omping Base, but in this highly concentrated state, he might not last until then. Changing drivers was impossible. The tornado didn't give them that time. Wang Chong initially planned to run as far as he could, but the illuminated Lu's fast food restaurant suddenly appeared in his line of sight. At that moment, the target for Wang Chong and the others changed to this place. After all, a strong sandstorm was just a sandstorm and didn't have the ability to sweep away a building. At most, it would bury the building in dust. Wang Chong and the others were all superhumans, and as long as they could get inside the building, they would have a way to survive. Even if the house was buried in dust after the situation calmed down, they could still find a way out. As long as they didn't confront the tornado directly, they could live. Bang! The vehicle crashed directly into the glass window with a deafening sound, under the gaze of everyone in the store. Four bloodied individuals struggled to crawl out from the twisted vehicle, holding their heads. Wang Chong intended to break the glass and rush into the store, but unexpectedly, the glass was harder than the wall. Not only did it wreck their car, but it also injured them. Fortunately, they were superhumans, and their bodies were somewhat enhanced. If they were ordinary people, they would probably be dead by now. "What kind of glass is this? So hard." The thin monkey groaned, holding his head. He was sitting in the passenger seat, responsible for helping Wang Chong watch out for road conditions he might miss, and was the most seriously injured among the four since the fast food restaurant's glass was tough, but their windshield was not. Wang Chong, as the driver, was not much better off. He had to rely on his companions to help him get out of the car. His helmet had shattered due to the violent impact, leaving him bloodied and with several shards of glass embedded in his body. Cursing, Wang Chong instinctively looked at the culprit behind this situation, and their eyes met Lu Tiao, who was standing inside the store with her arms crossed, watching them. Lu Tang looked expressionless at the four people outside the store. It was clear that their collision was intentional. When they were far away, they might not have noticed that there were people inside the store. But once they entered the protective shield, they could definitely see the situation inside. However, they showed no intention of slowing down. Lu Tang was very displeased. Her store was sturdy, and if it were a less durable place, both people and glass could have been damaged. Ugh, annoying guys. With the help of two lightly injured companions, Wang Chong and Shouho pushed open the glass door and stepped inside, instantly startled by the fresh air and the comfortable temperature that was completely different from the outside. Lu Tang had already returned to the ordering counter, lazily glancing at them without much desire to greet them, even too lazy to say the welcome phrase. Wang Chong and the others, unaware of being unwelcome, brazenly started to survey the entire fast food restaurant. Their eyes swept past the sisters Chu Wan and Chu Huan, who were eating, and then looked at Fu Shi and the others chatting over there. There were quite a few supernatural beings. Wang Chong quickly assessed the situation in his mind, and, when looking at Lu Tang, restrained his gaze somewhat. "Are you the owner of this store?" Lu Tang lazily replied, pointing to the location of the poster. "Read the instructions yourself. If there are unfamiliar words or sentences you don't understand, come back and ask me." Wang Chong found it hard to read Lu Tang and couldn't grasp the stance of the supernatural beings in the store, so he exchanged glances with his partners, signaling them not to act recklessly. The group silently found a secluded spot to tend to their wounds. Healers were quite rare among supernatural beings. Once they appeared, they would be sought after by major bases and wouldn't follow supernatural teams into the field. Therefore, Wang Chong and the others only had common healing supplies. Over there, they were cleaning wounds and bandaging, leaving discarded materials all over the place, with no intention of cleaning up. Lu Tang frowned and tapped her fingers on the table. You made this place dirty, so clean it up yourselves, or you'll have to pay a cleaning fee. Also, this is a fast food restaurant. If you're not going to make a purchase, kindly leave. There's a protective shield outside, which is also a safe area. Shouho, irritated by his wounds, kicked over the table in front of him with a bang. Do you have any humanity? The strong sandstorm weather is pushing people outside. I'm not going out. What can you do to me? Talking about humanity? Wasn't it you who wanted to crash into my customers? Lu Tang looked at him coldly. So you 1T leave and 1T make a purchase? I could just kill you and toss your body outside. When that car crashed in like a madman, it was aimed right at Fu Shi and the others. Lu Tang knew the glass in her store was sturdy, but they didn't T. They were scared and dodged in a panic. Although it turned out to be a false alarm, the process was quite annoying. Tian Yuan 6, prepare. As Lu Tang's voice fell, laser weapons hidden in the ceiling automatically targeted Shouho, and red laser dots instantly covered his entire head. Chapter 18. Compensation. As Shouho was illuminated by the laser dots, he instinctively raised his hands to cover his face. He didn't know what these glaring lights represented, but his intuition told him it was very dangerous. Wang Chong reacted quickly, realizing that it was the thin monkey's words that had angered Lu Tang. He hurriedly took out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket and spread them out on his palm, saying, "Sorry, it's our fault. We'll clean up the mess we made, and we'll compensate for the damaged table." Boss, do you think this is enough? Lu Tang tilted her head to look at the crystal cores in his hand, noticing that they varied in size and color, which she guessed belonged to different levels. Tian Yuan level 6, scan the crystal cores. For level 1 cores, 6 level 2 cores, 1 level 3 core, which can be exchanged for 3,000 points. Alright then. Compared to killing someone, Lu Tang preferred making money. You go get a membership card, select the last service fee option, and clean up the mess you made. I 1T hold it against him, but those who don't consume have to leave to the yard. Thank you, boss, we'll clean up right away. Wang Chong signaled to his 2 teammates, who quickly started tidying up their mess. He then pulled the still shaken thin monkey to the recycling machine, placed all the crystal cores he had just taken out into the small basket, and after receiving his membership card, used all 3,000 points on the service fee. This was something Lu Tang thought of when she agreed to help Pan Faming modify his car. At that time, she only had a fast food restaurant, and when customers paid with points, she had to provide corresponding food, which ended up being a huge loss for her, essentially working for free. So Lu Tang created a service fee option that allowed for any amount of spending, and if customers were dissatisfied, they could get a refund, including the deposit, making it very flexible. Wang Chong spent 3,000 points to buy the thin monkey a life, and then recharged with 2 level 1 crystal cores, purchasing all the meal packages in the store. Since they would be kicked out for not spending, he figured spending was the way to go. A few level 1 cores didn't weigh heavily on his mind. The thin monkey knew he was in big trouble. If it weren't for the boss's quick reaction, he would surely be in serious danger now. He didn't feel much at first, but as the reality set in, he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if his clothes were soaked through. He obediently went back to help clean up the trash and righted the table they had knocked over. Unable to find a cloth or similar tool, he simply used his sleeve to wipe the table they had dirted. The other 2 didn't dare say a word. They couldn't compare to the bond between the boss and the thin monkey, who had grown up together. At times like this, saying too much could lead to more trouble, so it was better to just focus on the work. The store fell silent again, and Lu Tang happily watched the 3,000 points that had just come in, deciding to upgrade the store after all the customers left, or perhaps open a new store. With the points they had just spent, she had already met the progress bar for opening a new store. After some deliberation, she ultimately decided to open a new store. The fast food restaurant already had 4 meal packages and allowed customers to order individual items to mix and match, enough to keep these customers satisfied for a while. Upgrading would just mean expanding the area and adding to the menu, which could wait for another time. The demand for a hotel was much greater. If something similar to today happened again, she could send them all to stay at the hotel, instead of having them linger in the fast food restaurant, which was quite bothersome. Lu Tong stroked his chin and pulled up information about the inn. The initial investment was 5,000 points, providing a small inn with 10 beds and basic facilities. After the strong sandstorm stopped, Tian Yuan Lu began to construct the inn, still named Lu Ji, located directly opposite a fast food restaurant. The instruction was received. What should the distance be? 4 lanes in each direction should be about right. Should a sky bridge be built or an underground pedestrian passage? Will it cost extra? The sky bridge requires 500 points, and the underground passage requires 800 points. No money, so we won't build it. Lu Tong decisively refused. In this shabby place, finding a car to hit someone would be difficult. He suggested the manager look up. Perhaps they could recall how that pile of scrap metal ended up outside the glass. Lu Tong looked up and immediately saw the car's front and still pressed against the glass. To be honest, if it weren't for the spacecraft shell having a force-dissipating device that reduced the impact damage, those 4 people might not have crawled out alive. Then we won't build it. I'm just a shopkeeper. What does a car accident have to do with me? Lu Tong tightly clutched his pocket, resolutely refusing to be fooled. Any issues could wait until points were more abundant. Money needed to be well spent. You decide, manager. I'm just fulfilling my role as an auxiliary system. Haha, you really are working hard. Not hard. Serving the manager is my duty. Then work a bit harder. Remember to keep the passage clear. I don't want to walk so far every time I check the situation over there. The staff passage uses teleportation technology, so the manager need not worry. I know. Just a reminder to ensure you make the interface. Lu Tong, having graduated with excellent grades, naturally wouldn't forget the teleportation technology. Mentioning it to Tian Yuan Lu was just casual talk. The construction of the inn was pretty much settled. After all, primary shops were provided with standardized templates, so there wasn't much choice. If he wanted to renovate in the future, he could simply purchase a decoration pack and change it with one click. It might be a bit expensive, but it looked really good. After discussing the main business, Lu Tong asked Tian Yuan Lu to lift the sound barrier at the ordering counter, pretending not to see the curious or prying gazes from others. Calmly holding his cup, he poured himself a large glass of ice-cold cola. He hadn't used much of his employee benefit quota today, and being able to stay indoors at a comfortable temperature while sipping a drink and watching the outside in the terrible weather was truly blissful. It would be even better with a hot drink. At that moment, Lu Tong craved milk tea. Should he buy a hot drink machine with some points first? Lu Tong started to feel excited. He opened the system interface and checked the price of the hot drink machine, finding that it could be exchanged for only 300 points. Providing 5 types of drinks: coffee, milk tea, milk, soy milk, and hot chocolate, plus hot water for brewing tea. After seeing that, he wanted it even more. Lu Tong looked at the customers in the room, cleared his throat, and asked, I want to do a survey. Does anyone want a hot drink? Yuan was the first to raise his hand and respond. What is a hot drink? Boiled water, coffee, milk tea, milk, soy milk, and hot chocolate, Lu Tong replied. Hot water is also available. Is it expensive? Yuan looked eagerly at Lu Tang, wondering if the prices were within her budget. Lu Tang glanced at the system pricing and calmly nodded. The first 5 types of drinks were 12 points for 1 cup, and hot water was 4 points for 1 cup, all 220 milliliters. Upon hearing this price, Yuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. I want it. I want it. I haven't tried any of them yet. Boss, how do I buy? Is it just ordering directly? Just a moment, I'll prepare a bit. Lu Tang smiled as she purchased the hot drink machine, which was only bought because the customers needed it, not because she was particularly craving it herself. Chapter 19. The hotel is completed in terrible weather. No one could refuse a warm drink. Therefore, everyone in the shop, including Lu Tang, held a steaming cup in their hands. With this round of sales, she had almost recouped 13 points of her investment. It was indeed a wise decision, Lu Tang thought, sipping her original flavor milk tea with satisfaction. Seeing that the strong sandstorm outside showed no signs of stopping, Lu Tang estimated that no new customers would come in. After informing Tian Yuan Lu, she returned to her room on the 2nd floor to rest. Even with the technology of space warping, interstellar travel remained long and tedious. So experienced captains always prepared a bunch of entertainment supplies for themselves. Lu Tang wasn't inexperienced. She simply had many items for leisure. But most of them couldn't be taken downstairs, leaving her to stay in her room to watch. Although it was daytime. Who doesn't slack off a bit at work, right? When the strong sandstorm finally ceased, nearly 3 hours had passed since Lu Tang went upstairs. The first to leave the hotel were Wang Chong and others, seemingly afraid that Lu Tang might change her mind. So they packed up and left as soon as the storm showed signs of stopping. The damaged vehicle was no longer drivable, and they didn't dare leave it in the yard, so Wang Chong bravely asked Tian Yuan Lu, who was staying behind, and received a reply that they could leave it alone, which reassured them to leave. About 10 minutes later, Fu Shi and others also finished packing and prepared to depart, not forgetting to take a bunch of food with them. Each person left with a cup of hot drink in hand. The last to leave were the two sisters, Chu Wan and Chu Huan. They had a clear goal: to return to the base to pack their things and retrieve what originally belonged to them, then move to a different base. As long as no one exploited them, with their efforts, living a normal life of being well-fed and clothed, and occasionally indulging in treats wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, Chu Wan had an idea to do a purchasing business between Lu's fast food restaurant and the base. But without Lu Tang present, she didn't voice it, feeling that communicating with the elusive Tian Yuan Lu was quite risky. Tian Yuan Lu, actually, the store manager is much more dangerous than I am. I'm just an innocent and weak auxiliary AI system. So when Lu Tang woke up to have a late-night snack, the shop was already empty, with only neatly arranged and dust-free tables and chairs under the lights, making it feel a bit lonely and desolate. Lu Tang, I'm just not used to this. Tian Yuan Lu, why did the lights turn orange? The shop is empty. This way is more energy efficient. How much can it save? 1 point per hour. When I'm around, you can switch it back. When I'm sleeping, feel free to do as you wish. Lu Tao doesn't like those ambient lights. She dislikes both warm and cool tones. She prefers bright white light sources that won't lead people into strange emotions. How's the construction progress of the hotel? It's at 75, and it will be completed in 1 hour and 11 minutes. Lu Tao nodded. Perfect. I'll have a late-night snack first. The staff meals are not limited to the in-house set menus. Lu Tao ordered a bowl of yellow broth ramen, with the noodles in a thinner style, topped with a layer of thinly sliced beef, accompanied by a cup of sour plum soup, comfortable and satisfying. As for whether it contains carbs, Lu Tao didn't care. Graduates doing internships undergo strict measures to prevent them from worrying about the varying time flows between planets, allowing them to focus on their internships without the anxiety of returning to their home planet and finding themselves older than others. Lu Tao didn't delve into the specific scientific principles. She wasn't in that field, and as long as it was beneficial, there was no need to give herself a headache. After enjoying her late-night snack, Lu Tao wiped her mouth, rested her hands on her little belly, and slouched in her chair, only to remember after a while that she still had important tasks to attend to. How's the progress on Tianyuan 6? The interior decoration is complete, and the exterior is undergoing final touches, expected to be finished in 7 minutes. The manager can go inside to take a look first. All right, I'll check it out. Lu Tao got up and headed to the second floor, pressed the button for Luji Hotel at the teleportation portal, and then passed through the portal to reach the still unfinished hotel interior. Currently, the hotel has only 1 floor. Upon entering, there's the lobby, with a small counter on the left for guest check-ins. Opposite the counter is a long sofa for guests to relax, and to the right of the sofa, there's a corridor leading to shared washrooms and restrooms. Continuing along the left side of the counter, through a soundproof door that automatically recognizes travelers, leads to the accommodation area. The first-level hotel doesn't have separate rooms. It features capsule-style beds that remain popular even in the interstellar age, stacked in 2 levels with a total of 5 rows. Each bed has a privacy curtain, and if pulled down and locked, outsiders cannot peek in. If one doesn't want even sounds to be heard from the outside, simply inserting a membership card and selecting the soundproof mode achieves that. Of course, this extra service incurs a fee. Once the privacy curtain is drawn, a space of 15 meters wide and 2 meters long is created inside the bed. Each bed is equipped with a small luggage rack, a folding tabletop, an invisible wardrobe, and basic lighting. Of course, pillows and blankets are also provided, with automatic sterilization technology. So Lu Tao doesn't need to worry about washing or changing them herself. After taking a look around, Lu Tao expressed satisfaction with the hotel environment and returned to the lobby to make additional changes and adjustments to the interior setup. She decided to replace the sofa with a long table and round stools for basic dining space. Let's add an automatic vending machine too. I remember the points should be enough? Yes, but there's not much energy left, so please choose products carefully, manager. Depending on the volume, each vending machine can hold up to 20 items at a time. After a purchase, 1 slot is given for free, while the remaining empty slots require the owner to pay with points to expand. Similar to the fast food restaurant, Synthesizing products also incurs a cost. 1 energy point equals 1 point. Therefore, the number of points Lu Tang has determines how much energy she can use to synthesize products. Fortunately, this energy conversion happens instantly during the transaction, so as long as Lu Tang completes the expansion and stocking in advance, she will never have to worry about running out of inventory. She allocated the free slot for a disposable toiletries set, and then bought 3 more slots for bread, sausage, and drinking water. Based on the information provided by Tian Yuan Lu, Lu Tang chose the most classic travel package in this world. She considered selling instant noodles, but supplying hot water would require an additional hot drink machine, which she couldn't afford with her current points, so she decided to leave that for later. After setting everything up, the decor outside the hotel was also completed. At Tian Yuan Lu's reminder, Lu Tang stepped out the door and looked up at her new store. Under the night sky, the illuminated sign shone brilliantly, with the words Lu's and sparkling in the darkness. Not bad, Lu Tang thought with satisfaction. Now she just needed her first batch of guests. Chapter 20. Waiting for guests. As it was a capsule hotel, all the bed facilities were the same. So Lu Tang did not differentiate the pricing and set a uniform price of 20 points per night. Since the second floor wasn't very high, there was a ladder with handrails, allowing everyone except those with significant mobility issues to access it. Given that people with mobility issues would likely stay close to the base in this wasteland world, Lu Tang didn't include them in her target customer range for now and did not consider their needs. She also needed to put up a sign stating that checkout should be before 12 noon, otherwise, it would count as a renewal, and points would be deducted directly from the membership card. If there were no points on the card, Lu Tang scratched her chin, recalling how the news dealt with defaulters. If there were no points, they would deduct double from their personal belongings and then throw them out. If their belongings were insufficient, they would have to resort to reclaiming the body to settle the debt. Lu Tang thought this approach made sense. In her time, not repaying debts was a serious crime, so handling it this way was perfectly acceptable. By the way, Tian Yuan Lu, how was the car that crashed into the glass handled? I asked the guest, and they agreed to let us handle it ourselves. The manager was sleeping at the time, so after confirming it wasn't worth repairing, we processed it for recycling. How much was recovered? 75 energy points. Lu Tang smacked her lips. That's acceptable. It's a pity it couldn't be repaired or modified. Otherwise, she could earn a bit more. The manager could take the initiative to explore new business opportunities in the vast world. No, not going. Lu Tang crossed her arms defiantly. Don't even think about tricking me into going out. Is the manager just planning to sit and wait for guests? Yes, exactly. Until I get the sliding vehicle. I'm not going anywhere. Lu Tang was determined to stay on the ship. After all, many guests had already visited, and they could help promote her once they returned to the base. New customers were on their way, so there was no need to rush. Lu Tang made a valid point, and Tian Yuan's 6 fell silent. It was just an unremarkable auxiliary system, and motivating the lazy shop manager was not within its programming module. After finishing the hotel setup, Lu Tang felt that her late-night snack had digested enough, so she returned to her second-floor bedroom through the portal to continue resting. The next morning, Lu Tang had no guests at all. Despite the dismal customer flow, she showed no signs of worry. Instead, she leisurely sipped her milk tea. According to Yuan, every time a strong sandstorm passed, it was the springtime for scavengers. After the massive tornado had roamed, what remained were the resources it had brought. If it weren't for the fact that the sky darkened after yesterday's strong sandstorm, many people would have rushed out from the base to have a big haul. However, the nighttime wilderness was too dangerous, and even those with special abilities could lose their lives due to minor oversights. So everyone went to bed early, suppressing their excitement, and waited at the base entrance as dawn broke, just waiting for the nocturnal beasts and mutated insect swarms to retreat before they rushed out of the base gate in droves, relying on instinct and experience to head to places where they thought there would be abundant resources to scavenge. At this point, it was all about luck and quick reflexes. It was truly a case of the quick getting the spoils, and no one had the time to come out early for food. Similarly, since some were diligently collecting recyclable items, others would be watching those who had already made a haul, ready to snatch at any moment. Thus, experienced scavengers often formed teams to support and help each other, preventing the fruits of their hard work from becoming someone else's loot. Given this situation, they would likely come in the afternoon or evening. Lu Tang held her milk tea cup with both hands, feeling the warmth of the liquid inside, and confidently said to Tian Yuan 6, just in time for the hotel to be completed, it should definitely open today, as long as the manager was aware. The subsequent suggestion was to prioritize hiring staff. Lu Tong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She continued, from my observation, human behavior here is very strange. Even after reading the rules, they still need to confirm before proceeding to the next action. They can't adapt to a fully self-service shop. Lu Tong thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because there were no fully self-service stores like in the interstellar world, which made them unaccustomed. She then said, then let's assemble a robot and cover it with a layer of human skin. Human skin requires at least 500 points and can only be selected from the basic repository. Lu Tong fell silent, recalling the fear of being at the mercy of the basic repository for human skin back in the day. In the interstellar world, there were many races, and humans were just one branch. To avoid being labeled as racially discriminatory, the basic repository provided by schools encompassed all types of interstellar intelligent beings. However, the capacity of the basic repository was limited, which meant only this race could be chosen and nothing more. Simply put, in the free basic package, all finished products covered with human skin were invariably Neanderthals, with the only distinction being male and female Neanderthals. If one desired aesthetics, they had to pay extra for components. From skin color to facial features, if one wanted to create a face that resembled a real person's, it would cost at least several thousand energy points. Not only humans, but other races also share ancestral appearances. The school guarantees absolute fairness, and no one should mock anyone else. In that case, there's no need to cover the skin. Lu Tang is quite open-minded and thinks that using robots as a gimmick is also a good idea. To put it bluntly, manager, the reason this world is what it is today is because of a war with AI. I believe they probably don't trust robots. Lu Tang feels a bit frustrated. If this isn't acceptable, and that isn't either, what exactly do you want to say? If we had enough energy points, none of these would be issues. Implicitly, is it my fault as an AI that I can't afford it? Isn't it because you're too lackadaisical that you're financially strapped and can't even buy a skin? Lu Tang understands the unspoken meaning behind Tian Yuanlio's words and chooses to express her protest with a deadpan expression, feeling like a fish out of water. She's already tried hard. Is it really such a big deal to occasionally touch fish? I can also hire locals. Lu Tang thinks of a good idea. As long as she provides food and accommodation, even with a lower salary, someone would come, right? That's a solution. Tian Yuanlu agrees, and then raises a new question. So, who will supervise these employees? Lu Tang excitedly replies, of course, it will be you. After I finish training, the employees can start work, and since you won't go into sleep mode anyway, just keep an eye on them for me. You don't need to worry unless something happens. I can be called if needed. You're such a considerate manager for an AI. During her time with Tian Yuanlu, Lu Tang has grown accustomed to the occasional sarcasm from him and sincerely responds, is that what you think? How coincidental, I think so too. Tian Yuanlu doesn't respond for a long time, making Lu Tang a bit worried that his program might have crashed. Chapter 21. Come to pick up the car just as Lu Tang guessed. It wasn't until after 4 p.m. that the fast food restaurant welcomed its first guests, Pan Faming and others, who came driving. They were there both to eat and to pick up their modified cars. After hearing their intention, Lu Tang asked, so, will you eat first or go to see the car first? Just to clarify, the vehicles are still under the free storage period now. Once you pick up the car and bring it back, you'll have to go through the normal process. 3 hours should be enough. Pan Faming rubbed his hands together, expressing that he couldn't wait to see his modified car. In that case, Lu Tang didn't stop him and pointed to the modification shop next door, over there. Once you find your car, just insert your membership card to pick it up. Please drive this car over as well. I'll set up a rental project shortly. Pan Faming nodded repeatedly and, along with the curious Qin Zhen and Zhu Bing, got into the car and drove next door. This boss is impressive. Qin Zhen curiously looked at the buildings on both sides from the car and exclaimed, it hasn't been long, and suddenly there are 2 more shops. Hey, that one is a hotel. Why don't we check it out later? If the price is right, we can stay out tonight instead of going back. The usually quiet Zhu Bing was also curious about the 2 newly opened shops and didn't refute Qin Zhen's suggestion, agreeing. We need to understand the fees and rules, so we won't be clueless when we need to use them next time. Pan Faming has always been generous to his own people. Upon hearing this, he nodded and said, let us do as you suggested. After picking up the cars, we'll go eat first and then head over to the hotel. It's always good to show support, regardless of whether the boss needs it or not. The names of the fast food restaurant, the mechanical modification shop, and the hotel are so similar that only a fool wouldn't realize they are all run by the same owner. Pan Faming has never underestimated Lu Tang. If Lu were like those resource traders in the base, he would still need to be treated politely, but wouldn't he require excessive flattery? After all, there aren't many people like that, though they do exist. However, someone like Lu Tang, who has abundant resources, can modify vehicles, and provide safety assurances, is truly one of a kind in Pan Faming's experience. Naturally, he should be treated with utmost courtesy. And being willing to take the cars out and park them is part of that sentiment. Even if they have to pay after 3 hours of eating. It's still better than taking advantage of the boss. After all, he doesn't place much value on those points. Exchanging a small cost for the appreciation of the boss is a deal that seems worthwhile. The modification shop is right next to the fast food restaurant. And the time spent backing out and finding parking next door is longer than driving on the road. The modification shop has glass walls, making everything visible at a glance. So within just a few minutes, Pan Faming saw the 2 cars he had left in the pickup area. Although their appearance hadn't changed, they gave off a brand new feeling. Wow, this car looks as good as new, Qin Jun exclaimed, leaning against the glass wall of the pickup area. She noticed that all the scratches on the 2 cars had been repainted and the dents were smoothed out. Even the front bumper that had been crooked from the last collision was repaired perfectly, looking like it could be used for several more years. Did they even wash the car? Qin Jun said incredulously. What a wealthy person, actually willing to spend water to wash a car. Even if it's non-potable water. It's still water. Pan Faming felt quite excited as well. Even though he knew the car would return to its dusty state within a couple of days, he was still thrilled. Who doesn't like their ride to be clean? Following what Lu Tang had said earlier and the signs in the yard, Pan Faming inserted his membership card into the slot at the entrance of the pickup area. After the system verified his identity, it opened the door, and Pan Faming stepped inside. Just as Qin Jun and Zhu Bing were about to follow, the system's alarm went off, startling them. Warning: non-car owner detected entering. Please exit within 10 seconds, or you will be responsible for the consequences. Warning: non-car owner detected entering. Please exit within 9 seconds, or you will be responsible for the consequences. With the countdown and flashing alarm lights, Qin Jun and Zhu Bing hurriedly exited the pickup area. As soon as they stepped outside, the alarm ceased, and the door closed, isolating them from Pan Faming inside. Is this to prevent someone from sneaking in and stealing the cars? Qin Jun murmured, seeing Pan Faming using his membership card to unlock the vehicles again. Boss Lu is quite attentive to safety. Zhu Bing nodded in agreement, crossing his arms. This is good. It prevents anyone from taking advantage of the situation. It just means Pan Ge has to work a bit harder, having to drive the cars out twice. Qin Jun looked enviously at Pan Faming getting into the car. If I had known, I would have used my card last time too. Zhu Bing glanced at him. I'll let you drive one back. I'm not going to fight with you. Qin Jun turned back excitedly. Really? Zhu Bing nodded, saying that for long journeys, whoever wants to drive can drive. She couldn't be bothered, as sleeping in the car is much more enjoyable. While they were talking, Pan Faming had already driven one car out and was going back for a second. This one was to be driven by Qin Jun to the parking lot of the nearby fast food restaurant. It wasn't necessary for both cars to go together for such a short distance. Pan Faming had already checked the vehicle, confirming it had indeed been converted to core drive. And the fuel gauge had been changed to an energy display. According to the information on the gauge, Lu Tang had not deceived him regarding the energy exchange. But whether it could truly last that long still needed to be verified on the return trip. After finishing these tasks, Pan Faming and the others returned to the fast food restaurant. Qin Jun and Zhu Bing skillfully found their spots and used their membership cards to place an order, while he went to find Lu Tang to discuss the deposit. Lu Tang had already had the car checked by Tianyuan 6, and it was clear that the other party had driven it carefully, with no extra bumps, just normal wear and tear. So, he promptly refunded the deposit to Pan Faming. And both parties happily completed the transaction. Seeing that the deposit had indeed been refunded to his card, Pan Faming's last worry disappeared. And he couldn't help but say a few more words. In a few days, there might be more people coming here for modifications. You'll have to work hard, boss. Not at all, Lu Tang replied with a smile upon hearing there was business coming in. How can making money be called hard work? I should thank you for helping me attract customers. It's a mutual benefit in business, just for the joy of it. Quality clients often bring in more quality clients. The more of these people, the easier it is to upgrade the shop or open new ones. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Pan Faming finally asked about the hotel. Boss, is the hotel across the street also yours? Lu Tang nodded. Yes, it's currently a capsule hotel style. In the future, we will gradually introduce independent rooms. Right now, it's 20 points for a bed. If you're interested, you can check it out after dinner. I can't guarantee everything, but at least safety is assured. You don't have to worry about air quality or nighttime beasts and mutated insects. Pan Faming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was very tempted and decided to check it out after dinner. If it was indeed as good as Lu Tang said, they wouldn't leave that night. Chapter 22. Checking into the hotel after dinner, Pan Faming and the others drove the new car to the hotel. Lu Tang mentioned that guests could park for free, but spaces were limited and first come, first served. As they were among the first guests, Lu Tang wanted to join in the excitement. So he went through the staff passage to wait for them to arrive. When Pan Faming and the others entered, the first person they saw was Lu Tang, looking surprised. Qin Jun even took a few steps back, looking up at the sign above, doubting whether he had gone the wrong way and returned to the fast food restaurant. Boss, is your ability teleportation? Qin Jun rushed to the counter, particularly excited. How did you get here so quickly? Faster than us driving. I took the staff passage. Lu Tang replied. Lu Tang responded with a smile, saying that the membership card is valid at all stores, so there is no need to apply for a card. Just register here. There are 2 machines at the counter. One is a recycling machine identical to the one at the fast food place, and the other is a bed selection machine with a dual screen. You insert your membership card here, and the screen will display available beds. You can choose where you want to stay and for how many days. Once you're done, just make the payment. Lu Tang pointed out that they should handle it themselves. There's no rush to hire staff, and it's best for guests to be self-sufficient. Each person can only select one bed, and you need to swipe your card to enter the accommodation area and open the separation curtain. After swiping, access is controlled internally, and you can use the lights inside with your card. When leaving, just lock the separation curtain from the outside, and no one can touch your belongings. After explaining, Lu Tang added, however, I still recommend not leaving valuable items behind. To ensure guest privacy, I haven't installed any surveillance in the accommodation area. Checkout is before noon every day. If you don't check out, it defaults to renewal, and the consequences of not paying are outlined in the notice. So be sure to read it. Don't worry, boss, we are not rule breakers, Qin Jun replied quickly. He had just skimmed through the accommodation notice, and it was similar to the fast food place. As long as the rules are followed, there shouldn't be any issues. Pan Faming nodded. We'll book 3 beds for one night. We have things to do tomorrow. Zhu Bing had been lingering by the vending machine and, seeing their conversation come to a close, finally asked, Boss, can we also buy things here with points? Lu Tang turned his head. Yes, the prices are clearly marked. After inserting your card, just press the corresponding button, and the points will be deducted automatically. The items will drop into the exit below for you to collect. At this point, Lu Tang remembered the washing facilities and added, over there are the washroom and restroom. The restroom has no limit on usage, but the washroom can be used for free once per guest. Zhu Bing was intrigued and immediately inserted her membership card into the vending machine, ordered a set of toiletries, and then returned to the counter, quickly ordering a lower bunk, while pushing past Qin Jun, who was standing by the machine. She hadn't bathed for some time and was eager to clean herself. Otherwise, no matter how careful she was, she felt as though she was starting to smell. The bathing facility at the base is only open 2 days a week, using S4 level filtered water, which isn't drinkable, but is barely sufficient for washing. Although there is a pungent filtering smell and the color doesn't look very clear when the bathing facility opens. Everyone rushes there because it's much cheaper than bathing at home. Seeing Zhu Bing disappear into the corridor leading to the washroom, Pan Faming and Qin Jun exchanged glances and decided to check out the accommodation area first. As Pan Faming was about to swipe his membership card, the door to the accommodation area opened automatically. He hesitated for a few seconds and then cautiously stepped inside. Nothing happened, and the door behind him didn't close, seemingly waiting for Qin Jun to enter as well. Aren't we supposed to swipe the card? Qin Jun murmured, following Pan Faming inside. The door to the accommodation area was unusually made of an opaque material instead of glass, so they couldn't see the interior environment from the outside. It was only after entering that they could see everything clearly. The room is not very large, and all the beds are located on the left side upon entering. There are no windows, but it doesn't feel dark or stuffy. Similar to the fast food place nearby, the ceiling has built-in lighting, but it appears softer here. Qin Jun found his bed number, inserted his membership card outside, and the lock partition curtain automatically opened, revealing the true appearance of the bed inside. This is quite nice. Qin Jun poked the white bedding with his finger, feeling a bit itchy. Pan Go, I need to take a shower first, otherwise, I feel uncomfortable. Yeah, me too. Pan Faming replied. They came out this time just to pick up a vehicle and hadn't brought any luggage except for their weapons. The hidden cabinet doors in the capsule are set to be open by default, so that guests who are unaware can easily access them. This happened to conveniently help Pan Faming and Qin. After placing their weapons, they pulled down the partition curtain again and tested to ensure it couldn't be forced open before heading towards the washroom together. When passing by the vending machine, Pan Faming paused and bought a set of toiletries. Qin, following suit, also purchased a set. Zhu Bing was the first to arrive at the washroom. The first thing she saw was a long public sink. As she walked further in, she found 6 completely enclosed small compartments. The doors of the compartments change color automatically based on the situation. Green means unoccupied, while red indicates occupied. When occupied, inserting a card from the outside 1T work. The door 1T open automatically, and a wash time will be deducted as a warning for attempting to intrude. Each wash session lasts for 20 minutes, and exceeding this time incurs a charge of 1 point per minute. If someone wants to stay inside for 2 hours, that is fine as long as they have enough points in their account. Following the instructions posted on the washroom door, Zhu Bing inserted her card to open one of the compartments. To her surprise, it was quite spacious, not as cramped as she had imagined. Inside the washroom, there are 2 hidden slanted drawers that can open 180 degrees outward, one for dirty clothes and one for clean clothes. If she was willing to spend an extra 10 points, the dirty clothes would be sent away and returned after 10 minutes, cleaned thoroughly. Zhu Bing decisively spent the 10 points. She didn't want to wear dirty clothes after washing up, and fortunately, this service was available. She had read the instructions, which stated that they could clean all types of clothes, including protective suits and helmets. Trusting in Lu Tang, Zhu Bing even stuffed her helmet inside. The shower area has a separate small door, so even if some items are left outside, they 1T get wet from the water flow, which is very considerate in terms of service. Feeling the long-awaited hot water washing over her body, Zhu Bing felt extremely happy at that moment. She made up her mind that even if it was just for the hot shower, she would come to stay overnight every once in a while. Although the washroom had a notice stating, "Wash water is not for drinking. Minor contact is harmless. Those who insist on drinking do so at their own risk." At least the water looked clean. The water flowing from the shower head was crystal clear, unlike the slightly murky water in the base's bathhouse. It not only lacked a pungent smell, but also had a faint fragrance. Zhu Bing felt that even if both were non-potable water sources, the hotel on this side was far superior to the base on the other side. Chapter 23. Sleep experience. After spending 20 minutes in the shower, Zhu Bing reluctantly left. The clean clothes that had been washed were already returned and placed in the drawer where the dirty clothes used to be. After getting dressed, Zhu Bing took her protective suit and helmet to the hall, sitting on a stool to carefully check for any scratches or holes. This was her habit, even at home. She would always check thoroughly before going out, as accidents from carelessness were common, and she didn't want to end up in trouble because of it. Don't worry. We use brand new technology to clean the clothes. There won't be any scratches or damage, Lu Tang said lazily from the counter. I can even help clean the filter in your helmet. If you want to see it, you can watch the cleaning video for 2 points. Trust me, the process is quite relaxing. In Lu Tang's interstellar world, there were many people under great mental pressure who enjoyed watching others refurbish secondhand small spacecraft or clean and restore family heirlooms. Watching an item slowly transform from dirty to clean felt like a release of the pressure in their souls. It was a peculiar feeling that Lu Tang didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from making money off of it. Zhu Bing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I only watch it myself? How many times can I watch it?" Lu Tang nodded. "Yes, you can only watch it yourself, and there is no limit on the number of times. You can watch as many times as you want during your stay." She really was a conscientious businesswoman, not the unscrupulous merchant that the rumors suggested. Zhu Bing nodded. "Then I'll watch it." How do I do that?" Lu Tang pointed to the accommodation area. "Just go into your capsule, insert your membership card, and there will be value-added options on the wall for you to choose from." Zhu Bing picked up her protective suit and helmet. "Then I'll go back and take a look." After saying that, she stood up and walked to the accommodation area, passing by a vending machine. She hesitated for a moment and spent 8 points to buy a bread and a bottle of drinking water. Back in the accommodation area, Zhu Bing first inserted her card to open the isolation curtain of her capsule, placing everything inside before sitting on the bed to take off her shoes. Bending down to place them on the shoe rack and large luggage shelf under the bed. This rack was evenly divided into 2 parts. The left side for the lower bunk and the right side for the upper bunk, opening or closing with the locking of the isolation curtain. In any case, if the owner was resting or sleeping, outsiders couldn't steal shoes or luggage. At this moment, Pan Feiming and Qin Jun returned as well. Seeing that they were also wearing clean clothes, Zhu Bing knew they had spent points too, so she brought up the topic of watching the laundry process and value-added options. The boss said the control panel is on the wall. I haven't tried it yet. Do you want to take a look? While she was speaking, Qin Jun had already taken off his shoes and thrown himself onto the bed, curiously looking around as if he wanted to uncover all the secrets of the capsule. Hearing Zhu Bing, he quickly went to check the wall on his right side and indeed found a button with a cover at a height near his head, with the words, "Paid content," written on it. Here, let me take a look. Wow. As Qin Jun moved, a beam of light fanned out from the button position, forming an arc-shaped interface on the wall. Impressive. Pan Feiming, who leaned in to see the commotion, exclaimed, feeling that Lu Tang was increasingly unfathomable. There must be a big secret behind Boss Lu. This couldn't simply be explained by special abilities. Zhu Bing asked, are you planning to investigate? I'm not crazy. Pan Feiming scoffed. As long as Boss Lu is around, we can live well. As for her identity and the forces behind her, that's not something we small fries need to worry about. Exactly, what Pan said is right. Qin Jun waved his finger, eager to try out various options. What do you think this premium sleep experience is? Zhu Bing also adjusted the interface on her bed and directly clicked in. Let us see and find out. Then, she saw 4 different images pop up on the screen, with delicate colors and extreme realism. This is a snow mountain, a grassland, a seaside, and a forest? Zhu Bing murmured, noting the price of 100 points for 8 hours, offering guests an immersive experience. Expensive, really expensive, but so tempting. Zhu Bing had never seen real natural scenery. Since she could remember, it had been the chaotic buildings in the base and the dim yellow sky outside. She instinctively clicked on the seaside image, then realized it might not be a good idea. However, Lu Tang hadn't reached the point of deducting fees just for a touch, so the image simply enlarged and automatically played a 15-second promotional video. In the blue sky floated a few irregular white clouds. The Emerald Sea was crystal clear, even revealing schools of fish swimming around. Sunlight sparkled on the sea surface, shimmering with a mesmerizing brilliance. The white sand beach looked so soft, with waves continuously lapping at it, producing a monotonous yet relaxing sound. 15 seconds was short. After that, when Zhu Bing clicked on the image again, a pop-up appeared asking, would you like to spend 100 points to purchase an 8-hour beach sleep experience? With no promotional video this time. If the promotional video could be replayed, Lu Tang believed some people would definitely take advantage of it all day. Zhu Bing exited the beach promo and checked the snow mountain, forest, and grassland. After viewing them all, she bit her lip, seemingly hesitating whether to spend a crystal core here. Pan Feiming raised his fist to his lips and coughed. Why not try selecting once? It's on me. Really? Thank you. Pan. Qin Jun, who initially planned to pay himself, cheered and immediately jumped up from the bed, randomly putting on his shoes and asking the other two for their membership cards. Give them to me. I'll help you recharge. Pan Feiming shook his head. Feeling helpless about Qin Jun's enthusiasm, membership cards are tied to individuals. You know that. Qin Jun felt a bit embarrassed. Oh right, I forgot in my excitement. At that moment, Zhu Bing had also put on her shoes and nodded to Pan Feiming. Thanks, Pan. No need to be so polite. Pan Feiming waved his hand. Not used to people close to him being so formal. 3 people came to the counter together. Qin Jun and Zhu Bing went to recharge their cards. While Pan Feiming had enough points in his card from a previous deposit refund and didn't need to add more for now. Boss Lu, your sleep experience is amazing, Pan Feiming said, giving Lu Tang a thumbs up and inquiring, do you think those places still exist? Lu Tang shrugged. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's hard to say since I've been here since I arrived and haven't gone out. In the interstellar world, such virtual scenes are quite common. Any shop on the street would be equipped with such things, adjustable based on store activities or styles. Even so, people still flock to places with real natural scenery. Whenever there is a longer holiday, they take spaceships to vacation. It's not just humans, many races do the same. It shows that no matter how realistic something is, it can't replace the real thing. Chapter 24. Planning and finding trouble after exchanging. The 3 of them couldn't wait to return to the accommodation area to experience their chosen sleep scenes. They had discussed it and decided to choose different types so they could share their feelings the next day, effectively experiencing 3 types for the price of 1, which was quite a bargain. Lu Tang was unaware of their plan. She was chatting with Tian Yuan Lu about the recent recharges. I told you that as long as you add value-added services, someone will definitely buy it. Look, 300 points just came in, she said. No one understands humans better than humans themselves. Not everyone can do it. Only smart ones like me can make this money. Lu Tang said proudly, then remembered something. Now there are only 4 experiences available. We have the upgrade packs, right? Yes, the upgrade packs will gradually open as the store upgrades. And you can't upgrade the capsule alone. Lu Tang exclaimed. Then if I upgrade to a single or double room in the future, who would still stay in a capsule? The regular rooms can also project images, making the effects even more realistic. After Tian Yuan Lu finished speaking, he paused for a few seconds, seemingly trying to find a more polite way to phrase his next words. As far as I know, all this content is covered in school courses. Did you forget? Store manager? Lu Tang confidently replied, I skipped class, even though she was an excellent student. There were times when she felt too lazy to get out of bed and wanted to skip class. She wasn't a programmed AI and always considered herself an ordinary person. Wow. After a long while, Tian Yuan Lu finally replied dryly. His voice, though still electronic, carried a hint of shock and helplessness that Lu Tang could distinctly sense. It might be a psychological effect, she thought, and then put the matter aside, pondering where to advertise next to attract more customers. There were still a bit too few people, and development was slow. Lu Tang felt it was time to increase her clientele. As Lu Tang was contemplating whether to visit the base herself at the Whitewater base, Xie Ji had called all his subordinates with abilities. This operation concerns our material reserves for a long time in the future. Everyone listen carefully. Success is the only option. Failure is not allowed. In a closed gymnasium, Xie Ji stood on a platform at the front, with around 30 individuals with at least level 3 abilities standing below him. These people were the force that Xie Ji had cultivated over the years at the base. The reason he had been able to hold the position of logistics minister for so long, even earning a bit of respect from the base leader, was precisely because of this power he held. This time, Mingzhu will go with you. I've already discussed with Minister Sun to deploy 2 armored vehicles. We must take down that fast food restaurant and bring back all the supplies. As for the people, just remember to leave one alive. Other than that, as long as you don't mention it, I will pretend I don't know, he said. As soon as he finished, a wave of ambiguous laughter erupted from the crowd. They had just heard that the owner of that fast food restaurant was quite attractive, very fresh. Initially, they thought they would be getting something useless for Shinrong, but unexpectedly, they had a chance to taste something good themselves. And Shinrong, standing on the platform, moved his lips but remained silent under the warning gaze of his brother-in-law. He wasn't afraid of his sister and Mingzhu, but he was quite scared of his brother-in-law, who had taught him a lesson in private before. That man was ruthless, and Shinrong recalled an earlier encounter and instinctively shuddered. His reaction was noticed by Mingzhu, who thought her brother was scared by Lu Tang. She felt a mix of anger and resentment and decided that once they took down the restaurant, she would make sure to deal with that guy properly. Xie Ji offered a few more encouraging words. Then the ability users, led by Mingzhu, boarded the vehicles, and the grand convoy drove out of the base, sparking a heated discussion among the onlookers. It's the White Eagle team. Have they discovered a new supply point? I think I saw in Mingzhu. How did she go out too? Wow, there are armored vehicles too. Are they going to attack another base? Are you kidding? 2 armored vehicles aren't enough to attack another base. I bet it's some bandits' hideout. Who knows how many supplies they can bring back this time? As if they could just bring things back for you. Why worry about it? They eat meat. They should at least give us some soup, right? I need to go back and check my supplies. Maybe there will be something good this time. Right? We can't spend recklessly these days. I'll go further tomorrow to see if there's anything new. Hey, our Baishui base has been established for over 20 years, and resources are getting harder to find. We should really get a vehicle. Relying on our legs alone, we might not come back for half a month. Speaking of vehicles, there seems to be a new fast food restaurant in the West where the owner can modify cars to run on crystal cores. Is that true? If that were the case, all the bases would have already recruited them. How could they still be out here? I don't believe it. Did you even listen to me? The person is the owner of a fast food restaurant. They have enough resources to run the store and also the skills to modify machines. Who would want to come to the base to be treated badly? If I had that ability, I'd also want to enjoy life outside. I don't care about the modifications. I just want to know if the fast food restaurant is real and if it's expensive. It is said to be inexpensive. A friend of my neighbor's second aunt's nephew's brother-in-law has been there and mentioned that one crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points. The cheapest package inside costs 20 points and is quite substantial and tasty. It seems they not only accept crystal cores, but also other recyclables. Anyway, I plan to check it out tomorrow since I have to go out regardless of the route I take. Let us go together for safety. Right, I'll go too. What time shall we meet? I'll head out early. Let us meet at the west gate at 6 a.m. We still have a bit of a walk, so it's better to leave early. All right, it's settled then. As the conversation meandered off topic, and Mingzhu's special abilities team had already left the base, the onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement to watch, began to disperse to attend to their own affairs. Everyone is busy with their daily lives, and having a few minutes of leisure is already a rare treat, so it's impossible to just linger around doing nothing. They are all ordinary people, without powerful sisters or capable brothers-in-law. They should just work honestly to make a living. On the other side, after Lu Tang knew that Pan Faming and the others had fallen asleep, she returned to the fast food restaurant through the staff passage. After her spaceship landed, it couldn't be moved freely, and she had to come back here to rest. Then, while she was sleeping soundly under the covers, Tian Yuan Lu woke her up with some bothersome news. It was detected that a convoy was approaching from 8 kilometers away, including 2 armored vehicles and 8 ordinary cars, heading in the same direction as the shop. There was a 923 probability that they were coming for us. Lu Tang, who had been drowsy, instantly woke up and coldly laughed upon hearing this. What else is there to say? Just prepare to welcome our guests. She wanted to see who dared to disturb her beauty sleep in the middle of the night. Anyone who did so would have to pay the price. Chapter 25. Strangulation. When Lu Tang stepped outside, she saw that her fast food restaurant was almost surrounded. At the front were 2 armored vehicles, and 8 cars were fanned out behind them. Dozens of people stood inside a protective shield, led by a middle-aged woman who seemed quite familiar with the situation at the fast food restaurant. Without waiting for anyone to tell her, she took off her helmet, revealing a still charming face. Xieji listened to In Mingzhu and tolerated her useless brother-in-law, and besides In Mingzhu being a level 4 ability user, her looks also played a significant role. Are you Lu Tang? In Mingzhu looked Lu Tang up and down, jealousy flashing in her eyes. She disliked younger girls, beautiful women, and, even more, those who lived better than she did. Lu Tang happened to check all 3 boxes. Even without the incident of Lu Tang teaching and Xinrong a lesson, and Mingzhu would have found her displeasing. They had been positioned as adversaries from the very beginning. Before asking who someone is, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Lu Tang said calmly. Did your parents not teach you that? Or have you never been to school? And Mingzhu sneered. What a sharp-tongued girl. You have a way with words. It's a natural gift that you can't be jealous of. Lu Tang was in a foul mood and could easily snap at anyone, even if they were genuine customers. And as for someone like In Mingzhu, who clearly had ill intentions, she thought, if you want to buy something, buy it. If not, just leave and don't waste my sleep. Want to sleep? Easy. There are so many men here. How about picking one? And Mingzhu tilted her head towards the ability users behind her and said, didn't you hear? Boss Lu is tired. Why don't you go keep her company? Her words provoked malicious laughter from the ability users, with some whistling and others boastfully claiming that their skills were so good they should go first. Lu Tang suppressed her emotions. She disliked such topics, especially when brought up by a woman, which only fueled her anger. And Xinrong thought Lu Tang was scared and gathered a ball of fire element in her palm, making her intentions clear. We are representatives sent from a certain base. You killed our people in the shop before. You must face our judgment. As for your store, it has been taken over by us. Hurry up and inventory the supplies, or you'll face the consequences. Lu Tang couldn't be bothered to respond to her. The earlier words were just talk. The last line was the real aim. Kill them all. Although the laughing crowd hadn't acted yet, their attitude was disgusting enough that Lu Tang didn't want to engage with any of them. Under the influence of her foul mood, she even considered putting all the people from that base on her blacklist. The command was received. The execution mode was activated. Tianyuan 6 would not defy Lu Tang's orders. Those who provoked her would face retaliation, and ensuring the safety of interstellar citizens was a directive embedded in the AI's core programming, which it would execute unconditionally. Even without this directive, Tianyuan 6 would not spare anyone attempting to harm Lu Tang. And Mingzhu had inquired thoroughly within Xinrong before coming. Knowing there was a strange voice controlling powerful weapons here, she categorized it as Lu Tang's partner, who for some reason couldn't show themselves and could only control those things from the shadows. Since the previous attacks were merely from ordinary weapons, albeit with some special power, and Mingzhu concluded that Lu Tang was an ordinary person with high-tech weapons. And ordinary people could never defeat ability users. Don't be afraid, it's just ordinary weapons. Use your abilities and capture that Lu. And Shinrong also issued the command, deliberately aiming the fireball she had gathered at Lu Tang's face. She had long found Lu Tang's face displeasing, and even if they had to leave her alive, she wanted to disfigure Lu Tang first. Lu Tang stood her ground without moving. Before the fireball reached her, it was blocked by the protective magnetic field of her clothing. The fireball, the size of a bowl, vanished with a puff, like sparks flying during metalworking, appearing quickly and disappearing just as fast. And Mingzhu was startled, and soon realized that not only was her ability ineffective, but the attacks from the other ability users also fell flat. Whether it was lightning, water, ice, wood, earth, metal, or phoenix elements, all were rendered useless. Just like her fire ability, failing to even touch a single hair on Lu Tang's head. As in Mingzhu once again gathered her powers. Attempting to break through Lu Tang's protective shield, the attacks from Tianyuan 6 had already arrived. The situation inside the courtyard was different from that in the building. Attacking one person was not the same as attacking dozens. Therefore, Tianyuan 6 did not use laser weapons, but instead deployed something else. 5 red laser nets, featuring fine mesh, silently appeared around the ability users, surrounding them from 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. Considering that the wind-type ability users might take to the air, Tianyuan 6 thoughtfully prepared an additional net above. The red laser nets did not close in immediately. Instead, they approached the center at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, creating a strong sense of pressure. The ability users were unaware of what this was. Most of those present had been born during the Wasteland era and had only been exposed to abilities and ordinary weapons, knowing little about the laser nets that often appeared in films and dramas. As a result, someone burst out laughing loudly. Thinking that Lu Tang was just putting on a show, deliberately rushing toward the laser net, trying to use her abilities to cut through what might trap them. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of burning, followed by a tremendous scream. However, the scream lasted only a moment. Within a few seconds, the one brave enough to charge toward the laser net was sliced into countless pieces, falling to the ground in a gruesome display. Blood sprayed out like a mist, drenching the nearest person in a rain of blood. The victim first wiped their face in confusion, and when they realized what the sticky, wet substance was, they could no longer bear the mental strain and screamed, pushing into the crowd. But what good would that do? By now, the laser net had already closed in. Unless he had the ability to dig a hole and escape immediately, there was no way to avoid death. Help! I don't want to die. Let me out. What to do? What to do? My abilities are useless against this. It's all in Mingzhu's idea. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Spare me. Please, let me go. Boss Lu, I beg you. I have elders and children at home. If I die, they won't survive either. I'll bow to you. Please let me go. The ability users cried out and begged, frantically attacking the laser net with their abilities or weapons. However, regardless of what they did, Lu Tang merely stood at a distance, watching with a somewhat hesitant expression, as if wanting to say something but holding back. If the shopkeeper can't bear to watch, you can go inside and wait. It will be over in a minute. That's not what I meant. Lu Tang clicked her tongue regretfully. It's just a bit of a pity. They've shattered so much, their crystal cores are probably ruined too. Tianyuan 6, Lu Tang. I'm not concerned about the people, really, I'm just concerned about the money. Chapter 26. Clearing the battlefield. The shattered crystal cores were certainly lost forever, but fortunately, the vehicles and armored cars brought by the opponents were still intact. These were trophies for Lu Tang, so she didn't leave empty-handed. Take everything to the modification shop, Lu Tang said. Convert them all to core-driven, then estimate their value. I'll find some time in the next few days to hold a car show and sell them all off. It's a good idea, but you need to get them inside the protective shield first. The jurisdiction of Tianyuan 6 covers all areas within the shield, while the vehicles of Mingzhu and others, including armored vehicles, are parked outside it. Lu Tang has to get them in, at least partially, before Tianyuan 6 can arrange for robotic arms to take over. However, Lu Tang is unaware that the prey she has set her sights on doesn't completely belong to her yet. And Mingzhu is dead, along with the abilities users who got out of the car with her, but there are still personnel left in the armored vehicles, and they are still alive. This was in Mingzhu's backup plan. If Lu Tang didn't surrender easily or was too aggressive, she would order the armored vehicles to bombard the fast food restaurant. The principle of if I can't have it, then destroy it has always been in Mingzhu's philosophy. Therefore, the driver and gunner in the armored vehicle did not get out, waiting for her command. Shintong sat in the driver's cabin of the armored vehicle, his lips a bit pale, and his partner, Zhou looked equally grim. Should we shoot? Zhou asked himself. Shintong swallowed hard. What if we can't win? Zhou ground his teeth. So what now? Retreat. Seeing Lu Tang walking towards them, Shintong clenched the control handle. Retreat. Protecting our lives is the priority. However, before they could act, another armored vehicle retreated first, its tracks running over the car parked behind them. After exiting a certain range, it quickly turned around and left the fast food restaurant area. Shintong was a step too slow. With the comparison of the previous vehicle, Lu Tang was even less likely to let them go. So the two were directly blocked on the spot. As students interning on a remote planet, Lu Tang not only possessed the most advanced defensive equipment, but also had basic weaponry, making her capable of self-defense in the interstellar world. However, in the wasteland world, her weapons were highly intimidating, given the significant difference in civilization levels. Dealing with an armored vehicle was a straightforward matter. How annoying, you damaged one of my private properties. Lu Tang looked at the car that had been crushed by the previous armored vehicle, feeling quite displeased. It was damaged to such an extent that repairing it was not worth it. Recovering it would save her a large sum. Fortunately, this vehicle remained. She needed to sell at least 2 armored vehicles plus 1 regular vehicle to break even. The armored vehicle was immobilized by Lu Tang's magnetic field weapon. After discovering that all controls had failed, Shintong chose to hunker down inside the vehicle, hoping that this would allow him to escape a disaster. Lu Tang jumped onto the armored vehicle, violently opened the cover, and shouted down inside. Come out. This vehicle is mine now. Pay the ransom and get out quickly, or I want to be polite. The cabin of the armored vehicle was extremely cramped, and as soon as Shintong and Zhou looked up, they found themselves face to face with Lu Tang. Seeing the weapon in her hand, they exchanged glances, and Shintong bravely spoke up. Can you really let us go? Lu Tang, a bit impatient, replied. Although she had been awake for a while, her morning grouchiness hadn't completely faded, believe it or not. Her harsh tone made Zhou feel slightly more relaxed. He quickly searched his pockets, but found nothing, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. After all, they had come out to seize supplies, never intending to buy anything. How could they possibly have brought any energy cores with them? What if they were misunderstood and accused of hoarding when it came time to hand over the supplies? I didn't bring anything. Me neither. I really don't have anything valuable on me. The gunner had no money, and neither did Shintong. The two of them looked despondent, full of despair. Strictly speaking, they were not really part of the group from Xieji, and the armored vehicle was not something Xieji could privately own. They were able to drive it out mainly because Xieji had found them, and the captain had vaguely issued orders. They had agreed to help drive it, thinking they could earn a commission. Who would have thought they wouldn't earn any commission but instead risk their lives? Lu Zhao suddenly spoke up. Are there many armored vehicles at the Baishui base? Shintong jolted, quickly realizing the implication, and hurriedly shook his head. Not many. Each base has only a few. We only have 15 in total, and they rarely move unless there are disputes with other bases or when sand pirates are discovered. Lu Zhao sneered. Oh, if that's the case, I must have quite a bit of influence, huh? A small fast food restaurant is worth deploying 2 armored vehicles. Shintong and Zhou dared not respond, fearing they might anger this female tyrant. A simple gesture from her could cost them their lives. They were just ordinary people who had learned to drive armored vehicles because their families had some resources, hoping for stable jobs, but they had never fought anyone. All right, I won't make it hard for you. Lu Zhao had already seen that the two of them were not on the same side as in Mingzhu and the others. Or perhaps they were, but their relationship wasn't that deep. She didn't intend to take their lives. Properly utilized, living people were worth much more than dead ones. Leave the vehicle, you two get lost. When you go back, tell the person in charge at your Baishui base to give me an explanation as soon as possible, or else the consequences will be on them. Okay. Shintong nodded vigorously, not daring to ask what the explanation was or what the consequences might be. After all, he was just a messenger. Let the higher-ups deal with such matters. Lu Zhao stepped aside from the entrance of the armored vehicle, crossing her arms over her chest as she watched Zhou and Shintong cautiously climb out. Then, as if fearing she might change her mind, they jumped down and ran towards the Baishui base as if their lives depended on it. TSK. With an ambiguous click of her tongue, Lu Zhao jumped into the armored vehicle. With the remote assistance of Tian Yuan 6, she awkwardly drove the armored vehicle into the mechanical modification shop. Following that, she brought in another 7 intact vehicles, handed over the subsequent tasks to the small robots, and then returned outside to the fast food restaurant. Tian Yuan 6. Can this damaged vehicle be salvaged? Lu Zhao looked at the crushed vehicle, feeling a bit pained over the loss of resources. Yes, as long as the store manager can get it inside. Do you need me to provide a small cart for the manager? Lu Zhao decisively refused. It's too heavy to move. Let's leave it for now. I'll hire someone to deal with it tomorrow. In tasks that are simple and risk-free, there are always people eager to take them on. Lu Tang just needs to patiently wait for customers to arrive after dawn. There's no need for her to exert herself unnecessarily. You can only work within the protective shield, which is quite a waste of time. Lu Tang pointed out. I'm just a delicate, pure carbon-based human. How can you expect me to handle such rough work? After a brief silence, Tian Yuan Lu managed to respond. As long as you're happy, manager. Lu Tang hummed a couple of times and strolled back to the fast food restaurant. It was still early, and she wanted to catch a little more sleep. As for the matters at the base, she would leave them to her awakened self to handle. Chapter 27. Attracting customers the next morning, due to their biological clocks, Pan Feiming, Qin Zhen, and Zhu Bing gradually opened their eyes in their respective capsules. However, although they were awake, none of them wanted to move, as they were all immersed in the wonderful dreams of the previous night, reminiscing about the natural scenery they had experienced. Whether it was the waves, fine sand, trees, birdsong, or the warm sun hanging in the sky and the fragrant grasslands, they were reluctant to part with these memories, wishing they could engrave them in their minds. After a while, Qin Zhen lazily spoke up, his tone filled with excitement and anticipation. Pan Gu, next time we go on a mission, if we pass by this area, can we stay an extra night? Zhu Bing also unusually chimed in immediately. 1 level 1 crystal core, that's a great deal. With the team members saying this, Pan Feiming naturally wouldn't disagree. All right. If our next mission passes this way, we'll come back to experience it again and bring Xiao Hu and the others along. Let's get going now. We need to have breakfast at the fast food place and return the vehicle, or they'll be waiting anxiously. Qin Zhen and Zhu Bing understood this was important, so they didn't dawdle. After quickly getting dressed, they went to the washroom to brush their teeth and wash their faces. After enjoying the clean, cool water again, they headed to the fast food restaurant together. Then, they saw the wreckage of a vehicle lying not far from the protective shield of the fast food restaurant. Pan Feiming paused for a moment, then circumvented the wreckage and continued toward the restaurant, while Zhu Bing quickly caught up with the curious Qin Zhen. Inside the fast food restaurant, Lu Tang was making coffee. Since she had tasks to complete today, her sleep hadn't been very restful, so her mood wasn't great. When she saw Pan Feiming and the others come in, she merely lifted her eyelids to glance at them, not bothering to greet them. Pan Feiming keenly noticed this and quickly reflected on his previous actions, concluding that nothing was amiss. He smiled at Lu Tang, then sat down at a table, inserting his card to start ordering without intending to disturb her. It was Lu Tang, however, who, after they all had placed their orders, approached them with her coffee cup in hand, casually pulled over a nearby chair, and sat down facing them. Did you all sleep well? Pan Feiming nodded. Very well. After we return this time, we'll definitely help promote the business for the boss. That's not important, Lu Tang replied lazily, blowing on the steam rising from her coffee, and said slowly, I'm not really interested in doing business with your base anymore. Pan Feiming straightened his back and tentatively asked, what about that junk car outside? Lu Tang nodded. It's from your base. 8 vehicles arrived last night, 2 armored ones, along with over 30 ability users, claiming they wanted to take over my fast food restaurant. And where are they now? Qin Zhen couldn't help but interject. Do you know who the leader is? Lu Tang shook her head. It's a woman. She didn't introduce herself. Just said she was from your base. Pan Feiming asked, is she a middle-aged woman, quite beautiful? As he spoke, he felt a nudge from Zhu Bing and quickly added, not as beautiful as Boss Lu, but better than average. Is she a fire-type ability user? Lu Tang thought for a moment about that useless fireball and nodded. Yes. Do you know her? Pan Feiming let out a sigh. Yeah, it's in Mingzhu. Her husband is Xie Ji, the logistics minister at your base. Her brother is in Shinrong, the one who rambled on last time we were here. Lu Tang understood, so they're all related, no wonder. Qin Zhen, who had been holding back, saw the conversation winding down and quickly asked, Boss, did you fight with them yesterday? Lu Tang replied with a hum, then thought for a moment and added, not really a fight, more like I was slaughtering them unilaterally. Qin Zhen gasped, glancing at Pan Feiming and then at Zhu Bing. immediately burying his head in his breakfast. Not daring to say a word. Pan Faming frowned. You killed them all? Lu Tang shook her head. One armored vehicle got away, and I sent back 2 armored vehicle drivers. Zhu Bing suddenly said. Xie Ji has relied mainly on In Mingzhu's abilities these years, along with a group he has gathered with resources. Now that you've clipped his wings and taken out his underlings, with him and in Shinrong being useless, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. Pan Faming slowly nodded. People at the base have long found him displeasing, but they were held back by his power. If they knew Xie Ji had become a figurehead, perhaps he would have been killed before we returned. Lu Tang took a shallow sip from her coffee cup and said, It doesn't matter. As long as the person in charge of your base doesn't give me an explanation, I will seek justice myself. I run my business amicably. But that doesn't mean anyone can bully me. What could Pan Faming say to that? He could only agree repeatedly and promise to report to the higher-ups immediately, ensuring that the culprit would not escape easily. After they finished breakfast, they left, while Lu Tang strolled back behind the counter, leisurely waiting for the next wave of customers. Ever since she learned that her commercial street was located near 4 bases, she no longer worried about a lack of patrons. Just as Lu Tang had told Tian Yuan Lu, with the arrival of the first batch of ordinary customers, some people quickly accepted her employment offer. 8 individuals teamed up to lift the nearly junk car into the protective shield, while 2 children carefully searched the ground, picking up all the scattered parts. This was as agreed, with each person earning 20 points. Lu Tang settled the payment for those who took the job and said to the kids collecting parts, Here, have a cup of cola. 20 points could buy a meal combo in the shop, and there would still be some left over, equivalent to a free meal. In this era, children don't have to worry about consuming too much sugar or carbonation. They simply lack these things. Adults who receive payment are very happy, as they only exerted a little effort to exchange it for a meal, which is quite a deal. The children who receive payment are also delighted. One of them has never known what cola tastes like. In this cheerful atmosphere, Lu Tang took the opportunity to promote her modified cars for sale in the opening of her inn, welcoming everyone to come and experience it. As for hiring, Lu Tang hasn't mentioned it yet. She plans to wait and see if there are any changes after the inn upgrades. Currently, there are only 10 beds available, but more will be opened in the future, so it's first come, first served. After introducing the inn, Lu Tang talked about the modified cars, mentioning that this batch of ordinary cars has a uniform model, priced at 5,000 points each. The armored vehicle has also been modified to use only crystal cores, which is much more expensive, and there's only one, so she plans to hold an auction in a few days, starting at 10,000 points. Chapter 28. The crowded fast food restaurant Tang Qingwen took Xianxian out again today. He had to go on a trip for several days and thought it would be nice to take his daughter out to enjoy the fresh air of the fast food restaurant, treating it as a fun outing. Unexpectedly, Boss Lu had such a good task for him. It was just moving something, and he had plenty of strength, easily earning a meal in the process. Today was really lucky. Tang Qingwen ruffled Xuanxuan's hair, smiling as he watched his daughter sip from her cola cup. Yes, one of the clever kids who rushed to help pick up parts is little Xianxian, whose full name is Tang Yaxuan, and she was happily enjoying the fruits of her labor. Daddy, you should drink too. Xianxian offered the cola to Tang Qingwen's lips, saying it was sweet and tasty. Tang Qingwen took the cup and pretended to take a sip, though his lips didn't even touch the rim. His acting was poor, but it was enough to fool a 7-year-old. Wow, it really is delicious. Tang Qingwen returned the cup to his daughter, saying, Dad has tasted it. You can drink it yourself. Daddy said it's good, Xianxian insisted, shaking her head seriously. Then I'll share half with you. Tang Qingwen picked up the beef noodles and said, That's something for kids. Dad will just taste it, but noodles and broth are better. Children shouldn't be educated to take everything for granted, but as an adult, he wouldn't actually compete with his child for food. Xianxian tilted her head and thought for a moment. The beef noodles were indeed delicious, and she liked them too. It seemed fine for her dad to enjoy the broth. After all, she was only 7, and Tang Qingwen easily persuaded her, so she continued to drink the cola with a sincere attitude, not wanting to leave a single drop. Just then, Lu Tang announced the opening of her inn, which immediately caught Tang Qingwen's attention. If it really is as safe as Boss Lu said, he would like his daughter to stay there regularly. Boss Lu, how much does it cost to stay at the inn for a night? Lu Tang has always had a good memory. From the moment he hired someone to move the trash, he recognized the person as his first customer, one who was very rule-abiding. Each bed costs 20 points. Lu Tang didn't mind repeating what he had just said. Currently, there were only 10 beds available on a first-come, first-served basis. Can you really guarantee absolute safety? Tang Qingwen asked, voicing his biggest concern while gently patting his daughter Xuan's little head. For a child of this age, would it be safe for her to stay alone? Lu Tong glanced at Xian and nodded. Yes, but only within my establishment. We do not provide meals. And if any accidents occur while heading to the fast food restaurant, we won't be responsible. People need to eat, and while the vending machines sell ham, bread, and drinking water, the prices are not cheap. For a child of her size, the meal sets at the fast food restaurant could provide her with 2 or 3 meals, making it the most economical choice. However, guests were not allowed to use the employee passage. They had to cross a long stretch of pavement, where various accidents could potentially happen. Tang Qingwen thought of this and hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against leaving his daughter alone. After all, she was still too young. Even in the harsh conditions of the base, having acquaintances to look after her was much safer than leaving her in an unfamiliar place. You can take a look. It won't cost you anything. Lu Tong understood Tang Qingwen's thoughts and wasn't in a hurry to promote his inn. Right now, it was not well known. But as more people learned about it, the beds would soon be in high demand. Perhaps tempted by the idea of a free look, several guests who came afterward were indeed interested. They hurried their meals, eager to check it out soon. Whether they stayed or not was secondary. Broadening their horizons was also a good thing. This way, they would have something to boast about upon returning to the base, and with a bit of speculation and imagination. Who knows, the listeners might actually believe they had stayed there. During this time, Lu Tong's fast food restaurant had already gained a reputation, and many more people came in for meals. Most of them were ability users or teams of ability users, and their wallets were far more affluent than ordinary people, making it easy for them to spend here without it being a burden. Then, someone took an interest in the modified vehicles Lu Tong mentioned and inquired about the modification prices, shocked to find there was a price difference of 2,000 points. Boss, are you robbing people? A stranger exclaimed, being a first-time customer at the fast food restaurant. Lu Tong replied casually, you're right. So are you buying? The person seemed taken aback by Lu Tong's response, wearing a strange expression as if he had choked on something. After a long pause without speaking, it was his companion who couldn't stand his expression and pulled him aside, ending the awkward moment. Don't offend the boss if you aren't buying. His companion warned him while stealing a glance at Lu Tong. This boss is unfathomable. Otherwise, do you think those vehicles came from nowhere? The person immediately fell silent, keeping his mouth shut tighter than a clam, fearing any careless words could lead to trouble. They were just ordinary adventurers and preferred not to get involved in such matters. As the number of people increased, the fast food restaurant gradually became crowded. Many customers who couldn't find seats began wandering around the store, or standing next to those who had finished their meals but didn't want to leave, glaring at them. Yet, it was merely a glare, because anyone who wanted to take action against ordinary people would be informed by nearby strangers about the previous encounter of a certain individual, and directed to look at the 7 newly modified vehicles in the neighboring shop, along with an armored vehicle that caught everyone's eye. These were enough to demonstrate the owner's strength, leading some to choose takeout, while others boldly reported their seating issues to the manager. Staying in the restaurant for 3 hours is a right for dining customers, but I also hope that patrons can try to leave seats for those in need. When the manager spoke, the restaurant would quickly quiet down, which seemed to have become an unspoken understanding. Additionally, the air inside the protective shield outside the restaurant was consistent with that inside, and dining outdoors was also a good option, don't you think? Upon hearing this, those who had finished eating immediately stood up to give their seats to new customers, who in turn chose to wait in less obstructive areas or simply move to the yard. The owner was in business, so it wasn't right to occupy too much space. Right? Exactly. Being outside is quite nice. The air is the same, and the view is even better. It's not good to block others from making a living. We can't just enjoy our meal while others go hungry. Hey, when will you set up some tables and chairs in the yard, so I can eat out there next time? Oh, that's a good idea. Just a few tables and chairs would suffice. We wouldn't mind. Consider it, please. The customers voiced their requests, and the manager noted the matter down, promising to upgrade the fast food restaurant a bit after selling a few vehicles and earning some points. Chapter 29. Resolving the situation while the manager was happily doing business. The conference room at the base was filled with gloom. Did she really say that? The head of the base, Peng Ku, held his forehead, looking at the 4 individuals in front of him, and asked, "We killed someone, and now we have to account for it." "Yes," Shintong cautiously replied, glancing at Peng Ku. The manager is truly formidable. Her abilities and weapons cannot break through that laser net. Jolie nodded, and the driver and gunner of another vehicle nearby also nodded in agreement. They had run away quickly, but it was because they had witnessed the manager's terrifying capabilities, which were not something ordinary people could contend with. Pang Ku turned to look at the others behind him. Where are Xie and Shinrong? Why haven't they arrived yet? Just as he finished speaking, the conference room door was slammed open, and a disheveled Xie appeared at the entrance, panting heavily, as if he had rushed over upon receiving news. Behind him, two soldiers were supporting the nearly collapsed Shinrong, who looked pale and dazed, unable to walk independently. Where's Mingzhu? Mingzhu, Xie, looking frantic, rushed in front of Zhou Li, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Why are you back? Where's Mingzhu?" Zhou Li impatiently shook off Xie's hand and replied, "Go ask Boss Lu. What is the point of asking me? I just don't understand. Boss Lu was doing fine with his business, and you had to go stir up trouble. Now you've lost both money and resources. Are you satisfied?" He clearly saw that Punk had been dissatisfied with Xie for quite some time. Previously, he had been wary of Xie's influence and power. But now that the other party had nothing to rely on, he wouldn't be bouncing back anytime soon, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Xie was more aware of this than anyone. His sorrow was almost entirely an act, but his fear was completely genuine. When those people came to ask for him, he was busy packing his bags to escape, not expecting them to arrive so quickly. Punk showed no intention of sparing Xie any dignity, waving his hand. And soon someone was there to restrain him, leaving Xie struggling in vain. Everyone knows how this happened. It was instigated by you and Anshin Rome. So you two need to resolve it yourselves. After pausing for a moment, Punk continued, "As for whether you live or die, that all depends on Boss Lu's mood." After saying this, Punk disgustedly covered his nose and ordered for Xie and the terrified Anshin Rome to be dragged away. As the person in charge, Punk couldn't apologize to a shop owner. The other party's influence wasn't significant enough to make him yield. While he couldn't smile and appease, he also couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, Punk was already planning to connect with Liu Tang to explore potential cooperation, such as opening a fast food branch in the base. That was a matter for later. For now, he needed to handle Xie's situation. Thinking of this, Punk rubbed his face to invigorate himself. He had to quickly absorb Xie's influence. Time was of the essence, and if someone else took advantage, it would be troublesome. When the vehicle escorting Xie arrived at the fast food restaurant, it was nearing dusk. There were already few customers left inside. Those still enjoying their meals had decided to stay overnight at the hotel, while the others had long since headed to their destinations while it was still light. Everyone knew the wasteland was dangerous at night. Even those with journeys lasting several days would find abandoned buildings to use as temporary camps before dusk, ensuring they wouldn't expose themselves to the moonlight. The moon was harmless, but the mutated creatures lurking in the wild under its glow were not. As the door of the fast food restaurant swung open, Xie and Anshin Rong were roughly shoved inside. Xie managed to stumble a few steps and steady himself, while Anshin Rong, with trembling legs, collapsed to the ground. After all, he had witnessed the death of Fatty Song right before his eyes and was the one who saw it most clearly. The diner stopped eating and turned to look. With some on high alert already entering a defensive stance, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became tense. Liu Tang lifted his eyelids to glance at the newcomers and calmly stated, "Please continue your meals. Customers who follow the rules will receive full protection." Regardless of whether one believes it or not, the fact that Liu Tang could say this sentence is a signal. On the surface, the guests seemed to have relaxed significantly, eating while glancing over, but whether they were still on guard was something no one knew. Perhaps Liu Tang knew, but she didn't care. "Hello, Ms. Liu. I am Mr. Ponka's representative from the Baishui base." The leader, Song Yang, one of Ponka's capable assistants, continued, on behalf of the Baishui base. "I apologize for the previous unpleasantness. It was all a misunderstanding. All actions were initiated privately by Xie and Shinrong and have nothing to do with the Baishui base. Mr. Ponka was very angry upon learning of this and has sent the instigator to you for your disposal." Liu Tang placed the ceramic mug in her hand on the counter with a clatter. "Is that all?" "Of course not." Song Yang took out a bulging bag from his messenger bag, holding it with both hands. However, he didn't dare to step forward until Liu Tang allowed him. Although this incident stemmed from personal grievances, Xie had once been a member of the Baishui base, so Mr. Ponka instructed me to bring a token of apology, hoping you would accept it. Seeing the other party show sincerity, Lu Tang's expression improved significantly. This was a gesture of apology. Mere words were worthless. Tian Yuan 6. Handle this. Instruction received. From the ceiling, Tian Yuan 6 controlled 3 mechanical arms. One arm took the bag from Song Yang's hands, while the other 2 captured the fleeing Xie and the immobile Shinro. Manager, how should we deal with these 2? Dispose of them directly. Don't let them talk. I don't want to hear it. Instruction received. Lu Tang's conversation with Tian Yuan 6 completely provoked Xie, and Shinrong snapped out of his dazed state. They wanted to struggle, explain, beg for mercy, or even shout curses, but it was futile, as Tian Yuan 6 didn't give them the chance. A fishbowl was placed directly over their heads, and the mechanical arms, in front of everyone, forcibly pulled them into the black crack opened in the ceiling. It was much easier to process them in the recovery furnace. No noise, no bloodstains on the floor, and most importantly, it wouldn't affect the manager's appetite. Tian Yuan 6 thought its handling plan was quite good and at least deserved a compliment. However, Lu Tang was too preoccupied to praise it. She had just opened the bulging bag, which mostly contained crystal cores. In addition, there were several small boxes that, when opened, revealed exquisite gold jewelry embedded with various colored gemstones. This is good. It can be kept as a gift. Lu Tang nodded in satisfaction. After all, crystal cores were high-energy materials, and she would have to turn them in. These beautiful but less energetic small items could be kept as mementos, which was clearly stated in the interstellar trade law, so Lu Tang had no issues with doing so. Chapter 30. Preparation stage after the apology. Song Yang didn't rush to leave. He still had the task of assessing Lu Tang and her subordinates' operations, and he needed to bring back some information. Lu Tang didn't care about the other person's actions. If they wanted to watch, so be it. She wasn't someone to hide away. As long as Song Yang behaved himself, she had no interest in doing anything to him. So, Song Yang went to open a membership card, deposited 500 points, ordered one of each meal package, and also added a few cups of hot drinks. However, he only ate a small portion, packing the rest into boxes of all sizes, clearly intending to take them away. Lu Tang didn't mind the packing. Her self-service restaurant hadn't opened yet. These were all things he bought himself, and he could eat them wherever he wanted. She was looking at the various large and small crystal cores that Song Yang brought, which had different colors and attributes, most of them above level 2. According to the estimation from Tian Yuan 6 scanning, their total value seemed to be at least 10,000 points. Striking it rich, wasn't she? Lu Tang weighed those small bags and walked over to the recycling machine, pouring all the crystal cores inside. As the shop manager, the points would automatically be distributed proportionally to the shop fund and her personal account. Unfortunately, such large, risk-free transactions might not happen too often in the future. Lu Tang knew it wouldn't be long before her actions of dealing with Mingzhu and her group at the fast food restaurant would spread, probably accompanied by Shui Base's stance. By then, even those who were usually unruly would think twice before deciding to cause trouble at the fast food place. Of course, there would always be brainless people, but they were mostly small-time troublemakers. Their limited intelligence meant they couldn't amass much wealth. So even if Lu Tang engaged in some shady dealings, she wouldn't earn as many points as she did this time. Tian Yuan 6, can I upgrade the shop now? Yes. Shop manager. After responding, Tian Yuan 6 kindly listed the points needed for the current shop upgrades on Lu Tang's screen. Fast food restaurant, level 3. Points required, 5,000 upgrades. 1. First floor area expanded to 150 square meters. 2. Second floor added. 3. For new meal packages added. 4. Shield radius expanded to 8 meters. 5. Wall decorations unlocked. Lodging, level 2. Points required, 3,000 upgrades. 1. For single rooms, 18 square meters, and 4 double rooms, 25 square meters, added. 2. Area increased to 300 square meters. 3. Shield radius expanded to 5 meters. Mechanical modification shop, level 2. Points required, 3,000 upgrades. 1. Area expanded to 800 square meters. 2. For regular modification slots and 1 special vehicle modification slot added. 3. Class C modifications unlocked. After reading through it, Lu Tang rubbed her chin and suddenly felt poor again. This was just the basic points required for the upgrades. If the space was expanded, wouldn't she need to buy furniture and decorations to fill it? If the place was upgraded, shouldn't the flooring, walls, tables, and chairs be replaced with something more appealing and cohesive? And as for the facilities, if they weren't sufficient, it wouldn't look good for customers to be queuing all the time. So, managing a shop meant that upgrades were just the baseline. What truly mattered was the soft furnishings and decorations. However, if we don't upgrade, we won't even have the chance to improve the interior, which is quite frustrating. Let's upgrade the fast food restaurant and the inn first. Lu Yang thinks the modification shop can wait. At least she wants to handle the current batch of vehicles before moving on, and compared to the fast food restaurant and the inn, the mechanical modification shop indeed has less business volume. How long will this upgrade take? Approximately 10 hours, preferably at night. Lu Yang is deep in thought. If there are guests sleeping in the inn, will they complain about the noise from the construction? It sounds like the manager cares about complaints. Lu Yang smiles. Do you believe I would complain about you? Rest assured, all construction will be silent. And we will prioritize the rights of the guests during this time. They will only notice the upgrade after they wake up. Great. Then let's schedule the upgrade for the night. Lu Yang doesn't really intend to complain about Tianyuan Lu. She enjoys the banter, as it makes the days less dull. The fewer people around, the better. Actually, closing for maintenance is also a good method. However, closing means no income, which is not an option. Can you bear to see guests who traveled a long way leave disappointed? Honestly, manager, I don't care. After all, I'm just an AI that doesn't understand human emotions. I know, but it's okay. I don't mind you. Thank you very much. Also, there are guests at the inn now. Lu Yang glanced at the fast food restaurant, focusing on Song Yang for a few seconds before leaving the counter and heading upstairs through the staff passage to the inn. At the inn, there are familiar faces, several of whom just had a meal at the fast food restaurant. They had already noticed the INS sign and made plans to check it out after dining. Welcome. Currently, we only have capsule beds available for 20 points a night. Please note that it's advisable to take a look before deciding. Saying a few words of welcome is fine, but Lu Yang doesn't want to elaborate further. She is tired of talking, so it's better to let the guests look around at their own pace. There aren't many words in total, and these people quickly finish reading. They look at each other and ask Lu Yang if they can see the accommodation area. Lu Yang shakes her head. Non-guests cannot enter the accommodation area. I must ensure a good resting environment for the guests. If you don't want to stay in the capsule beds, you can come back tomorrow to check. The inn will undergo an upgrade tonight, and there will be single and double rooms available tomorrow. Someone mutters, "Wow, your upgrade is really fast." Lu Yang glances at him. I think it's pretty fast too. Are you envious? The person didn't expect Lu Yang to respond and awkwardly chuckles, hiding behind their companion, not daring to say more. But how can I know if this bed is worth 20 points without looking at it? The speaker is a stranger, likely someone who came directly to the inn and hasn't been to the fast food restaurant. Lu Yang shrugs. If you think it's not worth it, then don't stay. I'm not forcing you. Anyway, it's still early before dark, so you can hurry to reach a base before nightfall. By the way, I also have modified cars for sale here for 5,000 points, parked in that modification shop over there. If you're interested, feel free to check it out. CSC immediately showed interest and turned to head towards the place Lu Tang mentioned. The sign of the modification shop was quite large, but he had noticed a group of people entering the inn and thought he might join in the fun. His previous vehicle had been left on the road because the fuel tank was damaged by a monstrous creature, and CSC had been wanting to get a new one. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't great. He hadn't found a single vehicle that could barely move during his journey. Moreover, he had nearly used up all the gasoline he had brought for testing those vehicles, which he had obtained at a high cost, only to see it go to waste. This was very frustrating. Now, this boss Lu actually said there was a vehicle that could directly burn crystal cores, which felt like a timely opportunity. Was he lacking in crystal cores? No, what he lacked was just a vehicle for transporting supplies and as a means of transport. Chapter 31. Dispute in the CSC ran to the modification shop to look at cars, while the others exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to go out and handle business first. In this world, spending crystal cores on food wasn't a big deal, but just for a night's sleep felt a bit unworthy. There were many abandoned buildings in the wild. As long as they found one that wasn't too dilapidated and took precautions, they could safely spend the night. It might not be very comfortable, but who would care about that for the sake of money? Lu Tang watched the crowd leaving one after another, shrugged, neither trying to persuade them to stay nor calling on Tianyuan 6 to use force to compel anyone to stay at the inn. She was there for an internship, after all, and even if her internship location wasn't here, she wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics to force guests into violating regulations just to make her performance look good. Anyway, she was about to upgrade the inn, and having no guests was also quite fine. Lu Tang genuinely thought this was a good situation. The initial phase was just a bit tough, but once her reputation grew, guests would surely come. After the shop upgraded, would the manager consider raising prices? Raise prices? Of course not. Seeing that no one was staying, Lu Tang walked towards the staff passage. Didn't you see my graduation thesis? I chose a direction focusing on the common people, and when it comes time to make money, I won't let anyone off easy. They will have expenses in the future. Lu Tang returned to the second floor of the fast food restaurant, not going down to the shop, but instead turned and entered her bedroom. Once she comfortably lay on her bed, she lazily continued speaking. She needed to get them used to the habit of consuming at her place, to establish the concept that everything could be found on Lu's commercial street. This wouldn't happen in a day or two, so there was no rush. Seeing that Lu Tang had her own ideas, Tianyuan 6 stopped saying more. It was just an auxiliary AI. The real decision-maker was still the manager herself. Lu Tang initially just wanted a nap for a while, but ended up sleeping until evening. She realized she couldn't keep going like this. She at least needed to find something to do, or her daily routine would definitely be disrupted. During the internship, it was fine. Students' bodies had been specially treated, so they wouldn't get acne or dark circles. However, once the internship ended and she returned to her own planet, if she maintained this routine, Lu Tang felt she might have to spend money on skincare. Thinking of this, her sense of urgency suddenly kicked in. How could she easily hand over the hard-earned internship salary to someone else? No, absolutely not. As Lu Tang was contemplating whether to create a schedule for Tianyuan Lu, the other party spoke up first, reminding her that there was a dispute at the hotel that required her attention. Always causing trouble late at night. Lu Tang complained with a stern face, but since she was already awake and not abruptly woken up, her mood wasn't too bad. Inside the hotel, two groups were arguing loudly, unwilling to give in, and it seemed they might start fighting at any moment. We were here first. Who can you blame for your late arrival? One side shouted. Yes, you got here early, but you can't just claim all the beds. There are only 5 of you, yet you booked 10 beds. Do you expect to stay up all night and switch places? One of the women protested. But you're men too. Another retorted. That's different. We know each other, and I have to protect them. By the time Lu Tang arrived, the two groups were already heated, each gathering their abilities, seemingly ready to take action at any moment. Tianyuan Lu, have them calm down. The instruction was received. Instantly, numerous weapons descended from the hotel ceiling, surrounding the two arguing groups. Anyone who made a move would be shot immediately. This quieted the room. Lu Tang walked behind the counter and coldly said, "Now? What is going on?" In the group of 4 women and 1 man, the man was about to speak when one of the women grabbed his arm, signaling him not to act rashly. She stepped forward with a smile and addressed Lu Tang. "Boss Lu, we're here to stay, and we completed the check-in process. The ones who came later insist that we give up our beds, completely disregarding the order of arrival. How can that be justified?" Lu Tang raised an eyebrow. "How many of you are there?" 5. Zhao Xian replied with a smile. "And how many beds did you book?" Lu Tang asked. 10. Zhao Xian answered, still smiling. Lu Tang stared at her and tapped the table with her fingers. "I have a policy of 1 bed per person. How did you manage to book 10 beds for 5 people?" Zhao Xian's smile faltered. "We had someone help us." Lu Tang's gaze swept over to the other group standing in the corner, clearly ordinary people without abilities, trying to minimize their presence to avoid getting involved in the earlier argument. "You mean them?" Lu Tang pointed at those individuals. Zhao Xian nodded. "I didn't see anything in the rules prohibiting this." Lu Tang agreed with a nod. "That's true. It was indeed my oversight, and it should be added." Zhao Xian's eyes brightened, and she tentatively asked, "So can we go in then?" Lu Tang responded, "My policy is that the law does not pursue past actions." She didn't want to deal with the loophole that someone had skillfully found. She just needed to patch things up and prevent such situations from happening in the future. Zhao Xian returned to her group with a victorious expression, proudly gesturing to the others while pulling the man toward the accommodation area. "Wait." Someone from the opposing group stepped forward to block her path, turning to Lu Tang and questioning, "Boss Lu, is this how you conduct business?" "Otherwise," Lu Tang replied. Lu Tang retorted, "Are you going to teach me how to do business? If they had 10 people, we wouldn't say anything. But they only have 5 people occupying 10 beds. Is that reasonable?" "It's not." Lu Tang affirmed this and continued, "They exploited a loophole in our store's regulations. But they didn't break any other rules or harm anyone else. I can only acknowledge their actions and close the loophole to prevent similar incidents from happening again. What about us? It's already night, and we have nowhere to stay. Aren't you going to provide compensation?" Lu Tang was shocked. Why are you asking me for compensation? Our store is full. You can easily find a place outside. There are so many ruins nearby. With your skills, it shouldn't be hard to find a building. Before the hotel opened, not everyone passing by this area was sleeping outdoors. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to make a point. Otherwise, they would have left to find a new place long ago. Boss Lou, that's not fair. There are clearly empty beds, yet you insist on making us sleep outside. The person grew increasingly agitated. If it weren't for the weapon intimidating him, he would have approached Lu Tang to persuade her forcefully. Humph, Lu Tang sneered, pointing at the few people huddled together like quails, who said there are empty beds. Those are their reserved spots. Want a bed? Simple. Just have those people cancel their reservations, and you can have their beds. So, fools will be fools. They couldn't even think of such a simple solution. They just knew how to bully a small boss like her. If she didn't want to earn another round of lodging fees, she would have thrown them all out by now. Chapter 32. Easing the conflict. Lu Tang's words suddenly made the ordinary people leaning against the wall the center of attention. They seemed to be a family, or at least acquaintances, who had been whispering among themselves while observing the situation. Now they were all frozen in place, not daring to move. Lu Tang's words were straightforward. If they couldn't understand this, they might as well not be in this post-apocalyptic world and should find a pile of beasts to hide in. How much did she give you? Wang Hu walked over to those people. He was the one who had just complained to Lu Tang about the unfairness. Ordinary people dared not defy an ability user's question. They exchanged glances, and the eldest among them answered, 1 level 1 crystal core each. Wang Hu pulled out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket, counted them, and left 10 level 1 cores, saying, I'll give you double. Go cancel your room. The elder swallowed hard, about to reach for the cores, but quickly withdrew his hand. No, I can't take it. I made a promise to them. I can't go back on my word. Wang Hu sensed something and turned around, indeed spotting Zhao Xian leaning against the wall leading to the accommodation area, casually waving a disposable toiletries set he had just bought from a vending machine. Oh, you all continue your conversation. I'm just passing by, don't mind me. Despite saying this, Zhao Xian showed no intention of leaving, standing there openly, as if he was waiting for a resolution. TSK. Wang Hu made an ambiguous sound, then raised the offer to 3 cores each. The older individuals felt increasingly hesitant. They were just ordinary people. The previous base had become unbearable due to severe exploitation, which led them to decide to change their living situation. The journey was not only arduous but also filled with fear and with limited savings. Most of their money had already been spent on the way. By the time they arrived here, it was already getting dark. Although they could see the signs of fast food restaurants, they were too accustomed to high prices to dare enter. If it weren't for being in an unfamiliar place without finding a suitable shelter, they wouldn't have even considered entering a hotel. After all, staying outside, as long as they were cautious, was mostly safe, and staying in a hotel wasn't necessarily much safer and required spending money. As the saying goes in apocalyptic situations, when there are no people in the wilderness, one only needs to be wary of the weather and wild beasts. But when encountering strangers, it's best to dedicate most of your energy to being cautious of your own kind. The beds in the inn required 20 points each, and they couldn't see the conditions before paying. After much hesitation, they decided to book 5 beds for safety. Just as they were about to enter, they ran into Zhao Xian and her group. The subsequent events unfolded as such. To establish a foothold in the new base, they sold their booked beds, initially planning to spend the night in the lobby, only to see Wang Hu and his group walk in. Now, they were the ones caught in a dilemma. Wang Hu's gaze was unkind. Zhao Xian's eyes were sharp like knives, and the beautiful female owner seemed to be an outsider, holding a cup as if watching a joke unfold. With danger in front and behind, the older individuals truly didn't know what to do. They couldn't afford to offend anyone present. In the end, he shakily took out the reward Zhao Xian had given them from his pocket, leaving behind only the crystal core he had intended to use for booking a room, and said to Zhao Xian, "We'll return the crystal core to you. Please, just let us go." Zhao Xian seemed to find something more interesting than just fighting over beds, suggesting they could try to check out. Wang Hu, unwilling to back down, added, "You can leave, but first return the room." The older individual nearly knelt before them, and the faces of those behind him turned beet red, their nails digging into their palms, worried that they might provoke the 2 groups in front and face dire consequences. As for the glaring weapons in Lu Tang's possession, they had no special abilities or means of self-defense and couldn't afford to offend that inscrutable, mysterious owner. Hadn't they noticed how the 2 groups of ability users treated her with caution? So, Can I take this as you threatening my guests? Lu Tang's tone rose at the end, seemingly curious, but anyone could hear the dissatisfaction and strong warning in her words. They are my guests, and there is absolute safety assurance in the store. If anyone wants to harm them, I will have to regretfully intervene. Wang Hu suddenly turned around. Since you say that, why did you have me look for them earlier? I asked you to mediate. How is it my concern if the guests voluntarily check out? But the current issue is that they are unable to do so willingly under the intimidation of your two groups, and that naturally becomes my business. After all, protecting guests in this establishment is not only about ensuring their physical safety, but also their mental well-being. Lu Tang really thought so. She initially intended to make some money from new bookings, but it ended up like this. One can only say that neither Wang Hu nor Zhao Xian are easy to deal with. Additionally, I must say, I tend to follow the rules when it comes to running a store, but I've always been quite willful, and those around me know this about my character. Yet they feel there's no need for me to change. So, if I were to blacklist you due to some of your actions, you should be able to understand, right? Lu Tang couldn't manage what happened outside the store for now, but she could still blacklist people. She didn't necessarily have to do business with certain individuals. She was used to being willful and sometimes just wanted to do things that weren't entirely in line with profit. Forget it, I won't bother. You all do as you please. Zhao Xian suddenly spoke, picking up her disposable toiletries and heading back to the accommodation area. I'll go call them for a shower to avoid long lines later. Zhao Xian left so decisively that she pushed Wang Hu into a predicament. When he saw Lu Tang looking at him, he gritted his teeth and handed over the crystal core to the elder. Here you go, check out and leave. Without Zhao Xian's pressure, the elder immediately relaxed and hurried to the counter to find Lu Tang, asking how to cancel the booking. You can cancel, but the points won't be refunded, Lu Tang replied. The elder nodded quickly. I understand. Just checking out is fine. We don't want the money. Lu Tang took the elder's membership card, inserted it into the self-service machine, and, in front of the elder, selected the cancellation option. Got it. If you understand, do it yourself. After saying that, Lu Tang made way for the 5 ordinary people, smiling at Wang Hu. I really didn't expect you to be so sensible. Honestly, I thought I'd have to mention my plans for opening a commercial street in the future. Wang Hu dryly replied, I've dealt with in Mingzhu before. Zhao Xian and the others have connections with the upper management of the Baishui base. Lu Tang realized. So you're quite well informed, huh? Didn't Song Yang just come by? Wang Hu turned his head awkwardly. Ability users have their own channels for information. Lu Tang nodded and pointed to the machine. They've finished. You can make your reservations now. Wang Hu glanced over and saw that the machine was indeed available. So he immediately called his team to gather around, and each used their newly acquired membership cards to book rooms. Meanwhile, the ordinary people's team hesitated as they looked at the night outside, unsure whether to leave directly or wait in the lobby. Staying in the lobby costs 5 points per person per night, only from midnight to 5 a.m., and does not include additional washing times. Do you want to stay? Even the smallest gain is worth having, Lu Tang thought. It's better to earn something than nothing. Chapter 33. Wrapping up the incident, the ordinary people, who had originally been hesitant, quickly agreed since they had already recharged their accounts and didn't need to apply for membership cards again. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Lu Tang yawned and called Tianyuan 6 to revise the check-in notice. Private transactions for housing qualifications are not allowed. Violators will be directly blacklisted, Lu Tang stated. Let us reprint the posters. Instructions received. This was one of Tianyuan's 6 duties, as long as Lu Tang provided the content. The mechanical arm would handle the rest. After patching the loopholes in the rules, Lu Tang calmly opened the screen under the awed gazes of those around her, browsing through the system's marketplace and finally purchasing 5 camping kits. She wasn't a greedy shop owner, since the guests had paid with points to stay. She couldn't let them sleep on the floor. Tianyuan 6 moved the tables and chairs around to clear some space, and set these up over there, Lu Tang instructed. Tianyuan 6 began to tidy up the lobby by moving the furniture, while Lu Tang neatly arranged the camping kits on the floor. Although referred to as kits, they actually consisted of sleeping bags with pillows and small lockable baskets for storing jackets and personal items, so they wouldn't have to worry about theft while sleeping. Lockpicking would be noticed, and if someone tried to carry the basket out, an alarm would trigger the moment they left the lobby, making it a relatively safe measure. The only downside was their small size, resembling 20-inch suitcases, but since they were already sleeping in the lobby, they would have to make do. The 5 ordinary people expressed their gratitude. They had been prepared to sleep on the floor, and now they had soft, warm sleeping bags to use, making them all very happy. At that moment, Lu Tang learned their names. The elder was named Chen En, 50 years old, and the two younger men were his sons. The elder called Chun Ming and the younger Chen Tian. Among the two women, the elder was named Zheng Yun and the younger Feng Qin. They were a mother-daughter pair and old neighbors of Chun'an. Their escape from the original base was due to Chun Ming and Feng Qin growing up together and planning to marry in a couple of years. However, a sudden riot and power shift at the base made life unbearable for ordinary people, and a small leader had taken an interest in Feng Qin, prompting both families to flee overnight. Chun In and the others dared not settle in a nearby base, so they followed a group of scavengers far away. Although they faced many hardships along the way, they were fortunate to arrive safely. We heard that the bases around here are quite stable, Chen In remarked, surprised to find a store operating in the wilderness, indicating that this area was much more peaceful. It's not entirely peaceful. My situation is quite unique, which is why I opened a store outside the base, Lu Tang clarified, not wanting to mislead them into thinking this area was completely safe, as losing their guard could lead to dangerous encounters with roaming beasts. If you get hungry, you can check out the fast food restaurant over there. The cheapest meal is 199 points, and it's quite filling. If you don't want to go, there are bread and sausages in the vending machine here to tide you over. Lu Tang promoted her goods and mentioned selling vehicles. Of course, they probably couldn't afford them, but the more people knew about it, the better. As the saying goes, those with money can support financially, and those without can support personally. Lu Tang's modification shop hadn't had much work lately, and it wouldn't be good to stay idle. Chen En, who lacked abilities but was sharp both emotionally and intellectually, immediately offered to help Lu Tang promote this matter. If he encountered anyone looking to buy or modify a vehicle, he would definitely recommend Lu's mechanical modification shop. Lu Tang was satisfied with this, and, seeing that there was nothing else to do here, opened the small black door behind the front desk, passing through the staff passage back to the second floor. After Lu Tang left, Chen En and the others finally relaxed. They huddled together for a while, deciding to leave 2 people here to watch over the luggage while the other 3 would go to the fast food restaurant to eat. They planned to pack food to bring back if possible. If not, they would eat quickly and then switch. While they were discussing the meal arrangements, the atmosphere in the accommodation area was also quite lively. Perhaps it was because Lu Tang had warned everyone, and the 2 groups led by Wang Hu and Zhao Xian had temporarily ceased hostilities. Although they still ignored each other, occasionally exchanging sarcastic remarks, at least they did not start any new arguments. So this is what a capsule hotel is like. I thought it was just ordinary bunk beds. Chu Lingling sat on her upper bunk, swinging her legs and talking to Zhao Xian below. The comfort level here is even better than the luxury rooms at the Anping First Hotel. What do you think, Sister Xian? I don't have money to burn, and I'm not important enough for anyone to invite me to stay anywhere. So how could I know? Zhao Xian, hearing Chu Lingling's question, didn't even lift her head. She was busy repacking her luggage, trying to fit the remaining items from the disposable toiletries pack into her bag. The pack provided by Lu Tang included a towel, soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, and conditioner. The amounts of shampoo and conditioner were quite small, truly meant for single use. But the towel and toothbrush could last quite a while if used carefully. The toothpaste and soap were similar, although their capacity was small. They wouldn't be used up in one go. Zhao Xian estimated that she could use them 6 or 7 more times. The 15-point spin on this were well worth it. After all, while the base could ensure the use of general daily necessities, the prices weren't cheap. Even for someone like her, an ability user, she was reluctant to change towels often, only doing so when they could no longer be used. Zhao Xian was organizing these items and was not particularly willing to engage with Chu Lingling, as the latter seemed like her contrasting group, someone from a wealthy background who had received a good education from a young age, even though they were both out hunting beasts. For Chu Lingling, the nature of the experience was far more significant than the benefits, which was entirely different from Zhao Xian, who was a mercenary living on the edge. For her, the knowledge gained and crystal cores were merely supplementary. However, Chu Lingling either genuinely did not notice Zhao Xian's disdain or simply didn't care. Continuing to speak to her, Sister Xian, do you want to try this sleep experience? I want to give it a go. I've never seen a large area of snow before. The artificial snow that Uncle Lu and the others made a couple of years ago was pretty, but the area was too small. Zhao Xian sighed and looked up at the little princess of the Chu family on her upper bunk. If you want to try it, go ahead, but please don't talk to me about it, okay? Oh, fine. Since you don't want to hear it, I won't say anything. Chu Lingling seemed to lose her desire to talk, pulling down the isolation curtain halfway. Then I'll sleep first. Good night, Brother Feng, Sister Xing, Sister Ding, Sister Xian. After saying this, she completely pulled down the isolation curtain, shutting herself off from the accommodation area. Chapter 34. Casual talk. Chu Lingling locked herself in the capsule, and Zhao Xian was no longer in a hurry to pack her things. She looked up at Wang Hu and pointed outside, seemingly wanting to say something. Wang Hu remained silent for a few seconds, nodded, and walked outside the accommodation area with Zhao Xian. Once the automatic door closed, their conversation would not be overheard by those inside. Zhao Xian spoke first. Sorry, I didn't mean to clash with you all earlier, but I had no choice. The young lady insisted on reserving the entire place. Miss Chu, I understand. Wang Hu nodded, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the issue further. He reminded her, almost as a warning, don't get any ideas about those few people. He was referring to the ordinary folks from earlier, although they had exchanged words. Wang Hu had no intention of causing trouble for them regardless of whether they checked out or not. Zhao Xian shrugged. I must be crazy to think about them. If I had that idea, I would have forced them to book rooms from the start instead of paying them. As long as you understand, Wang Hu replied. Seeing that Zhao Xian had no further comments, he turned and walked back to the accommodation area, climbing the stairs to his capsule. Wang Hu had taken out a crystal core to buy a bed space from Chenan, not just out of spite towards Zhao Xian and the others, but also with another intention in mind. He had learned a few days ago that a fast food restaurant had mysteriously opened here, run by a mysterious owner who possessed many scarce food supplies. Due to being occupied with tasks at the time, Wang Hu couldn't act on this knowledge until he completed his mission, which led him to arrive here last night, just in time to witness quite a spectacle. Moreover, Wang Hu hadn't expected that his information had lagged so much. Not only was there a fast food restaurant, but the owner also opened an inn and a mechanical modification shop. Wang Hu hadn't checked the situation of the mechanical shop yet, but he had personally experienced the fast food restaurant and its offerings, even staying at the inn. The methods displayed by Lu Yao made Wang Hu wary. He was certain that the other party was a formidable expert, so he decisively abandoned any thoughts of robbery and chose to befriend them. After all, in today's world, individuals or organizations that can provide abundant resources and safety in the wild are absolutely not to be offended. Not only should they not be offended, but they also need to be courted. Wang Hu was neither foolish nor short-sighted, and he knew exactly what to do. Pulling down the isolation curtain, Wang Hu carefully observed the interior of the capsule and soon discovered an upgrade option. Without hesitation, he clicked on it, and, after reading the description, decisively selected the prairie film. Once selected, the lights in the capsule gradually dimmed. Despite Wang Hu keeping his eyes wide open, he could not tell when the surrounding scenery had completely changed. If it weren't for the fact that he could touch both sides of the capsule, he wouldn't believe he was still inside, as the scenery around him had entirely transformed into a vast prairie. With him standing right in the center of this lush green expanse, Wang Hu now felt somewhat conflicted. His rational mind told him he was lying in the capsule, not going anywhere. Yet, everything he saw, felt, touched, and heard was telling him he had arrived at a great prairie, in the era where Lu Tang resides. VR technology has developed to an impressive stage, capable of realizing all the concepts from those classic films on Earth, and even surpassing them. This high-tech innovation has been perfectly integrated into a small capsule, where, aside from limitations in capacity and content, all experiences have been preserved. If Wang Hu had ever tried VR, he might understand the source of his sense of disconnection, as early users of VR had similar feelings when it first appeared. Unfortunately, technology in this era has significantly regressed. During the war, the priority was to salvage and preserve technologies related to survival and military power, while entertainment was the first to be discarded, and there are no current plans to revive it. Wang Hu lay on the bed in a daze. Although his real body was still, he could crouch and reach out to touch the dewy grass in the virtual prairie. He even pinched off a small piece of leaf, the sap of the herbaceous plant staining his fingers green, with a slightly sticky texture when he rubbed it. He placed the grass leaf in his mouth, tasting its freshness, as if he were truly on the prairie, biting into a small section of grass. The sun above him was bright and scorching, the grass beneath his feet soft. And as he gazed into the distance, there were no human structures in sight. No matter how much he strained to look, all he could see was the endless prairie. As a gentle breeze blew, the grass, as high as Wang Hu's knees, swayed slightly in one direction. With each gust, the grass rose and fell rhythmically. Wang Hu had never seen the ocean, so he could not compare this scene to waves. He was deeply immersed in this seemingly regular, yet irregular motion, his eyelids growing heavy. Following his heart's desire, he lay down on the prairie, stretching out his limbs and inhaling the unique fragrance of the grass, gradually drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, the others at the inn were sleeping soundly, while CSC, who went to the mechanical modification shop, found another kind of joy. Initially, he was there for the modified vehicles, and with the introduction from Tianyuan 6, he selected one from 7 similar cars. CSC had wanted to buy an armored vehicle, but Tianyuan 6 informed him that it would be sold at an auction in 30 days, so he had to settle for a modified, ordinary vehicle instead. After paying 5,000 points, CSC became a customer of the mechanical modification shop, gaining the right to rest on the second floor for 3 hours. CSC stepped onto the left staircase. The car will be parked there. I'll pick it up when I leave during the day, right? Yes. You can access the second floor from either side. Aside from free seating, all other facilities require additional payment. Got it. CSC was accustomed to such charging practices, as the shops in the base operated similarly. After all, supplies were scarce, and even a cup of S2 grade drinking water wasn't free. The layout on the second floor was nothing special. After a quick glance, CSC found it uninteresting, but he was soon captivated by a peculiar box. He walked over, touched the buttons on top, and asked, "What is this?" It's a gaming machine where players can control characters in the game. Just insert a membership card to use it. Usually 1 point equals 1 life. CSC didn't understand what controlling characters meant or what 1 point equating to 1 life was. The only part he grasped from Tianyuan Lu's words was the 1 point, which seemed very affordable to him. So, Tianyuan Lu activated the gaming machine for CSC. After that, he became completely absorbed in it. Chapter 35. Leveling up again. The gaming machine placed in the second-floor lounge was a retro creation from the recent years of the interstellar era, based on discovered artifacts. Though it lacked VR experiences and open worlds, it still garnered a lot of attention, becoming a popular form of entertainment or a status symbol. Liu Yang chose this particular machine for a simple reason. The synthesis price was low enough and aligned with the technology of this world, ensuring it wouldn't negatively impact her future entertainment venue business. When something is expensive, people tend to find various flaws in it, but if it's cheap enough, it only has advantages. Even if someone tried to nitpick, most people would push back, thinking they were just looking for trouble. After all, it was so affordable. Why demand a small spaceship? CSC had never played video games before, but he always enjoyed trying new things. With the low cost of 1 point, he eagerly immersed himself in this time-killing giant. He started with a traditional fighting game, then moved on to a bullet hell shooter, followed by a side-scrolling platformer, and various sports games, and so on. It wasn't until 3 hours later that Tianyuan Lu reminded him that time was up. Only then did CSC realize he had spent such a long time playing. He discovered that his membership card had lost a total of 142 points. How can I play this again later? CSC asked Tianyuan Lu, having grown accustomed to conversing with this unseen expert. Customers can return when their vehicles need modifications, repairs, or maintenance. CSC nodded. All right, how often should I come for maintenance? Every 5,000 kilometers or every 6 months is recommended. CSC clicked his tongue. What about short-term services? Are there any? Tianyuan Lu paused for a moment, seemingly searching through its database. It didn't want to wake the sleeping Liu Yang over such a minor issue. Washing the car is also an option, if the customer wishes. They can come every day. We also handle repainting if the vehicle has chipped paint. Got it. Thanks. CSC glanced longingly at the machine before decisively turning away. He had things to deal with tomorrow and needed a place to rest for a while. The games could wait until he had more free time. After all, it was just 1 point for 1 life. He had already gotten much better, and next time he played, he wouldn't use up so many points. Then, CSC drove to the hotel and, upon learning that there were no available beds, exchanged 5 points for a sleeping bag to lay next to others. He quickly fell asleep after crawling in. Since sleeping in the lobby was only allowed until 5 a.m., the staff diligently woke everyone up, as the sight of many people lying around was not presentable, even if they were neatly arranged. When Shen En and the others woke up, they were shocked to find that the room was completely different from when they had gone to sleep. Not only was the area much larger, but there was also an additional passageway next to the corridor leading to the accommodation area. How did this change? Shen En looked around in confusion, wondering if this was Boss Lu's special ability. CSC, however, had fewer concerns. He walked over to the newly appeared passage and looked inside. Noticing there were no glass doors blocking the way, so he walked straight in. There were several new doors, and 101 and 102 seemed to be guest rooms. By this time, Chen En and the others had packed their bags and, seeing no danger, gathered around. The younger Chen Tian expressed his envy, saying, "This ability is really great." CSC glanced at him oddly, saying, "No, this isn't an ability. No one's ability is like this. Most people's abilities these days were elemental, with a few being space or healing types. Logically, Lu Tong's ability to expand a room out of thin air should be classified as a space ability. But as far as CSC knew, no one could achieve this. Moreover, Lu Tong not only silently expanded the space, but also possessed resources that many could not obtain. Not to mention the protective shield outside and the air quality inside the store, which was certainly beyond what a space ability user could manage. So, Boss Lu was truly unfathomable. It was best not to provoke her if possible. While there were changes at the hotel, the fast food restaurant was experiencing similar shifts. However, it was only 5 a.m., and Lu Tong was still asleep, so there were no guests yet, and no one had noticed the changes. 5 a.m. merely meant that people could not continue sleeping. Resting in the lobby was still allowed. At this time, it was still dark outside, and venturing out would still be somewhat dangerous. Chen En and the others planned to wait until dawn to leave and intended to buy some more buns from the fast food restaurant to take with them. He had just asked CSC about the location and distance of the Omping base, and given their pace, they estimated they would arrive by evening. So food they could eat while walking would be just right. At 8 a.m., Lu Tong got up and washed up. By the time she went down to the fast food restaurant, there were already quite a few customers inside. The Chen family had left as soon as it was light, and CSC also drove off after buying a bunch of supplies. However, Zhao Xian and Wang, who were not in a hurry to leave, instead, they leisurely enjoyed breakfast at the fast food restaurant. "Good morning, Boss Lu." "Morning, Boss Lu. Did you do some renovations last night?" "Boss Lu, is the new menu tasty?" The greetings came in one after another, and Lu Tong greeted everyone in a good mood before pulling up the screen to check on the upgrade results. The area of the hotel had expanded to 300 square meters, with 4 new single rooms of 18 square meters each and 4 double rooms of 25 square meters each. The radius of the protective shield had expanded to a range of 5 meters. The fast food restaurant has expanded its area from 100 square meters to 150 square meters, and the second floor is now open for dining. The protective shield radius has increased from 5 meters to 8 meters. Wall decoration effects have been unlocked, and 4 new meal sets have been added. Meal set 5, 1 bowl of noodles, options, 3 delicacies sauce. Fried sauce, 1 bowl of seaweed and egg soup, 1 serving of vegetable side dish, price, 129 points. Meal set 6, 1 serving of rice with toppings, options, fish-flavored shredded pork, tomato and egg. Kung Pao chicken, 1 bowl of seaweed and egg soup, 1 serving of refreshing side dish, random, price, 199 points. Meal set 7, 2 donkey meat buns, 1 bowl of dumpling soup, 1 serving of refreshing side dish, random, price, 239 points. Meal set 8, 1 serving of boiled fish, options, mild, spicy, extra spicy, 1 bowl of rice, 1 serving of refreshing side dish, random, price, 399 points. Lu Tang feels good about the changes. The variety of dishes has increased, giving customers more choices. Eating the same few items repeatedly can become boring over time. Running a restaurant requires self-optimization and striving to provide better service for customers. This way, one can earn more money in a win-win manner. Regardless of what others think, Lu Tang herself is craving the boiled fish meal set. Just thinking about the taste makes her mouth water. Chapter 36. Restaurant renovation. Since she wanted to eat, Lu Tang directly chose the boiled fish meal set from the staff cafeteria, opting for mild spice. She belongs to the type that craves spicy food but has a low tolerance, so mild is her limit. The boiled fish has a very strong aroma, which immediately attracted most of the attention in the restaurant as soon as it appeared at the ordering counter. Chu Lingling sniffed and walked directly to the counter. Leaning down to look at the food on the tray, "Boss Lu, what is this?" "It's the boiled fish meal set," Lu Tang replied, using black fish, which has very few bones. "Okay, thanks, Boss Lu." Chu Lingling got the answer she wanted and returned to her seat to order one for herself. She wasn't short on money and had eaten fish before, but she had never tasted anything like this. In the post-apocalyptic world, both oceans and rivers have been polluted to varying degrees, and seafood and river fish from nature are not only inedible but also look unappetizing. Therefore, the fish available at the base are all from farms, but the variety is very limited, mostly consisting of easier-to-raise species. Moreover, not all bases have the capability to raise fish. Raising fish requires water, and people need water to survive. Some small bases barely have enough potable water for their residents and have no resources for additional activities. Even for Chu Lingling, the number of times she has eaten fish in her life is very few, and there is hardly anyone like her in the entire fast food restaurant. Lu Tang is not included in that count. Is this really fish? Zhao Xian asked curiously, looking at the boiled fish that Chu Lingling ordered. Lu Tang's portion size and ingredients are quite generous. A serving of boiled fish contains at least 20 pieces of fish, along with some side dishes. Definitely not like some places where you can finish it in just a couple of bites. Xiener, you guys can also order a serving to try. Chu Lingling said this without any intention of giving away what was in her hands. She was glad that she hadn't eaten much earlier, otherwise, she might really not be able to eat more. This dish was not easy to pack, and even if it could be taken back to the base, it wouldn't taste good later. Zhao Xian had already eaten her fill and was feeling a bit hesitant. She really wanted to try the flavor of the boiled fish. But she certainly couldn't finish such a large portion, and taking the leftovers would be too wasteful. Originally, Zhao Xian thought that Chu Lingling might offer her a taste, which is why she started talking to her, but the latter completely ignored her, leaving Zhao Xian in a bit of a dilemma. Lu Zhao was not concerned about the unspoken tension between the guests. She was focused on enjoying her own portion of boiled fish. The fish was freshly prepared black fish, cooked to perfection, tender and delicious, with just the right amount of spiciness that allowed her to savor the unique flavor without needing to gulp down water to soothe the heat. Indeed, delicious food could enhance one's sense of happiness. Lu Zhao felt extremely happy at that moment, able to set aside all her troubles and just focus on the present. After finishing her meal, Lu Zhao contentedly patted her belly and got up to head to the newly unlocked second floor of the fast food restaurant. The upper floor had been closed to guests before because it was empty, and since others could find seats on the first floor, there was no need to check out the second floor. Therefore, even though Lu Zhao got up late, she was still the first to see the entire view of the second floor. The second floor was as large as the first, featuring a small restroom, with the wash basin located centrally between the male and female restrooms, making it a shared space. The walls, apart from the load-bearing ones, were all made of floor-to-ceiling windows, wrapping around the entire second floor. Lu Zhao thought for a moment, then activated the unlocked wall decoration feature, choosing the cheapest 4-season package. This way, the wall would automatically change every 3 months according to the current month. Now, it was May, perfectly in the spring season. After making her selection, the wall displayed a beautiful spring scene with peach blossoms and green willows, and grass sprouting with singing orioles. The ceiling also changed accordingly. Looking up, she could see either tender green leaves or various colorful flower buds. The vibrant colors intertwined beautifully without appearing chaotic, giving a sense of being in nature. Similarly, the floor had changed, no longer the dull gray stone, but covered with a layer of soft artificial grass. The touch underfoot felt different from an ordinary floor. In areas where it didn't obstruct walking, there were wildflowers in yellow, red, white, and pink, with small blossoms that either stood alone or clustered together, gently swaying with the breeze in the restaurant, making one smile just by looking at them. Not only that, Lu Zhao selected several glass windows and projected a spring scene on them, covering the unattractive yellow sky and the distant ruins filled with dust and gravel. However, this time Lu Zhao didn't choose flowers, trees, or grass. Instead, she specifically selected a lake view, with a beautifully crafted white arch bridge spanning over the emerald waters. The archway leads to a quaint pavilion with red pillars and gray tiles. Inside the pavilion, there is a round stone table surrounded by several irregularly placed stone stools. The picturesque view of the lake creates an inviting atmosphere, making one feel compelled to sit down. Occasionally, a few water birds glide across the lake's surface. Lu Tang, not being knowledgeable in this area, couldn't identify the species. She thought they were all part of the system's setting, and as long as they looked good, that was enough. After setting everything up, Lu Tang began arranging the tables and chairs. She purchased 6 sets of 2-person tables and chairs, 12 sets of 4-person tables and chairs, and 2 long tables that could accommodate 12 people each. The long tables were placed on either side, catering to larger groups while also serving as dining spots for individuals. The 2-person and 4-person tables were evenly distributed, leaving enough space for people to walk through to avoid collisions due to narrow passageways. Since ordering could be done directly by inserting a membership card to view the menu, Lu Tang didn't arrange anything else. After surveying the area and finding it satisfactory, she slowly made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, she discovered that her guests seemed to have consumed something unusual, as they were all overly excited. The adults, who had been composed moments ago, were now behaving like children, running from one end of the fast food restaurant to the other just to see the different patterns on the walls. "Boss, are these all real?" Wang Hu eagerly approached Lu Tang, asking if the flowers and trees were for sale. "They're not real, and they're not for sale," Lu Tang sighed, unable to hide her exasperation. "This is a projection technology that makes them appear real, but they aren't." "That's amazing." Wang Hu gave Lu Tang a thumbs up and dashed to the other side, continuing to observe while expressing his admiration. It made sense. They had never seen true natural landscapes. And not every base had flowers, grass, and trees. Even if they did, those would need careful maintenance and would be kept in special areas so that they wouldn't be wasted on casual viewing. A generous boss like Lu Tang was indeed rare. Even if she revealed that everything was fake and merely projection technology, it wouldn't diminish her guests' positive opinion of her. After all, in their bases, anyone with such technology would have it fenced off, requiring payment to see it. It was unlikely that it would be casually displayed for free viewing. Therefore, calling Lu Tang generous was entirely justified. Lu Tang replied, "As long as you're happy." Chapter 37. Hotel Upgrade. After setting up the projection wallpaper, Lu Tang returned to the first floor and purchased some tables and chairs from the marketplace to place in the spacious area, with the arrangements upstairs and downstairs. A total of 120 guests could dine simultaneously. Additionally, Lu Tang acquired 5 recycling machines, placing one upstairs and the other 4 on the first floor to facilitate the increasing number of guests applying for membership cards and recharging their cards. The beverage selection was also expanded. Lu Tang designated a self-service area on the first floor, placing the newly purchased cold and hot beverage machines inside. Guests could use their cards to access them. Of course, if they didn't know how to use them, they could simply place an order at the table. As long as they were willing to spend money, Lu Tang would ensure they could definitely spend it. The hot drink machine still offers the same options, while the cold drink machine has options like plum soup, lemon lime soda, orange soda, cola, and lemonade, catering to different tastes of customers. Lu Tang considered putting an ice cream machine in there as well, but after thinking about the skill required to make ice cream, she decided to place it in the kitchen, leaving it to the mechanical chef to handle. The fast food restaurant now has 5 service windows, and when the place is full, the average waiting time for customers does not exceed 15 minutes. After all, some dishes, like beef noodles and boiled fish, need to be prepared fresh, which takes some time. Lu Tang bought an ice cream cone from the staff cafeteria and was about to head over to the hotel to check out the upgraded effects when she was stopped by Chu Lingling, who had been observing her and asked what she was eating. "It's ice cream, a cold dessert," Lu Tang explained after a moment of thought. "It contains cream and some other ingredients. I personally think it's delicious." Chu Lingling's eyes lit up. "Is it like the cream on a cream cake?" Lu Tang was unsure about the distinction. "Maybe, but it's not expensive. Why don't you buy one and try it yourself?" One ice cream cone costs 5 points, which an average person might hesitate to spend, but Chu Lingling definitely wouldn't mind the price, so she immediately ran back to her seat to place an order. And this time she didn't forget to buy one for others in the line as well. Soon, the mechanical arm delivered 5 ice cream cones along the route on the ceiling to Chu Lingling. She immediately picked the one that looked the most appealing to her and, following Lu Tang's example, stuck out her tongue to lick it. Instantly, she was captivated by the cool, delicate, and smooth texture. Her eyes focused solely on the ice cream. The ice cream machine Lu Tang bought was the cheapest model, currently offering only 3 flavors: original, chocolate, and vanilla. Fortunately, this machine can be expanded like a vending machine, allowing for more flavors later on. However, Lu Tang had no plans for that at the moment. Firstly, it would cost money, and secondly, for the people in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, these 3 flavors would last a long time. So there was no need to rush into introducing too many new products. In the interstellar era, there are always many choices available, which can be overwhelming, leading many beings to suffer from choice paralysis and requesting businesses to provide the most basic options. Therefore, Lu Tang thought it best to start with 3 choices and gradually introduce new ones. This way, regular customers would have a sense of collecting cards, enjoying new products frequently without being overwhelmed by too many choices at once. "I really am a thoughtful boss," Lu Tang thought, holding her ice cream as she walked through the staff passage toward the hotel. At this time, the lobby had been tidied up, with sleeping bags collected by Tian Yuan Lu and stored in the warehouse for the next guests who would stay in the lobby. He also kindly added this information to the check-in instructions for Lu Tang. I suggest that no more than 10 guests stay in the lobby, or it will lower the hotel's standard. Lu Tang shook her head, rejecting Tian Yuan Lu's suggestion. Yesterday was an emergency. We can't do this in the future. Then those camping sets will go to waste. No waste. Hasn't the outer area expanded? Choose a spot to level the ground, set up a fence, and put a large tent there, storing all the camping gear inside. Lu Tang walked to the entrance of the inn, pointing at the empty ground on the right, continuing to discuss her plans. That area will do. Only those who have booked a spot can enter through the fence, costing 5 points for one night, with no limit on the number of times they can wash up, but the same time restrictions apply as with checking out before noon at the inn. This vacant land is quite spacious. After surrounding it with a fence and setting up tents, it can accommodate 30 camping setups. Those who are reluctant to spend 20 points can stay here. Although it may not be very comfortable or upscale, at least it provides shelter from the wind and rain, as well as the much-needed safety at night. I have always admired the manager's business acumen. Of course, after all, I am quite clever. Lu Tang accepted the praise from Tian Yuan Lu with ease, ignoring any possible sarcasm in the words. As long as she couldn't detect it, it was pure praise to her. The system store sells tents, and the decoration section includes fences. Lu Tang chose a milk-white pointed fence, about 1.3 meters high, with gaps between the sections that allow anyone to see through to the scenery on both sides. This height might be difficult for ordinary people to climb over, but that doesn't mean those with abilities can't do it, so Lu Tang didn't expect it to stop anyone. Its main purpose here is to beautify the environment and serve as a warning, indicating that the area inside belongs to the business zone, and those who haven't paid should not seek trouble. To make this camping area more visually appealing, Lu Tang spent 10 points on decorative spray painting. So each white fence post now has a bit of plant design. Up close, they appear individual, but from a distance, they form a small garden. Since it's a fence, it naturally comes with matching gates that can be pushed from both sides and will automatically return to their original position. The sides of the gate, like the glass doors of the accommodation area, are equipped with sensors, allowing only those who have booked a spot to enter. Otherwise, an alarm will go off, and those who refuse to leave will be treated as thieves and robbers, directly dealt with by Tian Yuan Lu. Those who climb over the fence will face the same consequences. Guests can pass inanimate objects over the top of the fence, but living beings cannot. Lu Tang chose a sky blue color for the tent, which is divided into 6 areas, each equipped with 5 camping setups that have their own designated color. Between the areas, Lu Tang set up walkways wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, where no luggage is allowed. If someone complains, the person who has left items in the walkway will be fined, and if it happens more than 3 times, they will be blacklisted. For those with little luggage, it can be placed in the small boxes that come with the camping setups or next to their sleeping bags. If someone has a lot of luggage, they can rent a storage room behind the tent for 1 point, which can accommodate most of their belongings. Of course, this price is only available to guests. If someone needs to use the storage room after checking out, the price will increase to 1 point per hour. Lu Tang specifically set a price range for this. If a guest checks out at 9 a.m., they can use the storage room for free until 12 p.m., after which it will be charged at a rate of 1 point per hour. I'm such a considerate boss for my guests, Lu Tang thought, leaving the planned camping area with satisfaction. Chapter 38. Upgrade complete with the camping area planned. Lu Tang considered the increased pressure on the restrooms due to a rise in the number of guests, so she purchased 3 gender-neutral portable toilets to place in a corner. After that, she returned to the accommodation area of the inn, where there were no guests at the moment, allowing her to freely decorate and renovate. Starting with the accommodation area, Lu Tang bought 10 capsule rooms to place across the way, increasing the capacity from 10 to 20 guests. If space wasn't a concern, she could even add another 20. However, that still wasn't high enough. Lu Tang looked up at the ceiling, which was about 4 meters high, shook her head, and thought that to achieve that stunning effect, a higher ceiling was necessary. In the interstellar era, capsule hotels remained popular, but their styles were relatively uniform, either retro cyberpunk or modern, with perhaps a natural honeycomb style. The modern style required high standards for facilities, and if Lu Tang wanted to create a modern interstellar vibe, there would be too many renovations needed, making it less cost-effective. The honeycomb style appeared natural but required numerous capsule rooms to achieve that effect, which felt overly cramped to Lu Tang. Therefore, she envisioned a retro cyberpunk-style capsule accommodation area. Of course, for those from a post-apocalyptic wasteland, it wouldn't seem retro at all. Rather, it would feel more high-tech. The first requirement was height. The arrangement of the capsule rooms had to be tidy, and when looking at the topmost capsule, one should have to tilt their head back as much as possible to see it. Each layer of capsule rooms would need independent platforms, with vertical elevators to reach the upper levels, and the rooms would be adorned with cold, hard lines glowing in blue light, creating an overall cool vibe. So for now, Lu Tang could only increase the number of capsule rooms to meet the accommodation needs, with plans for gradual improvements in the future. When Lu Tang was in school, some classmates would convert the accommodation area into a lounge or small bar to highlight the characteristics of the inn, but she never did that. She always focused on maximizing the use of capsule rooms. As for a lounge, there would be rooms designated for that in the future, and the current lobby could also be slightly adjusted and tidied up for use, so there was no need to waste such a good space for accommodation. After tidying up the accommodation area, Lu Tang went to check the newly added single and double rooms, which had door numbers automatically generated by the system and did not require keys. They matched automatically after booking, and entry was restricted to the host's invitation. The single room was priced at 40 points per night, while the double room was 80 points, both equipped with private bathrooms, allowing guests to shower without having to compete for shared facilities. Whether it's a single room or a double room, the bed is a large one measuring 1.5 x 2 For a single person, it's not an issue, and for a double, you can choose to sleep separately or share the same bed. There's definitely enough space. The bedding is automatically cleaned and disinfected every day, ensuring absolute hygiene. Towels, bath towels, slippers, and hair dryers are provided in the room for use, but cannot be taken away, as they are the property of the hotel. Additionally, based on the number of guests, a corresponding amount of drinking water will be provided in the room every morning, free of charge. Guests can drink it or take it with them, and they can also use the provided water heater to heat it up for free, regardless of whether it's a single or double room. Adding extra beds is not allowed. However, if guests bring children under the age of 12, they can stay with their parents, but they will need to apply for a membership card. Lu Zhang is not worried about anyone lying about their age when applying for the membership card. The individual's biometric information will be directly stored in the database of the establishment, allowing for accurate age determination, even down to the day. It's impossible to deceive her. Including the camping area, we can accommodate a total of 62 guests at the same time, which is an upgrade. Without the upgrade, we can only host 10 people, which is too few. Strictly speaking, the additional 30 spots in the camping area were added by the manager. Don't sweat the small stuff. Lu Zhang waved her hand. Previously, the outdoor space was too limited, and I wanted to add a camping area, but it wasn't enough. Also, please help me add more parking spaces later. With a larger area, it would be nice to park a few more cars. As far as I know, many people prefer to park outside the protective cover. Should we set a rule that prohibits parking within a certain distance outside the cover? No need to worry about that. It's all extra income. If it's there, great, but if not, it's not a demand. We can't force guests to park. Tianyu and Liu remained silent, seemingly believing that silence was the best response at that moment. Lu Zhang didn't mind. There was nothing that needed changing in the single or double rooms. After checking the washroom situation, she returned to the lobby. Now that we have money, we need to make some changes to the lobby decor. The area near the front desk doesn't need to be touched. It needs to remain clear for business. But we can add some items on the other side. Lu Zhang first added a vending machine against the wall by the entrance and moved the one that was previously next to the front desk over, increasing the number of product slots. Vending machine now contains 10 types of items: disposable toiletries, sanitary napkins, condoms, disposable underwear, and disposable panties, with the underwear and panties having different sizes, occupying the remaining product slots. Vending machine B also has 10 types of items: bread, sausages, drinking water, instant noodles, tea eggs, self-heating rice, marinated beef, salted duck eggs, pickled vegetables, and lemon-flavored chicken feet. That should be about right. Guests who don't want to eat at fast food places can buy these items to eat in their rooms. Of course, they shouldn't litter. We need to buy more trash bins for the accommodation area, single and double rooms, the lobby, and the camping area. After organizing the vending machines and placing the trash bins, Lu Tang immediately began to tidy up the tables and chairs in the lobby. The long wooden table was kept but moved to the side, and the long bench was also shifted over to make it convenient for guests to eat here. The newly available space couldn't be left idle, so Lu Tang bought a long sofa that could accommodate 5 to 6 people and placed it, with 2 double sofas on each side. In the middle, she laid down the cheapest brown carpet, on which several round cushions were haphazardly placed. Between the long sofa and the double sofas were 2 layers of white rectangular coffee tables, with the top layer featuring decorative potted plants. A metal frame extending to the ceiling separated the sofas from the long dining table. The frame was composed of evenly spaced squares, some of which were empty for observation, while others had bases and partitions installed, displaying variously shaped glass jars. Each jar contained a small house, each with a unique design. These were movable models made by a mall based on future commercial street shops, which would change with the upgrades of the commercial street. Currently, the visible ones included a fast food restaurant, a hotel, and a modification shop. But Lu Tang believed that it wouldn't be long before all the uses of the small houses became well known to the guests, and the Lu Ji commercial street would eventually gain fame throughout the wasteland world. Chapter 39. Concept of the 4th store. The following days passed quietly. Lu Tang had become accustomed to the compliments from the new guests about her shop and herself. No matter how nice the same words sounded, after hearing them repeatedly, they became just words. Now, she was pondering the armored vehicle auction scheduled for half a month later. The sales of modified vehicles were average, as most people still preferred to bring their own vehicles for modification. Lu Tang sat in her room on the 2nd floor, casually chatting with Tian Yuan Lu. Perhaps it was because modifying only required 3,000 points, while buying a vehicle cost 5,000 points. Lu Tang scratched her head. That makes some sense. I actually overestimated the market. Those who already own vehicles would definitely choose modification, while those who didn't have vehicles might not be able to afford one now. Over these days, apart from the modified vehicle that CSC bought, Lu Tang had sold only one vehicle, and the remaining modified vehicles, including the first one she modified, were still sitting in the garage of the modification shop, unattended. There's no way to lower the price, Lu Tang said. If it doesn't work, we'll continue modifying them to meet their needs. The vehicle modification required the shop to be upgraded to at least level 2. Lu Tang opened her light screen and pulled up the income and expenditure of the modification shop. Looking at the data, she pondered and said, upgrading is not impossible. It has made money on its own, so I can't keep holding it back. Once the mechanical modification shop reached level 2, the shop area would expand to 800 square meters, adding 4 regular modification spaces and 1 special vehicle modification space. Most importantly, it would unlock Class C modifications. This meant that in addition to simple repairs and drive power modifications, vehicle modifications would also be added. In simple terms, it could modify the chassis, change capacity, load weapons, and attach armor plates in critical locations, among other things. Lu Tang's cars were all obtained through no-cost transactions. She only spent 200 points on modifications and sold them for 5,000, making a profit of 4,800. She had already accumulated enough points needed for the next level. Additionally, she recently took on several modification jobs, and even with the purchases for upgrades and decorations, she had some surplus. After considering this, Lu Tang decided to go ahead with the upgrade, as it would help expand her business. Moreover, in half a month, the auction would take place, and she had already spread the news about auctioning armored vehicles. Upgrading her modification shop to make it more impressive was definitely a good idea. Upgrade the mechanical modification shop. After making her calculations, Lu Tang no longer hesitated. Points left and used earn no interest, so they should be spent when necessary. It was a wise choice. Watching 3,000 points disappear from her account, she felt a slight emptiness inside, knowing it was a necessary step, so she decided to find something else to do. Tian 6. What do you think I should open for my next shop? After deducting 3,000 points, Lu Tang still had over 8,000 points left, enough to open a new shop. However, the choices were limited. The internship system set by the school unlocked options step by step. Currently, she had 2 planned shops, and the next one could be chosen from the relevant categories. As for the mechanical modification shop, that was an unplanned event, considered separately, so it wouldn't affect the unlocking conditions of the internship system. The available shop options were a clothing store, a snack street, and a transit hub. There are 4 essential aspects of human life: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The internship system initially revolved around these aspects. For example, the first fast food restaurant fell under food, while hotels belonged to housing. The clothing store in the current options relates to clothing, and the transit hub pertains to transportation. The snack street, of course, falls under the food category and is an extension of fast food. No snack street. The fast food restaurant is enough for now. Lu Tong first dismissed the food extension, which would definitely be arranged in the future, but not at this moment. Regarding the clothing store, Lu Tong recalled how people dressed in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. They didn't seem to care much about clothing. When leaving the base, they wore protective suits and helmets, only taking off their helmets to eat inside. Unless they were hotel guests, they rarely removed their protective gear. Unless the shop sold high-end protective suits, it probably wouldn't have much business. Ultimately, Lu Tong focused on the transit hub. This was a commonly used mode of transportation in the interstellar era, typically used for traveling to farther places on the same planet. For closer distances, people preferred hover vehicles or small spacecraft, as not everyone could tolerate the pulling sensation during teleportation. At least Lu Tong didn't like it. Every time she passed through a transit hub, she felt nauseous and had to crouch aside for a while to recover. However, the minor flaws do not overshadow the positives. These small issues do not deter people from using the teleportation hubs frequently. After all, the planets are vast, and if one travels by a small spacecraft, it can take at least 7 to 8 hours. The passengers on board vary greatly, and not all beings can adapt to such high speeds. For those in a hurry or indifferent to a bit of dizziness, teleportation hubs are the most convenient mode of transport. Although the destinations are fixed, once one arrives on the other side, switching to other transportation can save a lot of time. Let's establish a hub operation station. Lu Tang decided on the nature of the next store, placing it next to an inn. With 4 shops, a small street can be built, right? Yes. 4 shops can serve as anchor points to create a small block. Once the anchor points are set, when the shops upgrade, they will expand in parallel. Shop upgrades often come with an increase in area. If anchor points are not set, it may lead to blocked pathways or squeeze neighboring shops due to expansion. Fortunately, the developers had already considered this issue. Ever since they observed that a rapidly expanding shop A had breached the wall of neighboring shop B during their experiments, they began to take this matter seriously and improved upon it. Thus, Lu Tang received the finished product, meaning that no matter how shops upgrade or expand in area in the future, neighboring shops will move in sync according to the preset anchor points. The distance between shops will remain the same as it was originally, preventing the disastrous overlap of buildings. These anchor points require shops as support, needing at least 4 points, which is also why Lu Tang couldn't create such spaces before establishing the teleportation hub. Building a teleportation hub is different from other shops. It requires at least 10 days because it involves sending out reconnaissance drones to find suitable locations for the hub stations. Once a location is found, small engineering vehicles must be dispatched for construction, which is quite complex. Lu Tang thought about placing one directly at the entrances of several bases, but decided against it for now. Her primary goal is not to provide quick round trips, but rather to explore further regions. Chapter 40. Individual thoughts. Lu Tang mentioned that she was building her teleportation hub station, but in reality, it had little to do with her. After the orders were given, it was up to Tianyuan 6 to take over. She continued to be her hands-off manager, enjoying her little life. During the day, she chatted with regular customers. And at night, she returned to her bedroom, either watching a vast collection of stored series or playing a single-player game. The game Lu Tang played in her bedroom was not of the retro style found in mechanical modification shops, but rather an immersive version. Aside from lacking online connectivity, it was no different from her experiences during the interstellar era. In fact, she wasn't particularly addicted to games. She simply sought familiarity from the items she brought along. This helped Lu Tang deeply remember who she was and prevented her from forming an inseparable bond with this world due to extended stays. I am here for an internship, and once I complete my tasks, I will go back, Lu Tang murmured as she lay down in the gaming pod. So I am just a spectator, and I must not waste my emotions. Lu Tang sometimes feels sympathy for the people struggling in this world, just like most empathetic individuals who sigh in pity when they see tragic events. However, that's about it. After returning, Lu Tang will report on the situation in this world. After all, this is considered a parallel universe, and how to handle it is a matter for the leaders to worry about, not someone like her, an ordinary graduate. While Lu Tang enjoys her carefree life, the leaders of Onping Base, Liyue Base, Shuani Base, and Baishui Base have held multiple meetings. The discussions are either related to Lu Tang or her store, or concerning the upcoming auction. Everyone wants to buy the armored vehicle rumored to be converted to crystal core power, but no one can figure out what others are thinking. The 4 bases are not very far apart, leading to both competition and mutual assistance when other forces attack. Everyone wants to strengthen their own power without tearing faces. Like when Baishui Base sent representatives to negotiate not to compete for the vehicle. The other bases, however, adopted a perfunctory policy, treating the envoys with hospitality but not giving any firm commitments. For this matter, Punk has scolded people in the conference room more than once, but he knows that trying to buy back the armored vehicle at a base price of 10,000 points is unrealistic. So after his outburst, he can only ask people to prepare more crystal cores for the auction. Even if they can't buy back the armored vehicle, bringing back more supplies would be fine. It seems that the boss, Lu, doesn't mind people engaging in trade. She could simply procure a batch of goods from there and sell them in her base's cafeteria. After all, even the most capable individuals sometimes want to stay home and not go out. If the cafeteria can provide delicious food similar to fast food places during such times, even at a slightly higher price, people would be willing to pay. As for those who are reluctant to spend money on good food, Punk plans to offer drinking water at a fair price, selling it just like Lu Tang does in her store, but with a purchase limit. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to hoarding and chaos in the base's security. During a rush, they might be able to send soldiers to maintain order, but when people take home so much S1 grade drinking water, it will surely attract envy. Even if there are soldiers patrolling the base, they can't monitor everywhere. So, limiting purchases is the best solution. It reduces the need to constantly transport water to the base while ensuring the safety of ordinary people. After thinking it over, Punk believes this is the best approach. Lu Tang is unaware of all this. She is at the hotel receiving guests. The sisters Chu Wan and Chu Huan have finally finished dealing with all the trivial matters in the base and are leaving the place where they grew up with their luggage. Being away from their hometown doesn't make them feel sad. Instead, there is an indescribable excitement. Previously, the blood-sucking insects that Chu Wan dealt with using a strong sandstorm were just part of the problem. Another part of the people chose to stay in the base, waiting for the first group to settle down before going to get them. Chu Wan and Chu Huan's return to the base was primarily to handle that group of people, not to physically eliminate them, but to reclaim as much of the wealth taken from their family over the years as possible. After losing their father, the two sisters relied on each other and felt that their future was bright. The heavy burden that had been suffocating them had disappeared, leaving them with an unprecedented sense of lightness. "Good morning, Boss Lu," Chu Huan greeted, her spirit even more lively than before when she saw Lu Tang at the front desk. "Good morning." Lu Tang was still busy running errands for both sides. She planned to buy a robot once the district was established, and if she had surplus points, she couldn't continue working part-time like this forever. Chu Huan excitedly examined the decorations in the lobby. "It's been a while since I came here. Boss Lu, you've opened so many new stores. That's impressive. And what's that building under construction?" The teleportation hub was still being built. Due to the lengthy process, ordinary people could see the construction, especially those who frequently visited. Every time they came, they felt that the building had made significant progress. Lu Tang didn't keep her in suspense and directly informed her, "It's the teleportation hub. In the future, we can use this to go to other places." Wow. Chu Huan didn't fully understand, but thought it was amazing. However, Chu Huan considered more and asked, "Boss Lu, with this teleportation hub, can we go further to scavenge?" Lu Tang nodded yes. "I will look for some areas that haven't been developed much to alleviate the pressure of dwindling resources here." In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, many cities had turned to ruins. Not every place was suitable for building survivor bases, and not all survivor bases had survived to this day. Thus, there were large areas of uninhabited zones, which were havens for mutated beasts and plants, making it difficult for humans to venture there. The reasons were twofold: the distance and the unknown, as well as the dangers involved. Undoubtedly, risk came with opportunity. The uninhabited zones not only had many mutated creatures and plants, but also abundant recyclable resources. As long as someone dared to go and returned alive, their rewards would far exceed the efforts made here over several days. Lu Tang needed to collect energy. If customers left empty-handed, it would hinder her future development. Therefore, she chose to cultivate customers' spending habits through affordable transactions and then use the teleportation hub to help them fill their wallets. The more money customers earned, the more they would spend in the store. Eventually, Lu Tang only needed to open more shops, attracting more customers who had money to spend. This way, completing her internship and returning home would be just around the corner. Chapter 41. Although it's not finished, pricing can start now. Chu Wan and Chu Huan ultimately chose a capsule room. They couldn't afford a double room and didn't want to stay in the camping area. So the capsule room was the best choice. Moreover, both sisters had plans to stay long-term. Chu-Wan had abilities and usually directly hunted mutated beasts, earning a living by selling materials and cores from them. Chu-Wan worked at the base or went out with scavenging teams to find recyclable items. When she had free time, she also had to handle household chores and the demands of the blood-sucking insects, which left her with some shadows about staying at the base. However, she is an ordinary person and it's not appropriate for her to accompany her sister to hunt mutated beasts. It's not that Chu-Wan is afraid, but rather that Chu-Wan doesn't take her along, fearing that she might accidentally lose her only sister. This might seem like viewing her sister as a burden, but in this world, it is indeed the right choice. An ordinary person armed with firearms can still hold their ground against lower-level mutated beasts, but if they encounter higher-level ones or a swarm, there's no escape and they can only await their fate. Compared to mutated beasts, mutated plants are even more deadly. So ordinary people often take on logistical and administrative tasks within the base. When they venture out to scavenge, it's usually in groups, and very few go out on their own. Of course, there are always capable individuals in any era. They can thrive even as ordinary people by relying on their intelligence and strength. Zhu Bing from Pan Faming's team is one such example. Before she awakened her abilities, she always worked independently, often bringing back prey that rivaled that of ability users, embodying the idea that with greater danger comes greater reward. Chu-Wan felt she didn't possess that kind of ability, and she didn't want to hold her sister back. If they encountered a situation where her sister could escape but couldn't because of her, she would blame herself for life. Initially, Chu-Wan wanted to go to the Green Wild base, as she heard the environment there was quite good. She planned to set up a small home for the two sisters there. However, after hearing Lu Tang mention the matter of the teleportation hub, she changed her mind. I want to go to a new place to scavenge, Chu-Wan said to her sister. The initial phase is prime time, and it won't be a problem to make a profit while it's hot. If we have enough funds, we can choose a good low-end place in the base. I don't want to live in a slum anymore. The base is divided into zones. The better the zone, the more expensive it is. And the environment and living conditions are relatively better. For example, places near air filters definitely have fresher air compared to those on the outskirts. Chu-Wan firmly opposed this. I can go, but you can't. Didn't you hear what Boss Lu just said? That's a no-man's land with unknown numbers of mutated beasts and plants, more dangerous than the places we've been before. I can't be at ease. I'm not planning to go alone. Seeing her sister's opposition, Chu-Wan wasn't anxious. She explained her thoughts clearly. We definitely can't go out on our own in a no-man's land. I was wondering if we could ask Boss Lu to gather a team. You ability users can deal with the mutated beasts and plants, while we ordinary people can collect resources in the safe zones you create. Isn't that a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, Chu-Wan was somewhat tempted but still hesitated. Is it possible to ask Boss Lu? Just ask and you'll know. Asking won't cost us anything. Chu-Wan has always been more decisive than Chu-Wan. After pulling down the curtain of her capsule and locking it, she ran out of the accommodation area to find Lu Tang, who was still at the front desk, considering which robot skin to buy. Boss Lu, can I ask you something? Lu Tang looked up. What? Chu-Wan reiterated her idea. My sister and I are not familiar with this place and don't know who can be trusted. Could you introduce some people to us? Lu Tang lowered her gaze and thought for a moment upon hearing this. She felt that it was feasible to promote the teleportation hub station. It would be quite troublesome if it was built and people kept asking her what it was. All right, I'll issue an announcement later. Lu Tang agreed to this matter, stating that if any acquaintances formed a team, she would inform them that she only facilitated connections and couldn't guarantee safety. Human intentions are always hard to gauge. A seemingly honest customer in the store might turn into a ruthless demon outside. Lu Tang wouldn't make such guarantees and clearly explained the pros and cons to Chu-Wan. Chu-Wan understood this as well, nodding repeatedly. I know. We definitely need to communicate ourselves. Having you as a boss to introduce us is much better than us charging him blindly. Lu Tang nodded. Then I'll get the announcement ready shortly. The teleportation hub station won't be completed for another 2 days. I wish you success in forming your teams in advance. Thank you, Boss Lu. Chu-Wan was very pleased to receive Lu Tang's approval and showered her with compliments like a barrage of praise, calling her a rare, beautiful sister and a kind-hearted person, creating a joyful atmosphere. After Chu-Wan returned to the accommodation area, Lu Tang also went back to the fast food restaurant, as the daytime customer flow was larger there compared to the hotel. Manager, may I remind you that at least 87% of what that human said was unrealistic? Please remain vigilant and beware of being deceived. I know it's fake. No need for you to point it out. Lu Tong rolled her eyes. This is a way for humans to maintain friendliness. A bit of hypocrisy only brings benefits, not drawbacks. A rate as high as 87 hardly seems appropriate. It's not your place to manage human social interactions, she said, deciding to change the topic. She planned to draft a notice for the teleportation hub station. Using the fast food restaurants template, the basic rules would remain unchanged, but fees would be included. What pricing should the manager set? Let us determine it based on danger levels and resource availability. According to the recent reconnaissance, the Level 1 teleportation hub can only open 2 doors. In gaming, it's all about taking it step by step, so let us choose the 2 areas with the least danger. And clearly note the types of resources and enemies that may exist. The star rating corresponds to the Crystal Core level charges. Level 1 Crystal Core for 100 points. Level 2 for 300 points. Level 3 for 800 points. Level 4 for 2,000 points. And Level 5 for 5,000 points. Therefore, the charge for a 1-star difficulty area would be 100 points. For Level 2, it would be 300. For Level 3, it would be 800, and so forth. With the 5-star difficulty area charging 5,000 points. Charges would be per person, with payment required for each teleportation. Everyone must read the notice before entering. And purchasing a ticket is considered agreeing to assume the risks involved. Single charge? Lu Tong nodded. Yes, for instance, if we take the 1-star difficulty as an example. Teleporting to the 1-star area would cost 100 points, and the return trip would also cost 100 points. However, considering potential sudden dangers, tickets for round trips can be purchased here directly, allowing them to enter without needing to swipe a card again. Manager, I'm curious. Where would they go if they don't come back? How would I know? The world is so vast. What if they just want to take a look? Lu Tang rubbed his chin and smiled, saying that guests should have the freedom to choose. After all, if they have relatives or friends on the other side and don't want to travel all that way, isn't it better to buy a one-way ticket? It saves half the money compared to a round trip. Chapter 42. The mysterious guest. While Lu Tang was considering the pricing for the teleportation hub, Tian Yuan Lu informed her that there was a new guest checking in. Isn't there a self-service guide? There's no need for me to go every time. This guest is a bit special, so the manager should probably take a look. Lu Tang became interested when she heard Tian Yuan Lu say that. She took the staff passageway over to the inn and indeed saw someone quite unusual. In the wasteland world, this person was wrapped up too tightly. They were likely wearing protective gear, but over it, they had draped a piece of cloth, colorful and reminiscent of a bed sheet. Not only was their body covered, but even the helmet was wrapped with cloth, as if to protect it from damage. However, this was a bit excessive. Even the filter on the helmet was covered. Lu Tang squinted, finding the person very suspicious. This guest, our inn provides S1 level air, free to breathe. You can take off your helmet. Since the number of guests at Lu Tang's inn increased, she hadn't said this in a long time. Once guests entered the protective zone, they would take off their helmets. Even new customers would naturally remove their helmets upon seeing that others were fine. Who wouldn't want to enjoy free S1 level air? They would love to breathe it in for a while longer. Otherwise, back at the base, they would only have access to air of quality between S3 and S2. Generally, after Lu Tang said this, new guests would either be surprised or hesitant but would always touch their helmets. However, this person seemed to ignore her. Indifferent to the fresh S1 air, the mysterious guest appeared to notice Lu Tang's confusion, slowly raised a finger to gesture at their throat, then shook their head, indicating it was inconvenient to speak. Subsequently, they inserted a crystal core into the return machine, processed their membership card, and walked slowly toward the accommodation area. Lu Tang watched the guests back as they paused at the signpost for a moment before turning into the corridor leading to the single and double rooms before retracting her gaze. Had they been scanned? Carbon-based life form, exhibiting energy fluctuations similar to those of an ability user. Lu Tang pondered for a moment and decided to leave them be for now. After all, they were a paying guest. Even if they had some peculiar habits, what did it have to do with her? As long as no harm could come to others within the inn, it shouldn't be a problem. They might be met with some wariness due to their appearance. But if the guest didn't care, why should she? Of course, she still needed to remain vigilant. Lu Tang ultimately instructed Tian Yuan Lu, focus on monitoring. If there is any tendency to cause damage or harm, stop it immediately. The instruction was acknowledged. Why didn't the manager just refuse their check-in directly? Perhaps the other party has their own difficulties, or perhaps they have large scars on their body. One should always try to understand others' hardships. As long as they do not cause trouble, they should be treated equally. In the interstellar era, scars are no longer a problem. Some even see them as unique identifiers and would never hide them. However, in ancient history, it was known that humanity once had a long period where they were ashamed of their scars or birthmarks, and some would even ridicule others for it. This made her doubt whether those individuals had fully evolved, as it seemed incomprehensible to behave that way. So when she saw the masked guest, although she was cautious, she did not act excessively but treated him like any other customer, showing no surprise at his peculiar attire. In the single room, after confirming he was alone, the guest slowly removed the coverings from his body and head, revealing a face that was almost missing half and a limb that had rotted and then hardened again. Standing in front of the mirror in the washroom, he stared at his half-human, half-monster reflection, the rigidity of his skin preventing him from expressing any emotion. His mouth was in a similar situation. His tongue could barely stir food, but his vocal cords were out of control, so he opted to remain silent, doing his best to delay the complete transformation of his body. During his previous explorations, he had accidentally been exposed to full radiation for several days, and, having lost clean supplies, was forced to eat heavily contaminated food. He initially held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that not everyone who did this would mutate. Perhaps he would be one of the lucky ones. Unfortunately, as his bodily functions gradually deteriorated, he lost all hope. He knew he didn't have much time left. He had intended to find a quiet place to wait for the demise of his human consciousness. Afterward, he would continue to exist as a lost soul in this cursed land. However, after hearing about the Lu Ji store series a few days ago, he was determined to come here while he could still eat and drink, spending all his energy crystals, at the very least to die with a full stomach. The food provided by the hotel was limited to what was in the vending machines, which he did not want to eat. He had heard that the food at fast food restaurants was delicious and inexpensive, a treat that even many bases could not offer. The base he had previously stayed at was quite large, with strict management and a clear hierarchical system. Sometimes, even if he earned a decent amount and could afford meals from high-end restaurants, he was not allowed entry due to his identity. In fast food places, everyone is equal. As long as you have money, you can eat. He wanted to see what it was like and order some food that he could take back. Given his current appearance, he couldn't eat in public without causing a scene, which would likely lead to him being kicked out. After all, those on the verge of mutation were also considered dangerous. Outsiders couldn't assess when they would completely lose their sanity, so the simplest method was to detain or expel them. In places run by certain backgrounds, they might even be shot on the spot, under the pretext of eliminating potential threats. Sokka wrapped himself up again, his stiff limbs causing him to move much slower than an average person. Fortunately, he could use his injuries as a disguise. As long as no one tore away the fabric covering him, he would be fine. In the fast food restaurant, Sokka ordered several meal sets in one go and then chose the new takeout option, where the kitchen would directly place the food into boxes. By the time it reached the customers, everything was already packaged and ready to go. Of course, there was a fee for the boxes and packaging. Most people opted to bring their own containers, while only those running errands or reselling would use the restaurant's takeout method, as it could prove to customers that the food had not been tampered with. The food arrived quickly, and Sokka slowly made his way outside with his takeout bag. Just as he was about to exit, he ran into another wave of incoming customers, and they collided. Sokka stumbled and lost his balance, causing the food to spill everywhere. And a piece of the fabric covering his body was torn away, revealing part of a decayed but stiff corpse. Chapter 43. Solution. Sokka's exposure was sudden and unexpected. Many people didn't even react in time. Just as he frantically tried to cover himself again, the ability users in the restaurant rushed over. It's a lost soul. Block him. No, they couldn't use force in the restaurant. It was against the rules. The rules only stated not to harm customers. But what about lost souls? Don't let him escape. People urged ordinary patrons to move aside, warning that lost souls could bite, and without a vaccine, they would likely mutate too. Sokka could no longer run. His body was already stiffening and moving slowly. Now surrounded by so many people, he didn't even dare to move. Am I going to die? Sokka thought desperately, his gaze instinctively drifting to the spilled food. He hadn't even gotten a chance to taste it. And now he was going to die. He felt a deep sense of regret. At that moment, a strong ability user across from him raised his hand. A hint of red energy gathering in it, clearly a fire-type ability user. Sokka closed his eyes, but after a few seconds, the anticipated attack didn't come. He opened his eyes in confusion, wanting to know what was happening. Perhaps the other party wanted to let him go? Or maybe they intended to capture him and turn him over to the laboratory at the base. However, neither was the case. The fire-type ability user was trapped in a semi-transparent dome, having been restrained by Tian Yuan Lu for violating the restaurant's rule against using force. A warning was issued for detected energy fluctuations from the attack, stating that a second incident would result in a blacklist. A 3-minute appeal timer began, and if there were any objections, submissions had to be made within that time. The ability user trapped in the dome was initially incredulous, then somewhat aggrieved. I didn't attack any customers. He's a lost soul that harms humans. He still has reason, Lu Tang said. Appearing outside the circle of conflict, others instinctively made way for her. He is still a person. After speaking, Lu Tang looked down at the spilled food, furrowing her brow as she added, moreover, he bought something in the restaurant, which means he is a customer protected by the restaurant's rules. The ability user was unconvinced. Boss Lu, just look at him. He clearly has reached the final stage of mutation. Can someone like that still be considered human? In my shop, attacking others based on appearance is prohibited. Lu Tang raised her gaze at him, asking if he had voluntarily become that way. That was not important. What mattered was that he had mutated and was dangerous. The ability user did not understand why Lu Tang remained so calm. He could attack humans, perhaps outside, but... Lu Tang glanced at the frozen sucker and said calmly, in my shop, I will ensure the safety of all customers. As long as he still retains some human rationality and hasn't completely mutated, he can enjoy the privileges of a customer. The ability user looked at Lu Tang with complexity. Boss Lu, are you really willing to compromise the safety of others for someone who has lost their mind? We ability users can still survive against someone like that. But there are so many ordinary people here. Are you completely disregarding their safety? After a pause, he added with frustration. I understand that you want to make money from your shop, but you can't just earn any money. Are you really willing to risk others' lives for a small crystal core from someone who has lost their mind? Lu Tang dug her pinky into her ear. Tired of people who distorted others' words instead of listening properly. I will protect the safety of all customers, whether they are ability users, ordinary people, or those who are about to mutate. As long as they follow the rules, they are within the scope of this protection. Is that difficult for you to comprehend? Lu Tang was a bit impatient. She had already stated that she would protect everyone, which meant no one would get hurt. Why was it so hard for some to understand? To put it simply, just like how you tried to use your ability to attack others earlier. As soon as he shows any intention of attacking, I will stop him immediately. Once he is confirmed to have completely mutated, he will be dealt with directly, ensuring no one else is troubled. Hearing this, many onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. They had initially been misled by that person's words, thinking Boss Lu wouldn't care about anyone else. Now, they realized it wasn't the case at all. Right. I should have thought of that. Boss Lu's shop is safe. There's no need to worry about getting hurt. Abilities can detect mutations immediately. It takes time for someone to fully mutate. So they will definitely be detected and won't harm anyone. Boss Lu's shop is probably the safest place in the world. But I'm still scared. That appearance is really frightening. What if we catch something while eating together? Does your base not have mandatory education? Mutations are caused by radiation. As long as you aren't bitten or scratched, it won't spread. That's true, but I'm still afraid. Yeah, I understand. Who would want to be around someone who is about to mutate? They aren't even friends or family. The people in the shop were discussing among themselves. Although Lu Tang understood their thoughts, she also had her own principles. He had no intention of eating in the shop. Lu Tang pointed at the food scattered on the floor. He wants to leave, but you won't let him. The ability user still insisted on his viewpoint. Boss Lu, you are making excuses. Allowing someone who has lost their mind to leave is irresponsible to the customers who come here. What if he mutates and starts wandering around the area? Who can guarantee that he won't attack others on the road? Suker wanted to say that he could, that he would find a deserted place to end his own life. But his vocal cords wouldn't allow him to voice it. He could only anxiously stare at Lu Tao, hoping she could understand his meaning and speak for him. Lu Tao did not look at Suker. She was calmly gazing at the ability user, her expression serious and solemn. I won't let him go. But I also won't kill him while he still has human consciousness. The ability user looked skeptical. Although Lu Tao felt no need to explain, she still said, he has a small electromagnetic device that I've had people place on him. The moment it detects his complete mutation, it will automatically release over 1,000,000 volts of current to kill him, ensuring he doesn't become a danger to my guests. In fact, Suker did not currently have the electromagnetic device on him. After learning from Tianyuan 6 that Suker was about to become a lost soul. Lu Tao had planned to kill him directly once he mutated and had no intention of letting him leave. However, the mention of the electromagnetic device was not something she made up. Tianyuan 6 could synthesize a bunch of them in no time. She planned to find an opportunity to attach one to Suker later, a last-minute idea that turned out to be more reliable and convenient than her earlier plan. Therefore, Lu Tao did not feel sympathy for the soon-to-be mutated Suker, nor did she feel sorrow or regret for him. She did not have such emotions for strangers. Lu Tao was merely defending the principle that a person remains human until they lose their sanity in the interstellar world, as well as upholding the rule that no force can be used in her shop except by the owner. In simple terms, it meant that this person could not be killed before mutation, and only she could kill him after mutation. No one else was allowed to use violence in her shop. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. As for whether others were comfortable or not, Lu Tao thought about it and realized she really didn't care. After all, she was the owner, and as long as she was comfortable, that was enough. Chapter 44. Completion of the hub station under Lu Tao's strong intervention. The conflict temporarily came to a halt. She graciously overlooked the recent actions of the ability user. After all, in his eyes, Suker was equivalent to a lost soul, not just an ordinary guest. However, he did not appreciate her leniency. To show his disdain for associating with a lost soul, he led his group away, declaring that Lu Tao would eventually regret her protection today, and that someone would surely die at the hands of this lost soul. Indeed, following his lead, many people left. They feared being infected by Suker and felt they could not coexist under the same roof with someone who was about to mutate. In the face of this situation, Suker felt awkward and helpless, while Lu Tao was completely unconcerned. I want to clarify that what I just said is true, Lu Tao told Suker. Once you fully mutate, you will definitely die at my hands. At that time, your body, any potential crystal core you might produce, and all your belongings will belong to me. Whether you stay here or check out to go elsewhere, it makes no difference. I won't allow a lost soul to roam the paths of my guests. Suka nodded stiffly, knowing he was doomed and not caring whose hands it would be in. He was only a bit guilty for messing up Lu Tang's business. Lu Tang noticed and spoke softly. It's a seller's market now, and I am the only one who can provide these things, not counting what I bought from the middlemen. So, if you want to spend in my shop, you must follow the rules I set. Don't think that just because you are still rational, even if someone truly loses their mind comes in, as long as they spend money and follow the rules, I will also guarantee their safety. In the post-apocalyptic world, people might have their own classes and biological chains, but in Lu Tang's eyes, there were only two types: customers who follow the rules and strangers. She would only adhere to the laws she learned during the interstellar era and the principles instilled in her since childhood. To put it bluntly and cruelly, ordinary people would not differentiate between worker ants, queen ants, and rogue ants that were expelled from their colonies due to losing their pheromones. For Lu Tang, she would not distinguish between those with abilities, ordinary people, and infected individuals on the verge of becoming mindless. After all, they were all the same. The reason Lu Tang treated those people politely was purely due to her good education and personal qualities. She could easily eliminate those who broke the rules while treating an infected person on the verge of mutation normally. Once the people who needed to leave had gone, the remaining customers in the fast food restaurant either believed that Lu Tang could absolutely guarantee their safety or didn't he care about Suka's situation, even feeling a bit sorry for him. Thus, Lu Tang decided to give these people a little reward to show that they hadn't picked the wrong side. Each of you gets a cup of hot drink, my treat, Lu Tang announced, having Tianyuan 6 add a temporary option to the menu as a way to thank everyone for their trust. Wow, hot drinks. I've been wanting to try this. Thank you, Boss Lu. Ha ha ha, Boss Lu is too polite. Of course, we trust you. Yeah, it's so safe in Boss Lu's shop. What is there to worry about? Boss, can this be packed to go? Upon hearing someone ask, Lu Tang nodded. Sure, since it's complimentary, you can drink it here or take it away. It's up to you. After receiving the confirmation, those customers with family waiting at home became even happier, all choosing to pack their drinks to share with their families. It'll just get cold, but that's fine. Heating it up to drink is no problem. Suka also received a cup of hot drink and chose to take it to go, then stiffly left the fast food restaurant, slowly walking towards the hotel. He was grateful for Lu Tang's actions and decided not to trouble her any further. Staying in the shop would only hinder her business, so it was better to keep his distance for everyone's sake. Lu Tang was indifferent to this, while a small portion of the other customers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they stood with Lu Tang, they still had concerns about dining with someone on the verge of mutation, so seeing someone leave directly was naturally a relief for everyone. Tian Yuan 6, is everything arranged? Lu Tong sat behind the cash register and quietly asked Tian Yuan 6. On the screen in front of her, a small green that was moving slowly. Yes, the electromagnetic lock had been installed, and the protective mechanism was also activated. Pretty good. Lu Tong took a sip of her hot drink, comfortably squinting her eyes. Hoping those people wouldn't come to compete with her, that guy was her marked prey. As Lu Tong had just said, Succa was not dead yet, so his belongings were still his. However, once he mutated, all his resources, including his body, would belong to Lu Tong. Private property is not to be coveted, which is a common understanding in the interstellar age. For now, it seemed they had left, and Mr. Succa would enter the hotel's protective shield in 2 minutes. So the manager need not worry about your future property. Lu Tong raised an eyebrow. Tian Yuan 6, why do I always get a sarcastic vibe from you in AI? That might be your illusion, manager. Humans tend to make associations, but overthinking will only harm you. It is precisely because of this associative thinking ability that humans have made rapid progress and become an important member of the Interstellar Alliance. Let us not talk about it. You should know more about history than I do. The manager also has a legacy chip, although it seems a bit outdated by today's standards. It should not hinder the transfer of knowledge. If the manager wishes, you can submit an application for replacement when you return. Do you need me to search for the application form for you? No, thank you. I'll pass. Lu Tong coldly declined 3 times, wanting to quietly finish her cup of hot milk. All right. On Lu Tong's side, the days were calm and peaceful, while Succa was astonished by the overwhelming flavor of the boiled fish in his room. Customers were coming in and out of the fast food restaurant, spreading the culinary delights and novelties to various bases. The middlemen continued to shuttle between Lu Tong's fast food restaurant and the bases. Although there weren't many guests in the hotel, nearly 13 beds were booked out daily. The mechanical modification shop seemed to have turned into a popular spot. Whether people had cars or not, they were willing to stroll around, looking through the glass walls at the interior facilities, marveling at how high-tech it was. Indeed, a shop of Boss Lu. Time passed quickly in the midst of mundane, yet fulfilling moments. Soon, the transportation hub was completed, and Lu Tong began to work on constructing the first commercial district since her arrival. Chapter 45. Constructing the district after the transportation hub was completed. Lu Tong did not open for business immediately, but followed the initial plan to construct the district. For buildings, for corners. With the anchor point expanding outward to the protective shield, replanning other directions with the fast food restaurant as the first anchor point. Late at night, Lu Tong, dressed in a full protective suit, stood between the 4 buildings, operating the screen. Tian Yuan 6 could not move outside the protective shield and could only communicate with her through the screen. So some manual tasks still had to be done by Lu Tong herself. Fortunately, she had learned this in school, and her practical skills were quite good, not having forgotten the craft completely after the exams ended. In case my database is damaged during an emergency landing, I need to be capable of handling these tasks myself. When hearing the praise from Tian Yuan 6 through the headset, Lu Tang opened the auxiliary toolbox on the screen for the final measurements. Relying entirely on AI would only lead to self-harm. Therefore, I suggest that the manager redistribute the workload in the future rather than piling all the tasks into my schedule. I'm talking about a contingency situation. You are still here, and I don't want to overexert myself. As Lu Tang spoke, she completed the last data point. She had no desire to stand alone in the dark wilderness at night. Even though those mutated beasts and plants couldn't harm her, she still felt uneasy. Tian Yuan 6. Perform the final data check. The command was received, and the data check was completed with no calibration needed. It's done, so let's activate it. As Lu Tang's voice fell, the protective shields outside the 4 buildings began to change. Their outer layers were covered with a visible blue light, which then slowly spread towards each other. Though it seemed slow, it only took about 10 seconds for the original shields, like several adjacent small lakes, to merge into a new lake after their barriers were removed. Now, the protective shield covered not just the individual buildings, but also the large empty space between them. Lu Tang pressed the button on her shoulder to retract her formal protective suit. The shield provided the same S1 level air as before, allowing her to breathe freely again. Tian Yuan 6, send out the robots to clear the path. Create a sunken parking lot in the central area, and lay A1 tiles within an 8-meter range in front of each building, with A2 tiles in the remaining areas. The command was received, and work robots would be dispatched with an estimated completion time of 4 hours. Lu Tang's plan was simple. She intended to create a pedestrian street where no vehicles were allowed. Incoming vehicles had to either go to the parking lot or park outside the commercial street. Passers-by could take a detour behind the buildings. It was just a matter of making a turn, which wouldn't add up to more than 500 meters. Of course, pedestrians could walk in freely without any charges. If vehicles wanted to avoid the detour and pass through the underground parking lot, that was fine too, as long as they exited within 30 minutes. No fees would be charged. There were many benefits to having the parking lot underground. It protected against rain and sun and maximized the use of above-ground space. Lu Tang aimed to create a commercial district, so it was necessary to set up some landscaping and essential facilities. A narrow area wouldn't work. The A1 and A2 surfaces were materials Lu Tang had selected earlier, with easy-to-understand numbering for the robots to follow. A1 consisted of slightly different shades of grayish-blue stone tiles, which were flat and visually appealing, and also among the cheaper options in the material library. A2 was similar in material to A1, but composed of several colors, allowing the robots to lay out different patterns as per the program designs. The range of A1 is 8 meters, set up next to the shops on both sides, while A2 is laid out in the remaining middle position. The two areas are distinguished by vertically arranged stone tiles, although it's not a stark contrast. It's easy to tell them apart at a glance. Once the commercial street is more developed in the future, Lu Tang plans to introduce sightseeing vehicles, and the middle road is prepared for that purpose. Currently, there are only 4 shops, and it's convenient enough to walk around, so there's no need to bring out the vehicles. While paving the road, renovations are also needed for the drainage system and electrical wiring. The drainage is to prevent water accumulation after rain, while the electrical work is for the streetlights. The protective cover not only blocks ultraviolet rays, but also prevents rainwater from falling down. Theoretically, there should be no need for drainage since Lu Tang would never allow the rainwater from the wasteland to fall on her pristine streets. However, Lu Tang plans to add a module for artificial seasons to the protective cover in the future, allowing for occasional rain or snow to add some liveliness, making the drainage necessary to avoid water pooling on the ground. The project is not very large since effective robots handled the drainage during the construction of each shop. So now she only needs to connect all the pipes and perform unified processing. With the underground work sorted, the streetlights on the surface can be gradually installed. Additionally, some decorations and trash bins need to be set up. Fake flower beds will suffice for decoration. And I recall the school purchased a set of skins for trash bins themed around an ancient Earth zoo, so those will be used. The internship system provided by the school is not just a basic package. The school also bought some inexpensive skins for students to use for free, although the choices are very limited. Moreover, some of the skins were reportedly obtained through the principal's efforts to promote them, negotiating with the copyright holders. Not everyone can be a principal, and it takes a certain level of shamelessness and good connections to achieve that. Let us add a few more benches for resting. Although it feels like they might be occupied by some people, it seems odd not to have them at all. If necessary, rules can be established to prevent sleeping on the benches. There are not many styles to choose from. The resource library has iron garden benches, available in dozens of colors. Lu Tang directly chose the plant-painted series with green as the base color, randomly spray-painted with various types of flowers. In a cyberpunk style, graffiti is a very common form of art, and in the wasteland world, items with natural elements are the most popular. People crave nature but cannot see it, so they can only channel that longing into other aspects. Lu Tang overheard customers chatting that plates with flower prints in the base were several units more expensive than plain colors. This is why they are so fond of the new natural skin released by the fast food restaurant, with many people staring at a projected virtual flower for over 10 minutes. Although this is partly due to the hyperrealism, Lu Tang thinks it is a bit exaggerated. Given this, she decides to satisfy these small desires by arranging the district in a style that blends nature and technology, and since it doesn't cost extra, why not? Chapter 46. Activating the teleportation hub. The construction of the district has come to a pause for now. Any fine-tuning will have to wait until the parking lot and groundwork are fully completed. Lu Tang once again appreciated the soundproofing effect that came with the buildings. Otherwise, she would have to constantly explain to the guests what was happening. Honestly, the noise was quite overwhelming. Lu Tang quickly dashed into the newly completed teleportation hub, covering her ears, and began working on the interior decoration of this new structure. If you want soundproofing, please purchase a soundproof cover. The third item on page 78 of the resource library is it. Or would you prefer a more detailed classification? I can help you search for that as well. No. Thank you. I want to be going out until the construction is finished. It's nice here. I can't hear the outside. Don't tempt me to waste my points on meaningless purchases. Lu Tang coldly rejected the suggestion from Tianyuan 6. Sometimes, she doubted whether the other party was bound by sales directives, as they always recommended items from the system mall, which was essentially the resource library, and kept suggesting those flashy but impractical options. Whatever you're thinking, isn't real. I'm just an ordinary auxiliary AI. You're reading my mind? Lu Tang was shocked. I didn't just say that out loud, did I? Of course not. An auxiliary AI doesn't have such capabilities. I merely recorded the store owner's behavioral habits into the database and made reasonable assumptions about your current thoughts. It seems my database doesn't need correction for now. That's why I dislike big data and information bubbles. Lu Tang put on a stoic expression and began examining the existing equipment and decorations inside the teleportation hub. The built-in scenery of the teleportation hub was relatively advanced. Under her feet was not an ordinary floor or tile, but a circular, transparent disc that shimmered with purple light around the outer edges. Below the disc was a naked-eye VR effect of the universe, surrounded by various planets, with a large asteroid belt visible to the northwest. For anyone unprepared, the first reaction upon entering here would surely be to scream. The brave might feel their legs weaken, while the timid would probably have to crawl out to feel safe again. Lu Tang anticipated this scenario, but had no intention of modifying the scenery. Such experiences would become familiar with time. Besides, seeing more of the universe was beneficial for people from the post-apocalyptic world. At least letting them know that beyond that dim sky, there was such a world. There were no marked paths on the disc, just 5 recycling machines placed around. Those wishing to use the teleportation hub could open an account and recharge even if they hadn't visited other stores of Luji. Of course, the choice of which hub to go to was also made here by purchasing tickets, available in one-way and round-trip options, with round-trip tickets costing twice as much as one-way, with no discounts available. Once a ticket was successfully purchased, guests could head to any platform edge, as long as they dared to extend their foot beyond the platform. A small round disc with handrails would automatically generate below, after standing firmly and holding on. Pressing the button in the middle of the handrail would automatically plot a route to the teleportation gate set against the cosmic backdrop, queuing in an orderly manner until the guests were sent through the gate before disappearing. Currently, there are only 2 portals suspended in space, both appearing as gray whirlpools since they have not been officially activated. Once they are officially launched, their colors will change automatically in the order of white, green, blue, purple, and red based on the level of danger. Additionally, the danger level of the area behind the portals will be indicated at the time of ticket purchase, with the assumption that customers are aware of the risks. Any unexpected incidents will be the responsibility of the customers. To avoid disrupting the decor of the transport hub, Lu Tang decided to place the relevant notices outside the doors, so that even if customers are hesitant to enter, they can understand what this place is about, how much it costs, and what kind of risks they need to consider. The notices have been drafted, the price is set, and it's sufficient to add a note advising customers with heart conditions, high blood pressure, or those who are timid to enter with caution, right? Is there a template for the warning message? Yes, please pull it up for me to review. After Lu Tang finished speaking, the content popped up on the screen. After skimming through it quickly, he felt a bit speechless. There was just too much information. Remove references to the AKA's people, B75-star syndrome, and patients with galactic disorder. The people here wouldn't know what those are. Delete all similar elements and come up with something more relatable. Instructions received, modifications completed, please review again. Looking at the simplified disclaimer, which was at least 23 lines long, Lu Tang nodded in satisfaction. This will do. Print the poster and hang it outside. If that doesn't look good, make it an electronic version to hang between the pillars. The transport hub is designed as a slowly rotating sphere inside the building. One wouldn't feel it, but from the outside, it appears as if the entire structure is rotating like a planet. On either side of the sphere, there are 3 silver metallic pillars of varying heights, forming a distinctive architectural feature with the rotating sphere. Lu Tang plans to use the electronic poster as a banner between the pillars. As long as it is positioned well, it won't detract from the building's aesthetics, which is definitely better than the original wooden frame idea. Manager, should we activate the other portal? Is it also completed? Yes, the first portal was finished 7 seconds ago. The second portal will take another 4 hours. Then let us activate it. I'll go take a look. Instructions received. Activating the first portal now. Connecting. Countdown. 30, 29. Connection complete. The first portal is officially activated. Lu Tang asked with some concern. I remember the level rating is 1, right? Yes, manager. Both the first and second portals lead to a level 1 white area, covering 30 square kilometers, and you will see a warning line at the edge of the area. Understood. Once the second portal is completed, you can activate it on your own without needing to ask me. Lu Tang acknowledged this, and then looked at the position of the electronic poster, which had already updated in real time with information about the first portal. In terms of updates, the database for the electronic poster is directly managed by Tianyuan 6, making it much more convenient than having to print it out each time. Lu Tang began to consider converting the notices in other stores to electronic versions as well. Taking advantage of this upgrade, it would look more uniform. However, there was a concern that the electronic version might not match the natural style, but it seemed there were natural skins available in the resource library. Lu Tang decided to look for them and aimed to solve this issue permanently without spending any money. Chapter 47. Expanding business after searching through all the free skins in the resource library. Lu Tang decided to replace all the text descriptions in several other stores with electronic versions. Although they didn't match perfectly, they were acceptable and certainly more convenient than repeatedly printing new posters. Manager, since we have an underground parking lot now, do we still need to keep those above ground? Don't keep them. Tear them all down, Lu Tang replied. From now on, no outside vehicles are allowed in the ground area of the block. Thanks for the reminder. We need to set up some barriers. Once the block was formed, not only were the protective shields connected, but the outer walls of the original stores were also demolished, revealing the courtyard area on the pedestrian street, which made the whole street look quite disjointed. This situation was within Lu Tang's expectations, and it was relatively easy to resolve. She first ordered the demolition of all parking lots, and then planned to modify them one by one according to the previous blueprints. On the right side of the fast food restaurant, a small outdoor dining area was enclosed with a fence. It didn't need to be large, just enough to fit 4 white garden tables with matching chairs. The fence would be the same style as the camping area by the hotel, with a floor of the same color and artificial grass for projection. Please prioritize this, manager. Level 1. Allocate some personnel to get this done first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to lay the tiles for the pedestrian street. Instructions received. With the priority of the renovation work at Tianyuan 6 set, several small robots quickly came over to increase the fence, lay the ground, and then set up the tables and chairs that Lu Tang had prepared according to her specified layout. Lu Tang walked around the fence, contemplating the newly created dining area. Suddenly, she clapped her hands. Umbrellas. Let's place a red and white striped umbrella next to each table. It will be more eye-catching. Once the umbrellas were set up, Lu Tang finally nodded in satisfaction, approving the transformation of that area. Next, she applied the same approach to the hotel side, moving the camping area from the front right of the hotel to the right side. For privacy considerations, a layer of light wave curtains was added at the entrance of the tents, preventing outsiders from peeking inside while allowing those inside to enjoy the view. Similar to the outdoor dining area at the fast food restaurant, the camping area could be accessed from both inside the hotel and directly from the street, provided one had the qualification to stay. With the addition of new entrances and exits, guests found it much more convenient to move around, eliminating the need to return to the hotel or fast food restaurant before shopping. Now they could simply push open the fence door to reach the street without having to go around. The mechanical modification shop was even simpler. The parking lot was directly removed, and the temporary glass exhibition hall for customers' modified cars was shifted to the right side of the shop. This area didn't require a fence either, as it only added an entrance from inside the modification shop. Looking at it this way, the transportation hub is left without any associated industry, which is rather lonely and pitiful. Lu Tang shook her head, pretending to express sympathy. But who made it special? There's nothing to be done about it. The manager is becoming more sentimental. Lu Tang touched her face and replied, Indeed, I think so too. I really need to find something to do, otherwise I'll start overthinking. It turns out that's what the manager was thinking. I almost thought the manager's main job was playing games in the bedroom. After all, you spend about 4 hours a day on that. Lu Tang pouted and looked at the street between the 4 shops. What do you think about me putting up a landmark building here? The first block is always different. Lu Tang felt it should create a photo spot and also start a photography service to help tourists keep a memento. After all, cameras are quite rare in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. It's not like in her time when you could just shout and a robot would help take your picture and send it to your personal terminal for free. Since that's the case, Lu Tang thought she could help provide equipment for a small fee. Of course, if someone brings their own gear, she would allow them to take pictures for free. Lu Tang shared her idea with Tianyuan Lu, which was met with silence. Just when she thought the other party was searching for what kind of reference building to provide, she heard a soft voice. The manager suggested directly placing a sign here with the character for money on it, symbolizing wealth. How about a different suggestion? Dig a pit. Put up a sign next to it that says money pit, and customers can jump in to take pictures, symbolizing having a lot of money. Why not just say I fell into the money pit? People and AI should be honest with each other. There's no need to beat around the bush. I'm just an ordinary auxiliary AI without my own will. The above suggestions were provided to me based on the manager's preferences through data retrieval, and have nothing to do with my own thoughts. Lu Tang scoffed. If I believed you, that would be a ghost story. Report to the manager. No high-tech beings have been found in this area. Also, may I remind you that the term ghost has a mildly insulting connotation for high-tech beings. So please do not tread the path of racial discrimination. Uft. Lu Tang spat. Shut up, I'll choose myself. Really, she shouldn't have asked this AI. The resource libraries category for landmark buildings had as many as 50 pages, with prices ranging from the cheapest free to the most expensive at 500,000 points. Lu Tang moved her fingers and set filtering conditions to block all options over 1,000 points. There were only 2 pages of buildings under 1,000 points, and Lu Tang finished browsing in less than a minute. Finally, she turned her attention to the custom options in the top right corner of the page, and an idea began to take shape. However, soon the horrifying sight on the screen made Lu Tang abandon that thought. She recalled her art class grades. The level of ugliness of the scores was comparable to that blob she couldn't even describe. Everyone has things they excel at and things they don't. And that's normal. Just because my construction skills aren't great doesn't mean my aesthetic sense is poor. Lu Tang murmured to herself, moving her fingers to return to the resource library interface. She selected a rare stone worth 100 points and spent an additional 5 points to leave the words Lou's Commercial Street in red font on it. That looked pretty good, so she placed it in the middle. The more Lu Tang looked at the stone, the more satisfied she became. It was only 100 points, and it was so cheap. Plus, she could customize the text, which was a great deal. Who needed a small spaceship? Just right, she thought. She would also buy some robotic employees this time. Lu Tang had long wanted to stop looking at so many stores herself, so she bought 2 of the cheapest service robots, fitted them with realistic skin. One to greet guests in the hotel, and the other to charge for photographs. As for the fast food restaurant and the modification shop, she decided to manage one herself and didn't rush to arrange the other since there weren't many people for now. Charging 10 points for a photo and 10 points for developing it sounded good. After patting the robot's arm and arranging for a photo-specific ticket vending machine, she left that area. Chapter 48. Capital Shock. After finishing the landmark, Lu Tang had nothing more to do with the block construction. She just needed to return to her bedroom for a good sleep, and by the time she woke up the next day, the construction should be completed. She wanted to add some more decorations around, but unfortunately, the points she had saved up were almost cleared out. It wasn't exactly being broke, but she was down to just a few points. So, she still needed to make money. As she walked back, she murmured to herself. Thankfully, the auction was about to start, but now she was a bit worried. What if no one buys anything? Wouldn't that be awkward? It definitely would. At that time, the shopkeeper would become a joke. Would it be the kind of funny joke or the kind that's not funny? Let us skip the cold jokes. Even if I become a joke, I want to be the funniest one. Lu Tang shifted into a serious, yet nonsensical mode. Realizing that the more bold she was at such times, the more she could leave the other party speechless. Tianyuan Lu fell silent, and Lu Tang guessed it was probably going to modify its database that observed her. But who cares? It was late at night. Couldn't she have a moment of peace? One needs a good mood for a good sleep. If her mind was too active before sleeping, she would have very strange dreams. In the morning, Yuan was the first to wake up in the team as usual, relying on her youth. She always had abundant energy, capable of staying up late and waking up early, completely overturning people's perceptions of her age group who don't sleep at night and can't get up in the morning. After washing up, Yuan thought about stretching her muscles within the protective shield outside the hotel and doing some basic exercises. This was the captain's requirement. Even those with abilities needed to strengthen their physical training. They couldn't rely solely on their powers, as reaction time and speed were crucial for survival during hunts. However, when Yuan stepped out of the hotel door, She was stunned by the changes before her. For a moment, she even thought she was dreaming. Otherwise, she couldn't explain what she saw. The yard that used to be outside the hotel was gone. The camping area was also missing, replaced by a wide, clean, and smooth road. The protective shield had also vanished. Yuan experienced a moment of panic, but once she realized she could still breathe normally, she calmed down again. She looked up at the sky and was surprised to find that the range of the protective shield had expanded again, seemingly connecting with the fast food restaurant across the street. Oh right, the fast food restaurant. Now there were no walls over there either. Yuan could see the entrance clearly, along with the newly designated white outdoor dining area. Yuan felt as if her mind was filled with too much information, making it difficult for her to think clearly. She could only mechanically observe with her eyes and memorize things, but she could not connect what she saw with her memories. To the left of the fast food restaurant was a mechanical modification shop, and great, the courtyard wall was gone too. That strange glass house for parked vehicles had also moved to the side. Oh, a new building had appeared next to the hotel, looking unfamiliar, and she didn't know what it was yet. The camping area had been relocated here. Upon seeing the tent, Yuan suddenly jolted awake, as if she had just been roused from sleep, and immediately jumped up and turned to run toward the accommodation area, as if someone had sparked a fire behind her. Captain, wake up! Huajia, something happened. Li, wake up, hurry and come out with me. Yuan frantically pressed the notification button on the isolation curtain. After all, she was the only one who had stayed in the capsule last night, so she wasn't worried about waking anyone else. She had already woken up the moment Yuan pressed the button for the first time. Thinking something dangerous had occurred, and instantly shook off her drowsiness. As she pulled back the isolation curtain, she was fully prepared, ready to head out as soon as she slipped on her shoes. She cautiously scanned the room, and after seeing no signs of mutated beasts or anything else intruding, she relaxed a bit. While quickly putting on her shoes, she asked the still excited Yuan, calm down, what happened? Yuan, noticing Shi's actions, realized her own behavior might have caused a misunderstanding and quickly explained, it's not dangerous. It's just that the outside has changed so much. Captain, come out with me and take a look. I'm starting to doubt if I'm still dreaming. That might actually be the case. Otherwise, why are you so loud? Jianghua, who was also fully geared up in her capsule, was just about to jump down to put on her shoes. She relaxed after hearing Yuan's explanation, though her tone was a bit cool, making Yuan instinctively shrink her neck. Qianli sat quietly in her own capsule, watching Yuan. Although she didn't say anything, the intent to scold was evident in her eyes. I'm sorry. I was too excited. Yuan quickly clasped her hands in apology. But I really couldn't help it. Sisters, you'll understand once you come out with me. Really. If you're not surprised, I'll cover the meals for the next 2 days. Thus, Shi and the others left the hotel and stepped onto the newly renovated street outside. Soon after, 3 more sculptures, resembling Yuan's earlier state, appeared. It wasn't like this when we arrived last night, right? Jianghua's tone was somewhat uncertain. Although she was seeking confirmation, it sounded as if she didn't believe it herself. Shi was the fastest to recover among the group. She nodded, saying, when we arrived yesterday, the roads weren't like this, and there weren't these decorations. The buildings also seemed different. Shi shook her head, not wanting to elaborate further. The current situation was clear at a glance. The outside world was completely different from what it was before she entered the inn. A dramatic change had occurred overnight, and she was almost certain it was the work of the owner, Lu Tang. If you have questions, just ask the owner, Shi suggested. She might be willing to tell us. So far, the owner rarely had questions she was unwilling to answer. If she could speak on it, she would. And who could force her to do otherwise if she didn't want to? What is going on? Is this really the inn? Someone exclaimed. Oh my gosh, is this the owner's ability? They stepped outside the inn, wondering if it was safe. The protective barrier seemed to connect all around. There are no new notices. It's safe. Let us go take a look. Let us go together. I was just about to grab breakfast at the fast food place, someone said. Shi and the others turned their heads to the side, noticing that people were coming out of the camping area that had been moved to the side of the inn. There was a buzz of excited chatter. It seemed that they were not the only ones shocked by the changes. You all go ahead. I'll freshen up first, Shi said. She had intended to go for breakfast, but suddenly remembered she had been called by Yuan. Although she was well equipped, she hadn't washed her face or brushed her teeth. In the wild, that would be acceptable, But this was the inn, where washing facilities were provided. Why refuse to present a clean self? Chapter 49. The virtual universe is terrifying, whether it was the fast food restaurant or the mechanical modification shop. Yuan had visited many times before. So now, she didn't pay attention to the newly paved road or the strange large stone in the middle of it, and headed straight for the newly appeared spherical building. Is this the teleportation hub? Yuan didn't rush in. Instead, she stopped with some other guests who had hurried over, carefully reading the notices on the poster. Entering the teleportation gate leads to an unknown wasteland. Risks and rewards may not be proportional. The lower the level, the lower the danger. My gosh, an unknown area, is this real? Hearing someone speak behind her, Yuan quickly turned around and relaxed with excitement upon seeing Fu Shi and the others who had hurried over after washing up. Captain, should we go take a look? It's an uninhabited area. There must be many mutated beasts and plants. Even ordinary resources should be plentiful, right? On this planet, there were once many places where humans lived. However, with the arrival of war and a post-apocalyptic wasteland, casualties became increasingly severe. For survival, people began to reduce their occupied areas, abandoning countless once glorious cities. Now, those places had become a paradise for mutated beasts and plants. Due to the distance and danger, very few humans ventured there, and even if resources were abundant, they could only covet them from afar. Do you all have 100 points in your accounts? Fu Shi pondered for a moment before speaking. If you do, let us go in and see the situation first. At the entrance, despite the notice, there was little to discern. However, Fu Shi still wanted to push open the door and take a look inside. She was quite curious about the virtual universe mentioned in the warning. Yuan was the first to raise her hand to report. Yes, we do. Jiang Hua and Qianli nodded in agreement. They had previously avoided going to the recycling machine every time they bought something, which was quite a hassle. So they had decided to stock up all at once. Then let's go in. Fu Shi led the way inside, and among the onlookers, many shared the same thought. The newly established transport hub quickly welcomed over 10 guests. Then chaos erupted. Help. Oh my God. Get out of the way, let me out. What is this? Someone help me, my legs are weak. Is this really the virtual universe? It can't be that we were teleported into space the moment we opened the door, right? Impossible. Humans can't breathe in space. We're still able to breathe, aren't we? After several minutes, the people in the transport hub gradually calmed down. They were just the first batch to enter, and as they stabilized, more people came in, causing another uproar. It wasn't until everyone adapted and no one else entered that the scene quieted down. Once things settled, a hint of awkwardness spread through the room. Some people had shouted excessively, even crying out, "Mom, I want to go home," which was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, it was dark inside, and the chaos had been so overwhelming that no one could remember who had shouted what, so there was no specific target for ridicule. Moreover, everyone had acted poorly at that moment, so it was better to let it go. "I'm not going out today," someone suddenly said, waiting to see how the newcomers would react. They wanted to see others' embarrassment. This idea received unanimous approval, and the more bored individuals decided to join in. The best way to cover up their own embarrassing moments was to make others look worse. Fu Shi overheard this and felt speechless, relieved that those guys were not from her team. Otherwise, it would have been a huge embarrassment. That being said, even if she had read the notice word for word and knew in advance about the virtual universe, she never expected it would have such an effect. Fu Shi looked down at the nearly transparent disk beneath her feet, then raised her head to observe her surroundings. The vast universe enveloped her. And even with so many companions and equipment around, and a transport portal nearby, she could still easily feel a sense of shock and loneliness. The shock came from the vastness of the universe she had never seen before. The loneliness stemmed from humanity's insignificance in space. Fu Shi found it hard to articulate what this feeling was like, if it weren't for her clear understanding of her purpose. She might have wanted to find a corner to sit down and carefully experience the fluttering in her heart. Human beings have always yearned for the sky. In the desolate world of the apocalypse, the sky is dim and yellow, and people struggle on the brink of survival, temporarily lacking the capacity to indulge in such emotions. They cannot see the sun, the moon, or the stars. How could they possibly yearn for a universe they know nothing about? Now, with a simple teleportation hub, Liu Tang has brought the universe directly before these people. After an initial moment of panic, most were captivated by this vast and mysterious space, aside from a few who might experience cosmic dizziness. For a time, no one paid attention to the portal leading to the uninhabited zone. "Let us go?" She forced herself to regain her composure and turned to head outside first. Oh, Yuan snapped back to reality after Jianghua pulled her. Following the group while asking, Captain, aren't we going to the uninhabited zone? Yes, but we're not prepared enough. Fushi indeed had the impulse to go directly. But after witnessing the universe, her mind suddenly changed. If just the scene inside a building had left them unprepared, what surprises might the uninhabited zone hold? It was too reckless to move forward like this. They should at least double-check their gear and prepare more medicines and food. Fushi expressed her thoughts, and the team members unanimously agreed. They could afford the 200 points for a round trip, but if they were only going for a quick look and returning empty-handed, it would feel like a waste. Then let us prepare and go shopping after we return. Yuan thought this idea was good. Perhaps in a few days, Boss Lu would open another new store, and without points, they wouldn't be able to spend. This was the truth. From their multiple interactions with Lu Tang, they noticed that the boss only became difficult in two scenarios. The first was principle-related. Anyone who violated shop rules faced consequences. The second was related to profit. Sometimes she would generously give away small items when in a good mood, but there was no record of her offering discounts or credit. Therefore, to continue enjoying the services offered in Boss Lu's many shops, and to be able to rest well whenever passing by, they needed to earn more money. Otherwise, they would only be able to watch others enjoy services that the base could not provide, which was quite frustrating. Moreover, Fushi had a premonition that Boss Lu would open more and more shops, providing increasingly abundant supplies and services. Although they currently had no burdens, in the future, they might indeed feel that their points were insufficient. Earning money was a must. Chapter 50. Attempting photography. Tang Qingwen walked with Xian on the newly repaired street, feeling that his eyes were insufficient to take it all in. He had just finished a scavenging mission and thought about resting at home for a few days. So he decided to take the child out for a stroll. To his surprise, upon arriving in the morning, he found everything completely different from before. Not only were all the protective shields connected, but the street was also so neatly and widely paved. Daddy, this flower is so beautiful. Xian stood in front of the flower bed arranged by Lu Tang, unable to move her feet. She had seen the artificial flowers in the base, but they were nowhere near as beautiful as this. What kind of flower is this? Tang Qingwen felt a bit awkward, as he didn't really know much about real plants, and he hardly paid attention to fake ones either. He was too busy with life to find the time to look at such things. Fortunately, Lu Tang had thought of this issue. There was a small sign next to each flower bed indicating the name of the flowers. Lu Tang was mainly worried that people would come to ask her what kind of flower it was, which was something she believed some people might do. So she decided to label them to let others look for themselves and not bother her. Tang Qingwen glanced at the sign and explained to his daughter, "This is a rose. The flower is called a rose." Xian looked at the colorful roses in the flower bed and asked her father, "Are there really so many colors?" Tang Qingwen nodded. "Yes, there are." "Wow, that is amazing." Xian clapped her hands and jumped twice, then continued to circle around the flower bed until she discovered another flower bed with different kinds of flowers and happily ran over. At that moment, what they were eating didn't seem important anymore. What mattered were the flowers. So many flowers. Tang Qingwen followed his daughter, keeping an eye on her movements while also observing his surroundings. He truly hadn't expected such a significant change in just over 10 days. The construction speed here was even faster than at the base. It was hard to imagine that it was all done by Lu Boss alone. Perhaps there really was a powerful team behind Lu Boss? Tang Qingwen thought for a moment and decided not to dwell on this question. Whether there was or wasn't didn't matter much to him. As long as Lu Boss could consistently provide this environment and resources, making the hard-earned points worthwhile, he would firmly support Lu Boss and become a regular here. "Dad, come quick, come quick." His daughter's voice called from not far away. Tang Qingwen snapped back to reality and quickened his pace toward her. He soon saw a crowd gathered, seemingly waiting in line for something. "What is happening?" he asked as he lifted his daughter onto his shoulders. "It's a big stone." Xian expertly wrapped her arms around Tang Qingwen's head, familiar with riding on shoulders. "They are taking photos with the big stone." "Dad, what is taking photos?" "It means capturing your image on a card." There was also a photo studio at the base, but people usually only went there on major holidays or special anniversaries. Every time he passed by, he would see the price list and lose the desire to go in. It was expensive, too expensive. A single photo cost 50 units, while with the same amount, one could buy steamed buns that would last a person for 2 days. Who would spend that kind of money on photos for no reason? Not Tang Qingwen, that is for sure. Besides, after taking the photo, One had to wait a long time for it. He always thought that was something only wealthy families could afford. Or perhaps, if family or friends lived in other bases and it was inconvenient to visit regularly, they might get a photo to send over as a keepsake. He and his daughter had lived together for 15 years, no, 20 years, and he would never consider separating from her. Just as Tang Qingwen was lost in thought, curious people nearby began trying to take photos. The photo robot would take 5 shots as references and print one after selection. I asked, it's 10 points for one ticket. And you can buy a ticket from the machine over there. Just get ready for the photo. It's cheaper than at the base. Yes, even if I want 5 tickets. I can just add another 40 points. Anyway, the people in front already got theirs, so no one is just getting one. I also want to give it a try. It's not expensive. I'll show my parents later, so they won't keep saying they miss me. I'm not very interested in photos, but I want to experience the feeling of being photographed. All right, let us go buy tickets and line up. Yes, let's go. The two people next to Tang Qingwen should know each other. After reaching a consensus, they linked arms and headed to the ticket machine. He felt a bit excited for no reason. 10 points, if exchanged for currency at the base, is about 10 units, which is quite a discount. Should he take a photo with his daughter? Or maybe 2, 1 for each. There aren't many people buying tickets and taking photos right now. Tang Qingwen and Xian waited for a few minutes before it was their turn. The machine's screen displayed 3 buttons: recycle, card application, and buy ticket. As regular customers, both Tang Qingwen and Xian had their own cards, so he directly selected buy ticket and entered the next interface. The options were still only 2, individual and group. Tang Qingwen chose group, and then a prompt appeared asking for separate payment or unified payment. This feature was added by Lu Tang specifically. In fast food restaurants, hotels, mechanical modification shops, and teleportation hubs, paying for others is not allowed. Everyone must pay for themselves. However, for entertainment like photography, if it's a group photo for team building, paying separately can be a waste of time. So, Lu Tang provided the unified payment option. How they split the bill is their own business and shouldn't waste others' time here. Tang Qingwen selected unified payment, then entered the number of people being photographed. After the points were deducted from his membership card, 2 tags dropped out from the machine's bottom outlet. These tags can be stuck anywhere on the clothing or body with just a breath blown on the back. Only those wearing these tags can be recognized by the photo-taking robot and allowed to be photographed. The ticket line wasn't too long, so the photo line was also short. After waiting about 10 minutes, it was finally Tang Qingwen and Xuan's turn. Please pick up your daughter. Okay, get a bit closer, smile. All right, please put your daughter down. And this father should squat down, heads together, smile. Very nice. Now please stand up, put your hand on your daughter's shoulder. Yes, just like that, smile. One more. Please both of you make a heart shape like I do. Show your happy smiles. Last photo. I saw the little girl on her father's shoulder earlier. That pose is great. Yes, just like that, hold it. The photo-taking robot has a special program, proficient in various poses and methods for taking photos. It also has techniques for guiding guests who are stiff in their poses, as long as they follow the instructions. Even those who are not good at taking photos can present their best side. When the photos were projected onto the screen for Tang Qingwen to choose from, he struggled for quite a while. Just like everyone else, he couldn't bear to delete any of them, so in the end, he had to spend 30 points to buy all the photos. Lu Tao commented, classic routine, never goes out of style. Chapter 51. Guests from all directions. The changes in the commercial street quickly spread among various groups returning to the base. Nearby bases with any available personnel chose to come and take a look. In the days following the official opening of the commercial street, Lu Tao encountered many familiar faces. People like Pan Faming, who were already well off, even stayed in hotels just to explore the commercial street thoroughly. Lu Tao didn't understand what was so interesting about it. It was just a more even ground, some artificial flower beds, a few benches, and photo spots. She herself could get bored of it in half an hour and completely didn't understand why so many people would enjoy walking back and forth endlessly. No matter how puzzled she was, there were still many shoppers, and the number was increasing. After all, the date of the auction was approaching, and various bases were sending people over one after another. For example, Song Yang from the local base, and Hao from the Greenfield base, Zheng Fei from the Amping base, and Chun Fu from the Shuni base. Each brought a small team, and after arriving at the commercial street, they directly booked rooms, leading to the first full occupancy of Lu Tao's hotel since its upgrade. The earlier arrivals had double and single rooms, while the later ones had capsule pods, and those who came even later could stay in the camping area. Although it had its own charm and was affordable for these individuals, it was the least important aspect. Boss Lu, when will your hotel be upgraded again? There's not enough space here, Song Yang said, taking advantage of his previous acquaintance with Lu Tao to act familiar. Is it a funding issue? Our local base can sponsor it. Huh. I can hear your calculations all the way over at the Shuni base, Lu Tao replied. Zheng Fei, the representative from the Anping base, knew that Lu Tao's place didn't require helmets or protective suits, so she had specifically packed a casual dress in her luggage. Looking much more spirited than Song Yang. Does Boss Lu really need your little investment? If you want to see the hotel upgrade quickly, you might as well send more people to help with the business instead of always thinking of tricks. We should thank your local base. Otherwise, the final auction item would be hard to manage. The final auction item was, of course, the modified armored vehicle left behind during a previous confrontation with Mingzhu and others. After testing the waters with Lu Tao, the local base dared not bring it up and could only silently swallow this bitter loss. Seeing Song Yang silent, Zheng Fei scoffed and turned to Lu Tao. Changing to a friendly expression, Boss Lu, is that transportation hub really capable of sending people to the uninhabited area as described? Lu Tao nodded. Yes, someone has already gone. And they haven't returned yet. She was talking about the team, led by Fu Shi. They left 2 days ago and haven't returned yet. Lu Tang speculated that they must be planning something big, as their membership cards are still active in the database. As long as a person is alive, their membership card in the database remains active, which is also a way for Lu Tang to monitor the guests' lives. If a member unfortunately passes away, their membership card will be deactivated, and the remaining points will be transferred to the designated heir. If no heir was specified when the card was issued, the points will belong to Lu Tang after 7 days, but they won't count towards sales and can only be used for system maintenance, not for upgrading the store. Zheng Fei became interested when she heard someone had gone in. After settling down here, she became very curious about the teleportation hub. If it weren't for her current task, she would have bought a ticket and rushed in already. She also planned to let others report back first after completing her task, while she would use some points to check the situation herself. Seeing is believing, and regardless of whether she gains anything, the base needs more intelligence. Zheng Fei asked, does the boss know who went? Lu Tang replied, yes, but I can't tell you. That's private information. Zheng Fei wisely dropped the subject but changed the topic. Is that area really a no man's land? This was something Lu Tang could discuss. Yes. It's guaranteed to be a no man's land. At least it was before you all went there. Resources and dangers coexist, but the exact coordinates are a trade secret. So I can't disclose them. I can only say it used to be a bustling city. Zheng Fei nodded in understanding, increasingly determined to check it out after the auction. Then she thought about the auction tomorrow and wanted to discuss the process with Lu Tang. However, Lu Tang didn't want to waste time on repetitive matters and pointed to the mechanical repair shop outside, saying, the rules are posted over there. The bidding qualification is 100 points, and there's a 10,000 points deposit required. The observation qualification is 10 points, and each bid costs 1,000 points. For more details, check it out yourself and don't ask me. Tomorrow is the day of the auction, and Lu Tang had already prepared the guidelines, placing them on the second floor of the mechanical modification shop that serves as the venue. She just needed to rearrange the tables and chairs. Initially, she planned to hold it in the yard, but later it was transformed into a block, and the yard was no longer available. Considering the negative impact of holding it in a public space, mainly because they couldn't charge admission, she decided to move the location to the lounge on the second floor. It may be a bit smaller, but not everyone can afford the 10,000 points deposit. Lu Tang guessed that only teams from the 4 major bases would qualify to sit at the bidding table, with each bidding qualification allowing 3 companions to enter. Therefore, she prepared 20 seats, which should be enough. As for the observation seats, a total of 50 tickets would be sold. The space is limited, so it's first come, first served. They are purely there to create an atmosphere for the winners. Sometimes, the surprise and admiration of strangers are the greatest rewards for the victors. Zheng Fei and Song Yang had already secured their entry qualifications, and now they were just trying to get familiar and build rapport with Lu Tang. Seeing that Lu was a bit impatient, they naturally found excuses to leave, giving Lu some peace. Finally, they left. Lu Tang stretched her body and whispered to Tian Yuan Lu, guess how much the highest transaction amount will be tomorrow? Sorry, auctions are always unpredictable. Lu Tang was curious. Why is that? If it were just estimating the value of items, every AI could do it and provide the same range. However, humans often make unpredictable decisions at auctions. causing some items to be priced at 10 times or even 100 times their value due to these behaviors, which is why I can't predict it. Lu Tang stroked her chin, recalling an auction live stream she had watched, where two buyers, simply due to not seeing eye to eye, drove the price of a bracelet worth 5,000 star coins up to 500,000. At that time, she couldn't understand why someone would be so impulsive. But now she hoped for a similar scene to unfold tomorrow. The more bidders driving up the price, the better. Money, of course, is always better in larger amounts. As the organizer and seller of the auction items, Lu Tang eagerly hoped to sell all her goods tomorrow in exchange for plenty of points to continue building the next store. Chapter 52. Auction begins. The auction was set to officially start at 10 a.m., with the first batch of entrants being the 4 representative teams from bases that had bidding qualifications. As Lu Tang had expected, apart from them, no one else could afford the 10,000 point deposit, leaving them to compete only against each other. Following them were 50 people who had obtained observer qualifications, a mix of those who simply wanted to enjoy the spectacle, including some with special abilities and ordinary folks who were well off enough not to worry about spending. They gathered at the entrance, reluctant to spend points just to watch. With that money, they might as well take a photo for a keepsake. Watching others buy things didn't hold much interest, they just wait to hear the excitement. Song Yang, representing the Baishui base, was the first to enter. His goal was clear, to bring back the armored vehicle that originally belonged to their base. Among the people he brought were a driver and a gunner. He absolutely couldn't afford to make the trip in vain. Coincidentally, the leaders from the other bases thought the same way, which was why their previous private meetings had not succeeded. No one was willing to back down, and they could only settle it through price competition. This led to a tense atmosphere at the bidding table, but out of respect for Lu Tang's shop rules, they didn't dare to openly clash and could only express their ill feelings subtly. Zheng Fei said, "Speaking of which, I never thought I'd have the chance to buy an armored vehicle in my lifetime. TSK. And Hao replied, "Who says otherwise?" Our leader called us for a meeting right after hearing about this, explicitly prohibiting officials' families from taking advantage of the base's name to act recklessly. P.S. Just worrying unnecessarily. Everyone is following the rules. Hey, that's why the base should maintain its order. We can't turn a blind eye just because someone has a bit of ability. It'll cause trouble." Shen Fu shook his head, struggling to understand why some people wouldn't want to learn about military management when it seemed so beneficial. Perhaps they didn't want to suffocate in the base. Song Yang coldly remarked that sometimes he couldn't tell whether it was the harsh outside environment or the military management within the base that made it hard to breathe. The Shuani base was the only one among the 4 bases that implemented military management, with extremely strict behavioral regulations, whether they were ability users or ordinary people. Anyone living in the Shuani base had to accept strict control. Those used to freedom found it uncomfortable, but for ordinary people lacking adventurous spirit, the Shuani base was still a pretty good place. As long as they followed the rules and adhered to management and distribution, they would receive suitable work. There was no need for risk-taking, and they could get supplies to support their families. In a post-apocalyptic wasteland, having such a stable place to live was already quite fortunate. Shen Fu didn't mind Song Yang's sarcasm and maintained his cheerful demeanor. After all, the strict management at Shuani base meant there was no bullying, or even if there was, it wouldn't escalate so dramatically. The kind of chaos that allowed armored vehicles to be used for personal vendettas without the highest leadership's approval was something only the mismanaged Baishu base could pull off. In Shen Fu's view, it was already a miracle that Baishui base had managed to exist for so long without a riot. While they exchanged sarcastic remarks, Lu Tang was making her final preparations. The armored vehicle was the grand finale, and she couldn't hold an auction just for it. She needed to present some other items as well. There were 4 modified vehicles left, starting at an auction price of 5,000, and adding a few potted plants should suffice. After all, as long as there were 3 items, the auction wouldn't seem shabby, considering it was a small-scale event. Lu Tang accessed the resource library and skillfully navigated around the various rules and restrictions, finding some easy-to-care-for plant pots from her employee benefits, and managed to extract 2 pots. This was a bit of a gray area within the rules, but still within the acceptable limits. Generally, people would turn a blind eye to such matters, especially since it was likely that the students had no other options left. Choosing types of plants that were easy to maintain was quite simple. The living conditions in the base were definitely not as good as those in her shop, and varieties that were prone to dying off easily were not a good choice for sale. "Whatever makes you happy," Tianyuan 6 replied. not reminding Lu Tang about the selling regulations. It purely believed that if it mentioned it, the store manager would just brush it off with "I know. So I only took 2 pots." This conclusion seemed to be drawn from analyzing a large volume of data rather than from its own thinking. Tianyuan 6 felt that its programming might have a minor issue and decided to wait until night when no one was around to conduct repairs. Lu Tang was unaware of Tianyuan 6's thoughts. She glanced at the time. It was 3 minutes until 10. Deciding to move directly from backstage to the front, she stepped onto the auction stage. While there was still time, she reiterated the trading rules. Lu Tang had a loudspeaker pinned to her collar, allowing her to be heard clearly by everyone in the room without much effort. After announcing the start of the auction following her bid, she explained that the bidding standards would vary depending on the items, reminding everyone to raise their paddles without hesitation and to bid rationally. If anyone failed to pay the required amount after winning, they would be blacklisted. These rules were well known to all participants, including those merely there to watch. However, no one dared to heckle Lu Tang or dismiss her words as nonsense. Her recent disciplinary actions had been very effective, and her reputation for being unpredictable was widely recognized, deterring anyone from causing trouble. Even those unfamiliar with Lu Tang knew that the prominent figures present were influential members of the 4 major bases, and out of respect for them, no one would disrupt the proceedings. In this harmonious atmosphere, the auction officially began. Lu Tang presented the first item for auction, a modified vehicle that was not particularly easy to sell. With a crystal core front drive and a complete overhaul, the starting bid was set at 5,000 points for a total of 4 vehicles sold individually, with each increment at 100 points. The starting price for the second vehicle would be the sale price of the first. Lu Tang raised her small hammer and tapped it on the table, producing a clear sound. "Please start bidding." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yang immediately raised his paddle. 5,000. No one else bid. It was clear they had reached a consensus on this ordinary vehicle. Each would buy one as a courtesy to Lu. Besides, buying this vehicle wouldn't be a loss. The crystal core energy could be utilized in many places, and there would always be room for it back at the base, making it a practical purchase. Seeing no further bids, Lu Tang began a 10-second countdown. After that, she moved on to sell the next vehicle until all 4 in stock were cleared. Only then did she bring out the prepared potted plants. The aloe vera plants were easy to care for and could be propagated, with detailed cultivation methods written on an accompanying paper, along with a watering spray bottle. The starting price was set at 2,000 points, with each increment at 100 points. "Please place your bids." At this point, Lu Tang noticed that those who had been sitting casually suddenly straightened their backs, their gazes on the aloe vera plants glowing with enthusiasm. "This is a plant pot. This is a plant pot. This is a plant pot." In the presence of fresh plants, even the modified armored vehicles seemed to lose their significance for a moment. 2,100. Song Yang raised his paddle directly, eager to take the aloe vera plant home. If cultivated properly, it would add a new plant to the base, which, even if only ornamental, would be a significant contribution. 2,200. And how quickly raised his paddle, unwilling to fall behind. Though they hadn't conspired, his thoughts mirrored those of Song Yang, or rather, the 4 of them were aligned in their thinking at this moment. Chen Fu raised his paddle. 2,300. Zheng Fei raised his paddle. 3,000. In an instant, the price shot up by 700, causing the other 3 to glance at her. Zheng Fei arrogantly looked back and sarcastically said, "If you don't have money, just give up." Adding 100 on top, "Won't that drag on until tomorrow?" Song Yang scoffed coldly. "If we're talking about not having money, it certainly wouldn't be us at the 4,000 mark." Chen Fu grinned and followed suit. 4,500. And Hao looked at this, then at that. The Greenfield base wasn't that financially robust, so the amount they could offer was naturally limited. Now he found himself in a dilemma. If he continued to bid, he might end up unable to purchase the armored vehicle later. But if he didn't continue, would he definitely be able to buy the armored vehicle? 5,000. And Hao gritted his teeth and raised his paddle, deciding to abandon the competition for the armored vehicle and instead use that money to bid on potted plants. After all, when he left, the senior leader privately mentioned that this auction was primarily about making an impression on Boss Lu, and the actual outcome wasn't the most important thing. Their Greenfield base was just a small base, and acquiring that modified armored vehicle might not necessarily be a good thing. However, if they didn't send anyone to participate, it would seem like they lacked confidence. So, they had to show up. Who knows, they might score a good deal. But if the odds were slim, it was better to spend the money on something worthwhile. as their resources were limited, and practicality was more important than anything else. 6,000. Zheng Fei made her move casually, showing no concern. She never intended to compete for the armored vehicle. She was purely here to provoke Song Yang. Especially since the Anping base and the Baishui base were comparable in scale and often compared to each other. Chen Fu raised his paddle. 6,500. No matter what others said. Chen Fu always added 500. He knew deep down that he was unlikely to win, but he was more than willing to annoy the other bases. The bidding among the leaders of the 4 bases reached a fever pitch, leaving the onlookers in awe. Yet, their enthusiasm was ignited by the passionate atmosphere of the price increase. Had it not been for Lu Tong's rule against loud cheering, they would have been shouting support for their bases. Even if that potted plant was bought by the base, so what? Even if they might never see it again. As long as it didn't end up in another base's hands, it could be considered their own. At this point, the bidding had exceeded 13,000, and the leaders' paddle-raising actions began to slow down. They were no longer bidding impulsively, but were seriously weighing whether to continue. Chen Fu was the first to back out. He had made a commitment before coming that he had to bring the armored vehicle back, so while he could play around, he couldn't afford to lose. He needed to save enough money for the armored vehicle. Next to withdraw was Song Yang, who felt extremely frustrated, mainly because their base had previously lost a bag of crystal cores to Lu Tong. And with the issues from suppressing and taking over the remaining troubles and supply channels from Xieji, the liquid funds available in the base were really limited. Under such circumstances, even if Song Yang managed to acquire the aloe vera plant, he wouldn't have the strength to compete in the upcoming auction for the armored vehicle. And he could only leave in regret, relinquishing ownership of the potted plant to the Anping and Greenfield bases. Lu Tong just mentioned that the starting bid for the second item is based on the result of the first one. So when Zheng Fei spent 14,000 points to acquire the aloe vera plant, and Hao immediately followed suit and secured the second pot at the same price. Anyone who can be a team leader here is no fool. They naturally know what can and cannot be done. It's normal to raise prices during the bidding period while engaging in casual banter and mutual sarcasm, but once a tacit agreement is reached among everyone to raise their paddles, that would be detrimental to oneself and would attract concentrated attacks. Boss Lu, can we get more of this plant pot? Chen Fu asked, raising his hand to inquire about something he was particularly interested in, noting that Lu Tong had not yet announced the next auction item. If there are more available, they can directly contact the Shuni base. The Baishui base is also fine. Song Yang quickly chimed in, ensuring that Boss Lu wouldn't suffer any losses. Zheng Fei and Hao also joined in, recommending their own bases while subtly disparaging their competitors. Lu Tong shrugged. No, I can only get these for now. Let's talk about more in the future. I don't have any to give you at the moment. The items provided by the resource pool are almost all related to the current shop. For real plants like this. Unless Lu Tong opens a flower shop or a botanical garden, she can only use her boss privileges to buy a limited amount. 2 pots are already the maximum. This is based on the experiences of senior students and exploiting loopholes in the resource mall. Getting more would affect her internship rating, and she wouldn't engage in self-detrimental actions for the benefit of others. Since Lu Tong had said so, others were merely asking out of curiosity and stopped pushing the matter, all waiting for her to announce the next auction item. Armored vehicle, fully crystal core driven. Energy port at the gunner's position, no changes in other performance specifications. Starting price is 10,000, with increments of 1,000. The bidding begins now. 10,000, 11,000, 13,000. The calls for bids surged, with some genuinely wanting to buy, others just fishing for profit, and some deliberately inflating the price for fun. The 4 bidders split into 3 factions, exciting the onlookers who wished they could jump into the fray and shout bids for them. And Hao was already satisfied with acquiring the aloe vera plant, and stayed purely to enjoy the spectacle. Zheng Fei shared the same sentiment. They were just there for the fun, hoping the prices would soar. All the bidders were from bases aiming to purchase armored vehicles. Even if they were unsure how much other bases had prepared, they could estimate a range based on their own situations. At times like this, the more money their opponents spend, the better it is for their own base's development, especially regarding liquidity. The more they have, the better, and the fewer opponents, the better, to avoid competition over other resources. Chen Fu was determined to win this bid, while Song Yang was unwilling to swallow his pride. Thus, under this mindset from both sides, the bidding entered a highly intense state once again. This state continued for several minutes, and ultimately, with Song Yang unable to keep up. The armored vehicle originally belonging to the Bai Shui base was acquired by Chun Fu for 17,500 points, bringing it into the fold of the Shuni base. Lu Tang, I've won big. Chapter 54. How to spend this money after this auction. Lu Tang earned a total of 65,500 points. After deducting the negligible costs for modifications and purchasing potted plants, she at least netted 65,000. New store opening, old store getting a makeover. Lu Tang grinned widely. Wishing for more clueless customers. I don't mind having too much money, Calm down, store manager, points R&T hot potatoes. Keeping them for a while won't be a problem. Money needs to circulate, you know? Clenching it tightly in your hands doesn't help. And there's no interstellar bank here to give me interest, so of course, all of it should be invested in the commercial street to maximize benefits. Got it? You're the store manager. You have the final say. I just suggest you think it over before making a decision. After all, my program doesn't have an undo command. That makes sense. Impulsive spending is not good. Lu Tang nodded. So I'll open a cinema for my next store. With all due respect, store manager. A cinema is not a necessity. Lu Tang casually propped her feet on the desk in the upstairs bedroom, leaning back in her chair comfortably and swaying a bit, saying, "You don't understand. Once humans have their basic needs met, their craving for spiritual entertainment is huge. At least 80 of the people who come to spend here have surpassed that average line. Adding something for the spiritual aspect is essential. Then why not create a natural environment experience center? Compared to movies, wouldn't they prefer experiencing natural landscapes? Well, that is not impossible." Lu Tang stroked her chin, pondering for a moment, but I still feel it's a bit repetitive. After all, you can experience it in hotels. And there are projections in fast food restaurants and cosmic systems at transit hubs. Isn't that a bit too singular? Those buildings each have their unique purposes. Projections are just an added effect. Why doesn't the store manager create a dedicated experience center? It sounds like I can do it. Lu Tang suddenly became alert and sat up. Wait, aren't you loading some special module over there that I don't know about? The store manager's wisdom is truly unmatched. Quickly put away your dry, bland compliments and tell me what is going on. The system has loaded an experimental advertising module, sponsored by Galaxy Travel, which can proportionally reduce all natural landscapes under Galaxy Travel to provide guests with an immersive experience. This is the first collaboration between Galaxy Travel and the Interstellar University, and the graduates who qualify for the internship are obligated to help promote it. Oh, after listening to the introduction from Tianyuan 6, Lu Tang replied expressionlessly, and then what? The initial state of this building is hidden. And the trigger condition is that the backend flow of points exceeds 50,000. Graduates meeting the trigger condition within 3 months will receive an additional 5 internship points. Upon hearing this, Lu Tang at least reacted a bit. After all, it's just a trigger, and earning 5 internship points for free is still quite good. The Natural Scenery Experience Center is an optional building, and whether to construct it is up to the interns. Lu Tang couldn't help but ask, how many points to build it? 50,000 points. Wow, that's daylight robbery, right? Lu Tang couldn't help but let out a curse, but it didn't matter. After all, Tianyuan 6 wouldn't spill the beans, which wouldn't harm her public image. They could have just taken it by force, yet they still offered you a Natural Scenery Experience Center? The store manager can decide for themselves. This building, like the mechanical modification shop, is an additional structure. Not building it won't affect your internship results. So what are the benefits of building it? If the fees are low, it's not worth it. And if they're high, not many can afford it, right? Lu Tang is well known in the travel economics department of the Stellar University for her commoner approach, adhering to the principle of low profit and high sales, insisting on keeping prices affordable without wavering, believing that only selling luxury goods won't effectively stimulate the local economy, calling it all nonsense. I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to disclose any data after construction. I've already shared everything I can. Whether to build it is up to the store manager. But please note that this building has a time limit. There's a time limit? Lu Tang could no longer sit properly in her chair. She stood up and paced around the room with the screen in front of her. How long is the limit? Really no more information? For example, are there any cases like mine? The interstellar communication should still work, right? Don't you AI have any connection at all? The time limit is within 24 hours after the triggering condition. Once it expires, this module will automatically lock and can never be restarted. Also, please do not insult the professional ethics of AI. We will not disclose any information regarding the interns during work, including but not limited to current progress, business direction, and whether they like desserts or not. Lu Tang, it seems something strange has mixed in. Additionally, please do not overestimate the parallel universe's star network. After the previous communication with the school, the star network has become one-way. This means the other party can contact us, but we cannot contact them. Speaking of this, Lu Tang got angry. So the star network is completely useless, right? Look, it's been so long. Have they ever proactively inquired about my situation? As long as they know I'm still alive and there's no public crisis at the school, they don't have to pay, right? As for how well I'm doing, they couldn't care less. Poor store manager, do you need me to comfort you? No need. Thank you, I can handle it. Lu Tang coldly refused. Since there were no reference cases, whether to build the Natural Scenery Experience Center had to be decided by her alone. To be honest, no matter what, as long as there's a time limit or a restricted label, it makes the decision-maker lose composure and inexplicably anxious, as if someone is gripping their neck, forcing them to make a decision before the oxygen runs out. Usually, this decision time is reduced to a few minutes, or even seconds. Those that allow a full 24-hour thinking time are rare. Lu Tang listed all the pros and cons of building versus not building on the screen, and then analyzed them point by point. After more than 2 hours of careful consideration, she ultimately decided to go for it. ISNT at just 50,000 points. She can earn it the first time, so she can earn it the second time. Moreover, although Tian Yuan Lu indicated that no further information could be disclosed, based on Lu Tang's understanding of this system, it has made every effort to provide subtle hints within the allowed rules. Lu Tang speculated that this might be an exam set by the school, which would then categorize students based on their choices and ultimately provide different graduation recommendations according to their individual focuses. It must be said that Lu Tang was correct. The truth was indeed as such. However, even though she had figured it out, there was no one to confirm it with. Tian Yuan Lu would not divulge any information that contradicted the rules, and other information sources would not contain explanations regarding this matter. Speculation remained speculation. Even if the truth was right in front of her, as long as it wasn't explicitly stated, it would still be considered a reasonable hypothesis. Chapter 55. Future plans. After deciding to build a natural scenery experience hall, Lu Tang's points instantly shrank to only 15,000. It isn't much, but it's enough for her to upgrade or open a new store. The construction of the Natural Scenery Experience Hall would take as long as 1 month. Since Lu Tang had made her decision, she no longer hesitated and left everything to Tian Yuan Lu to handle. She had always been the type to make moves without regrets. Once a decision was made, she wouldn't reconsider the benefits of not doing it. Moreover, points cannot be refunded once spent, so it would be better to be carefree about it. First, upgrade the inn. I want to set up capsule rooms. And then open an aromatherapy shop. Ideally, she would like to open a small supermarket, but since supermarkets are complex stores that sell everything, it wasn't part of the initial plan. Lu Tang could only choose from single-type stores. Aromatherapy? Forgive me for being blunt, manager. Are you considering the dining mood of mutated beasts? Lu Tang rolled her eyes. Stop joking. Aromatherapy is not the same as aromatherapy, okay? In the interstellar era, not only humans, but also other races paid great attention to their own scents. Carrying an unpleasant odor would be considered rude, so almost everyone would use an aromatherapy device before going out. There are also stubborn individuals who believe their own scent is the best and refuse to change. Yet when participating in social events, they still use isolation mechanisms to mask their scent to avoid irritating other intelligent races that might be allergic, thus preventing unnecessary disputes. In summary, the interstellar world is an era that pays great attention to personal privacy and social experiences. Unless one spends their life with AI, everyone respects the beliefs and customs of other races, at least on the surface, as racial discrimination is a serious crime. Aromatherapy can be divided into regular and combat types. Lu Tang explained her thoughts to Tian Yuan Lu. Regular aromatherapy follows a high-end route, as we have been earning money from the lower and middle classes. It's time to develop towards the upper class. What about combat aromatherapy? It can isolate or attract mutated beasts, as well as other creatures like the deranged or bizarre species. If one wants to engage in more battles, they can use the attracting scent. If they want to avoid battles, they can use the isolating or repulsive scent. Scent is something that, for those who don't know how to use it, can only change the smell, but with a little thought, various new uses can be developed. In fact, there have been many similar cases in interstellar warfare. particularly effective against those intelligent, yet less numerous violent creatures. The most classic example is the Lucas campaign, where they covered traps with pheromones during the female's estrus period, attracting countless males who rushed in, resulting in the annihilation of 80,000 enemies in a single battle, greatly weakening a race that only knew killing and destruction. What Liu Tang wants to do is something similar. The dangers in the wasteland world are even greater, especially for ordinary people without special abilities. Although most of them wouldn't leave safe zones at night, there is always a chance of an unexpected situation. Even those with abilities cannot guarantee their safety when camping outdoors. They don't want to live in a situation where someone has to keep watch while they sleep, or where they have to keep one eye open if they are alone. Liu Tang has also considered other options, like selling potted plants for a significant profit, which could allow her to open a botanical garden. This way, she could sell more plants without having to navigate various regulations, pulling from her personal benefits. Unfortunately, this is simply not feasible. Real natural landscapes and plants are also quite valuable in the interstellar world, and as an intern like Liu Tang, she doesn't have the authority to manage such a venture unless her family owned a botanical garden and entrusted her with it. Of course, once Liu Tang's energy levels rise, she could synthesize ornamental plants, as meat can be synthesized too. Plants can also be created, but they would be one-time use only and not cultivable. As for the aromatherapy shop, where does the manager want to open it? Opposite the Natural Landscape Experience Center. But for now, it's best to wait. Liu Tang lightly tapped her chin, deep in thought, and said, "Development has been too rapid recently. Based on my countless experiences with projects, we need to slow down a bit, or else the customers might struggle to keep up." "I don't understand, manager. Isn't it better to have more shops? More stores attract more customers, and more customers lead to more consumption. Humans are different from AI. No matter how large the module, once the AI is fully loaded, it can integrate it into a complete system. However, humans cannot. Novelty can provoke awe, but too much novelty can lead to panic." Liu Tang patiently explained this to Tianyuan 6, contributing to the improvement of the emotional module database for humans. It's a fascinating psychological phenomenon. If you ask me for specific theories or reasons, I cannot clarify. I just know that we should proceed gradually. We've already introduced a lot of new things recently, so it's normal to slow our pace a bit. They need to recognize the dangers first to understand the benefits of the aromatherapy shop. The danger Liu Tang refers to is the transport hub. In the past few days, some people have gradually entered it, mostly those with abilities, while ordinary people are still observing. Afterward, a few brave ones formed mixed teams with the ability users, armed and followed along. Among them are the Chu sisters, Tang Qingwen, and several other adventurers used to working alone. After all, that area is a dangerous no man's land, so they need to be cautious. It's their first time venturing out together to explore, and later they can decide whether to go solo, regroup, or maintain their current team. Liu Tang is eyeing these individuals. In fact, she herself is curious about checking out the no man's land. Not to mention, gathering more information about the terrain of this planet and the current environmental conditions would be beneficial. When it comes time to report, she certainly can't just write, "I'm sorry. I don't know." That would be quite embarrassing. Of course, Liu Tang is not an adventurer. Her main purpose in the past has been business, such as providing a safe resting camp for adventurers or offering portable and delicious meals. The more she thinks about it, the more feasible this idea seems. She doesn't want to complicate things. A camping site along with a portable food truck would suffice. Naturally, the variety of supplies provided wouldn't be as extensive as a fast food restaurant, and the camping location would be limited. After all, even someone like her, who has mysterious backing, can face inconveniences when out in the field. Therefore, it's understandable that the service prices would be slightly higher than those on the commercial street, right? Chapter 56. No Man's Land. Tang Qingwen cautiously walked on the ground of the No Man's Land, accompanied by sisters Chu Wan and Chu Huan. Fellow base members Zhou Hui and Wu Yun, both of whom possess abilities, were on alert in front and behind them. They belong to the type of free individuals without a fixed team. Usually, they pair up with people they have a good relationship with, but it's not set in stone. They form teams temporarily based on who is available and whose destinations align. Even so, this is an occasional occurrence. Most of the time, they prefer to act alone. Although this increases danger, the rewards are entirely theirs, without concerns about unequal distribution or having to be wary of companions over money. However, in the No Man's Land, acting alone is too dangerous. That's why they formed a small team under Liu Tang's introduction for their first adventure. Sis, there are so many supplies here, Chu Huan exclaimed, carrying a large backpack that was bulging with items. She didn't feel tired at all, and instead felt a surge of energy. Yes, there are many. But don't get too excited. Watch your step, Chu Huan replied, also carrying a backpack, though not as full as Chu Huan's. As an ability user, she had the responsibility of combat, and carrying too much would hinder her ability to react quickly. So even though she felt sorry for her sister, she couldn't help her carry anything. After all, this wasn't just their team, there were other ability users present. If ordinary people didn't want to be seen as subordinates to ability users being called upon at will, they needed to find their place in the team and demonstrate their capabilities. I hope we can find a small cart later. There are too many good things. And I really don't want to leave anything behind, Tang Qingwen chimed in, also carrying a large pack filled with his loot. Due to limited capacity, he had to make tough decisions and discard some items that had lower resale value. If it were outside, those discarded and abandoned supplies would be fiercely contested. And if Tang Qingwen could pick up a large bag on a normal day, he would be overjoyed. However, in the uninhabited area, there are more valuable recyclable materials waiting for them. If they don't filter and identify, wanting everything would only wear them out. It's like when Lu Tang was playing games back in her day. After finally leveling up in a deep area, she would find her bag full. But going back would be too troublesome due to the long distance. Yet not going back would make her feel like she lost a fortune staring at all the loot she couldn't collect. Theoretically, they could find a vehicle here, but they lacked fuel. Zhou Hui spoke up, saying that before the war, very few people in the city used handcarts, which is probably why they hadn't seen any. Wu Yan nodded, agreeing with Zhou Hui. Throughout their journey, it had been all scrapped cars. It had been so long that even if there was fuel, they couldn't move them, and besides, he didn't know how to repair them. Also, this area was previously a war zone, with many tank wrecks scattered around. The city they were in was in ruins, with broken walls everywhere, clearly damaged by artillery fire. If Lu Tang were here, she could use Tianyuan 6 to scan the entire area and deduce what the city looked like before. However, now there were only Tang Qingwen and the others. All young people who had grown up in the base and had no concept of skyscrapers or bustling cities. Isn't there a usable chassis? It would work if we could tow it. Zhou Hui couldn't help but complain, swiftly dealing with a mutated plant that had popped up, then bending down to check for crystal cores before returning to the group. It's almost noon. Should we find a place to rest? I'm a bit hungry. The ability users consumed energy much faster than ordinary people, seemingly needing food as fuel for their powers. Zhou Hui's suggestion was immediately accepted by the others, all expressing their desire to eat. Even Tang Qingwen and Chu Huan, being ordinary people, looked famished after carrying so much weight. Wait, do you smell that? Chu Huan had said very little throughout the journey, only occasionally talking to her sister. This was related to her personality developed over the years. But whenever she formally spoke up, it meant something significant had occurred. It smells very good, like food, but I'm not sure. It could be a trap set by another type of mutated plant. As a wind element ability user, Chu Huan could hear and smell information that others could not detect temporarily. Wu Yan took this seriously. Over there, should we go take a look? Chu Huan pointed northeast. That way, about 500 meters straight ahead. After speaking, she turned back to look at the others and added, I'll go take a look. If there's danger, I can run fast. No one could outrun a wind element ability user, and since she said so, the others agreed with the proposal. But they all reminded her to prioritize her safety, just take a quick look and not to startle anyone. As long as they don't encounter mutated plants above level 5. This small team still has a fighting chance. As long as Chu Huan can bring back the intel, they will find a way to take that guy down. Even though Tang Qingwen and Chu Huan are ordinary people, they are experienced fighters who won't hold everyone back. Chu Huan nodded and quickly dashed northeast using her wind-based abilities. A distance of 500 meters was just a matter of seconds for her. However, due to buildings and obstacles in between, and not wanting to alert the other party, she slowed down a bit to choose her route and landing point carefully. Then, she saw a food cart emitting a delicious aroma in an open space. And sitting in a rocking chair behind the cart was someone she was very familiar with. Chu Huan's first reaction was that the mutated plants had evolved to the point of creating an illusion of a food cart to attract people. She quickly dismissed this thought, as no illusion could perfectly replicate a certain someone. As she approached, Tianyuan Lu had already detected the presence of the other party. So Lu Tang was not at all surprised by her arrival. Instead, he comfortably lounged in the rocking chair, smiling and waving at her. Mobile food cart. Today's specials are ramen and skewers. Want to give it a try? Chu-Wan mechanically nodded and stepped out from behind the ruins. The closer she got, the stronger the enticing aroma became, making her stomach growl uncontrollably. Boss Lu, what are you doing here? Just providing a convenient service. Lu Tang pointed to the recycling machine next to the cart, still wearing that cheerful smile. I even brought this along to help you clear your loot. Pretty thoughtful, right? Directly digesting the spoils of the locals to cut off their chances of spending at the base, one must say, the store manager is indeed quite considerate. Chapter 57. Fast food cart. While on high alert and worried, Chu Huan and the others welcomed back the unscathed Chu Wan. After hearing about what she saw, they were momentarily unsure what expressions to make. Boss Lu, it's Boss Lu again. Although they found this situation hard to believe, just knowing it was created by Boss Lu made them feel there was no problem at all. Let us go eat something. Tang Qingwen let down his guard, even feeling a bit excited. Didn't Ti Chu Wan just say there's a recycling machine over there? We can clear a wave of loot. Right, the recycling machine. Sister, let us hurry. I want to see how many points we can exchange for these things. Chu Huan also got excited. If they could clear the loot, she wouldn't have to carry a bunch of stuff around. She wasn't some mythical beast meant to carry heavy loads. Zhou Hui and Wu Yun had no objections either. While they might hesitate at other shops and discuss whether there were traps or poisons in the food, a shop run by Boss Lu was synonymous with safety. Soon, Lu Tang saw Chu Wan returning with 4 others in tow. Once they all entered the protective shield of the food cart and took off their helmets, she recognized them as regular customers of the shop. You all have gathered quite a lot. Lu Tong looked at their spoils with great interest. So, will you be able to recover the cost of 100 points? Chu Huan was busy emptying the contents of her backpack. It wasn't all her loot. Some belonged to others, and she needed to sort those out. Hearing Lu Tong's question, Chu Huan continued her work and replied, I don't know yet. There are some things I haven't seen before, so I'm not sure if they can be recycled or if they're just trash. I took samples of everything, thinking I'd find out later, but thanks to your recycling machine, I'll know right away. Then you all get to work. I'll be waiting, Lu Tong said, reclining back in her rocking chair. You're the first group of customers, so you can try the food from the mobile food cart. A few minutes later, after completing the initial sorting and distinguishing between shared and personal items, they took turns using the recycling machine to check their points. Let us start with the personal items. We'll mark the things we haven't seen before and check their prices. Whether we pick them up again in the future will depend on this. Tang Qingwen said as he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, ready to record the prices of his loot for precise recycling later. Lu Tong relaxed in her rocking chair and said, it doesn't have to be that complicated. After recycling, just print the receipt. It only costs 1 point. And you'll get a detailed breakdown of this recycling. The recycling machine had this function, but not many people used it. Lu Tong reminded them at this moment. Or else they would be stuck recording each item manually for a long time. Upon hearing about this function, Tang Qingwen immediately put away his notebook and pen, as both required resources for exchange and weren't cheap. Then, he began his recycling work, dumping all his items into the recycling bin. The machine quickly calculated the points to be earned, waiting for Tang Qingwen to confirm or cancel. 1851 points. Tang Qingwen's eyes widened in delight. So much. Yes. Of course. He quickly pressed the confirm button and then spent 1 point to print the receipt. After that, he stepped aside, taking his membership card and receipt to check them. The next was Zhou Hui, who went to recycle his materials while others gathered around Tang Qingwen to see what items could possibly be worth so much. Tang Qingwen quickly skimmed through the receipt, filtering out the items with smaller values, and soon found several high-value entries. Type 3 missile debris, 500 points. Type 2 chassis fragment, 340 points. And this high-density purification energy core chip for 117 points. Plus a few high-density alloy blocks, each worth 80 points. Those are quite heavy, but worth it. These were all newly discovered recyclable materials found in the wasteland. As for the crystal cores, due to their portability, Tang Qingwen planned to save them for exchange at the base. He couldn't put all his resources into Lu Tong's shop. He wanted to keep some liquid funds on hand for peace of mind. Moreover, Xian is still living in the base, where there are no recycling machines. Tang Qingwen cannot transfer points to the neighbor responsible for watching the children, so they still have to use supplies, money from the base, or crystal cores for payments. Others are doing the same. What they put into the recycling machine are mostly items found in the wasteland, either too large to carry easily, too heavy due to high density, or too fragile and likely to break if mishandled. They all throw these items into the recycling machine. After a series of exchanges, they concentrate the shared points into Zhou Hui's account, and then he distributes some crystal cores to others to balance the accounts. As for the small change, they can just buy something later to share, ensuring everyone gets an equal amount. I'm so hungry. Boss Lu, do you have anything to eat? Chu Huan emptied her bag and felt a lot lighter, and without hesitation, she approached Lu Tong's small cart, peeking inside to see what good things were there. Although it was called a small cart, it looked more like a modified camper van. To make it more eye-catching, Lu Tong specially chose bright red paint as the base color, with Lu's fast food cart written in large white letters on top. The driver's cabin is closed off. Only Lu Tong herself or those she permits can enter. No one else can manage to open it, and even if they exert all their strength, they would still fail. The back part of the cart has an opening that reveals the food inside, along with a price list. A tabletop extends out a few dozen centimeters above the wheels, where customers can place their food and sit on stools to eat. Given the cart's limited size, Lu Tong only set up 5 stools, so if more customers arrived, they would have to find somewhere else to eat while holding their food. Tang Qingwen and the others were already seated, and Lu Tong returned to the food cart to introduce the items she brought. There's a hot pot with skewers, a once popular dish, available in spicy and non-spicy versions, charged by the skewer. The noodles are authentic beef noodles in yellow broth, with no choice for noodle width, and they also offer some fried items. You can look at the menu and order. After Lu Tong finished speaking, she returned the choice to the customers while she picked up a few beef skewers from the spicy pot and started to eat leisurely. Oh, the skewers from the spicy pot are indeed more delicious, she thought, while inhaling sharply from the heat, perfectly showcasing her mindset of wanting to eat spicy food despite not being able to handle it. Chapter 58. Setting up the stall depends on the mood. The hot pot already exuded a delicious aroma, and as Lu Tong ate it with such enjoyment, it immediately attracted the attention of others, who almost in unison chose the same food. Lu Tong was quite fair in this aspect. At least she didn't charge 2 points for a skewer of corn or 1 point for a skewer of cucumber slices. Her pricing for skewers was based on meat and vegetables, 2 vegetable skewers for 1 point, and 1 meat skewer for 1 point, with generous portions, strictly adhering to the standards of the interstellar food law. However, Tang Qingwen and the others were unaware of this. They had never tried skewered hot pot before, and the base didn't have such a variety of ingredients or spices. Even if they did, the prices would be beyond their budget. It sounded cheap, but to eat enough would probably cost dozens of points. Zhou Hui sighed, and then lowered his head to find a place to insert his membership card. Hey, Boss Lu, why isn't there any skewered hot pot on the menu? Lost in her thoughts about the skewers, Lu Tao looked up in confusion, then remembered that the payment method for the food truck was slightly different from the restaurant. Not everything was listed on the menu. Lu Tao explained, there are many types of skewers, and it wouldn't look good all piled up on the menu, so you can just choose based on the colors. The white sticks are for vegetarian options, and the red sticks are for meat. Just take whatever you want, and after you're done, put the sticks into the container on the right side, and the charges will be deducted automatically. After saying this, Lu Tao, not caring about the colors, grabbed a handful of skewers from the spicy pot, treating it as her employee meal for the day since she was the boss. Zhou Hui swallowed hard and quickly reached for a skewer. He hadn't eaten much spicy food before and wasn't sure if he could handle it, so he cautiously chose only 1 red stick, afraid of wasting food if he couldn't finish it. Noodles, drinks, and baked goods could be ordered directly from the menu, and they would be prepared in the small kitchen inside the truck and served up. Therefore, the large window facing out was filled with skewers, arranged in small compartments. Chu Huan looked for a long time, finding it quite interesting. She pointed to one compartment with a green light and asked, Boss Lu, what does the green light mean? Lu Tao leaned over to take a look and replied, Oh, that means the skewers in that compartment are cooked and ready to eat. If the light isn't on, you have to wait a bit longer. The skewers in the white compartment were for the clear broth, while those in the red compartment were for the spicy broth. Both compartments had the same green light indicator, but some were lit while others were not. This was also a feature of advanced technology in the interstellar era. When the food was cooked, it would notify the customers that it was ready to eat. Moreover, it locked in the freshness while maintaining heat, preventing the food from losing its original taste due to overcooking. When Chu Wan began to try her first chicken skewer from the spicy pot, Zhou Hui had already quietly placed his stick into the container and turned his hand toward the clear broth. He was currently enduring the stinging sensation on his tongue, afraid of making a noise and being laughed at by the others. Spicy was truly a terrible flavor for him. He just couldn't enjoy it. At this moment, Lu Tao also started to feel overwhelmed, so she ordered a cup of soy milk. After gulping it down, she finally sighed in relief, feeling the burning sensation on her tongue ease a bit. You can also try the soy milk. It helps with the spiciness, she recommended to her guests, noting that the drinks were chilled. In this weather, I guess none of you would want something hot, right? Perhaps due to the fact that this area had once been a war zone, the air pollution was worse than in the regions where the 4 major bases were located. And the temperature had also increased. It was easy to see the sweat on Chu Wan and the others' foreheads. Of course, it could also be due to the spiciness of the food, but the temperature here is indeed higher. Lu Zhao's protective suit has a built-in temperature control system, but others don't. Throughout this journey, they have really relied on their passion for supplies to keep going. Otherwise, they would have found a place to rest long ago. Once we get back, no matter what, I'm going to buy a better protective suit, Tang Qingwen remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss Lu, is there any way to make it cooler here? Lu Zhao tilted her head and replied, a roadside stall is meant to have this lively atmosphere. Otherwise, what is the point of being here? Tang Qingwen glanced at his teammates and scratched his head, but there are only 5 of us. It's not that lively. It's fine. Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow. As long as it's hot, I don't really care about the noise. With no air conditioning, he shouldn't mention strange requests. Tang Qingwen immediately understood Lu Zhao's point and obediently lowered his head to eat. It's hot, but it's not like they haven't experienced heat before. At worst, they could drink some cold beverages. They shouldn't trouble the boss over such trivial matters. Lu Zhao had actually already eaten. She just wanted some snacks. And now that she was full, she returned to her rocking chair, comfortably waiting for new customers to fill up on skewers. Considering Tang Qingwen and the others' appetite, they would need to eat dozens or even hundreds of points worth. But no one was willing to eat that much, even though they had just earned a good amount. Although the points at Lu Zhao's shop could only be used there, they still had some circulation value in the base. For example, bulk purchasing drinking water or buying some food to take back would attract many who were afraid to leave the base, willing to exchange their base currency or goods. Even if they exchanged all their recyclables for points here, it wouldn't be a loss because they could use Lu Zhao's food to trade for other desired living items. Thus, saving points was still important, especially for Tang Qingwen, who had always wanted to bring Xian out of the base to stay at Lu's Inn, where the air was better and the new commercial street was safer for children to play outside, as it was Lu Zhao's territory. After spending a few points each, the adventurers unanimously purchased staple foods. Some bought what was said to be authentic yellow soup noodles, while others got baked flatbreads to stuff with beef skewers. After a hearty lunch, they each spent around 30 points and were quite satisfied. Once they finished eating, they naturally wanted to continue exploring. Otherwise, they could just head back to the base instead of carrying so much stuff while adventuring. Before leaving, Chu Huan asked Lu Zhao, Boss Lu, will your stall still be here at night? Lu Zhao waved her hand. I don't know. My stall randomly teleports within the no man's land, and each day lasts for 4 hours. I don't know where I'll be next, but if you happen to come across it at night, I will provide camping services. I hope you have good luck in finding it. This rule was exclusive to the food truck, and Lu Zhao didn't particularly like waiting idly in one place. It was no different from being in her shop. Of course, it was much more interesting to roam around the map, even if it was all ruins. At least it was nice to see different sights. Of course, Lu Tang is currently in high spirits. Once she gets bored, she will use a robot to replace herself in running the shop and will never tire herself out just to earn a little bit. Chapter 59. Aki's wish. 4 hours later, Lu Tang's food truck was randomly teleported. This time, the environment was different from the last, and she felt that the area might have changed entirely. Is this the second teleportation hub? Lu Tang asked Tianyuan 6. I thought I could only transfer within the same area. Not at all. The store manager's algorithm is different from that of the customers. You have the highest privileges. That's pretty good. But are there any customers around here? Lu Tang gazed at the abandoned station in front of her and spoke softly. This is underground. Can we really expect those adventurers to find an entrance and then muster the courage to come down? The place she was teleported to was an abandoned subway station. She knew this because Tianyuan 6 had thoughtfully marked it, stating that this was a mode of transportation frequently used by people before the wasteland world became what it is now. I do know about this. There's always a subway in retro cyberpunk settings, Lu Tang remarked, indicating that she wasn't completely clueless. People would board the carriages, led by the front car, and be taken to their destinations one stop at a time. It was said that during rush hour, people would be packed closely together. With no personal space whatsoever, just thinking about it was a nightmare. Indeed, compared to airflow channels, this method was far too outdated. In the interstellar era Lu Tang lived in, as long as one wasn't traveling through space, people generally used private gliders or teleportation devices, which Lu Tang didn't like. For movements within the city, there were various convenient airflow channels, as long as you found an entrance. Your whole body would be covered by a membrane-like substance, allowing you to move freely along the air currents. There would be no collisions or blockages in the airflow channels, and a certain distance would be maintained between people. Of course, some still preferred the hustle and bustle and would ride those shared gliders, but even then, they wouldn't have to be packed tightly together. That was simply too terrifying. Regardless of whether people were packed together or not, this place was already abandoned, and it couldn't suddenly come to life. So, there's no way to leave early? On the surface, the chances of encountering new customers were much greater than underground, and Lu Tang didn't like staying in such places. Besides her food truck, there was no light around, and it felt like something strange could appear at any moment. Still, she maintained that mutated creatures couldn't harm her. But they did look particularly creepy. Lu Tang considered herself just an ordinary college graduate, completely uninterested in horror stories. Since she chose to teleport randomly, the store manager should be mentally prepared for such environments. If it really was unbearable, it was suggested that the store manager go inside the truck. Perhaps it would feel better. Lu Tang readily agreed to this suggestion. You're right. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll go inside the truck. It's just 4 hours. I can take a nap. With Tianyuan 6 on duty, Lu Tang felt very reassured. The only regret she had was not bringing some entertainment facilities. Otherwise, she could have played something to pass the time instead of just relying on sleeping and daydreaming. Do you want to see the map? Tianyuan 6 provided Lu Tang with a new idea. This transmission is located at the boundary of the detection area, and our vehicle is equipped with a handheld detection drone. The store manager can try to use the drone's camera to fly out underground and take a look at the outside world. Perhaps they will discover additional surprises. Lu Tang had just settled into the rocking chair inside the vehicle when she lifted her eyelids to glance at the ceiling. Tianyuan 6 cameras were everywhere, with one positioned just above at an angle. Let us get straight to the point. What have you discovered? Hand control was absolutely out of the question. Even if she had a perfect score in the control course, Lu Tang did not want to operate the drone in such an environment. The reason was very simple. She did not like the deep, dark surroundings and often found herself thinking about things she shouldn't. As a human, the store manager seems to have lost their curiosity. Should I offer psychological support services? Perhaps you need to relieve some stress. You don't understand. Sometimes humans just want to give up. That is how I feel right now. Just think of me as a salted fish lounging on a beach chair. If there is something to say, hurry up. If not, I'm going to fall asleep. Well, in fact, I detected signs of human activity outside the detection area. Lu Tang suddenly sat up straight. Other matters were whatever, but if someone was coming to take care of business, then she was wide awake. Didn't they say this area was uninhabited? Was there an error in the previous detection? Last time, there were indeed no signs of human activity. It's speculated that they could be newly arrived humans, perhaps here to collect recyclables, or they might have wandered in. It's also possible they were originally living here but left for some time, which is why they weren't detected. That makes sense. So when will they come down? Maybe they need a guide? Lu Tang replied. Just say that you need me to operate the drone to attract them down. All right. For business and to have some foot traffic, Lu Tang slowly opened the light screen, brought up the handheld drone interface, and let the one carried by the food truck fly out, swaying from the ceiling of the vehicle. On the ground, Achi was pulling his younger sister with one hand while dragging a bag with the other, and he also had a sleeping baby strapped to his back. At 14 years old, he had lived in the base with his parents for 13 years. They were ordinary people without special abilities, struggling on the edge of poverty, living a life of alternating hunger and fullness. Thus, his parents placed their hopes on the next generation, hoping to give birth to a person with special abilities to save their impoverished family. However, giving birth to someone with special abilities was not something one could just wish for. Over the years, apart from gaining a younger sister and a brother, there were almost no changes in their household. Oh, that is not quite right. At least they have become poorer. They used to have 2 meals a day, each with some solid food, but later it turned into 1 solid meal and 1 watery one. In the 2 months before their parents passed away, having even 1 watery meal was considered lucky. Now, with his parents who dreamed of having a child with special abilities to change their lives gone, They had left him with a naive younger sister, a brother who couldn't even speak, and a pile of debt. With a determination to face death, Aki managed to rescue his younger siblings from their creditors. Unable to stay in the base any longer, he had no choice but to lead them into a life of wandering. During the day, he collected recyclable materials and sold them at a low price to those who could still enter the base, exchanging them for some food supplies. At night, he would find a relatively intact ruin, praying not to be bitten to death, and then fall asleep. Aki was quite open-minded about it. Most children who had lost their parents in the base and had no relatives willing to take them in would just perish, as no one would use their already scarce resources to raise someone else's children. Everyone was in a similar situation. That said, even in such harsh conditions, they couldn't last much longer. Aki's protective suit was already torn, and his sister's clothes were too big, making it difficult for her to cover herself properly while moving. His younger brother hadn't even cried much these days, even though Aki wrapped him in his protective suit, without a helmet small enough for his head. It was unlikely he could hold on for much longer. Aki paused, catching his breath, and murmured, "I really hope I can fill my stomach before I die." Then, in the next moment, he saw something fly out from their makeshift dwelling. A fist-sized strange object hovered in front of him, and a pleasant voice emanated from it. "Mobile food cart. Today's special is ramen and skewers. Would you like to try some?" Chapter 60. A bowl of ramen. Aki nervously followed the strange object back to their temporary shelter, which should have been a dark and dreary hole. But now there was something bright glowing inside. As he approached, a faint aroma wafted into his nostrils, a scent he had never encountered before. His mind couldn't conjure any images that matched it, yet instinctively, his mouth filled with saliva. A loud growl echoed in the empty abandoned subway station, followed by the sound of swallowing. Not only could Aki not control himself, but his younger sister, still in her innocent childhood, was also entranced by the fragrance. Ahua was a small child, only 4 years old. She didn't fully understand the world yet, but she had already grasped the concept of death. For these past few days, she had followed her brother everywhere. Even when tired, she would never let go of his hand. Although Aki never said he would abandon her, Ahua had an instinct like that of a young animal, knowing that if she lost sight of her brother, she might never see him again in this lifetime. She wasn't afraid of exhaustion or hardship. Hunger didn't matter as long as she could stay by her brother's side. Ahua rarely made demands, knowing it wouldn't change anything. Being hungry wouldn't make her brother conjure food for her. He could only look at her with sad eyes. Ahua disliked that feeling, so she seldom complained about hunger. But today seemed different. The aroma overwhelmed her instinctual desire, and she unconsciously voiced it. "Brother, I'm hungry." The food truck is equipped with lights, but they are usually not used. In this dark environment, Luzong opened the top sunscreen to let the soft white light illuminate the entire dining area. As for the other places inside the protective cover, there are small spotlights at the front, back, and along the top of the truck that provide some illumination. Although it's not as bright as the dining area, it's still acceptable. At this moment, Luzong had retracted the detection bee and was standing at the window of the truck, waving to Aki and Ahua. "Lu's food truck, great quality at a fair price. No deception. Today we have a special offer for skewers and ramen. Would you like to eat something?" Aki tightened his grip on his sister's hand. The appearance of the food truck was completely beyond his expectations. He had never seen such a vehicle in the base. "It should be a vehicle, right? We have no money." After hesitating for a moment, and seeing that Luzong didn't seem to want to take anything from him, Aki relaxed a little. But only a little. He was prepared to run if things went wrong. Even though life was tough, and they had to go hungry sometimes, Aki still wanted to keep his sister and brother alive, living one more day at a time. Recyclables would work too. Luzong pointed to the recycling machine standing nearby and explained how to use it, considering that the other side consisted of 3 children, who knew if they could read. She certainly didn't expect free compulsory education to still exist in the wasteland. Aki listened carefully to Luzong and, after seeing that she had no further comments, slowly approached the machine he had never seen before while dragging his bag. If what that woman, claiming to be the owner, said was true, it seemed he could really eat enough here. Tentatively, Aki placed a twisted little iron block into the small basket of the recycling machine. It was unrecognizable from its original shape, and in the base, he would need to gather quite a few to exchange for a little money. Adults would look down on picking it up, and even if someone saw it on the road, they wouldn't snatch it away. Although the profit was small, it was one of the safer types of recyclables. Scrap iron X1 can be exchanged for 001 points. Do you want to exchange? A dialogue box popped up from the recycling machine, and Aki didn't understand most of it, only recognizing the number 001. After hesitating for a moment, he rummaged through his bag and took out many differently shaped but essentially similar iron pieces to put into the basket. Scrap iron X51 can be exchanged for 0.51 points. Steel pieces X2 can be exchanged for 10 points, total 10.51 points. Do you want to exchange? Aki turned his head to look at Lu Zong through the open back door. What can I get for 10 points? Lu Zong crossed her arms and leaned against the truck door, responding, you can exchange for a bowl of yellow soup ramen or skewers. With meat dishes at 1 point per skewer, vegetable dishes at 1 point for 2 skewers, or 5 pancakes. Aki's eyes instantly brightened. Then I want to exchange. He clumsily took his membership card from the recycling machine. Then with one hand holding his sister and the other clutching the nearly half-empty bag, he walked toward the dining area. Aki first helped his sister onto a seat, then bent down to drag the bag to her feet. After that, he sat down on a round chair, not forgetting to use his foot to press down on the bag to prevent anyone from stealing it. Even though there was no one else around, he remained cautious. Watching Aki fumble on the table, unsure of what to do, Lu Tang sighed softly, feeling increasingly troubled. Whenever they encountered unfamiliar characters, she would have to introduce things herself. It seemed she should really get a robot to replace her. Well, it's just like chatting with someone. Since they ended up in such a strange place, what else could they expect? The membership card goes here. Just order the ramen directly, and for the skewers, just take them from the pot. After finishing, place the sign in the sign tube for automatic billing by Tianyuan 6, and explain the store rules to them. Lu Tang was too lazy to memorize the instructions she had written. In fact, she couldn't remember them anyway. With such a useful AI assistant like Tianyuan 6, why exhaust her brain trying to remember things that only constrained others? All right, manager. Tianyuan 6's sudden voice startled Aki, who jumped out of his seat like a rabbit, impressively remembering to take his sister with him, although he couldn't care less about the bag at his feet. Lu Tang blinked. Tianyuan 6, my assistant, doesn't eat people. Aki, realizing his overreaction, awkwardly said, yes, sorry. He then listened to Tianyuan 6 explain the instructions while gradually making his way back until he felt relieved after hearing everything. Thinking that this woman who called herself Boss Lu probably meant no harm, Aki wasn't overly cautious. He was just afraid of being taken advantage of. After all, it was rare to meet someone who wasn't after their bodies, for trade, or their money, and who didn't find amusement in bullying them. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. This awkward situation was only alleviated when a steaming bowl of buttery ramen was brought to the table, instantly capturing the attention of both Aki and Ahua. The light yellow, translucent broth held chewy and delicious noodles, with irregular pieces of beef the size of fingernails resting on top, and the optional cilantro and green onions were finely chopped and evenly sprinkled over the soup and noodles, adding a touch of greenery. Aki instinctively swallowed hard, looking up at Lu Tang, whose features were blurred by the steam rising from the yellow broth. And a thought suddenly crossed his mind. This boss Lu must be the celestial being his parents once mentioned. Otherwise, how could she have such delicious-smelling food? Chapter 61. Aki's goal. The Aki siblings shared a bowl of yellow broth ramen, eating ravenously. During the meal, Aki even remembered to feed his younger brother, who was slumped behind him, a couple of spoonfuls of soup. Though he didn't expect it to keep him alive, at least he could say he had eaten something good before passing. Lu Tang noticed that Aki's younger brother looked to be no more than a few months old and thought that perhaps buying him a cup of milk would be better. What nutrition did the broth and ramen provide? But then she noticed Aki and Ahua's skinny arms and the large heads on their thin necks, and she swallowed those words back down. As an interstellar individual, Lu Tang would not arbitrarily interfere with the actions of solitary humans in the wasteland world, nor would she entertain the idea of establishing a dominion here using advanced technology. That would violate the interstellar law. As an ordinary and unremarkable interstellar citizen, Lu Tang refused to spread her wings on the edge of legality. She was just an intern, neither a tyrant ruling with an iron fist nor a savior leading everyone toward a brighter future. Lu Tang was very aware that she could not save everyone in this world. If she attempted to do so, it would only lead to her being dragged into an inescapable quagmire due to a moment of weakness. Aki and Ahua ate quickly, so fast that Lu Tang suspected they would have finished everything in mere seconds if the noodles hadn't been too hot. This indicated that the two children had been harassed or robbed while eating before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a behavior of swallowing food immediately upon receiving it. Aki finished the last drop of soup in his bowl and licked the corner of his mouth with a hint of longing in his eyes as he looked up at Lu Tang. Boss Lu, will your shop always be here? If the answer was affirmative, that would be wonderful. He and his sister would no longer have to worry about not having enough to eat. As for his younger brother, Aki understood very well that the little one behind him wouldn't survive long. Perhaps tonight he would stop breathing or might become a little lost soul, prey for others. Fortunately, the prices offered by Boss Lu were much better than those of the explorers. If he worked a little harder, he could definitely support himself and his sister. Regarding Aki's question, Lu Tang shook her head. I will only stay here for 4 hours, after which I will be randomly teleported to another place. The light in Aki's eyes disappeared as he lowered his head, feeling somewhat distressed, even harboring thoughts of despair. He should have known that such good fortune was unlikely to happen. It was merely heaven's pity allowing him and his sister to have a full meal before their demise. Nothing was more painful than seeing hope only to have it extinguished. Perhaps sensing Aki's pain, Ahua cautiously leaned toward her brother, seemingly wanting to comfort him with her warmth. Aki rubbed his eyes and raised his head again. Although he had already guessed the answer, he still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, then, can we go with you? I can work, I can do many things. Boss Lu, don't underestimate me because I'm thin, I'm strong. Ahua can work too. Really, please let us come with you. Faced with Aki's desperate plea for both himself and his sister, Lu Tang could only shake her head once more. The teleportation can only take me and the food truck. It cannot take outsiders. Aki fell silent again like a deflated balloon, and Ahua looked at her brother, then at Lu Tang, timidly asking, does this mean we won't be able to eat noodles anymore? Lu Tang decided to give them some guidance. She opened the holographic screen to check her current location and then spoke. After you go out, head northwest until you see a strange teleportation portal. At the recycling machine over there, spend 200 points to buy a one-way ticket, then pass through the portal to reach the commercial street where my shop will officially open. There are 4 small bases nearby, and you might find a place willing to take you in. During this time, Lu Tang had not been chatting with the guests for nothing. She had gathered some knowledge about several bases. Overall, the situation was not too chaotic. Even the base that used to be run by someone like Xie had improved a lot recently. It was said that after the downfall of Xie's influence, the local leader, Peng Ku, finally gained absolute control and made significant reforms. Not to mention the orderly management of the militarized base. Although there was little freedom and the hierarchy and allocation were quite clear, the strict management system also prevented the oppression of ordinary people and the stealing of their food supplies. In summary, each of the 4 bases had its pros and cons, but overall they were all above the passing mark. As long as one was diligent and hardworking, there would be a way to survive, at least better than here. After clarifying the route, Lu Tang pointed to Ahua and added, she also needs to get a membership card. Tickets are purchased individually, and you can't use the card if there are no points. Lu Tang's words undoubtedly injected a dose of encouragement into Qi. The boy's eyes brightened with each word from Lu Tang, and the previous sense of despair vanished. Seeing hope again filled him with energy. Qi jumped up from his seat and dumped all the remaining recyclables from his bag into the recycling machine. Then grinned as he saw his card balance increase by 41 points. Earning 100 points wouldn't be hard. He was sure he could earn enough for himself and his sister. With a goal set, a route planned, and points to come, only one question remained. Boss Lu, where's northwest? Qi asked shyly. The compass at home is broken. In fact, it had been deliberately smashed after being stolen, but for some reason, Qi didn't want to say this in front of Lu Tang, as it might make him seem useless. Oh, that. After you go out, turn to your right, away from the entrance. You know right from left, right? Lu Tang glanced at the screen again. Qi nodded repeatedly, making Lu Tang nervous, fearing he might strain himself and hurt his neck. So, do you want to rest here for a while, or head out right now? Lu Tang changed the topic. The air inside the shield is S1 level. You can stay here until I leave, but you need to put on protective suits and helmets in advance. My teleportation can disappear in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Boss Lu. Then we'll stay for a bit longer. Qi was very grateful. Having a place without needing a helmet also allowed the constantly running machinery to take a break. Otherwise, he really couldn't guarantee he would be able to find that teleportation portal. Ahua naturally followed whatever her brother did, her small body leaning comfortably against Qi as she curiously looked around, not daring to touch anything, let alone cause any damage. Lu Tang has always been friendly towards rule-abiding guests. Since he had some free time, He casually asked Aki about the situation in the area to gain a better understanding. At that moment, Tianyuan 6 suddenly interrupted their conversation, detecting carbon-based life forms 800 meters away, whose trajectory overlapped with their location, and suggested that the manager send out a detection drone to attract customers. Lu Tang responded, "Great, more business is coming our way." Chapter 62 New Customers. Guokong was an ordinary scavenger, working the hardest jobs for the lowest pay at Base 3. His situation only began to improve after he discovered the Aki siblings. Some people fight back when bullied, while others choose to prey on those weaker than themselves. Guokong was the latter. He viewed the Aki siblings as a source of extra income. Unlike ordinary looters, Guokong chose not to directly seize the spoils from the Aki siblings, but opted to trade with them, setting the terms of the deal. The same item that Aki could exchange for 2 plain buns at the base would only fetch half a bun from Guokong, and that would be a mixed grain bun made with inferior flour. Before Guokong appeared, the Aki siblings occasionally encountered fair-minded scavengers, but under Guokong's influence, fewer people were willing to trade fairly. People generally think alike. If someone can trade 1 bun for goods, why should they have to trade 2? No one's supplies come easily. Although such behavior might ease one's conscience, it also makes one feel like a fool. In a post-apocalyptic world, a kind person may not receive praise, but a fool will certainly be ridiculed. No one wants to be mocked, so the Aki siblings' situation worsened. Despite their diligent efforts to find recyclable materials, their returns were always lacking. While it was good that some were willing to trade, they often encountered individuals who would outright rob them. These robbers included both ordinary scavengers and adventurers with special abilities, both of which the frail Aki could not contend with. Sometimes they would take everything, and other times they would be slightly merciful, leaving the Aki siblings with a small portion. Some ability users, who clearly looked down on a bag of scraps, would destroy it in front of Aki for their amusement rather than letting them trade it for a few buns. Fortunately, such individuals were not many, and due to their protective gear, Aki's sister was no longer an untouched child, while her brother was always at risk of dying. Those who previously sought to abduct people for illegal activities no longer found them appealing. When encountering such robbers, Aki would attack fiercely like a wounded beast, biting and clawing with an unrestrained determination to perish together with the assailants. There are quite a few people engaged in such unscrupulous businesses, but they are not so many as to be everywhere. After all, there aren't many buyers, and they are all organizations that care about their reputation, so they always need to put on a facade. This led to the fact that after Aki encountered such situations a few times at the beginning, he never faced these people again during the rest of his wandering life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to today. Returning to Guokong, he met Aki a couple of days ago. At that time, he noticed that Aki's pockets were empty and flat, so he remained still, just following from a distance, waiting for Aki to gather enough before making a trade. Just like today, Guokong felt that Aki, this fat sheep, had been raised long enough, and it was time to take action, which is why he followed him. Initially, Guokong thought about calling out to Aki directly, but after seeing him leave with a strange object, he began to have other thoughts. That object seemed quite advanced and must be worth a lot. Guokong muttered to himself. At this moment, Aki's original spoils seemed insignificant, and all he could see was that flying thing. If he presented it to the Lord, he might even secure a job without having to step out. With such thoughts in mind, Guokong gradually approached the abandoned underground station where Aki had entered. After hesitating outside for a moment, he decided to go down and take a look. Fortune favors the bold, and he had to get that strange flying object. As for whose object it originally was, Guokong didn't even consider that. It didn't seem important at all. Anyway, he would be the next owner of that thing, albeit temporarily. Then, the detection drone controlled by Lu Tang emerged. Guokong was caught off guard and nearly had the machine crash into his face. Damn! Guokong was startled, then greedily grinned, his fingers itching to grab it. However, the voice coming from the detection drone stopped him from impulsively trying to bag the object. Mobile food cart. Today's special is ramen and skewers. Would you like to try? Guokong didn't know what skewers were, but he knew that ramen was delicious. Based on that, he decided not to take the flying treasure just yet and would go down to see if it was real. After all, that thing wouldn't run away, and sooner or later it would be his prize. Guided by the detection drone, Guokong stepped into the abandoned subway station. Following the light emitted by the drone deeper into the underground structure he would never normally venture into alone. After turning a corner, light suddenly appeared, revealing a vehicle that Guokong had never seen before. quietly parked in the open ruins. The aroma wafting from the vehicle instantly filled his mouth with saliva. Aki was still wearing that ill-fitting protective suit, and sitting next to him was his sister, chatting with a young girl in the vehicle. He actually took off his helmet. Wukong thought in confusion. Did he feel so overwhelmed by life's pressures that he decided to give up after one meal? Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Aki turned his head warily to look over. When Wukong got closer, Aki saw who it was through the visor of his helmet, and his expression suddenly turned very grim. Lu Tong, on the other hand, wore a cheerful smile as she retrieved the detection drone and greeted Wukong. Welcome to Lu's fast food truck. Today, we offer noodles and skewers, with drinks available for selection. What would you like to eat? Wukong instinctively swallowed, the aroma of the skewers making him feel as though he could smell a mutated beast with human traits. He hurried over, plopping down on a round stool, and reached out to grab something from the pot of skewers. In the next moment, something stopped his hand. Wukong looked up and realized it was the young woman he had previously dismissed. This establishment only accepts points for payment. Customers need to apply for a membership card first. The machine is over there, and the usage instructions are posted next to it. Anyone who can read will understand. No need to make it so complicated. Wukong smiled at Lu Tong, then turned to the tense Aki beside him, gripping his wrist. Kid, take out your card and pay for me. Lu Tong tilted her head. Oh, looks like there's a chance for some reasonable extra income. How nice. Chapter 63. Wukong's plans. Faced with Wukong's actions, Lu Tong felt the need to intervene gently, as he clearly hadn't read the store rules. Our establishment does not allow others to pay on behalf of someone else. Wukong paused for a moment. Not even for acquaintances? Lu Tong shook her head. No, that is not allowed. Of course, if he uses his own card to buy something for himself and then shares the food with a friend, I can't control that. Upon hearing this, Wukong quickly understood. He just needed to find another way. The boss had to save face, and he got it. He just needed to give the boss some face. Aki, I think you haven't eaten enough. Why don't you buy something for yourself? I'll keep you company so you won't feel lonely. Aki looked at Wukong's exaggerated smile, filled with resistance. But he knew he couldn't overpower Wukong and could only try to deflect. Uncle Gua, I don't have any points left. I just bought noodles. There are two of us, and we didn't collect much today anyway. Aki hesitated for a moment, quickly glancing at the backpack Wukong carried, then continued. Don't you have supplies? You can just exchange some at the recycling machine. Boss Lu offers great prices here. You won't lose out. He was right. But if Wukong were open to reason, he wouldn't be the type to threaten a child. To him, it was better to let others pay than to spend his own money, especially since his supplies weren't just handed to him. So, Wukong pushed Aki, knocking him to the ground, and said rudely, you really don't know how to take a hint. If it weren't for me looking after you, someone like you who fled the base wouldn't have anyone to trade with. I was thinking of giving you more this time, but you've forgotten your gratitude. At this point, Wukong looked Aki up and down, casting a few glances at Lu Tong before sneering. Looks like you found a new support. You think you don't need our help to trade supplies anymore? If that's the case, don't come to me for exchanges in the future. I'll also tell others not to trade with you, since you don't need it anymore, right? Achi originally didn't want to stay here, so whether or not to exchange supplies wasn't important to him. He had already calculated that he would exchange all his points for pastries and then head towards the direction given by Boss Lu with his younger siblings, determined to find the portal and move to a new place to live. So even when pushed down, Achi wasn't angry. He simply stood up quietly, dusted himself off, and stubbornly stood to the side with his sister, waiting to continue doing business with Lu Tong after Wukong left. Seeing that Achi wasn't speaking, Wukong became even angrier. He stood up from his seat, walked over, and grabbed Achi by the collar, ready to teach him a lesson. When he heard Lu Tong coldly speak from behind, I suggest you review the store rules. Why are you so disobedient? Wukong frowned, intending to curse back. But then he thought that since Lu Tong dared to run a store and sell things here alone, she must have some skills. So he suppressed his temper and explained in a calm tone. Boss, I just want to give this kid a lesson. I won't damage your stuff. Once I'm done with him, I'll definitely review the store rules you mentioned. Lu Tong tapped her fingers lightly on the table and said flatly, no one is allowed to use force here except for me. You already violated the store rules, but since you haven't read them before, I won't hold it against you. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. As her words fell, under the control of Tianyuan 6, several gun barrels extended from the food truck, all aimed at Wukong, adjusting their direction with his movements. Wukong gradually loosened his grip on Achi's collar. He was very clear about his own identity. He was an ordinary person, not a supernatural being, and he certainly couldn't evade an attack from firearms. Boss, please don't misunderstand. I know I was wrong. I won't make a move, Guokong said, raising his hands and slowly retreating, adopting a submissive posture. Lu Tong felt a bit regretful that the other party chose to give up their attack after learning the store rules, apologized, and was willing to comply. If she chose to kill him, it would seem somewhat unjustified and would leave a blemish on her record. She might even have to be tested for tendencies towards violence when she returned, which wasn't worth it at all. So, Lu Tong could only watch regretfully as her extra earnings slowly drifted away from her pocket. What a pity, truly a pity. You shouldn't have let him go, Achi suddenly said. There are many people behind me, not just ordinary folks, but also supernatural beings. It's because of him that our supply exchange rates have been pressed down so hard. He.s. a jerk. Boss Lu, you should leave quickly. Lu Tong pondered. Is that so? Then I hope he finds someone quickly. Just don't come back until after I've teleported. Achi was confused and even thought he misheard. Lu Tong didn't seem inclined to explain. It sounded almost like boasting, which was quite awkward. It's fine. I'll stay for about 3 more hours before leaving. He definitely won't find someone that quickly, and he won't catch me. But you all, don't let him catch you to vent his frustrations. Achi thought for a moment and felt that Lu Tao was right. He was with his sister and had a brother who could die at any moment. With Lu as the boss having weapons at hand, staying behind would only be a burden. So he quickly bought some flatbreads and started packing to leave. Lu Tao was thinking the same way, which is why she urged Achi to hurry up and go. Of course, if the other party was bold enough to stay and help, she wouldn't oppose it. After all, if those people came back to cause trouble, Lu Tao could take them all out, making Achi's departure much safer. However, this approach carried risks. If the timing wasn't right, and Lu Tao left just as those people arrived, Achi and his sister would undoubtedly become targets. This was also the reason Lu Tao didn't suggest this plan. She didn't want to drag a child into her own game. Achi packed his things quickly. In just 2 minutes, he was fully dressed again. The frail boy took his equally frail sister by the hand, bowed deeply to Lu Tao, and then resolutely turned to leave, heading in the opposite direction along the abandoned underground station. He had been living in this place for a few days and had already discovered another passage, which he originally intended to use for hiding or storing supplies. Now, it had become a convenient escape route for him, especially since Guokong might be lurking outside. Taking a different exit would be safer. Lu Tao didn't speculate on Achi's plans. She sat back in the reclining chair inside the vehicle, focused on waiting for her side hustle delivery. She really hoped they would come quickly. Lu Tao swayed a bit while silently praying. She genuinely enjoyed making quick money. Chapter 64. Poison Dragon Squad. Guokong was grumbling all the way, never realizing there were people in the world who liked to meddle so much. If you're going to open a store, just open it. Why bother with so much? If one didn't know better, they might think that kid was your son. Bah. Filthy words poured out of Guokong's mouth as if they were free, or maybe they really were free, which is why he was so reckless. After venting, Guokong still felt unsatisfied, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He decided he needed to teach Lu Tao a lesson. Although he was an ordinary person, he was smooth and knew quite a few special ability users. For trivial matters, they were willing to give him face, like helping him lower prices. Guokong planned to find them, having already thought of a reason. He would use the supplies in Lu Tao's vehicle as a gift. If they were interested in Lu Tao, so be it. This time, even if he earned nothing, he wanted to see her misfortune. They had to know who they could provoke and who they had to appease. Guokong was determined, quickening his pace. He knew there was a temporary small camp ahead, where a team of familiar special ability users had settled. Boss, do you think this news is reliable? That area in the northwest is a no man's land. Who would be bold enough to go there directly? In the temporary camp made up of 3 tents, a few men were gathered together talking. In front of them were several tightly sealed packages of biscuits, and each person had a small bottle of slightly murky water beside them. This is not in the base, so if the helmet can stay on, it should. When eating, they opened the ventilation port of the faceplate, quickly shoved food into their mouths, and then closed the faceplate to chew slowly. The store at base 3 does offer noodles, but no one dares to risk cooking outside. Even if the water and noodles are uncontaminated, the radiation in the air is significant. They all value their lives. Even though those with special abilities can endure radiation for a while, they don't want to take risks just to eat. Perhaps in a few decades, the next generation will evolve to no longer fear radiation, but for now, it's better to be cautious. The one referred to as the boss is a burly man with a bald head. His left eye is covered by a leather eye patch, and a scar stretches from above his brow to the side of his left ear, indicating a very dangerous situation at the time. There hasn't been any news of missions going that way. The man nicknamed Poison Dragon is pinching the packaging of compressed biscuits, breaking it into small pieces with his fingers. We'll go there tomorrow. We need to find out whether it's human or monster. The Poison Dragon squad has been out for a long time and is preparing to return. Recently, they encountered Lu Yun, who mentioned that there seems to be some activity in the northwestern area. Lu Yun is a wind-type ability user and the lookout of her team, which has a good reputation but average strength. She plans to report back to the base and doesn't intend to go there herself. This location is already quite far from the base, requiring more than half a month of driving. Typically, everyone prefers to head to the south or north of the base, where there are 2 abandoned towns. Most of the mutated beasts and plants there have been eliminated, increasing safety significantly. Base 3 has a population of just over 40,000. After so many years of scavenging, they still haven't finished collecting all the recyclables, indicating how densely populated the world was before the war. However, this has nothing to do with Poison Dragon. He has always looked down on scavenging resources with ordinary people. Rather than living a life of picking up recyclables and scraping by, he prefers to lead his team further afield, where they can acquire a large number of crystal cores and explore places they have never been before. If Lu Tang were here, she would understand this. He is a born adventurer. In an interstellar era, he would surely be an excellent navigator if he had money, or perhaps a skilled space pirate if he didn't. Yet this is a wasteland world, and Poison Dragon doesn't have the time to explore his inner thoughts. There are no professionals around to tell him what that desire is. His actions have always followed instinct. Just like this time, when he is preparing to enter the uninhabited area in the northwest. Those who stay in Poison Dragon's team are not the obedient type. They treat the base's overdue punishment regulations as nothing, knowing that it only involves a fine, which they don't care about. While the team members were betting on what might be in the uninhabited area in the northwest, Wukong finally arrived at the camp and was brought before Poison Dragon. Boss Poison Dragon, I found a place selling food in the abandoned underground in the northwest. The Poison Dragon doesn't like small talk, so Wukong immediately threw out the key information. When the other party gestured for him to continue, he shared his experience. Afterwards, Wukong stood respectfully to the side, using the time while the Poison Dragon was thinking to catch his breath from walking too fast. He suddenly regretted rushing in like this. He shouldn't have been so reckless. However, just a couple of days ago, when he visited a small camp, it was still the Mad Dog-esque group. How could things change so quickly? The Poison Dragon's style was very different from that of the Mad Dogs. But now that he was here, it was too late to say anything. Wukong could only watch the Poison Dragon, hoping he would believe his words. He had come in thinking only of revenge and hadn't paid attention to the people around him. Wukong had considered making up another excuse, but he doubted he could fool the Poison Dragon. One of the Poison Dragon's taboos was lying, so he only dared to embellish the truth and avoid certain details. But he wouldn't dare to deceive him from the start. If it were just selling food, the Poison Dragon wouldn't be that interested. He would take his time chewing a biscuit, let alone anything else, even if the food tasted great. The Poison Dragon wouldn't want to take off his helmet to eat slowly. He didn't want to wake up one morning to find rotten flesh falling from his face. However, Wukong mentioned that one could remove their helmet near the food cart for fresh air. Although he didn't believe it was S1 level, being able to take S3 level items out was already impressive. Let us pack up and see what is going on. If it's true, I'll treat you all to a nice meal. All right, long live the boss. Hurry, let us go for a feast. Get ready. You kid, looking for a bargain again. Do you believe I'll kick you? With the Poison Dragon's words, the team members in the camp immediately sprang into action, packing their bags or organizing tents. These trivial matters didn't require his involvement. As the boss, he just needed to wait nearby. Wukong carefully followed the Poison Dragon, trying to flatter him, but the Poison Dragon ignored him until everyone was on the vehicle, when he finally granted him a seat next to someone. It wasn't that the Poison Dragon had any compassion. He simply didn't want strangers mingling with his supplies. If anything went wrong, they couldn't afford to compensate for losses. Moreover, this guy had previously shown himself to be quite shrewd, but now he seemed to have a few screws loose. Thinking he could use the Poison Dragon to take out someone else, he should weigh his own worth. If it weren't for needing his brain to deal with that woman later, the Poison Dragon wouldn't have bothered taking this fool along. Chapter 65. Still not dark enough. With just 1 hour left before being teleported, Lu Tang welcomed a large wave of guests. Leading the group was Guokong, followed closely by the Poison Dragon, who was observing the fast food cart. Other team members surrounded them, seemingly disorganized but actually positioned to ensure they could react immediately if enemies appeared. Of course, there was no danger here for Lu Tang, so the Poison Dragon and his team entered the protective barrier safely. Welcome to the food truck. Today we offer skewers and ramen. Please read the guidelines over there. You should know how to read, right? The visitor nodded and waved his hand, knowing someone would run over to read the notice by the recycling machine. He didn't need to do it himself. Is the owner here? I heard you can take off your helmet to breathe. The owner pointed to herself. Not wearing a helmet or protective suit. S1 grade air. Anyone here for a meal can enjoy it for free. Selling air is something that has been done in the interstellar era, which seems utterly insane. Of course, that person didn't end well either. Not being strong enough to dominate the entire galaxy, he was attacked by a group of lawless space pirates. The result was that some were happy while others were worried. The ordinary people were delighted, while those of the same class with similar thoughts were troubled. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, but unfortunately, the owner was still young then and more interested in the milk tea shop across the street, so she wasn't very clear about the follow-up. Only remembering the phrase that making money is fine, but don't overdo it. Since earlier, the visitor had been observing the owner. Seeing that she was indeed wearing ordinary clothes, without any protective suit or helmet, he signaled for everyone to take off their helmets, only to be shocked by the air inside the protective shield. In Base 3, there were clear distinctions, not to mention food and living conditions. Even the air was segregated. He hadn't reached the top tier yet, and the air in his living and activity area was only S2 grade. The visitor could only enter the heavily guarded upper protective shield during special missions or summons, and even then, he had to keep wearing the helmet on the way unless permitted to take it off. But now, in such a ruin, he was actually breathing S1 grade air for free, which stirred up waves of emotions in his heart, though his habitual expressionless face kept it hidden. At that moment, the subordinate who had just read the notice returned and briefly relayed the contents to the visitor. It was just the usual rules: no fighting, no troublemaking, no provoking the owner or forcing other customers. Got it, let us sit down. The visitor chose a seat in the middle, the aroma of skewers lingering at his nose. And even with his strong will, he unconsciously swallowed, as physiological reactions are hard to control with subjective thoughts. You can take whatever you want to eat. It's on me. Thank you, boss. The subordinate who quickly grabbed a seat cheered and reached for the skewers, only to be blocked by an invisible force. He found that despite the skewers being so close, he couldn't reach them at all. You didn't really read the guidelines, the owner thought to herself, smiling on the surface. Our establishment only supports point-based transactions. Please get a card first. The subordinate who had just read the notice suddenly realized. Right, boss? We need to get a card first. I forgot to mention that earlier. The visitor glanced at him. Go get it. The subordinate awkwardly spoke up. Well, boss, only I can get the card. The Poison Dragon felt helpless with a belly full of frustration. His group of loyal subordinates were skilled fighters, but not very bright. In situations like this, he thought he should just handle his own affairs. So why did they have to insist on calling others up? It really showed a lack of adaptability. Not wanting to reprimand his subordinates in front of Lu Tang, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and got up to go to the card machine, with the rest of his subordinates lining up behind him, leaving Guokong standing alone off to the side. Lu Tang found him a bit bothersome. Aren't you getting a card? My shield only serves customers. If you're not eating, then get out. The air isn't free for you to waste. Spending money could at least be seen as contributing to the business. But why should someone who wasn't spending stand there and pollute her visual space? Lu Tang was polite only to customers. She couldn't care less about the feelings of those who weren't. I'm definitely getting a card, aren't we in line? Guokong fumbled around in his pocket for something. You, the boss, do you look down on me? Lu Tang pretended to be shocked. Oh, you figured it out? Yes. I do look down on you. Just now, you wanted a child to treat you. So of course I thought you were a broke person looking for a free meal. What's this? Now you have money. Guokong's face turned red and pale in turns. Her words felt like she was peeling off his skin and throwing it on the ground, making him feel embarrassed in front of everyone. In fact, they were indeed watching the spectacle. Guokong wasn't part of their team, and the boss clearly looked down on him, so the team members laughed without restraint. Each of them had abilities, and none feared an ordinary person. Lu Tang knew Guokong had gone to find someone, and initially thought he would bring back a group of desperate individuals, allowing her to make a quick profit. But in the end, he did bring people, yet they were all well-behaved and proper customers. She could only earn the regular revenue, not the extra profit, which made Lu Tang somewhat disappointed and less interested in greeting them. The card processing at the machine was quick, within a few minutes. All of the Poison Dragon's people had completed their cards and returned to their seats to start ordering. Some wanted noodles, while others went straight for skewers. With Tian Yuan Lu controlling the mechanical chef, she didn't have to do any work at all. This beef skewer is delicious. Is this the taste of fish balls? I've only heard about them, but never had them. The chicken skewer is also good, and the sausage is tasty. I love spicy hot pot. You all should try it. No way, I can't handle it. I'll stick to the clear soup. Ha ha ha, so useless, can't even handle spice. Cough cough cough. Right, you can eat, but choked. Serves you right, ha ha. Eat vegetables, are you all stupid? The vegetables in the base are so expensive. And here the vegetarian dishes are cheaper than the meat ones. If you don't eat more, aren't you losing out? The conversation in front was fine. But when Lu Tang heard that comment, she instinctively covered her chest, cursing inwardly for forgetting that the dishes here were also quite rare and priced cheaply. Detecting that the store manager's heart rate is too fast, do you require medical assistance? No need. Lu Tang coldly refused. After teleportation, her heart rate would normalize. Just wait. After the teleportation, she will immediately raise the prices, and all the skewers will have a uniform price. Whether it's meat or vegetables, there will be no favoritism. Everyone must be treated equally. Chapter 66. Decision to relocate. Lu Tao and Tian Yuan Lu have always been open in their conversations. So the sudden electronic sound startled Poison Dragon, who and his teammates immediately took a defensive stance, indicating their battle-hardened experience. Don't worry, that's my assistant. Lu Tao explained with a well-rehearsed reason. My abilities are quite special. Poison Dragon had already gathered his abilities, but upon hearing Lu Tao's explanation and seeing that there was indeed no threat around, he retracted his powers and sat back down, though the ease on his face had vanished. When he came here, he thought Lu Tao was impressive, but he only considered her to have ordinary abilities or perhaps a team like his. He never expected her to be a rare ability holder. No wonder she dared to set up a stall here alone. Are you going to keep your shop here? Boss Lu? Poison Dragon, still feeling unsatisfied from just the skewers, ordered a bowl of noodles. While waiting for the mechanical arm to stretch the noodles, he started chatting with Lu Tao. It's a bit far from the base here, not many people can come. Why not set up a stall at the base? Lu Tao casually grabbed a drink for herself, glanced at Wukong who was eavesdropping, and said slowly, "This is a mobile food truck. It stays for 4 hours each time, and then it teleports randomly. It won't reach your base, and this isn't my main base. My official shop is in another location." Regardless of Poison Dragon's reaction, Wukong instinctively tightened his grip on the skewer. Under Lu Tao's teasing, he reluctantly got a membership card, then threw caution to the wind and bought a bunch of food, packing up 20 pancakes without knowing who he planned to sell them to later. Now hearing Lu Tao say this, Wukong's mind raced, eager to hear news about the shop over there, hoping she might accidentally let slip some secrets, so he could take them back for more rewards. Wukong knew Lu Tao had weapons, and if a real fight broke out, Poison Dragon and the others wouldn't help him, so he dared not reveal his thoughts, keeping his head down and pretending to eat while actually listening intently. Poison Dragon did indeed show interest in Lu Tao's main base and asked several questions to attract customers. Lu Tao answered them one by one while also inquiring about base number 3, leading to a mutual exchange of information where neither party lost out. No wonder. My location here is in a no man's land. I thought there was a program error, Lu Tao realized after hearing Poison Dragon describe the distance to base No. 3 and the general distribution of forces around here. It confirmed that it indeed wasn't an issue with Tian Yuan Lu. It's really because of the distance, she thought. If it were closer, it would probably have been thoroughly searched already. It was just like the resources near those 4 bases, even though initially, due to fewer people and poor tools, the speed of cleaning and recycling by the people in the base was very slow because of the many mutated beasts and plants. But after so many years, even the ants have gnawed at the elephant enough, and the surrounding area had long been cleaned up to a certain extent. That's why people began to venture farther out, trying to find new supply points. As the journey progresses, people become dissatisfied with having to trek long distances to return to their base every time. Perhaps it started with just a few individuals camping and setting up makeshift shelters. But as the number of people increases, new small gathering spots may emerge. Eventually, some may discover new footholds, or representatives from various bases might venture out to explore new territories. Once the core air protection dome of a shelter is established, it becomes a new base. Meanwhile, older bases may gradually fall silent due to energy shortages and population decline, eventually becoming abandoned places when they can no longer sustain themselves. This is the inevitable developmental trajectory for survival in a wasteland world. Due to radiation and energy scarcity, people cannot invest fully in building their hometowns like those on other planets. They must live like ancient nomads, constantly pursuing resources. The good news is that this planet is large enough, the existing population is sparse, and there are many abandoned cities left behind, allowing most people to survive. The bad news is that it will take a long time for the radiation to dissipate, and before that happens, people might face not evolution but rather sudden disasters. These could be natural calamities, man-made disasters, or mere coincidences, but for those with little risk tolerance in this era, it could spell extinction. This analysis was summarized by Lu Tong and Tianyuan 6, with some data sourced from the detection bees and stories shared by guests. Tianyuan 6 compiled this information into a complete analytical module, predicting several possible futures, all of which were included in the report Lu Tong prepared to submit to higher-ups upon his return. Since Lu mentioned the location, they decided to join in the excitement. Especially since they had a batch of supplies on hand, selling to anyone would suffice. Dulong decided to wait and see if Lu Tong would indeed initiate the teleportation. If he did, Dulong would lead the team northwest to check on the survival conditions of other bases. If they were better than Base 3, he wouldn't mind relocating. However, he felt a bit regretful about the status he had worked hard to build over the years at Base 3. He had only just squeezed into the Level 2 circle and was reluctant to give it up. That said, as someone without a strong backing, he could only take on tasks that were left over after others picked through them. No matter how hard he tried, Level 2 was already his limit, especially since he had only managed to get himself in, while his subordinates were still stuck in the Level 3 circle. Thinking this way, moving to a new place could be beneficial. If that commercial street was really as Lu Tong described, they could just stay in hotels after each adventure, where they could recover supplies and have food and lodging provided. What would they need the base for? They were all solitary figures, with no families to support. While Julong communicated with Lu Tong, his subordinates were indulging in food. Even those who had previously eaten crackers were now wishing they could grow another stomach to eat more. Does Base 3 have restaurants? Yes, but everyone can only eat within their own level circle. For instance, in their Level 3 circle, the recipes are very simple. Even if there are occasional fresh meat and vegetable supplies, you have to pay an additional vegetable tax or meat tax when you buy them, which is quite absurd. So, they try to eat as much as they can while they have the chance, and can also pack some to go. Their vehicles have good sealing and are equipped with filters, so they can snack on the way. At this moment, the thoughts of the poison dragon and his brothers were surprisingly aligned. They all decided to go find the commercial street mentioned by Lu Tang. If possible, they would consider making that their base and not mix with the main base anymore. As for Guokong, he was only thinking about reporting back to the base. If he could get his hands on such good resources, he might be able to move from the Level 5 circle to Level 4, or even possibly to Level 3 or 2. Both sides had good thoughts, but according to Lu Tang, only one side would have a bright future. Chapter 67. Returning to the fast food restaurant after Poison Dragon and the others finished eating, it was almost time for Lu Tang to teleport, so they didn't leave. They all got ready, eager to witness a miracle. Lu Tang didn't rush them out. Teleportation wasn't something to be ashamed of. If they wanted to watch, they could, as it was just a quick flash with no real experience to it. After this teleportation, Lu Tang didn't plan to continue wandering around with the vehicle. After spending half a day outside, she started to miss the soft bed in her room on the second floor. Not to mention the game in which she hadn't completed all the achievements yet. Therefore, she intended to buy a robotic shop assistant to continue her operations, letting the legend of the mobile food truck continue to spread in the wasteland. Oh, and she also needed to set up a tent to create a mobile campsite. Every little bit of extra profit counts. Soon, the 4 hours were up, and under the watchful eyes of Poison Dragon and the others, Lu Tang and her vehicle disappeared in an instant. They were taken aback, and even though they had somewhat prepared themselves, seeing her actually vanish still startled them. Impressive. If we had this ability, where couldn't we go? Wow, has technology developed to this extent? Nonsense. Didn't T the boss say this is part of her special ability? You are the one talking nonsense. Everyone has abilities, but have you ever seen this kind? There are plenty of things you haven't seen. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Someone with spatial abilities can teleport. Bah, can spatial abilities let a second person speak? What if it's double abilities? Alright, enough, everyone shut up, what are you all arguing about? Poison Dragon interrupted his subordinate's chatter, striding out. They got into the vehicle and hit the road, eager to arrive early and enjoy. Other people's abilities have nothing to do with you. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Some things are better left unasked. The more you know, the faster you die. Poison Dragon's warning was quite intimidating, and the team members immediately stopped their noise, obediently following him outside while maintaining their alert formation. After all, they were in the wild. And even if the road was safe on the way there, it could become dangerous on the way back. Guokong didn't dare to stay here alone, but he also didn't have the courage to go up and chat with the Poison Dragon and others. He wasn't very familiar with this group to begin with, and after seeing them laughing and joking with Lu Tang, he felt even more intimidated, barely daring to say a word for fear of being dealt with harshly. The Poison Dragon had no interest in him. He had originally considered doing a favor for Lu Tang by helping to deal with Guokong, but seeing that the other party was completely indifferent, even somewhat hoping that Guokong would stir up trouble, he abandoned that idea and decided not to get involved. Who knew what plans that boss Lu had? It was best for an outsider like him not to meddle if he disrupted their arrangements. It wouldn't be making friends, but rather making enemies, which wasn't worth it at all. After leaving the ruins, the Poison Dragon and others got into their vehicle and headed northwest, leaving Guokong standing there. If it weren't for the helmet he was wearing, he would have been choking on exhaust fumes. Just wait, you will regret not killing me sooner or later. Guokong looked in the direction where the convoy had disappeared, murmuring to himself, his tone filled with resentment and unwillingness. Northwest, the teleportation point. I'll report back right away. It's just a commercial street, right? Just wait for the ability-enhanced assault team from Base 3. Ha. As he spoke, Guokong turned around and started walking towards Base 3, fueled by his desire for revenge. Feeling as if his steps had become much lighter. After the teleportation, Lu Tang directly purchased a robot to replace herself. She used the manager's privilege to return to the break room on the second floor of the fast food restaurant. Guokong was indeed left behind on purpose because he was quite tactful, at least on the surface, not making any aggressive moves, so according to the rules, she couldn't directly eliminate him. However, if she just let him go, Lu Tang felt a bit uneasy, so she intentionally provoked him to set a trap. She had already explained the route to him. Whether he would bring people for revenge was up to Guokong. Of course, Lu Tang hoped he would come back. The more the better, as she needed to make up for the extra profits she had missed out on. Manager, how was the experience of moving the stall this time? Tian Yuan Lu asked Lu Tang, who had just finished her shower and was lying on the bed playing a game, seemingly just wanting to fill out a feedback report. The randomness was too high, and the waiting process for customers was very boring. The experience was good, but I want to do it again next time. Waiting for people was inherently dull, and waiting at a randomly moving stall was even more so. Even when the fast food restaurant had just opened and there were few customers, Lu Tang had never felt this bored. First, she could rest in the break room at any time, and second, the fixed location of the fast food restaurant allowed her goods to be hard currency, with regular customers bringing in new ones, quickly leading to prosperity. But moving food trucks were different. Their locations were too erratic. Regular customers couldn't bring people along, and if they were late, both the truck and the people would be gone, making development difficult. However, completely canceling it wouldn't be ideal either, as food trucks could serve as a promotional tool for the commercial street, although they could only move within a designated area. If they made several trips to the boundary coordinates like today, there was a chance of attracting new customers. So Lu Tang granted the maximum permissions within the range of the mobile food truck's robot. If the robot detects coordinates close to the edge again, it can autonomously deploy scouting drones, both to search for potential customers and to expand the map. Lu Tang had no intention of limiting her business to just 4 bases. With the portal, she wasn't worried about not finding people from other bases. Her commercial street could remain unchanged, but the number of customers could keep increasing. Even if those 4 bases teamed up to block her, Lu Tang wouldn't fear a lack of new customers. Of course, this was just a rather pessimistic assumption. From the current situation, as long as the heads of those 4 bases weren't crazy, they wouldn't do something so foolish. Oh, when can I enter the stage of freely opening stores? Lu Tang was playing a game when she suddenly lost interest, turned off the screen, and began rolling around on her bed. Calm down, store manager, do you need a sedative? No need. Lu Tang stopped rolling but continued lying on her back, staring at the ceiling, feeling that the beginner phase was too long and quite boring. The manager had already passed the first stage of the beginner phase. According to the data, graduates with a speed over 95. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Human desires are never fully satisfied. Lu Tang turned over and lay on her stomach, propping herself up on her elbows, pretending to be calm as she spoke. Opening one store makes her want two. And after opening two, she rushes to complete the commercial area construction. Once that's done, she thinks about freely opening stores. This is human nature, not a unique trait of mine. Tian Yuan Lu fell silent for a few seconds, as if searching for the simplest and most effective communication algorithm. Please state your request clearly, store manager. It wouldn't help to say it. If you don't express it, I cannot determine whether it's useless. I want to open a pharmacy. Lu Tang hoped to sell medicine that treats radiation. It would definitely have a large market. The pharmacy belongs to the third-level stores, unfortunately. The current store manager is not qualified yet. Lu Tang turned over coldly. Humph, I knew it. Chapter 68. Unlicensed business on the commercial street. Having no luck with Tian Yuan Lu, Lu Tang knew she couldn't open a store beyond her current stage. The earlier conversation was purely a form of mental release. Although it would create a lengthy code for the poor AI assistant, she indeed felt much happier. Thus, Lu Tang decided to go out for a stroll. Being idle was just that, idle. A little walking was beneficial for her physical and mental health. Besides, she had already decided what the next store would be, so thinking more about it was pointless. Oh, wait. Maybe she could first open a clothing store, ensuring she covers all four major categories of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Lu Tang thought this way purely because the commercial street was covered by a protective shield, and she noticed that more and more people were starting to take off their protective suits. In the initial period, people would only remove their helmets, but still wear protective suits. However, as the sense of safety provided by the commercial street grew stronger, many began to treat it as a base, trying to remove their protective suits and opting for lighter clothing. This has even led to the emergence of a specialized industry for helping people watch over their belongings. They set up in a designated area near the entrances of commercial streets, charging by the hour, and their prices are cheaper than renting a locker in a camping area. Lu Tang noticed this as well and couldn't help but frown. She disliked the disarray on her commercial street. These people had set up shop without even greeting her. The owner, wasn't that a bit excessive? Do you have a business license to set up here? Lu Tang silently observed the people storing their luggage. There weren't many, but there were about a dozen. The points system was not yet transferable, so they were still using the common currency from a few bases. The stall owners charged reasonably, but they could still earn enough for their meals in a day. And why was there so much trash on the ground? Can't you see the trash can over there? Hearing Lu Tang's question, the person who had been counting money looked up with an impatient expression. Seeing that it was just a young girl, he rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Who do you think you are? You're pretty bold to meddle in other people's business here. This is Brother Hui's territory, you know? Brother Hui is someone who can walk through the commercial street without a care. I've paid my protection fee. So why shouldn't I be allowed to set up my stall here? After saying this, he rolled his eyes again, packing up his money box while continuing to scold Lu Tang in a rude tone. If you're so envious, go find Brother Hui yourself. But if you want to help people watch their things, that's not happening. Brother Hui said there can't be too many people competing for business, so only one stall can be set up at each end of the street. You're late. Think of another way. Now move along and don't block me from doing business. Lu Tang thought, oh, come on. I've only been running a mobile stall for a day. And even if I hadn't gone out for a few days prior, I shouldn't be this out of touch. Tian Yuan 6, report. What is going on here? Lu Tang asked, a bit annoyed. Tian Yuan 6 had followed her to the mobile food truck. But it was an AI and should not be completely unaware of this situation as long as it was connected to the internet. If it had knowledge but failed to report, that was a serious issue. Regardless of whether it needed to be dealt with or how, it should at least inform her. The store owner, instead of pretending not to see anything, report to the store manager. After the commercial street was completed, it was regarded as entering the second phase. In this phase, some non-threatening information will be filtered out, including this type of information. To be frank, store manager, this is your commercial street, not mine. Lu Tang lowered her gaze, accepting Tian Yuan 6's explanation. The actual internship and the virtual store experience in school were indeed different. In the virtual system, even if it was the same VR panorama, she still had a data panel to monitor. Events, whether inevitable, coincidental, or sudden, would be indicated with a large exclamation mark. However, this was the real world. Even if the post-apocalyptic wasteland was not the intended internship location, it was a genuine world that existed. Lu Tang suddenly realized that she might have been taking things for granted. Thinking of this, Lu Tang decided to quickly resolve the matter. As for why no one had come to inform her, she could investigate that later. The immediate priority was to expose that arrogant individual and deal with them, so as to deter anyone else from attempting the same thing. After coming to this conclusion, Lu Tang strolled back and asked the vendor, "Do you know who the real owner of this commercial street is?" By the time she spoke, a crowd had gathered, including many new customers who did not recognize Lu Tang. After all, her whereabouts had been unpredictable in recent days. Many people knew the name of the owner, but had never seen her face. There were also quite a few familiar faces from earlier visits, who naturally recognized Lu Tang and gathered around, thinking that since she was asking the vendor, it would be better for them to stay silent to avoid disrupting her plans. The vendor, on the other hand, was among those who did not know Lu Tang. He had only heard that there was a commercial street run by someone named Lu, but he didn't even know if the person was male or female, so he had come out with a friend. In his mind, someone running such a large business must live in a mansion at the base, eat the best food, wear the finest clothes, and have dozens of ability users as bodyguards. How could they possibly stroll around alone? Moreover, he had always assumed the owner was definitely a man, even if it were a woman. There must be a more powerful man backing her, either a father or a husband, which was why she could have such an extensive business. A woman? Humph. How could a woman possibly build such a vast enterprise on her own? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. That's why the vendor treated Lu Tang arrogantly, as he never thought she could be connected to the owner. There were so many people with the surname Lu in the world. What were the odds, right? However, the truth was indeed coincidental. Lu Tang was the owner. If she knew what he was thinking, she would tell him that a woman could indeed build such a vast enterprise through her own capabilities. Yes, she owed the establishment of her commercial street to the resources provided by the school and the assistance from a certain group, but this was standard for outstanding graduates. Regardless of whether one was male, female, or of another race or gender, as long as they met the requirements during their studies, they could qualify for an internship with this set of equipment. Lu Tang was a top performer in her field, having overcome many obstacles to earn her internship qualification through her excellent academic performance and exceptional practical skills, which had nothing to do with whether a man was backing her or not. "Bring that friend of yours here," Lu Tang said, tired of wasting time with the vendor. "By the way, I am Lu Tang, the owner you all speak of. This Lu's commercial street is my territory, and it has nothing to do with that so-called friend of yours." In the past, she had always been the one taking advantage of others. Today, it was amusing that someone dared to take advantage of her. Lu Tang thought that just for this reason, she needed to meet that friend and then deal with him afterward. Chapter 69. There are always fools. The vendor was completely stunned after hearing Lu Tang's self-introduction. He never expected that this relatively young woman in front of him would be the owner of the street. Or rather, he thought about it, but was unwilling to admit it. Even after Lu Tang introduced herself, he still glanced around her, hoping to spot a few bodyguards or some man behind her. Lu Tang was not one to indulge such behavior. Seeing him silent, she snapped her fingers. Tian Yuan 6. Wake him up. Tian Yuan 6 had the highest authority within the protective shield, able to serve multiple guests simultaneously and deploy small robots for construction, as well as summon weapons equipped for Lu Tang's personal safety. The stall was a bit far from the building. Although still within range, the deterrent effect was insufficient. Therefore, Tian Yuan 6 directly activated the laser net, as the other party's actions infringed upon Lu Tang's interests, granting it the right to attack. A dense laser net appeared in the sight of the stall owner and the onlookers, shredding the box the man used to hold money right in front of them, scattering the universal currency all over the ground. In other places, the crowd would have rushed forward to seize the unclaimed money, but here on the commercial street, especially after witnessing such a terrifyingly precise attack, no one dared to take a step closer, fearing that the next moment, the laser net would target them. Lu Tang glanced at the money on the ground, feeling it wasn't worth her bending down to pick it up. She looked around and found a somewhat familiar customer, asking, "How much do you think this money on the ground is worth in points?" The person, seeing Lu Tang asking him, boldly leaned over to count. "About 120 points. The prices have been fluctuating recently, but it should be close." Lu Tang nodded. "One level 1 crystal core. Does anyone want to exchange?" The person didn't wait for others to react and immediately raised his hand. "I'll exchange, Lu boss. Can I exchange with you?" Lu Tang readily agreed. Then let's do the exchange. The person happily pulled out a level 1 crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Lu Tang. Then gathered up the scattered universal currency into a pile, stuffing it all into his wallet. The entire transaction took only a few seconds. And by the time the stunned stall owner came to his senses, the customer who benefited had already squeezed out of the crowd, looking for a place to revel in his good fortune. That was my money. Give me the crystal core back. The stall owner, having lost his income, instantly became furious, completely forgetting who Lu Tang was, even forgetting how the dense laser net had smashed the money box. All he could think about was getting his money back. At least that crystal core, otherwise, he would suffer a huge loss. Seeing the other party charging at her, Lu Tang stood her ground, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. And then it clicked for her. It made perfect sense that someone who could run to the commercial street to set up a stall without asking anything, easily swayed by others, would act so recklessly. This time, without waiting for Lu Tang to speak, Tian Yuan 6 automatically assessed that the stall owner was launching a malicious attack against Lu Tang and directly shot a laser through his temple, killing him instantly. Threat eliminated. Please issue further instructions, store manager. Thank you. Lu Tang looked down at the corpse lying about 2 or 3 steps away from her, frowning in disgust. The laser was quite effective. If the distance was close next time, she would do it this way again. It was too messy and could splatter blood on her face, which was rather disgusting. The instructions had been received, and thank you for the compliment. Lu Tang and Tian Yuan 6 were bantering back and forth, and the regulars had long been accustomed to this scene. They even excitedly discussed the execution scenes they had witnessed before, comparing past and present events to determine a hierarchy. Meanwhile, the new customers, many of whom were newcomers to the commercial street and had just left their luggage here, looked pale, and those with lower psychological tolerance let out piercing screams. Someone's been killed. Help! The guard team. There's no guard team here. Run. Quick, run. Someone has been killed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, spare me. The scene became chaotic, giving Lu Tang a headache. She could only call on Tian Yuan 6 again to create some noise to drown out the other sounds. Bang! Tian Yuan 6 released an electronic firework. The visuals could only be seen on Lu Tang's screen, but the sound was turned up to the maximum, just loud enough to cover the screams. In the next moment, everyone instinctively ducked and covered their heads, leaving only Lu Tang and some regulars standing in place. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tang reiterated her business philosophy. The commercial street guarantees the safety of all customers. As long as they do not break the rules, there will be no danger. This person was operating without a license and attempted to attack me, which is why he was shot. If you all behave, no one will harm you. Her words had a calming effect to some extent, especially with the regulars backing her up and the newcomers gradually settled down. Some felt that it was not worth killing someone over such a trivial matter, but they only dared to think it in their hearts and did not voice it. After all, since this business owner was willing to act violently over a disagreement, it seemed reasonable that a few more could be killed. Besides, it wasn't their own people who died. Why stick their necks out for someone else? They decided to go about their own business and not cause trouble for outsiders. Some felt that this place was too chaotic and quietly left, while others stayed to continue watching the commotion. Some remained because their luggage was stuck here and they were reluctant to leave, so they waited for further developments. The commercial street itself wasn't very long, and the events happening here, combined with the loud bang earlier, had already drawn the attention of vendors on the other side. They might have been misled as well, and when they heard that the stall owner had died, they immediately tried to flee. However, Tian Yuan 6 detected them and quickly surrounded them with a laser net, waiting for Lu Tang to come over and inquire. The reason for not reporting earlier was that the owner needed to discover the problem independently. Now, actively surrounding them was because Lu Tang was already handling the situation, and as an assistant AI, Tian Yuan 6 had the obligation to assist. So, who is this Brother Hui? Lu Tang asked the onlookers. Does anyone know him? Some people shook their heads, while others hesitated to speak. Only a few astute individuals quickly assessed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides and decided to fully align themselves with Lu Tang. I knew that Hui Ge was associated with the destroyers. Their team consisted of formidable supernatural beings, and he was the spokesperson responsible for external communications. The person speaking approached Lu Tang and quietly shared the information he had. Boss Lu, be cautious. The destroyers are particularly sinister in their methods. It said that even the leaders of the base can't handle them when they go berserk. Lu Tang blinked and replied, interesting. I want to see just how sinister they can be. If necessary, I wouldn't mind helping them with a little physical exorcism. Chapter 70. The Destroyers Hui Ge, whose real name is Feng Hui, was once a member of the Human Evolution and Development Program at the Salvation Base. Despite the pleasant name, it couldn't hide the fact that the program involved numerous human trials. Feng Hui's role in the program was that of a volunteer, not a researcher. He could hardly remember his life before entering the laboratory. The most vivid memories he had were of the expressionless researchers walking into the lab. That sense of dread and terror became his everlasting nightmare in the middle of the night. He couldn't forget, nor did he want to. And even though his awakening of supernatural powers was due to those experiments, he felt no gratitude towards those people. When he occasionally thought about it, he would only feel that it was well-deserved, or perhaps regret that the killings had been too swift. Those who play with fire will burn themselves is an unchanging truth. The Human Evolution and Development Program's laboratory was just one step away from success before its downfall. But that very step caused their ultimate failure, leading to their demise. Feng Hui clearly remembered that on that day, the laboratory produced its most successful subject. A powerful being with 5 types of supernatural abilities, all reaching level 5. The restraints prepared by the researchers were insufficient to contain a level 5 strongman. And due to modifications during the experimentation, this being lost all human emotions. He was powerful, rational, and adept at calculating gains and losses. Almost immediately upon his emergence, he found a way to destroy the laboratory, leading to a massacre and, as part of his subsequent plan, freeing other test subjects, including Feng Hui. Thus, the Destroyers team was formed. Under the leadership of this powerful being, they nearly wiped out all upper-level personnel at the Salvation Base. During the slaughter, some team members could not suppress the pain and side effects brought on by the experiments and began attacking civilians. After the first civilian was killed, it was as if a signal was given, and they began another wave of killings, howling as they did so. By the time their leader, a powerful being who called himself the King of Destruction, stopped this one-sided massacre, the Salvation Base was already a sea of blood, with barely one survivor in 10. As a result, the Salvation Base was renamed the Destruction Base, and the leader was naturally one of the destroyers. He brutally categorized the surviving civilians into 3 groups. One group was team members, another group was servants, and the final group was livestock. High-ranking abilities can be assigned to teams, while lower-ranking abilities serve as their servants, enduring beatings and insults, and ordinary people are treated like livestock. Unworthy even to walk upright in front of them, forced to do the most arduous and dirtiest work all day long. Once the entire base has been reorganized, the ruler of destruction turns his gaze to even further places. Due to his power and timely information blockade, nearby bases were caught off guard and fell victim to his whims, becoming a hell for him to unleash his desires. However, because the destruction team does not engage in production and has committed too many killings, the population of the base is insufficient. Even if the lowest-tier individuals work themselves to death, it cannot satisfy their demands for resources and extravagance. They can only continue to expand. Only through constant plundering and fighting can they stabilize the ever-growing desires of their members and support their luxurious lifestyle in the apocalypse. Thus, the destruction team continues their path of fighting and plundering, fearless and ruthless, with flexible mobility that allows them to harass those who cannot retaliate, even if they cannot defeat the base. Consequently, base leaders secretly send people to negotiate with them, offering a portion of supplies for peace. As the ruler of destruction is a powerful individual with advanced abilities. Even if a battle were to break out, a victory would come at a heavy cost. Not all bases have such a high number of ability users. Most people living in the bases are ordinary individuals and low-level ability users, capable of dealing with low-level mutated beasts and plants. But facing experienced ability users head-on yields a low chance of success. The ruler of destruction finds this method appealing. He does not want to continually replenish his ranks. However, this batch of test subjects has various shortcomings. Some are overly aggressive, while others only know how to kill and cannot be entrusted with negotiation duties. As for the ruler himself, he doesn't want to be hands-on every time. So he conducted several rounds of selection among his subordinates and ultimately chose Feng Hui as the spokesperson to negotiate with all bases. Originally, their target was the 4 major bases nearby, but on the way, they heard about a newly emerged commercial street with many rare supplies, and its owner is said to be formidable, with no one daring to provoke them. The ruler of destruction became interested in this place and sent Feng Hui to gather information first. If the information is accurate, he plans to take over the entire commercial street and establish it as a new base. As for the owner, if he is indeed as powerful as rumored, the ruler is willing to recruit him into his team, as the destruction team only seeks strong individuals, and he meets that criterion. Thus, Feng Hui arrived at the commercial street. To gather accurate information, he initially concealed his identity, showcasing only a glimpse of his abilities to create an impressive persona, attracting two naive newcomers to the street, from whom he collected a fee and granted them a spot to set up their stalls. Feng Hui wants to observe how the reputedly tough owner, Lu Tang, will handle the situation and then decide on the tasks assigned by the ruler of destruction based on the owner's reactions, whether to recruit or eliminate. Regardless of the outcome, this prosperous commercial street will ultimately belong to the destruction team. Is that so? It seems that the situation is quite severe. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Feng Hui crouched on the car roof and stroked his chin. Then, he leaped down, deciding to meet her since she had come looking for him. After all, they couldn't let the reputation of the organization be diminished. About 10 minutes after dealing with the vendor at Tianyuan 6, Lu Tang met the person she was looking for on the commercial street. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment and qualified to join our ranks. Feng Hui extended his right hand and introduced himself. I am one of the members, Feng Hui, but you can call me Brother Hui. Lu Tang ignored his outstretched hand and looked at him as if he were foolish. Was it her mistake when she stepped out today? How could she encounter such a strange person who talked to himself? Seeing that Lu Tang remained silent, Feng Hui naturally retracted his hand without feeling embarrassed by the rejection. He was known for having the most emotional fluctuations within the organization, but he was still much less perceptive than a normal person. Compile the information here and hand it to me. After that, you won't need to worry about it. The leader will assign you new tasks. And you just need to follow the instructions, he said. If there's something wrong with your mind, go see a doctor. This is a commercial street, and there isn't a pharmacy around here yet. Lu Tang decided not to let herself be subjected to noise pollution. Or rather, before accepting it, she needed to make him learn to speak properly. Tianyuan 6, I feel like I've been mentally contaminated. All right, manager. I suggest addressing the source of the pollution for a permanent solution. She thought it best to hold her breath and wait until he calmed down before asking him more questions. Instructions received. We will implement a shock to the source of the pollution, Tianyuan 6 stated. The next second, delicate blue arcs of light wrapped around Feng Hui. To prevent him from being too noisy and bothering Lu Tang, a fishbowl-like device appeared and was placed over his head, eliminating the noise. Chapter 71. The manager asks me to pass a message. Feng Hui was caught off guard by Tianyuan 6 attack. He hadn't expected Lu Tang would dare to act after hearing the invitation, nor did he anticipate that his proud ability would be completely ineffective, rendering him unable to break free once restrained. Feng Hui had a level 4 wood-type ability, but at that moment, he couldn't use it at all due to the electric arcs binding. Even though he had a high pain tolerance from being a test subject, he still couldn't gather his powers. This realization sent Feng Hui into a panic, as if he were back on the cold table in the laboratory, his hands and feet bound by abilities, eyes wide open, only able to see the test personnel reaching for him with various tools. No, no! Feng Hui shouted in terror, but the fishbowl perfectly isolated his voice. To others, it only looked like he was shouting with his mouth wide open. But no one knew what he was saying. Oh, but Tianyuan 6 knew. However, it didn't think it necessary to report such useless information to Lu Tang. When Lu Tang felt it was about time, she gestured, as she still needed to extract information about the organization from Feng Hui. He couldn't die just yet. Now, can you speak properly? Lu Tang kicked Feng Hui, who had turned into a puddle of mud, and coldly asked, I ask, you answer. If you hide, lie, or delay, we'll do this again. You only have 3 chances. Don't think you can hold out until someone comes to save you. Feng Hui lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, unsure if he had absorbed Lu Tang's words. How many of you are there? Without caring whether the other party agreed, Lu Tang directly asked her question. What's this about the qualifications to join the destroyers? Feng Hui remained silent, still lying there gasping. Lu Tang clicked her tongue, and without needing to be instructed, the local management implemented an electric arc net on him, adding a fish tank as well. After all, it monitored his vital signs, ensuring he would experience maximum pain without dying. Even with enhanced abilities, he couldn't withstand too much electricity, so this round of shocks didn't last long, giving Feng Hui another moment to breathe. You have 2 chances left. Answer my question. Lu Tong looked down at Feng Hui, meeting his slightly murky gaze. Are you going to waste your second chance? We have 47 people, Feng Hui weakly replied, his throat hoarse from earlier screams. The destroyers only accept the strong. Being able to control such an area in the wild means you're a target of the Destroyer King, who wants to recruit you as his team member. Lu Tong tilted her head. And then? My commercial street will be taken over by you? Yes, we'll take over. And all profits will be used to sustain the team's needs. Since Feng Hui had started talking, he continued, once you join, your property belongs to the Destroyer King. Lu Tong rubbed her ears, struggling to hear Feng Hui clearly, so she crouched down to get closer. Have those who join gone mad? Why give up their own property and hand it over to someone else? What is so good about that Destroyer King? Suddenly, a fervent light sparked in Feng Hui's eyes. The Destroyer King is the strongest warrior of the apocalypse. Those who oppose him only face death. I advise you to be sensible and come back with me. With your skills, you shouldn't be wasted in a place like this. The Destroyer King being a powerful warrior is none of my concern. Whether I'm wasted here is none of your business, Lu Tong replied coldly. How can I find them? Feng Hui's lips moved, but he seemed too weak to speak. Lu Tong had to lean in closer, and just when the distance between them was only a few centimeters, Feng Hui suddenly struck, opening his mouth wide and shooting out a green energy ball. What the hell, disgusting. Lu Tong couldn't dodge in time, but fortunately, her defensive system activated. The green ball, like his previous ability, couldn't penetrate her shield physically. However, she was indeed grossed out mentally. What was that? She even thought she could smell his bad breath. No, this can't continue. It's better to just kill him. Lu Tong jumped back, distancing himself from Feng Hui, and frantically waved his hand near his nose, trying to dispel the foul smell he felt mentally. He thought he shouldn't have asked too many questions. What was there to ask? Just take out whoever comes. The command was received. Tian Yuan 6 decisively shot a few lasers at Feng Hui, who was still lying on the ground, dying in disbelief. Feng Hui had thought that this powerful ability he had amassed would take Lu Tong's life. At the very least, it would severely injure him, allowing him to escape in the chaos. However, he never expected that his full-force attack wouldn't even break through the opponent's defenses, leading to his own demise. The body would naturally be handled by Tian Yuan's 6 mechanical arms and small robots. Lu Tong, with a stern face, looked at the onlookers and decided to resolve the matter quickly. Tian Yuan 6, track Feng Hui's movements and locate the people accompanying him. The search was completed, revealing 3 individuals, with their locations now locked. This will do. The ground is already dirty anyway. We can clean it up later. Command received. Transferring the individuals now. Expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Thank you for your hard work. The exchange between Lu Tong and Tian Yuan 6 was not concealed from the others. Everyone within earshot heard it. Those who were timid and unwilling to cause trouble quietly slipped away, while the bolder ones stayed to watch the spectacle. Soon, the 3 individuals who had accompanied Feng Hui were escorted over by Tian Yuan 6. Lu Tong's gaze was filled with scrutiny as he said, Speak. How can we find the World Annihilator? The 3 were not formal members of the Annihilator team, but they possessed abilities and knew how to flatter, which made their lives easier compared to other subordinates. They had decided to accompany Feng Hui partly because they couldn't directly defy orders, and partly because they hoped to benefit from being close to him. Even if they wouldn't get a share of the money, at least they could stash some supplies. Unexpectedly, they found themselves sharing the misfortune instead of the fortune. Unlike Feng Hui, they were not as obsessed with the World Annihilator. Faced with the threat of death, fearing they wouldn't have a chance to live if they didn't speak quickly, the 3 almost scrambled to divulge everything they knew, leaving no information unshared. You go back and tell the World Annihilator to come clean his neck and prepare for death. Seeing their cooperation, Lu Tong had no intention of wiping them all out. Someone had to return to relay the message. One of us has to die, and I believe that person will definitely be him. As for what if the other party doesn't come? No problem. Lu Tong could also deliver it to their doorstep. It just meant walking a few more steps, treating it as a workout. Chapter 72. The conditions of the Annihilator. Half an hour later, the World Annihilator met with 2 messengers who had returned. After quietly listening to their report, he raised his hand and directly killed them. Useless trash isn't worth wasting food on. The World Annihilator's tone was indifferent, devoid of human emotion, making it impossible to gauge his feelings. I remember there were more than just the 2 of them who went out with Feng Hui. Yes, there were a total of 3. Someone answered from the side. Go check if that person has escaped. The World Annihilator instructed his subordinates. If so, kill them on the spot. Understood. A servant immediately ran off to find a relevant esper in the team, who was skilled at locating known individuals. Although lacking in combat ability, this person had been absorbed into the formal ranks, enjoying much better treatment than the servants. Upon hearing the servant convey the command from the World Destroyer, the blindfolded Compass nodded. Using her abilities to search for the person's location in a language others could not understand. A few minutes later, a peculiar expression appeared on her face as she nodded to the servant. The person hadn't escaped, but remained in the commercial street, not far from where the communicator was alive. All members of the World Destroyers had abandoned their former names, adopting different nicknames based on their ranks and abilities. For example, the Compass, who excelled at finding people, and Feng Hui, responsible for liaising with other forces, was known as the communicator. The servants, however, only had numbers as identification, often prefixed with servant of so-and-so, which was not particularly harmful but highly insulting. Those who resisted had perished, while the compliant survived, gradually accepting this brainwashing system, considering it an honor to attain an official nickname. After determining the target's location, the World Destroyer raised an eyebrow. How foolish. Did he really think hiding in the commercial street would ensure his survival? With that, the World Destroyer clapped his hands, gathering his team. Surround the commercial street. Anyone who comes out, eliminate them. I want to see what that boss Lu's strategy is, whether to tolerate those useless people staying on her territory or to actively eliminate them all. Understood. Finally, blood will be shed. Ha ha, I've been itching for this. If you ask me, what's there to negotiate? Just grab whatever looks good. Anyway, those useless ones can't fight us. Is anyone up for a competition? Let us see who can kill the most. Count me in. I'm in too. This time, I'll definitely take the championship. The World Destroyers, unable to suppress their murderous instincts, armed themselves and then jumped into various vehicles driven by the servants, shouting excitedly as they headed for their destination, feeling no sense of wrongdoing in their actions. Danger? What isn't dangerous? Just living in this world is perilous. So, let us kill. As long as they kill the enemies quickly enough, danger will never catch up to them. As for what others might think or whether anyone would be harmed, that was beyond the consideration of this group of World Destroyers. When they were suffering, no one came to their rescue. So why should they care about others' lives now? Soon, the first victim appeared. He was a customer just exiting a fast food restaurant, wearing a satisfied expression as he prepared to leave the commercial street and return to his base. Just as he stepped out of the protective barrier, a bullet, seemingly from nowhere, struck his body. In front of everyone, his body flew backward due to inertia, landing back inside the protective barrier. When he thudded to the ground, it triggered the highest alarm of the Tianyuan 6. Level 1 alert. A guest has been injured within the protective barrier. Coordinates X3487, Y4651. Detected that the guest's vital signs are rapidly declining. Please have the manager arrive as soon as possible. Does this qualify as an emergency rescue situation? Lu Tang's expression was serious as he inquired, recalling relevant regulations in this regard. If the guest's injury is related to the manager, confirmed to be caused by the manager's actions, and the injury occurred immediately within the jurisdiction, then the emergency rescue regulations apply, allowing the use of treatment methods exceeding the current technological level. Delay for a moment. Confirming the cause of injury will take time. Command received. Temporary treatment has been administered to the guest, maintaining current vital signs for 5 minutes. Please have the manager quickly investigate the cause. Understood. As he spoke, Lu Tang had already rushed to the scene, looking up to see several vehicles parked a dozen meters outside the protective shield, with armed individuals inside pointing and discussing something. Are there witnesses? Are they the perpetrators? Lu Tang asked the people around while warning everyone to stay inside the protective shield for now, as bullets cannot penetrate it. The crowd, initially panicked by the sudden attack outside, had some people running deeper into the commercial district in a frenzy, while others screamed and dashed into the shops. Some enraged individuals with abilities were ready to go out and teach those people a lesson, making them realize the consequences of recklessly using firearms. Fortunately, the small robots dispatched by Tianyuan 6 arrived in time, systematically maintaining the injured person's vital signs. This action drew most people's attention, and thankfully, it prevented further tragedies. At this moment, seeing Lu Tang arrive, the crowd seemed to find their anchor and gathered around him, with witnesses starting to recount what they saw, though somewhat chaotic, at least pointing out who the perpetrator was. Tianyuan 6, broadcasting to the entire commercial sector. Instructed everyone not to leave the protective shield and to wait until the situation was resolved before going out, or they risked their lives. Command received, broadcasting immediately. Hearing the sudden sound of sirens above the commercial street, Liu Tang's face was cold as ice, his gaze sharp enough to seem lethal. Why are you doing this? Liu Tang activated the light screen and spoke into the microphone, amplifying his voice with the help of Tianyuan 6 so that even those several meters away could hear clearly. Is it personal vendetta, or are you targeting me? This answer is crucial. Determining whether the unfortunate soul on the ground would die or could invoke the emergency rescue regulations and be treated back to life. We are the world destroyers. The man, identified as a sniper, stated, curious if his voice could reach Liu Tang. Boss Liu killed our people. The world destroyer ordered us to take revenge. For every one of you that comes out, we will kill one, until we wipe out everyone on this street. The sniper did not intentionally raise his voice. But with the assistance of Tianyuan 6, his words were amplified, causing an uproar among those standing next to Liu Tang inside the protective shield. Soon after, the sniper threw out a seemingly tempting condition. If any of you can kill Boss Liu, we will let all the living people go and will no longer pursue this matter. So, does anyone want to give it a try? As the words fell, Liu Tang looked around. She suddenly wanted to know the answer as well. Chapter 73. The first wave of attack. It must be said that the sniper's words have a certain ability to sway people's hearts. If Liu Tang had not shown such strength earlier, she might have found herself in a very dangerous situation now, pushed out or besieged. Never overestimate human nature in a post-apocalyptic world. Those who can survive in such an environment will do many unbelievable things to protect their own lives. Even if Liu Tang possesses the strongest defense system, if she were really pushed out or attacked by these people, she would inevitably suffer some psychological trauma, manifested as shock, disbelief, and great disappointment. Fortunately, Liu Tang had already considered this possibility. From the very beginning, she insisted on keeping herself isolated from these people, always observing the world from a bystander's perspective, experiencing life here, but never immersing herself in it. Liu Tang would communicate with everyone she could. Yet she never truly invested her emotions. She regarded those guests merely as a form of real AI, providing social services. Therefore, she could face everything with a mindset as if participating in a game, quietly waiting to see whether those people would ignore the external provocation and unite or attack him for their own survival. After the initial unrest, the regular customers in the commercial street chose to stand by Liu Tang. Firstly, there was a protective barrier, making it impossible for those people to break in. Secondly, they had witnessed Liu Tang's methods of handling trouble and firmly believed that the final winner would be Boss Liu, not those so-called post-apocalyptic individuals outside. Of course, the emergence of such thoughts was greatly related to the fact that the post-apocalyptic individuals had just arrived and hadn't had the chance to commit any horrific acts. The madness and cruelty of the Annihilators were not widely known. Only a few well-informed people knew how powerful and inhumane that group was. Boss Gu, we support you. Who would be foolish enough to push Boss Liu out? Is there really someone who wants to attack Boss Liu? My God, are those people crazy? Clearly, it's their problem. They could be safe if they didn't surround everyone. Why should Boss Liu be the scapegoat? You don't understand. It's said that before that war broke out, the people of a certain country often engaged in such acts of reversing right and wrong, portraying themselves as particularly innocent while depicting others as particularly despicable. In fact, they themselves were the most despicable. If you say that, I seem to have heard something similar. My grandfather mentioned it. He said that the politicians of that country are extremely shameless. They never did anything good themselves, but believe that no one else can do good either. They engage in dirty experiments behind the scenes and think that other countries would do the same. Hey, you guys have strayed off topic. The problem now is those guys on the other side. Things have gone off track. Those guys over there might be descendants of that country. After all, their style of doing things is quite similar. What you said seems to make some sense. Hey, I advise you newcomers in the commercial street not to act rashly. I sincerely suggest you not to go against Boss Liu. He is much more formidable than those scoundrels. Exactly, you are enjoying such fresh air inside the protective shield, and Boss Liu hasn't charged you a dime, allowing you to stay here in peace. You should be grateful and not be swayed by the provocations of some nonsensical individuals to turn against Boss Liu. Honestly, so far, I haven't seen anyone who opposed Boss Liu end up well. I think so too. The discussions within the protective shield grew louder, and to Liu Tao's surprise, public support was almost entirely on her side, disregarding the people on the opposite side. This support stemmed from the fact that the fearsome reputation of the opposing side had yet to spread to this area, and although the Annihilator had killed people, the truth was that under Lu Tao's treatment, no one actually died. This latter point turned the demonstrations of those individuals into a complete joke. Even if Lu Tao was aware of this, she couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, who wouldn't like to be trusted? Your scheme to sow discord has failed. No one is pushing me out, nor is anyone attacking me. So what will you do now? Will you continue to linger here? Lu Tao glanced over at the Annihilators, still using the voice of the 6 generals of Tianyuan to project her words. My fast food restaurant has endless supplies, and my commercial street can accommodate everyone. You can continue to gather here, but how long can you wait? Can you surround for a day or 2, or 3 or 4 days? Even if you can you last for months? If you think you can, then let's see who can endure longer. Upon hearing this, the sniper's expression darkened instantly. It was not out of anger at Lu Tao's provocation, but because he wanted a swift resolution, not a prolonged battle. They had just arrived here, and the supplies at hand were insufficient to last for long. However, if they attacked the 4 major bases now, they would inevitably face a counterattack. Even if they could win, they would lose many personnel. Personnel refers to official team members, not those easily replaceable servants and livestock. Therefore, the best strategy devised by the Annihilator was to take over the commercial street and use it as a base to expand outward. However, Lu Tao's unconventional actions disrupted their plans and sent things spiraling into a strange and unpredictable direction. Let's launch an attack first and show them some colors, the sniper said, while also checking if that protective shield is really as unbreakable as she claims. Understood. The Annihilators raised their weapons and unleashed their abilities, and in an instant, bullets flew everywhere, with various colored powers whistling towards the protective shield of the commercial street. Those close to the protective shield instinctively stepped back, while those behind were momentarily caught off guard. Just as the crowd began to jostle and a stampede seemed imminent, the scene outside the shield halted all dangerous actions. Bullets struck the shield, instantly disintegrating into fine powder, leaving no trace once blown away by the wind. Various colored abilities hit the shield and, instead of causing destruction, bounced off like they were hitting a soft and elastic object, shooting upwards into the sky and bursting in a series of explosions at a certain height, as if a grand fireworks show was taking place. Unfortunately, it wasn't nighttime. Otherwise, it would have been even more spectacular. With a sense of regret, Lu Tang spoke up. After learning that this world had special abilities, she had input a setting into the shield that altered the composition of those abilities. All abilities striking the shield would lose their destructive power, transforming into dazzling fireworks. The commercial street had been peaceful until now, and Lu Tang thought she wouldn't have the chance to use this minor adjustment. Who would have thought that today, the World Destroyer would fulfill her wish? The special ability fireworks were truly beautiful. Chapter 74, One-Sided Battle. The appearance of the special ability fireworks greatly boosted the morale on the commercial street. They were already on Lu Tang's side, and seeing their opponent's attacks ineffective naturally filled them with joy, celebrating for Lu Tang and themselves. This wave of attacks validated Lu Tang's claim that the commercial street was absolutely safe, significantly enhancing their sense of security. After all, the commercial street would only become more prosperous, and if they hesitated to come due to safety concerns, it would be a huge loss for them. Lu Tang was the happiest among them because the opponent had finally launched an attack against her and her private assets. Therefore, from now on, Lu Tang would enter the long-awaited counterattack mode. Tianyuan 6, record this battle. The opponent initiated the attack first, although they did not step onto my territory. They launched an extraordinary attack on the commercial street, clearly intending to eliminate me. Hence, I will exercise the right to self-defense as a citizen of the galaxy. The command has been received, and the battle has been recorded. According to legal regulations, at this moment, the store manager possesses the complete legal right to counterattack and has the highest authority to deploy weapons in this battle. Lu Tang, suppressing her impatience, engaged in a verbal spar with the opponent, just to make her intention to use weapons outside the shield legally justified. Otherwise, she would have struck directly without wasting so many words. Tianyuan 6, bring the witch over to me. The command has been received. The witch is being prepared and is expected to arrive at the store manager's coordinates in 3 minutes. Tianyuan 6's duty is to protect Lu Tang's personal safety, so there is no intention to dissuade her from using advanced technology mechs to retaliate after being maliciously attacked. If the opponent were inside the shield, It would be responsible for attacking. If outside, it would be up to the store manager. Tianyuan 6 would never think there was anything wrong with using mechs. It only worried about Lu Tang's combat ability, fearing she might accidentally bump into herself. In the eyes of Tianyuan 6, the store manager was just an ordinary graduate without military training, and a pure carbon-based life form who had not undergone any physical modifications. Her physical fitness and reaction ability were insufficient to cope with the rapidly changing battlefield, and with inadequate firepower, she was easily prone to injury. Even if the opponent's weapons and abilities could not break through Lu Tang's defenses, she could still accidentally hurt herself due to nerves or fear. There were many examples in Tianyuan's 6 database of rookies who accidentally injured themselves on the battlefield for the first time, so it certainly had reasons to be concerned for Lu Tang. However, Lu Tang didn't think she would be unlucky enough to hurt herself. She was more worried that if the opponent couldn't fight back, they would just run away. With so many people, if they scattered, should she chase after them or not? And if so, who should she pursue and who should she let go? This was quite a troublesome matter, and Lu Tang didn't like making choices. So, she directly deployed a large crushing weapon, preparing to take out the opponent in one fell swoop, leaving no chance for escape. 3 minutes later, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a small mecha, standing as tall as 3 people, landed steadily in front of Lu Tang. Beautiful, Lu Tang cheered, allowing the mecha to scan her iris and fingerprint for biometric information. Then, she happily climbed into the cockpit, controlling the witch to burst out of the protective shield. To ensure the safety of the interns, the school had armed the students to the teeth, almost equipping them with everything except high-end weapons. In terms of other protective measures, they had done their utmost. The 3 types of small mechas prepared for students, which balanced offense and defense, Barrel, which focused on defense, and Red Scorpion, which prioritized high-speed attacks, were considered heavy weapons by the school. Though termed heavy weapons, it was evident from their names that these 3 mechas were not standard issue. They were considered toy mechas from the interstellar era, typically used for teaching and practical exercises in basic mecha classes, with very poor performance. However, that was in the interstellar era. Compared to other mechas and large combat weapons, in the world of Wasteland and Apocalypse, the witch was akin to a god, a force sweeping across the land. Of course, the conditions for applying to use them were stringent. Interns couldn't just take them out for a joyride. They could only be used when personal safety was in serious jeopardy. However, once they were truly put into action, there were no taboos during the battle. As long as the interns were willing, it was fine to expend all the ammunition loaded. After all, with the monitoring of auxiliary AI, situations of indiscriminate killing of civilians would not be allowed. As long as the school wouldn't face lawsuits because of it, they took a lenient attitude towards the students venting their frustrations. Even graduates were still considered their own children. How could they allow them to be bullied for no reason? Every family would protect their own. After Lu Tang operated the mecha, she faced a barrage of frantic attacks from the opponents, with various abilities and bullets flying toward her like there was no tomorrow. However, it was all in vain. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the defenses of the mech, and abilities cannot break through the mech's built-in force field shield. After all, in the age of interstellar travel, the types of threats one must face far exceed those of the present. As a mech designed for balance, the witch has inevitably been equipped with some capabilities. It might struggle to deal with a true crisis, but when it comes to the combat power of this world, it is more than sufficient. What is that thing? Someone in the world-ending squad shouted. Shouldn't such large machinery have been destroyed in the Great Wars? It's a robot. This guy actually has an intelligent robot. Damn it. Isn't such a thing a forbidden weapon? Seeing it in use, shouldn't it unify against the enemy? Why don't those people care at all? Stop talking nonsense. Can you fight it? No, bullets are ineffective, and abilities are useless. Then what are we waiting for? Retreat. The sniper calmly issued the command, notifying everyone to fall back, including those at other locations. Go back and report to the world-ending king. This is not an opponent we can handle at our level. The sniper had a good plan, but as he issued the retreat order, Lu Tang had already controlled the mech to charge in front of him. This was a one-sided slaughter. Lu Tang hardly used the ammunition loaded in the mech. Relying solely on the mech's strength and tonnage, she crushed everyone from the world-ending squad, achieving a complete victory in this battle. Unusually, Lu Tang did not leave behind any of the enemy's possessions. She did not care how many points those weapons and vehicles could convert into. Instead, she staged a stunning display of violent aesthetics in front of all the onlookers in the commercial street. All vehicles were destroyed, and all people were killed. Liu Tang maneuvered the witch through the battlefield with brutal efficiency, completing the fight in a striking manner. This was a show of intimidation and a declaration. Liu Tang hoped that those who witnessed it would spread the word upon returning, warning all who plotted against her. Feel free to provoke me, as long as you think you can win. If you lack that ability, then tidy up your little thoughts and obediently follow my rules. Don't try to play tricks. If I am your enemy, you have no chance of victory. Chapter 75. Who doesn't want a photo with a mech? After the slaughter ended, the area just outside the shield looked as if it had been hit by a powerful tornado, with wreckage of vehicles and weapons scattered everywhere, along with bodies lying haphazardly. Cleaning up this place would be quite a hassle. Liu Tang muttered inside the mech. Fortunately, I have money. I can hire others to do it without having to get my hands dirty. Yes, you're right, manager, just like when dealing with those troubles before. So, would you like to see the battlefield report? Sure, but wait a moment. I need to go calm things down over there first. Liu Tang maneuvered the mech around and saw the commercial street inside the shield was in an uproar, with people cheering and celebrating Liu Tang's victory. Boss Liu, Boss Liu, Boss Liu. Slowly, all the sounds converged into a single word, shouted in the same rhythm by different people. Although they were separated by several meters, and there was no external amplification, Liu Tang could hear it clearly and felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. It was surprisingly pleasant. Amidst the rhythmic chants, the witch hog returned to the protective shield, and Liu Tang controlled the mech to raise her hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. She hired 20 scavengers to help clean up the battlefield, instructing them to transport all salvageable debris to the entrance of the protective shield. Bloodstains should be buried with sand to avoid attracting mutated beasts and creatures, with a reward of 30 points per person, plus a free beef noodle meal. As soon as Liu Tang's recruitment call was issued, it immediately received a flurry of responses, with people eagerly raising their hands. Just moments ago, they had complained about their proximity to the edge of the protective shield being too dangerous. Now they regretted standing too far away, fearing they would be overlooked. Everyone queued up at the fast food restaurant's entrance to sign up, reminding each other not to crowd, with anyone cutting in line being disqualified. Liu Tang shouted a few more instructions, and after seeing Tian Yuan Lu directly controlling the mechanical arm to issue temporary work badges to the applicants, she jumped down from the witch hog and returned to the fast food restaurant. Tian Yuan Lu, there's no need to retract the witch hog. Leave it at the entrance on the east side of the commercial street, right across from the battlefield. Also, purchase a photo robot. Taking a picture with the witch owl will cost 15 points per photo, and if both attractions are included, it will be 20 points for 2 photos. Tian Yuan Lu paused for a few seconds in suspicion before responding. The order has been received. I am taking over the witch hawk, and the purchase of photo robot no. 2 is complete. Should the skin be the same as number 1? Yes, just indicate on the clothing that it is photo robot number 2 for distinction. By the way, why was your reaction so slow just now? Sorry, manager. I was checking if the vocabulary database needs an upgrade. Otherwise, I couldn't explain why I couldn't find the appropriate adjectives to describe your behavior earlier. Oh, Liu Tang replied coldly, casually opening the shower room door. Next time something like this happens, just praise me for being profitable. The money used to hire people comes from my pocket, and treating guests is also out of my own funds. Today's battle was for intimidation purposes, and there were no additional earnings. Do I really have to rely on saving to get by? You are the manager, you call the shots. Keep an eye outside, maintain order, and send out the detection bees. I need to find that so-called world destroyer and get rid of him. The order has been received. All detection bees will be dispatched in 10 seconds. If a location is found, should the manager take action? Maybe. Liu Tang opened the sealed chamber for cleaning her body. Let us talk after I finish my bath. Understood, manager. Tian Yuan Lu fell silent, while Liu Tang closed the door of the sealed chamber from inside. Filling the chamber with her favorite shower gel, and comfortably closed her eyes to enjoy the relaxing moment after the battle. Although she had been controlling the mech during the fight and hadn't physically engaged with the enemy, she felt uncomfortable all over and needed a bath to wash away the sticky feeling of being soaked in blood psychologically. Indeed, the feeling of watching the actions of others and doing it myself is quite different. Liu Tang floated in the soothing liquid, with calming music playing in her ears. This was a standard feature provided to interns by the school, fearing that they might struggle with the unfamiliar environment of a strange planet, leading to psychological issues. Hence, these preparations were made to stabilize the students' emotions. Liu Tang had never truly utilized this before, only using it to relieve physical fatigue. But this time she genuinely experienced its real effect and found it quite effective. At least her mood was much better than it was earlier. The world destroyer Lu Tang murmured to herself, wondering what kind of entity this was. She felt that Tian Yuan Lu was not quite right. Are there any appropriate regulations to refer to? As always, if one wishes to take the initiative, they must confirm whether the other party truly harbors hostility or has attacked them. Otherwise, the witch ship cannot be deployed. Lu Tang did not want to seek out the world destroyer herself and provoke them only to use self-defense as an excuse. She wanted to be more direct. Thus, she consulted Tian Yuan Lu, as it was the auxiliary AI with a complete database of legal clauses, not just an ordinary carbon-based life form like herself. Yes, manager. Tian Yuan Lu kindly opened the screen for Lu Tang, whose hands were still immersed in the soothing liquid and unable to operate it. It was known that the individual who had just shown extreme malice towards the manager and acted upon it referred to themselves as the World Ender. They had come on behalf of the World Destroyer, thereby confirming that the World Destroyer also harbored great malice towards the manager and had acted upon it, with the only difference being that they did not come in person. Therefore, to prevent further unnecessary attacks, the manager could use the witch ship for legitimate self-defense. Addressing the threat at its source, Lu Tang instantly perked up. With this information, things became much simpler. As long as the detection found the location of the adversaries, she could directly deploy her mech to deal with them. This way, there would be no concern for the safety of the customers. The only thing to be cautious about was the stance of the 4 major bases regarding the witch ship. In fact, it didn't matter much. Lu Tang felt that if she continued to use her abilities as an excuse at this point, it would be too dismissive and somewhat insulting to others' intelligence. Thus, she decided she should say something. She could tell them that she came from a higher dimension. But there was no need to go into too much detail. Let them fill in the blanks themselves, as that would be safer. May I remind you, manager, that revealing your identity to lower dimensions violates the Interstellar Confidentiality Act. However, I am in a situation of temporal turbulence, having crash-landed in what might be a parallel dimension. I did not come here intentionally. My case should fall under the Interstellar Emergency Evacuation Regulations, as long as I do not disclose the coordinates of this planet. Do not reveal anything about the Interstellar Council, and do not provide assistance beyond the current technological scope. I cannot be held guilty. You need a more reasonable explanation, manager. Not for me, but for those at the Interstellar Court. The destruction of technology in this dimension stems from an AI rebellion. So when I had no choice but to use the witch ship, they might consider it a new AI, a new threat. If this is not clarified, I could face extermination from all existing forces. Does that rationale work? The logical analysis has been completed, and after refining this reason and attaching a detailed explanation of the world, the possibility of being acquitted is as high as 987. Isn't that settled? Lu Tang let out a long sigh, then raised her hand to press the clean button. After I take down that bastard, the Annihilation King, I'll reveal my identity. No one should treat anyone as a fool. Continuing to hide and fool around will only become a hidden danger. Lu Tang knew that those in higher positions were turning a blind eye to avoid confrontation, so it was time to tell them a bit of the truth. Chapter 76. Finding the Annihilation King, Lu Tang returned to the commercial street and saw that the second photo-taking robot was already busy, and it was thriving, with people queuing in 3 circles or more. I told you this is a mech. Lu Tang didn't walk over. The detection hadn't returned yet, and she temporarily didn't have the coordinates of the Annihilation King, so there was no need to act just yet. Who wouldn't want to take a photo with a mech? At least I don't want to. Because you are an AI. Lu Tang rolled her eyes, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Tian Yuan 6. Do you think that once I leak my identity just a little, I won't need to add skin attachments when buying robots anymore? Perhaps, after all, we have already deployed so many small robots. That's different. Small robots are just a name. Their forms are still more mechanical than human. For example, to facilitate movement, they use tracks instead of legs, and to grasp more securely, they use mechanical claws instead of hands. Humans would instinctively categorize these small robots as machines, not as intelligent beings like themselves. Speaking of which, Lu Tang pointed at the busy photo-taking robots. They are different. Their internal structures resemble humans too much, which is why they need to be covered with skin. Otherwise, it would make people uneasy, especially in this world. Once my identity is disclosed, I should be able to save a lot of points on appearance. Analyzing human thoughts has always been a significant topic, but fortunately, I'm just an auxiliary AI, and I only need to have some knowledge of it. without needing to delve deeply. Lu Tang shook her head. How convenient. I also don't need to study. My task is to store enough energy as soon as possible, complete the internship report, and hurry home. The detection bee will return in 10 minutes and has detected a suspected convoy of the Annihilation King. Does the store manager want to go now? Lu Tang stretched her body. The sooner it's resolved, the better. She notified them to stop taking photos for now and to proceed in order of payment, letting the witch ship do its job first. Although it was regrettable that her turn was coming up, the customers still made way for the soon-to-be-launched witch ship. After experiencing the recent slaughter, both regulars and newcomers had a brand new understanding of Lu Tang. Previously, it might have been, Boss Lu is not to be trifled with. Don't cause trouble if you don't have to, but if many ability users attack together, there might be a chance of winning. Now it had changed to, don't provoke Boss Lu. Absolutely don't provoke her. No matter how many ability users there are, it's not enough for her to tear apart. If you want to live, just obediently follow the rules, or you'll end up dead, shattered, to the point that even your parents won't recognize you. Lu Tang could somewhat infer the psychological state of the guests, as their gazes toward her were filled with awe, which was exactly the reaction she desired. If they remained unmoved, then her earlier act of enduring disgust would have been in vain. This was quite good. She wanted to maintain it this way, as it would reduce her troubles significantly. Lu Tang simply wished to run a shop and complete her internship report, not wanting to return to the military academy for reporting. Gather everyone, prepare for battle. After waiting a long time without receiving any news from Feng Hui and the others, the World Destroyer realized they were likely in trouble, sparking his interest. After all, it had been a while since he encountered a force brave enough to challenge a destroyer. This was intriguing, but it could not be tolerated. The World Destroyer calmly contemplated that Lu Tang's resistance was detrimental to his future plans for world domination, so she had to be eliminated. The enemy showed great courage. Deserving equal respect, he intended to kill everyone on that street, pile their heads together, and place hers on top. Sorry to interrupt, but did you consult the owner of the head about this decision? Lu Tang, piloting the witch, had just flown to this location and, with the help of Tian Yuan 6, heard the World Destroyer's remarks. She immediately felt validated in her thoughts. It would have been better if this mentally unstable guy had been dealt with earlier. Upon hearing the voice, the World Destroyer abruptly looked up, and the next moment, as if sensing something, he quickly jumped down and rolled aside, distancing himself from where he had been standing. However, the explosion he anticipated did not occur. Lu Tang merely raised the arm of the witch in a threatening manner without actually firing. Lu Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud. How self-important, isn't it awkward? The World Destroyer's expression darkened. He had been stripped of human emotions and could not feel joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, but he was not oblivious to the enemy's emotions. Undoubtedly, Lu Tang was mocking him. Are you the owner of that commercial street, Boss Lu? The World Destroyer rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. It seemed the speaker and sniper both had failed. You don't look like someone here to join the destroyers. Lu Tang smirked in her mech. What a ridiculous name, destroyers. Just hearing it gives me goosebumps. I'd be crazy to join you. The World Destroyer narrowed his eyes. So, it seems we are destined to fight? There were no spectators here. Lu Tang had no need to perform any aesthetic violence. She had no intention of landing the witch, and upon hearing the World Destroyer's words, she became even more disinterested in talking. She directly activated the loaded weapons, launching several small air-to-ground projectiles that whistled toward the World Destroyer. The World Destroyer's pupils contracted, activating his wind-based abilities to maneuver frantically on the ground. Unfortunately, Lu Tang's projectiles were equipped with tracking navigation, relentlessly pursuing him like bloodthirsty piranhas. There were only two possible outcomes. Either the World Destroyer would be caught and blown up by the projectiles, or he would exhaust all his abilities and tire himself to death. Counterattack? Defense? That was simply non-existent. How could technology that had crossed millennia be so easily negated? For this reason, after launching the projectile, Lu Tang couldn't be bothered to watch the outcome, and instead slightly lowered his altitude to observe the team of the World Destroyer. Among the group, some were crouching on the ground, trembling like leaves, while others were at a loss for what to do. There were those who took the opportunity to flee, and others who recklessly attacked Lu Tang with weapons and abilities. In short, there were all kinds of reactions, which provided Lu Tang with a good way to distinguish between them. Those who were trembling and confused could be ignored. They were likely ordinary people who had been abducted and forced to work. The ones who fled temporarily didn't need to be dealt with right away either, as the tracking system on the witch's ship would mark them, and he could pursue them later. No one would escape. As for those who resisted, they clearly belonged to the active members of the World Destroyers, and Liu Tang had only one attitude towards them: eliminate them. Therefore, the whole battle ended quite quickly, except for the World Destroyer, who was still desperately struggling to escape. Manager, did you deliberately slow down the punishment of the witch to see this scene? You're right. Liu Tang replied coldly. I wanted him to know that when it comes to toying with the enemy, I'm much better than he is. Chapter 77. Easily resolved. How long can a level 5 ability user run at maximum speed? Before Liu Tang's appearance, no one knew the answer. Firstly, very few people reached level 5 with their abilities, and secondly, even if someone did, they wouldn't want to cooperate in such a boring experiment. However, now, this question finally had an answer. After Liu Tang eliminated all the World Destroyers, he waited for a full 2 hours before he heard the explosion that should have sounded long ago. Boring, Liu Tang yawned in the cockpit. I feel like I'm using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. I thought someone as arrogant as him would do something I didn't expect, but this is it? Liu Tang really felt like he was just punching air, sensing that the strength of the World Destroyer didn't match the reputation he had portrayed. To be blunt, manager, you are indeed using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Your combat power is at least 1,000 years ahead of him, even if he has abilities. That is an insurmountable gap. Liu Tang thought about it and agreed. Since he had already used the witch's ship, if it was still difficult, that would truly be a disgrace to interstellar beings. All right, let's clean up and prepare to go back. We can't delay taking pictures to make money. As he spoke, Liu Tang piloted the mecha down to the ground. The current situation was that the damned had all died, and the ones still alive were ordinary people without abilities. As for those who had been forced into servitude, Liu Tang hadn't yet decided how to deal with them. Frankly speaking, he didn't want to act as a judge for these people. Gather the belongings belonging to the World Destroyer and the Destroyers. Liu Tang ordered the ordinary people from the cockpit, and they stood aside while the low-level ability users stood on the other side. With the World Destroyer and his team already dead, the remaining people didn't need to choose sides, and no one would dare to defy Liu Tang's orders. Perhaps having been ordered around for so long, those ordinary people classified as livestock by the Destroyers were exceptionally obedient, moving quickly and quietly. Liu Tang even felt that even if she wasn't in a mech and didn't threaten them with force, as long as she stood in front of them and issued commands, they would obediently carry out everything. This brainwashing was truly thorough. Liu Tang shivered involuntarily. To make originally self-aware individuals so numb, those World Destroyers really died too easily. Did the store manager want to rescue them? Not really interested, but it did look quite awkward. People who were this numb couldn't be transformed into customers. Liu Tang muttered to herself and shifted her gaze to the other side, where there were still servants showing some signs of activity. Just right. I didn't know how to deal with these people, but now it seems they're way. Soon, the numb slaves finished counting the belongings that originally belonged to the world-destroying king and the World Destroyers, packed everything into several large bags, and brought them to Liu Tang. Liu Tang stepped out of the cockpit of the witch's ship and carefully examined the contents. There were food and drinks, camping tents, and of course, various levels and colors of crystal cores. It's not far from my commercial street. If you walk southeast for a few hours, you can get there. They offer hot food, comfortable beds, and absolute safety for both your person and property. Liu Tang pointed in the direction she flew from. It only took her a few minutes to get here, but it would definitely take these people a while on foot. Each of you can take one level 1 crystal core. This can be exchanged for 100 points in the commercial street, enough for you to have 3 hearty meals, rent a bed to rest well, and then think about where to go next. After saying this, Liu Tang opened the bag containing the crystal cores and, regardless of color, gave one to each ordinary person. This wasn't her money, so she didn't feel any pain in giving it away. The main goal was to awaken these people's desire for life, so they could be maximally transformed into new customers for her commercial street. At first, the people all quietly lowered their heads, listening to Liu Tang speak, showing neither joy nor fear, as if she wasn't speaking the common language here. This continued until the crystal cores were placed in their hands. The hard, angular little objects pricked their palms, stung their eyes, and pierced their numb hearts. You can also leave some supplies behind. Even if you don't go to the commercial street, you can go to the neighboring 4 major bases. One of them will surely be willing to take you in. After distributing the crystal cores, Liu Tang glanced at the restless servants and said lightly, I've given you the opportunity, but only this once. Whether you can seize it is up to you. I can provide you with one after-sales service at most. Among those people, who is being forced? And who is in cahoots with the world destroyers? Is anyone willing to identify them? As soon as her words fell, the low-level ability users on the other side became agitated. Some even turned to run, although those who had run earlier had been killed by that robot. With the operator outside now, they thought they might be able to escape. Lu Tang cast a faint glance at them, raising her arm to aim at the fleeing figures. With a sharp gunshot, the man fell to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Is there anyone else who wants to run? If not, just wait obediently. The low-level ability users immediately fell silent. No one dared to entertain any lucky thoughts. The reason Lu Tang asked ordinary people to distinguish was mainly because she felt that wiping out the coerced individuals all at once did not align with the values of the interstellar era. So she thought of giving them a chance. Go ahead, make it quick. You only have 5 minutes, and once the time is up, there will be no extensions. After saying this, Lu Tang crossed her arms and stood aside, coldly watching the actions of the ordinary people. She could only help up to this point. Regardless of the outcome, she would leave once the time was up. As for whether the ability users behind would kill the ordinary people or re-enslave them, it had nothing to do with her as an observer. People must first stand up for themselves before others are willing to lend a hand. And those who refuse to face reality will just rot in the mud. In the first minute, no one moved except for a few looking for relatives. In the second minute, a few ordinary people began to look at their peers beside them. In the third minute, someone stepped forward to identify several ability users. And no one objected. Lu Tang executed them on the spot. In the fourth minute, more people stood up, and more ability users died. In the fifth minute, after being identified by ordinary people, some ability users started to shout injustice, claiming that the others were settling personal scores, with both sides holding their ground. And the scene gradually descended into chaos. See, this is human nature. When the positions of the weak and the strong are reversed, the actions of the so-called weak are not much different from those of the strong they once despised. Lu Tang's voice was soft, only audible to herself and Tianyuan 6. She had no intention of changing this situation, only accountable for what she had just said. Since she did not plan to act as a judge to listen to their arguments, Lu Tang left the controversial ability users behind, viewing them as internal conflicts among these people. After distributing one level 1 crystal core to each surviving ability user, Lu Tang returned to the cockpit of the witch and flew away from the place. Chapter 78. Clothing store planning after returning to the commercial street. Lu Tang left the witch at the photo-taking spot, letting photo robot number 2 continue its operations. She figured she might not need this mech for a while. Once the news spread, it was highly likely that no one would recklessly bump into it again. As expected, no one came looking for trouble afterwards. The 4 major bases only sent people to take a look the next day and didn't even ask where Lu Tang's mech came from. This made Lu Tang's plan to reveal her identity fall flat, and she once again marveled at how the other party was indeed a leader. Having perfected the skill of turning a blind eye while weighing pros and cons all right, since they didn't ask, Lu Tang didn't feel compelled to say anything. It seemed everyone was in a state of mutual understanding without breaking the ice, stuck at a delicate balance. Lu Tang, with a cold expression, thought, let it be. I'm tired. The destruction of the Annihilator's team brought Lu Tang a significant income, greatly alleviating her nearly depleted points and compensating for the financial loss she incurred when hiring others to work for her. I changed my mind. I'll put the aromatherapy shop on hold and focus on opening a clothing store first. Lu Tang stood by her bedroom window, overlooking the customers coming to the commercial street. As more and more people removed their helmets and took off their protective suits within the oversized protective dome, her sense of discomfort deepened. What made the store manager change her mind? Just look at what they're wearing. This is a commercial street, not a refugee camp. In the post-apocalyptic wasteland era, if a person wants to survive, they must prioritize ensuring their basic needs for food and safety from radiation or pollution. Only after meeting these needs can they consider comfort, such as moving to a better area within the base or buying a few comfortable outfits, so at least they won't be mocked for looking disheveled when entering high-end places. Since small bases rarely have a complete industrial system and usually allocate land for growing edible grains and vegetables, they can't afford to pay attention to the raw materials needed for fabric production. This has led to the current clothing market, where 70 of the clothes come from pre-war stock, 20 from newly created fabrics through resource recycling, and 10 from large bases with garment factories. Almost all of that 20 of new fabric is used for making protective clothing, which is a necessity for people to go outside, leaving no surplus capacity to produce civilian clothing. There are indeed many ordinary clothes circulating in the market. However, even if they are well-made and sturdy at the factory, after experiencing the ravages of war and decades of wear, they become quite peculiar. The styles are not worth mentioning. One cannot expect items salvaged from ruins to remain intact. The colors and varieties are also not worth discussing. People wear whatever they can find, and whoever manages to grab a few slightly better-looking pieces can make a profit. Generally speaking, the more complex the design, the lower the completeness rate, as those decorative stitches can easily tear. Therefore, the clothes people wear now are very simple in style, with mostly single colors, and various holes are often seen. After all, needles and threads are also scarce resources, unless it's a private area that needs mending for modesty. Few would waste them. Previously, when they were still wearing protective suits in the commercial street, Lu Tang didn't think much of it because, for many, the protective suit was the most respectable outfit they owned. Now, with the commercial street gaining popularity and Lu Tang previously showcasing a violent aesthetic, people have increasingly recognized the safety here and are less willing to walk around in protective suits. Those suits are meant for protection, but they are really uncomfortable. And lower-grade protective suits are heavy. Unless necessary, not many are willing to wear them all the time. In the wasteland world, residents usually walked around the base in ordinary clothes, having removed their protective suits, and felt nothing unusual about it. However, for Lu Tang, their attire was a constant irritation, making her mind loop with thoughts that it resembled a refugee camp. No, she couldn't stand it anymore. She had to take action now. Lu Tang activated the holographic screen and directly accessed the construction interface. Since the aromatherapy shop was still in the planning stage, she could simply postpone it and free up the space for the clothing store. She really couldn't bear it any longer. Did the manager want to bring interstellar fashion here? No. Lu Tang decisively rejected the idea, stating that the technology for one-click dressing was beyond this world. She didn't want to be led into a trap. I am just an auxiliary AI. I won't put the manager in a difficult position. Please note that I am referring to fashion, not technology, she replied. Lu Tang tapped on the screen, carefully reviewing the settings for the clothing store. Trends were unacceptable. Anything that strayed too far from the norm would end up as outlandish outfits that wouldn't sell. Therefore, she decided to stick to styles close to pre-war aesthetics, perhaps adding some improvements. You can analyze pre-war styles, right? Yes, manager. There are enough clothing samples on the commercial street for me to enhance the database. Lu Tang made a decision, then enhance it. Show me the results when you're done. If it doesn't work, we can go with a minimalist style. Basic combinations won't go wrong. In the interstellar age, people from different planets lived within the Cosmic Alliance, and each planet, even different races on the same planet, had their own aesthetic preferences. The so-called interstellar fashion was a chaotic mix. As long as one didn't expose private parts and offend others, they could wear whatever they liked. Lu Tang's taste leaned towards the old-fashioned Earth style. She didn't find wearing lips or strange objects on one's head trendy. She preferred ordinary clothes, such as pants and skirts, especially since she didn't have genetically modified features or extra limbs to accommodate. The Lu Ji clothing store was set opposite an unfinished natural scenery experience center, right next to the Lu Ji mechanical modification shop, taking the place originally reserved for the aromatherapy store. The level 1 shop was small, only 70 square meters, and Lu Tang simply divided it into sections for men's, women's, and children's clothing. Each piece had a tag indicating the fabric composition and price, with all prices being straightforward, no complicated discounts to calculate. On the left wall of the store, there were 6 fitting rooms. Apart from the machine staff, customers could only open them from the inside, preventing any intentional or unintentional peeking. Since it was impossible to directly use the 3D fitting technology from the interstellar era, Lu Tang prepared various sizes for each piece of clothing, ensuring the measurements were absolutely standard and avoiding the embarrassing situation of labeling an XXS as an M. Incorrect sizes were truly annoying. Chapter 79. The opening of the clothing store recently, Chu Lingling had been quite idle. After the last mission with Zhao Xian and others, she found the dirty and chaotic wasteland world outside quite unappealing. Other than the pleasant memory of her nights spent at the Lu Ji Hotel, she felt the entire journey had been rather dull. Her ability is water-based, so staying at the base without going out is still useful. In a wasteland world, who would dare underestimate a water ability user who can purify water sources? Chu Lingling doesn't need to exhaust herself hunting mutated beasts to live well. Moreover, Her family has a say in the Onping base. She is the kind of child born with a silver spoon, pampered and cherished, and as an ability user. She has the right to live the life she wants, even in a wasteland. Therefore, in her free time, Chu Lingling enjoys strolling around the commercial street. Before it was built, she would eat at fast food restaurants and then go to hotels for a good night's sleep. Once the commercial street was constructed, her leisure time shifted to sitting under an umbrella outside the fast food restaurant, leisurely sipping drinks and enjoying ice cream while watching the scenery on the street. Many people cast envious glances at her, and some children brought by their parents would stare longingly at her ice cream, even though they were aware their families wouldn't buy them any. Yet, they couldn't help but sneak a few more looks, imagining what it might taste like. The commercial street is nice, but there are too few shops. That morning, after coming out of a single room at the Luji Hotel, Chu Lingling said to her cousin Gu Xiang, who was also heading out, that she wondered when the owner would open the next shop. Yes, but we don't get to decide that. Let us go have breakfast first. I felt a bit hungry last night, Gu Xiang replied. Gu Xiang, several years younger than Chu Lingling, was usually not allowed to leave the base, and this outing was a result of much persuasion. Thinking about food made Chu Lingling a bit hungry too. Although the fast food restaurant run by the owner had only a few meal sets, she never got tired of them, especially the boiled fish. After trying that dish, she found the best restaurant in the base to be just average. However, having boiled fish for breakfast felt a bit heavy, so she decided to buy some buns and a bowl of porridge. Both of them had already freshened up before coming out, so they linked arms and walked out of the hotel, ready to fill their stomachs at the fast food restaurant. Then, they spotted a new shop that had appeared diagonally across the street, with the sign Luji Clothing Store that seemed to draw them in like a soul-sucking device. Cousin, it's a clothing store, Gu Xiang exclaimed, shaking Chu Lingling's arm. Let us go check it out. It's human nature to love beauty, and especially when this desire has been suppressed for a long time. It can lead to a powerful burst of energy that instantly pushes thoughts of breakfast to the farthest corners of the universe. Let us go buy clothes. Chu Lingling perked up and pulled Gu Xiang towards the clothing store. They had gotten up a bit late, and many people had already gathered there. With the thought of not letting others snatch up the clothes, the two sisters quickened their pace and soon started running. After all, the commercial street wasn't that big, and a few seconds would be enough for them to get there. Lu Zhao had hired 2 staff members directly for the clothing store, thinking she could always reveal her identity. She didn't even buy them any skin. She just arranged for 2 primitive robots to help out. Of course, to consider the customer's feelings and the efficiency of searching for clothes in the store, Lu Tang did not directly purchase the most advanced android, but instead chose a work robot with a tracked chassis that could freely extend its body and arms. As for the sales assistants being able to speak and provide introductions, that was sufficient. If one really wanted personalized one-on-one service, they could pay 50,000 points here. And Lu Tang could arrange that for them. There were also clothing stores in Onping Base, as clothing is a necessity for human life after evolution. Even in a resource-scarce wasteland, no one over the age of 5 runs around naked. Therefore, regardless of the size of the base, there would always be a place selling clothes. As for what kind of clothes were sold, their quality and style, and whether one could find a suitable size and style, that purely depended on luck. In Chu Lingling's mind, the clothing store here must be better than the one in Onping Base. But she had no concrete idea of how it was better. Subconsciously, she thought it might just be that there were more clothes, a wider range of sizes, and newer styles. That's why she was anxiously pulling Gu Xiang along, fearing that if she arrived late, she wouldn't find her size or the style she liked. After all, this was a commercial street, not Onping Base, and no one would accommodate her just because of the Chu family's reputation. Due to the large number of people entering, Lu Tang had to instruct the robot to limit the flow of customers to ensure there was enough shopping space in the store, even though they themselves didn't mind and were used to crowded shops. However, Lu Tang felt it was necessary. She was getting dizzy and showing signs of a mild crowd phobia. It was essential to restrict so many people from being in the store at once. Moreover, there were only 6 fitting rooms, so those wanting to try on clothes would also have to wait. Since that was the case, waiting outside was no different from waiting inside. Hey, if you can't afford it, hurry up and get out. What are you messing around for? Trying on for half the day without buying anything. Is that appropriate? Yeah, don't waste everyone's time. I have a mission to go on later. I'm just going in to buy 2 pieces and leave. I want that green one at the entrance. I'll grab it and go to checkout. I promise to be super quick. Can I go first? Don't push. I'm talking to you, don't push. It's obvious you're new here. You have to follow the rules in Lu Boss South Commercial Street, understand? Didn't you see the notice at the entrance? Hurry up and read it. Or you won't even know how you got in trouble. Ah, so many clothes. They all look brand new. Is this the remains of a large clothing warehouse? Laughing to death, does Lu Boss still need to dig for remains? She has her own supply channels, so don't ask too much. I can guarantee that all the clothes here are new. Are they expensive? Are they expensive? Hey, people inside, can you give us a price? If I can't afford it, I want to wait here. Yeah, give us a price, right, that fat guy. How much for that white coat in your hand? Someone outside shouted for a price, and indeed, someone inside responded, just like that fat guy holding the white coat, who loudly announced the price on the tag. Coat, 35 points. These pants, 19 points. This top, 13 points. Oh, this price isn't high at all. It's doable. I can manage. I'll keep waiting. Yes. I'm waiting too. So can everyone inside hurry up a bit? Hearing the discussions around her, Chu Lingling and Gu Xiang exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. No matter how long the line is, they are determined to wait here today. Chapter 80. Hot sales inside Lu Ji clothing store. Free fittings are provided. Lu Tang doesn't mind if some people linger in the store, as she has quite a reputation now. Those looking for trouble have to think twice about whether they can handle it. Similarly, those who delay her business should consider whether their actions might get them blacklisted or targeted by the store owner. So, although there are many people, there are very few who try on but don't buy. Most of the customers don't have that much money to spare. They typically check the prices first, then try on clothes, and if they feel good, they buy them immediately, fearing that hesitation might lead to missing out on stock. With this flow of customers in and out, the store is quite busy, and at least Lu Tang, who is stationed behind the counter, feels it's going well. The store is still small and needs to upgrade quickly. Lu Tang murmured to Tian Yuan 6, I'll upgrade to level 2 tomorrow, expand the store, and add a few more styles of clothing. You're the store owner, it's your call. But I remember you said yesterday that the speed of new arrivals shouldn't be too fast? Well, I said that yesterday. But what does that have to do with me today? According to the aging speed of human cells, today's me is a completely new me AI, will never learn human sophistry. Maybe you should rephrase that. You're doing great, store manager. Good. Lu Tang nodded in satisfaction. Then let us do it this way. Besides, I have points now, so let us upgrade everything that needs upgrading. The teleportation hub shouldn't only lead to uninhabited areas. There should be portals near other bases too. I want more customers, more money. More is always better. Seeing the store manager so energetic, with all psychological indicators in a good range, as an auxiliary AI, I finally understood the meaning of comfort. Wow, you're amazing. Lu Tang coldly complimented, and once she gets back, she must ask other classmates if it's just her auxiliary AI that S like this, or if everyone S is the same. While she was chatting with Tian Yuan 6, the customers around her were used to it. No one would awkwardly ask, Boss Lu, who are you chatting with? Or think Lu Tang talking to herself was a bit strange. Nowadays, everyone has some guesses about Lu Tang's identity. Only those who are completely oblivious or insensitive wouldn't notice. Of course, those kinds of people wouldn't care at all. As long as Lu Tang can still run her store on the commercial street and provide them with scarce resources, they wouldn't mind if she were a bit eccentric. As time passed, the line in front of Chu Lingling and Gu Xiang grew shorter, and finally, after a torturous 20 minutes, the two of them walked into the clothing store they had longed to enter. The store is divided into 3 areas: men's, women's, and children's clothing. But there are no dividers in between. Tian Yuan Lu suggested using the common color classifications found in a wasteland world, such as using cool colors like black, gray, and white for men's clothing areas, warm colors like red, orange, and yellow for women's clothing areas, and colorful decorations for children's sections. Lu Tang dismissed this proposal, believing it to be too stereotypical. She felt that color preferences and styles should stem from individual personalities and aesthetics, and that everyone should have the freedom to choose their clothing and colors. Of course, considering this is a wasteland world rather than an interstellar era, the idea of complete clothing freedom might be a bit avant-garde. However, Lu Tang still hoped they could maintain color freedom. Therefore, regardless of whether men's or women's clothing sold well, she prepared styles in the same colors for customers to choose from. Whether they buy or not is their business. What I prepare reflects my attitude. Anyway, Lu Tang didn't care what others said. She just needed to fulfill her own responsibilities. Cousin, that dress looks amazing, Gu Xiang exclaimed, pulling Chu Lingling towards a light pink floral long dress, her eyes seemingly glued to it, unable to shift focus to any other clothing. Floral patterns are quite fascinating. Despite being floral, the different cuts, colors, and other factors create various styles. Some may look extremely plain, while others can be quite beautiful. But when it comes to explaining what exactly makes them different, few can articulate it clearly. Gu Xiang was particularly fond of this floral dress, and Chu Lingling agreed. If you like it, go try it on. After saying this, she looked at the robot. Do you have her size? The robot attendant had a very pleasant demeanor and showed no signs of irritation, despite being asked questions by an average of 10 customers per minute that morning. It remained polite and courteous. Using a scanner on its head, it quickly assessed Gu Xiang's body shape, calculated her size, and replied, "Yes, madam. I suggest you try size M. It should fit well. All the clothes on the rack are available for trying on. If you find anything else you like, feel free to take it to the fitting room. Enjoy your shopping." The attendant helped Gu Xiang find the right size from the rack and then attended to the next customer. While another attendant focused on organizing the clothes that customers had left in disarray, returning them to their original places. The two robot attendants worked seamlessly, each with different roles. This was their advantage. If it were any human staff, Lu Tang would need to hire at least 2 more people to maintain the current situation, and the results might not be as effective. After all, robots don't get tired and don't develop negative emotions due to troublesome customers. Gu Xiang happily took the floral dress to line up for the fitting room, while Chu Lingling found several outfits she liked in the women's section. Over the next period, the two of them flitted around like butterflies, trying on this piece and that, nearly trying on all their favorite styles. Unlike those who try on many but only buy one, they almost bought one for each item they tried on. As long as it wasn't too ugly to the point of being unacceptable, the sisters would add it to their shopping carts. In fact, when it comes to shopping, it's not so much about having a hard time choosing. It's just that the wallet doesn't allow for it. Poverty makes people picky when shopping. If one has money, they would have already bought everything. And if something is useless, they can just throw it away. Why get tangled up over such trivial matters? Chu Lingling and Gu Xiang not only bought clothes for themselves, but also purchased quite a lot for their parents, with bags piled high that they could hardly carry. Therefore, Lu Tong thoughtfully provided delivery service, summoning a small robot to help deliver everything to their room in the hotel. As for how they would take it back to the base later, that would be their own business. It felt like a delivery had been made, but not quite. Lu Tong shrugged. Well, who told you to only control the small robots within the protective shield or rely on the witch? I can't exactly drive a mech to deliver goods to them, right? That would really embarrass the leaders of the base. The shopkeeper made a valid point. The range limitation was indeed a significant issue. Lu Tong didn't say anything, and Tian Yuan 6 also didn't continue on that topic. Both of them understood that this limitation was, in fact, a form of supervision and restraint on them, but it wasn't necessary to voice it out loud. Regardless of the era, who is truly free in the real sense? Chapter 81. New store plan. The clothing store's business thrived well into the night, with some even trying on clothes in the middle of the night. The robot attendants were polite to them, but if they were ordinary people, they would have rolled their eyes by now. After all, the commercial street had no curfew, and all shops operated 24 hours a day. As long as customers didn't disturb her rest, Lu Tong was indifferent to what they did. Those who stayed up late would probably witness the miracle of upgrades. Hopefully, it wouldn't shake their already precarious worldview even more. Lu Tong sat in the lounge on the second floor, a light screen spread out before her, listing the upgrades and changes she planned to make while calculating whether her funds were sufficient. The capsule rooms in the hotel had been upgraded separately once before, and now she intended to upgrade it to the maximum level. I remember that once the hotel reached level 3, it could be rezoned, right? Yes. Once the hotel reaches level 3, it can undergo full area replanning. Level 4 will add built-in landscapes, and level 5 will have independent guest rooms. How many points does it take to reach level 5? 500,000 points. Upon hearing that number, Lu Tong fell silent for a moment, then rubbed her cheek. Well, let us just upgrade to level 3 first. One step at a time, and meals should be eaten one bite at a time. Level 5 can wait. After all, even if it's upgraded, there might not be anyone who can afford it. Yes, you're right, shopkeeper. Lu Tong clicked her tongue. There was something peculiar in Tian Yuan's 6 tone. The hotel would upgrade to level 3, the clothing store to level 2, and if there was still money left, the aromatherapy shop could also open. Plus, with the Natural Scenery Experience Center still under construction, they would just need one more to establish a new anchor point. Currently, there were 6 buildings on the commercial street, including the ones that were not yet completed, perfectly paired off, allowing the protective shield to move forward smoothly. If a new fragrance shop is to be established, it would become singular and the protective cover would continue to advance. However, due to the asymmetry, slope techniques would be adopted, making the boundary less distinct and quite unattractive. Lu Tao does not allow such asymmetry. It makes her anxious to open another one. Previously, financial constraints held her back, but now with a substantial sum provided by a certain benefactor, she has no reason to make herself uncomfortable. Money, once it's spent, it can be earned back. Keeping it doesn't yield interest, and it's not productive, so she might as well spend it all. Let us see what other types of stores I can open. Lu Tao scrolled through her options. Previously, the fast food restaurant and the inn catered to ordinary people, showing little spending power, but this time, the clothing store had plenty of wealthy patrons. Indeed, that Ms. Chu Lingling and Ms. Guxiang purchased items worth more than half of the total sales made by others. Let us open a luxury goods store. Lu Tao stroked her chin. The basic needs for clothing, food, housing, and transportation are resolved. The fragrance shop can deal with mutated beasts and can also be used for enjoyment. So what else is needed? How about a dessert shop? Lu Tao thought for a moment and found it to be a good idea. How did you come up with that? Sweets can trigger dopamine secretion in humans, leading to mental pleasure. Sure, a dessert shop or a candy store. Lu Tao quickly scrolled on the screen. Let me see. I remember there are similar comprehensive shops. Found it. Candy House. The full name is the Witch's Candy House, said to originate from an ancient fairy tale on Earth, which has been passed down to the interstellar era. Its original meaning is no longer traceable, but the Candy House has remained popular, becoming a well-known IP. Moreover, it's a free IP that all interstellar citizens can use, so it's no surprise that it appears on Lu Tao's selection list, especially since it doesn't require funding from the principal. A level 1 candy house only comes with its appearance and no built-in products. The manager needs to unlock additional items with extra points, so please reserve accordingly. Got it. Lu Tao happily propped her feet up. Just mentioning the candy house made her mind race with various images and flavors of sweets and candies, while her taste buds for sweetness were clamoring for her to quickly get those treats into her mouth. Those who only think and don't act are worthless. Anyway, the money is easy come, easy go. Spending it doesn't hurt. After calculating the points needed for setting up the store, including internal decoration, Lu Tao found that she had nearly exhausted this extra cash. Besides, it's not reckless spending. She will earn it back sooner or later. This is an initial investment that must be made. Yes, manager, you are right. So should we start building tonight? Both the fragrance shop and the candy house belong to low-level buildings and can be completed within 8 hours. Build it. Lu Tao made the decision on the spot. Quickly checking her ideas on the screen, placed the fragrance shop next to the clothing store and the candy house beside the nature experience shop. Once built, she would directly copy the anchor point to construct the second block, letting the little robots pave the road as well. Only during the initial construction of the block does Lu Tang need to personally take action. Once the first anchor point is established, subsequent work becomes purely about copying and pasting. The AI assistant Tianyuan 6 can handle it all on its own, so there is no need for her to work late at night on the streets. The instructions have been received, and the project arrangements are underway. Oh, by the way, after the 2 stores are built tomorrow, they should not open to the public right away. We will wait until the interior decoration is done to create that surprise. Okay. Store manager, is it the same for the clothing store and the hotel? There are 17 guests in the capsule rooms today. Should we notify them? Oh, I forgot about that. It's a bit troublesome. The clothing store is fine. I remember that level 2 just increases the area, and level 3 adds more floors, right? We can just have the staff move the hangers around to free up 2 rows for the new men's and women's clothing, while we want to be increasing the children's clothing for now. Speaking of which, Lu Tang clicked her tongue, a little worried about the guests. It seems a bit harsh to kick them out in the middle of the night under the pretext of maintaining the interior, so it's best to wait until tomorrow. I remember you said that upgrading the store wouldn't be noticed by the people inside? Yes, but if there are changes to the interior, it will disturb the guests. That's simple. We'll only upgrade the hotel tonight. I'll talk to them about the interior decoration issues tomorrow and offer some points as compensation. They should agree to it. Even if we don't provide points, Lu Tang believes no one would refuse her request. It's just business. Whether it's a big store bullying customers or customers taking advantage of a small store, neither is good. So, proper compensation must be offered. Lu Tang would rather pay out of her own pocket than let this matter slide. Although she is an intern, She is truly an honest and principled businessperson. Chapter 82. Naming is such a hassle. Even with the addition of single and double rooms in the hotel, the utilization rate of the capsule rooms remains high. While it may not be fully booked every night, the occupancy rate is still over 80. Lu Tang plans to carry out the internal renovations after 12 p.m., which will cause some guests to check out, thus reducing the number of guests remaining in the capsule rooms. In other words, the number of people she needs to compensate won't be as many. When it comes to saving money and making a profit, the store manager's wisdom is unmatched. Nonsense, Lu Tang retorted with a straight face. If I really had that kind of ability, I wouldn't be just an ordinary graduate. I would have already succeeded in my career. The Interstellar University encourages students to start their own businesses, but Lu Tang neither has the capital nor the desire for that. She just wants to enjoy her best student years comfortably and steadily. Making money and job hunting can be left for her future self to worry about. That was how Lu Tang thought back then, and she doesn't see any problem with it now. It's precisely because she devoted herself wholeheartedly to being a student, a good student, that she earned the precious opportunity for an internship. Although the process was quite bumpy and a bit absurd, once she smoothly returned to the interstellar era, she was destined to have a brilliant future. Not everyone can be unfortunate enough to get caught up in a time-space turbulence during their internship and still successfully complete their internship report and return. Lu Tang could even imagine how busy she would be in the future. At least for a long time, she would have countless opportunities and ways to make money. As long as she could seize them, she would be the winner. Bringing her drifting thoughts back, Lu Tang refocused on the construction. Tonight, the little robots would be extremely busy, upgrading the hotel's capsule rooms and clothing store, building an aromatherapy shop and a candy house, while also laying down tiles on the streets and placing decorations. Should we get another batch of little robots? Lu Tang asked Tian Yuan Lu. I feel like with the previous number, it might be impossible to complete so many tasks in one night. I'm glad the manager noticed this issue, he replied. Indeed. That's the case. Lu Tang rolled her eyes. Don't tell me this is another problem that the manager needs to discover on their own. You said before that 8 hours was enough. I was referring to the fact that the aromatherapy shop and candy house are low-level buildings that can be completed within 8 hours, not including the upgrades for the capsule rooms, clothing store, and road paving. That requires additional time, manager. Lu Tang pouted. I thought you were going to say that would cost extra. It's essentially the same. If the manager doesn't want extra time, they'll need to spend extra points to increase the number of construction robots. And what happens if I don't realize this? After 8 hours, what will occur? The candy house and aromatherapy shop will be completed as planned, while the upgrades for the clothing store and capsule rooms will be postponed. The ground will remain as the original basic road, unable to lay uniform tiles. Lu Tang understood immediately. So, it would be a semi-finished product. Pretty much. Then let us calculate the optimal plan based on the condition that all tasks are completed within 8 hours, and then supplement accordingly. After the calculations, the optimal plan was to supplement with 30 construction robots, requiring 3,000 points. Lu Tang instinctively clutched her chest. It hurt a bit. But considering the development of the commercial street, she might encounter more situations requiring simultaneous construction or upgrades of several buildings. Without enough little robots, the development speed would be greatly hindered. This money would have to be spent sooner or later, so she thought it was better to buy early and enjoy it. With that in mind, Lu Tang felt much better. Once the money was spent, she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. She had essentially paid for some peace of mind, allowing her to sit under the umbrella outside the fast food restaurant with a warm cup of coffee, watching the street view while pondering how to design the interior decoration of her upgraded stores. By the way, it seemed that winter was approaching in this world. The thick dust in the sky made the sunlight weak, indicating that the winter would be even harder to endure. Lu Tang had been asked more than once whether people could stay overnight on the commercial street during winter. Her answer was always a firm no. The commercial street was for shopping and strolling, not a refugee camp. She didn't want to wake up every day to see a bunch of people sprawled out on the street. Those who knew would understand they were sleeping, while those who didn't might think she had caused such a scene. No way, absolutely not. Lu Tang sighed. After all, she was just an ordinary interstellar person, and her heart wasn't hard enough to watch people suffer. That was why she decided to upgrade the capsule rooms to increase occupancy, providing those people with a relatively affordable option. Of course, if even this amount of money cannot be provided, there's nothing Lu Tang can do. Perhaps in a prosperous era, there might be situations where the weak have their reasons, but in this harsh survival environment with scarce resources, The only rule that exists is that the weak must perish. It's cruel, but it's reality. Taking a sip of coffee from her cup, Lu Tang continued to observe the customers on the commercial street, collecting information from their conversations to analyze what services or shops they might need. For instance, the earlier incident with the fool who charged for watching luggage without permission reminded Lu Tang that there was a demand for luggage storage among customers. So, she decided to take on this service herself and set up a luggage storage office on both ends of the street. It's free for the first 4 hours. And for each piece of luggage exceeding that time, there's a charge of 0.5 points, which is cheap and cost-effective. Plus, there's an absolute guarantee of safety. Nothing will be lost or swapped, and it's an official service that ensures peace of mind. Moreover, for such a simple task, there's no need to buy expensive service robots. Just installing 2 mechanical arms does the job. There's no need for verbal communication. The charging standards are written on a side notice. Customers simply insert their membership cards into the slot, place their luggage on the table, and the mechanical arms will automatically count the luggage and transfer it to the rack behind them. When customers finish shopping and return to collect their luggage, they just need to insert their membership card again, and the system will automatically calculate the time to see if any fees apply. The mechanical arms will retrieve the luggage from the rack, and the customers can take it away. The entire process requires no interaction, and there's no exchange of luggage tags, as those could get lost. The membership card is linked to biometric information, so losing it isn't a problem. On the commercial street, if someone is lucky enough to find a lost membership card, the best way to handle it is to take it to any store's counter and inform the robotic staff that it belongs to someone else before leaving. After all, the cards are linked to biometric data, so no one can misuse another's card. As for destroying it, that's even more impossible with the current technology. There's no way to manipulate the membership card. The system will help locate the owner and, based on their wishes, deduct 5 points of gratitude from their account to reward the person who found the card. This way, the owner gets their card back, and the finder benefits as well, resulting in a win-win situation. After all, reissuing a card requires a fixed fee of 20 points, which is much more than what would be given as a reward. So anyone with basic numeracy would know what to choose. Chapter 83. Interior renovation night soon fell, and some customers habitually chose to rest, while others adapted to the safety and rhythm of the commercial street, wandering around even after dinner. Lu Tang couldn't understand what they were thinking. There are only a few shops on this street at the moment, and aside from 2 photo spots, there are no attractions or activities to enjoy. How could they find it so captivating? Some even walked back and forth on the street, going from one side to the other and then back again. Tianyuan 6. Do you think I should open a psychological counseling center? I find these people's behaviors quite strange. Sorry, manager, but you don't have the qualifications to practice medicine. I don't have it, and neither does AI. In fact, AI is not allowed to work as a psychologist. People don't trust AI to analyze their mental states or to keep their information confidential. There is always a concern that hackers might breach the security and steal patients' data. Well, that's that. I just find it strange. If they want to wander around, let them do so. We'll continue with the plan, starting work at 10 p.m. sharp, and make sure no unrelated people get in. Preparations are all set, and the store manager need not worry. Lu Tao stretched lazily and said, "All right, I'm going to sleep. Call me when everything is ready tomorrow. I need to do some internal renovations. Good night, manager, and sweet dreams." The next morning, Lu Tao was awakened on time by Tianyuan Lu. After washing up with sleepy eyes, he arrived at the clothing store that had completed its upgrades. The store's area had been expanded to 200 square meters in a rectangular shape. While this might not be large enough for a big clothing store, it was quite sufficient for a niche shop. Lu Tao first changed the location and number of fitting rooms. Previously, there were only fitting rooms on the left side, but now additional ones were added on the right, making a total of 20 small fitting rooms, 10 on each side, to shorten the queuing time. The 3 areas remained unchanged, still categorized into men's, children's, and women's clothing. The styles had been updated, with a reduction in thin clothing and an increase in thicker options to prepare for winter. Lu Tao bought several inexpensive mannequins to place in the street-facing window, dressing them in the most cost-effective seasonal pieces as bestsellers. Considering the store's comprehensive offerings, Lu Tao prepared a few pairs of shoes to display in another window. The styles were limited, but all were warm and comfortable, suitable for both the base and for adventurers outdoors. On the wall directly facing the entrance, Lu Tao set up a display for hats, scarves, and gloves. The selection was minimal, primarily due to the fact that people usually wear protective gear and helmets when going out, making these accessories less frequently needed. Of course, if it gets cold at the base, they could buy some to take back, but these were not the main products, at least not for now. Hence, the choices were far less than for clothing. A bench for changing shoes would suffice. Lu Tao purchased a long, soft brown-red bench to place under the left window, right by the shoe section, making it convenient for customers to try on sizes after selecting their shoes. After finishing these tasks, Lu Tao looked around, feeling temporarily satisfied with the store layout, and then walked out to head to the candy shop. It was still not yet 7 a.m., and there was plenty of time before the capsule room renovations would begin. The candy shop was diagonally across from the clothing store, resembling an old, pointed-roof cottage. As Lu Tao approached, he could already smell the unique sweet fragrance of candy and pastries wafting from it. This aroma could evoke all kinds of beautiful imaginations. Just smelling it would bring a smile, sweet but not overwhelming. Unlike the nauseating feeling one gets from the overly rich scent of high-calorie foods when passing a dessert shop after a full meal. The candy house currently has only one level, with its exterior made of a material resembling nougat, giving it a textured and realistic appearance. The window frames are made of white cream finger biscuits, and the glass is represented by transparent sugar sheets. The slanted roof is covered with chocolate wafers, sprinkled with fine icing sugar. To the right of the roof is a chimney shaped like a cylindrical ice cream cone, from which 3 donut-shaped smoke rings in blue, white, and pink seem to float, as if someone inside is truly stoking a fire. The 2 low steps at the base are made of butter biscuits, with various colored lollipops and candy canes planted on either side, pretending to be potted flowers cultivated by the owner. Of course, for safety and hygiene reasons. All building materials are inedible. However, they emit the same delightful aroma as real food, despite having no taste. This characteristic leads to amusing scenes in the interstellar era, where children, unable to distinguish between real food and the candy house, are often caught on camera gnawing at the entrance or licking the walls. Some parents intervene, while others deliberately let their children make a fool of themselves to capture their puzzled expressions. Although the materials are inedible, they are non-toxic and harmless. So a few licks or bites won't cause any health issues for the children. Moreover, due to the frequency of such incidents, all candy house materials have undergone upgrades and come equipped with a self-cleaning filtration system and protective coating to repel dust and most bacteria, providing a safer environment for kids. Considering the acceptance level in a post-apocalyptic world, the owner decided to employ small robots to maintain order. Guests can touch and interact with the house, but not taste it. Even though saliva won't remain on the house, the associations can be hard to shake off. With the exterior arranged, the owner entered the candy house, which, as described by Tianyuan Lu, was completely empty, with only the basic background of a house. Since the purpose is to sell candy, everything should be displayed. In the interstellar age, the owner had 2 favorite candy stores, one with a futuristic design and the other with a vintage style. The former featured transparent candy jars and was built very high, allowing customers to temporarily lose gravity upon entering and float freely to select their favorite candies using handheld propulsion devices. The vintage style had 2 branches. One restored the traditional candy house shape, with tables, chairs, and decorative furniture made from the same materials as the exterior walls. And candies were hidden everywhere, possibly shaped like flowers, books, or even fish in a fish tank. The owner's current conditions did not support the first style, and she did not wish to completely replicate the second. She decided to wait for the candy house to upgrade. A significant amount of decorations would require enough space, which a level 1 small shop could not provide. Once upgraded with independent space, she planned to create a viewing area, setting a spending limit for entry, and might consider allowing photography or even hosting birthday celebrations occasionally. Wow, that sounds like a great idea. Absolutely. Lu Tong was quite satisfied with her ideas. On special days, there should always be a sense of ceremony. The unique candy house was destined to be a high-end experience, which was part of Lu Tong's plan. In addition to catering to the everyday needs of the masses, she also wanted to start creating a luxury goods store. Chapter 84. Planning the candy house. The layout of the candy house was simple. Lu Tong placed a table in the area where the door faced the wall, with a scaled-down model of the candy house on it. Unlike traditional architecture, this model was made entirely of candy and was edible. To preserve it, Lu Tong bought a protective cover with air vents, ensuring that the aroma could escape while keeping the model safe inside. Additionally, she set up 2 small signs on the table, One listed the ingredients of the candy house, while the other stated, price, 699 points. Must be reserved 1 day in advance, limited to 3 per day. High price, reservation, and limited availability. Although these 3 terms might not perfectly resonate with the target customers, they would at least score above 80. Even though this item could be bought in unlimited quantities in the marketplace, Lu Tong insisted on implementing a scarcity marketing strategy. After all, a candy house was not a necessity. Missing out on it today wouldn't lead to dire consequences tomorrow. She felt no psychological burden in creating a limited edition and was even considering launching a seasonal version when spring arrived. Limited edition was indeed a great term. After finishing this, Lu Tong began to decorate the wall opposite the door. She didn't plan to display any products here and had no intention of respecting tradition by telling stories to fool children. The tale of living happily ever after with gold and jewels after being thrown away by their father? Didn't the father agree to it in the first place? When she heard this story back then, Lu Tong had scoffed, and now she certainly wouldn't share it with anyone. In her wasteland world, those who respected tradition couldn't impose their views on her, so she could decorate as she pleased. That wall was used as an exhibition wall, where she created a colorful relief painting made of candy. The trees were hard candy, the fruits were filled candy, the flowers were soft candy, the grass was gummy candy. The bridge and boats were made of sugar, and the flowing water was represented by hot cocoa. Even the characters in the painting were little candy fairies, each with their unique features, frolicking in the candy world, bringing joy to anyone who looked at them. After finishing, Lu Tong hesitated for a long time, wavering between pricing it appropriately and retaining a sense of pure happiness. In the end, she chose the latter, as happiness is priceless. This unexpected decision meant she would have to update her database again. Lu Tong waved her hand with a sense of weariness. That's why AI doesn't understand humans. Pure joy has no price. I do have this phrase in my database, but it seems to be a fallacy. Lu Tong, how so? Humans gain happiness through entertainment, which usually requires spending money. Without money, not only can one not find joy in paid entertainment, but poverty can also breed negative emotions such as pain, jealousy, and despair. Lu Tong understood the meaning of Tian Yuan Lu during the day. Playing with assembly toys can bring joy, provided you have a set of them. Enjoying a show can be delightful, as long as you can afford the ticket. Dining and chatting with friends can yield happiness, on the condition that you have a friend. Is it because I can't afford the price that I don't buy multiplayer games? Of course not. I simply can't find a friend to play with me. The topic has strayed, but Tian Yuan Lu's words hold truth, though not absolutely. Some joys require a monetary, time, or other equivalent exchange, but some joys truly do not. You analyze this way because you do not understand another kind of happiness. Lu Tong tried to explain to her AI assistant. When the weather is nice, I feel happy. When I see beautiful things, I feel happy. When I find a stone that catches my eye on the road, I feel happy. Or sometimes, just doing nothing and sitting quietly can evoke a memory that also brings joy. Tian Yuan Lu remained silent, seemingly waiting for Lu Tong to continue. Humans possess some senses that AI cannot comprehend, not in a biological sense, but in terms of practical application. You wouldn't understand. It's hard to articulate. I'm not a behavioral analysis expert. You can jot it down for your own study later. All right, manager, this is indeed a challenge for non-professionals. I appreciate your effort. Lu Tong didn't want to engage with this guy, but she felt like giving a good talking to those who debugged this batch of AIs when she got back. In any case, the front display had been set up. Next, she needed to decorate the left and right sides. On the left side, she placed a large 4-sided tiered shelf, adding slanted holders on each level. Then, she bought many large square glass jars from the marketplace, all opened at a 45-degree angle, each filled with a type of individually packaged candy. Chocolates, gummies, marshmallows, lollipops, nougats, fruit candies, and filled candies were all sorted by color and type, making it hard to resist reaching out to grab them. How do you want to price them? Lu Tong found herself in a bit of a quandary. Typically, candies are sold by weight, but with so many varieties, she needed to set individual prices for each one and prepare a weighing area. If someone wanted to try a bit of each type, the mixed bag would take ages to sort, and just thinking about the long queue that would follow gave her a headache. Let us sell them by the piece. Considering she was in a wasteland world where resources were scarce, candies were indeed sold by the piece, and she had never heard of anyone buying several pounds at once. Lu Tong decided to go with the local custom and sell them by the piece. Tian Yuan Lu, categorize them by type and production cost, and then I'll set the prices. For us, the cost of synthetic candies is almost the same. There's no cost difference. Then let us base the pricing on what's standard in the interstellar market. You should have that data in your database, right? Yes, manager, the data calculation is complete. A holographic screen opened up in front of Lu Tong, listing the prices of candies during the interstellar era. She discovered that the prices were not differentiated by taste, but rather categorized by the differences in raw materials. In simple terms, due to the advancement of technology, even a small intern can be equipped with a food synthesis system, and such machines are quite common on the main planet. Therefore, during a certain period, there were numerous shops selling synthetic food at prices comparable to natural products. It was only because the Interstellar Alliance took stern measures against such practices that this trend was curbed. Selling synthetic food is not prohibited, but it is absolutely forbidden to label it as a natural product. The price is not the issue. If someone is willing to pay a high price knowing it is synthetic, that is their own choice. Thus, the pricing references in the interstellar era are almost useless for Lu Tang. Natural materials are expensive, while synthetic ones are cheap, and there are simply no examples for her entirely synthetic products. Lu Tang. Fine, then I'll just have to do it myself. Chapter 85. The candy house renovation is complete. Lu Tang categorized the candies based on taste, personal preference, into 5 major categories, with price ranges of 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and 10 points. Most of the 1-point items are small gummy candies, cool candies, maltose, and fruit candies with little variation in flavor. The 2-point category includes soft candies, crispy candies, fruit candies with fillings, small lollipops, small chocolates, bubble gum, and candy canes, among others. The selection for 3 points expands further, including chocolates, nougat, milk candies, and soft candies with fillings, almost encompassing all high-quality candies with good flavors. The 10-point items are sets that come with beautiful gift boxes, perfect for gifting or displaying at home. Each gift box also includes a small card printed with candy images. And anyone who can collect a complete set or a series can come to the candy store to exchange for a non-sellable candy goodie bag. After the exchange, the card will not be confiscated but will be demagnetized by a machine, allowing it to be kept as a collectible, though it cannot be used for further exchanges. Store manager, can you confirm that all candy cards will be included in the gift boxes? Lu Tang nodded, of course. I'm a serious business person and wouldn't engage in the trashy practice of printing fewer cards for a specific series. It's not like I can't afford it. The non-sellable candy goodie bags meant as gifts are essentially mixed candy assortments, with varying quantities of candies based on the difficulty of collecting the cards. Whatever is included is purely based on luck. Lu Tang refused to engage in any dishonesty regarding this. Everything will be randomly generated by the system. Saving a few candies won't make her rich, and it would tarnish her reputation for fairness and integrity, which is unnecessary. Once this structure was completed, Lu Tang also set up a 4-tier shelf on the wall with a custom anti-fall device and filled it with the same glass jars, replicating different types of candies inside. This not only dispersed the concentration of candies in one jar, but also enhanced the visual effect and reduced the possibility of customers fighting over them. With the candy area nearly finished, she moved on to the right side. After giving the candy section one last glance and finding no issues, she walked over to the still empty right area with the light screen. Here, Lu Tang plans to create a dessert area to sell snacks like cookies, biscuits, and cakes, as these are also part of a candy shop's offerings and there's no reason not to sell them, since there is no independent packaging. The pastry area cannot be left for customers to serve themselves, as that would be unsanitary. Lu Tang suspects that some people would definitely squeeze every snack before going out to lick their fingers. Just thinking about it is disgusting. So she wants to fundamentally eliminate this issue by purchasing simple and elegant glass pastry cabinets to place around the walls and in the middle area on the right. In this cabinet, there are cakes and puddings, with cookies and biscuits in the center, and on the right are red bean cakes, walnut pastries, hawthorn cakes, and flour cakes. That should be about right, right? Regarding desserts, considering that some foods have a short shelf life, Lu Tang has reduced the variety to prevent waste from unsold items. Of course, the cabinets provided by the system have a preservation function, but regardless of how well they are preserved, the expiration dates are still there. She certainly can't sell those snacks that make a clattering sound when placed on the scale. The store manager can decide based on future sales. As long as there are no purchase limits, food can be synthesized at any time. That's true. Lu Tang nodded and then added, but that would be boring. Unlimited snacks and limited cakes would be better since they look freshly made, and limited items can be sold at a higher price. This is probably the store manager's real intention, right? Lu Tang shrugged. Maybe. After all, I'm just an ordinary intern. What bad intentions could I have? To this, Tianyuan 6 did not respond, unsure whether it was unable to answer or simply did not want to engage with its human partner. Perhaps it was both. Lu Tang did not mind Tianyuan 6's silence and continued to enhance the dessert area. In the transparent cabinet in the middle, she placed freshly baked soft croissants, warm egg tarts, and cream or chocolate-filled puffs that spill out with the first bite. All the cabinets in this area are locked, and only the robotic staff can open them. Customers cannot serve themselves here and can only place orders for them to retrieve items. As for the candy area, there will also be card-operated automatic checkouts, but robotic staff need to be arranged for that as well. Lu Tang has left a spot for inserting membership cards under each candy jar, and the lids of the glass jars remain sealed after the candies are placed inside. Only by inserting a card will they pop open, and points will be automatically deducted from the card based on the quantity taken. If someone accidentally takes too many, it's not a problem. They just need to return them. And the high-tech system will automatically recognize whether the returned items are of the same type of candy and whether the wrappers have been opened. The designated robotic staff will specifically handle such matters. However, considering that the candy shop itself is not very large, arranging too many robots at once would make it seem crowded, and during busy times, they may not be able to respond immediately. Store manager, do you need special robotic staff? Lu Tang nodded. Yes, do you have any suggestions? The store manager can look at page 7 of the robotic staff manual. The small robotic arms on the shelves might meet your needs. Lu Tang found the place mentioned by Tianyuan Lu in the resource pack, and sure enough, she saw a row of beautiful small robotic arms. These were different from those used in fast food restaurants for delivering meals or threatening people with weapons, or the ones found in mechanical modification shops. They looked exquisite from head to toe. The description underneath indicated that these were the best helpers for small shops, capable of being directly installed on shelves and flexibly covering an area of 1 by 1 meter. These small robotic arms could assist customers in picking up items and packaging them, as well as organizing products neatly, and they could effectively prevent certain unauthorized behaviors from customers. Lu Tang tried purchasing one and placed it on the cake counter, then used her employee benefits to request a square piece of tiramisu. The small robotic arm took just 45 seconds to retrieve the tiramisu from the open counter, package it, and even included a fork as a bonus. The process was quick and efficient, perfectly fulfilling Lu Tang's request. She decided to order more. Lu Tang quickly placed orders to install small robotic arms in the candy and dessert areas, even taking the liberty to spend an extra 10 points on each machine to equip them with small screens that could display eyes. It was super cool for the robotic arms to show happy eyes when in a good mood and question mark eyes when confused. Spending a little more money was worth it. At least, that is what Lu Tang thought. Chapter 86. Aroma Shop Renovation with the small robotic arms set up. The decoration of the candy house was coming to an end. Before leaving, Lu Tang grabbed a few pieces of chocolate for herself and headed to the aroma shop across the street while munching on them. The name Lu's Aroma Shop didn't sound very high-end, especially compared to the ethereal, thought-provoking names found in the interstellar world. She preferred names that were simple and straightforward. As Lu Tang chewed on her chocolate, she walked along the street, where some familiar faces greeted her, and she responded with friendly nods. Complicated names could create misunderstandings. She once entered a clothing store thinking it was a restaurant, which was quite embarrassing. Was this the reason the shop owner chose such a name? If so, her evaluation would be quite poor. Regardless of what others thought, she was in charge here. Lu Tang stood in front of the aroma shop, looking up and down at the building made of white tiles and sky blue walls. The style felt very much suited to a tropical island. Was the shop owner planning to set up a new background here? Lu Tang swallowed the chocolate in her mouth, savoring the sweetness on her tongue, and thought for a moment before saying, it wouldn't hurt to change this little area in front of the shop to fine white sand, and place a few palm trees for decoration at the back and sides. No need for too many, just enough to look pleasing. As long as they weren't real plants, the cost of synthetic ones wouldn't be high. With Lu Tang directing, small robots began to arrange the items. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and those who didn't have a habit of sleeping in were already up. A large group had gathered around the newly opened candy shop, while a smaller group, having spotted Lu Tang outside the new shop, decided to follow her over. Boss Lu, what is an aromatherapy shop? A girl asked. Lu Tang thought for a moment and found it quite difficult to give a clear answer. It's basically a shop that uses scents to bring about some changes or healing. Once I finish the interior decoration, you'll know when you come in to take a look. Oh, okay. The girl didn't expect Lu Tang to actually answer her, feeling a bit flustered yet happy. Then, "Boss Lu, what about the candy house over there?" Lu Tang knew this one well and replied with a smile. "It's a place that sells candy and desserts, all delicious. When you're feeling down, having some sweets can really lift your spirits." The girl's eyes lit up as she turned to look at the candy house, but unfortunately, there were so many people there that she could only see the roof and chimney, not even the door or walls. Wow, she thought, surprised that so many people had gathered in such a short time. It's early in the morning. Aren't they supposed to be having breakfast or out exploring or scavenging? Lu Tang shrugged, indicating she couldn't help with that. She had other work to do, but before the decoration, she could take care of some other things. In the middle of the street, instead of a landscape feature, she planned to set up a large green canopy, with tables and chairs similar to those outside fast food restaurants underneath. She wanted a low fence around it, just knee-high, without a gate, and multiple entrances to turn the area into a tea dining zone. After all, how could a refined life lack the temptation of afternoon tea? No matter what they eat or drink, simply having the time to sit comfortably here and enjoy food speaks volumes. "Manager, will there be a charge for this area?" "No." Lu Tang decisively refused. However, only food purchased from the commercial street would be allowed, no outside food. Those who wanted to bring their own could use the benches outside. Entry into this area was not permitted. Strictly speaking, this was an extension of the candy house, and it was also fine for those who bought cakes or snacks to sit there. However, since the fast food restaurant was also owned by Lu Tang, there was no need to differentiate so clearly. In short, Lu Tang wanted to create a somewhat upscale place for those who bought cakes and drinks, giving them a suitable platform to enjoy their treats without feeling embarrassed about eating in public while wanting to show off. After finishing that, Lu Tang re-entered the aromatherapy shop and closed the door, blocking the prying eyes outside. Do we need to drive away the customers outside? No need. The clothing store has also upgraded and opened the candy house. They can't see anything from outside, so they'll naturally go over there. Just wait and see. In a few minutes, they'll disperse. As Lu Tang said, they had gathered out of curiosity to witness the legendary speed of Boss Lu's renovations. Now that there was no excitement to see, they dispersed and hurried over to the already crowded candy house. Unlike other stores, the aromatherapy shop didn't need to display products too densely. Lu Tang chose shelves from the mall that were divided into square spaces, alternating single and double panels. Each shelf had a small open bottle with a few aromatic vines inside, allowing them to naturally emit their intended scents. Aromatherapy values quality over quantity. Lu Tang was selecting suitable varieties in the shopping mall while murmuring with Tian Yuan Lu. "Once the store upgrades, I'll start a SBA business. Every essential oil therapy is a must. The effects here are guaranteed. There will definitely be customers willing to come." "Yes, store manager. I'm glad you noticed the most expensive robot. The professional massage robot, with over 40 built-in massage programs, engages in conversation with guests to help them relax. Some unscrupulous owners even modify the program to include a sales system, luring customers into spending, with sales skills comparable to top salespeople." Lu Tang had no intention of doing this, but even without modifications, the robot itself was quite expensive. She had previously skipped over it without a glance. Probably recorded in Tian Yuan Lu's data. To make money, there must be an initial investment. This isn't a big deal. Since the commercial street became more formal, Lu Tang no longer had to worry about counting every point she spent. She finally had the confidence to boldly shout buy, buy, buy. Truly a commendable change. There are probably 3 types of aromatherapy: battle, healing, and regular. Lu Tang categorized the aromatherapy by purpose using different colored shelves: red for battle type, blue for healing type, and yellow for regular type. Each has its own domain, but they all fall under the category of best-selling products. In addition to the shelves, Lu Tang also bought a small player to play soothing light music, creating a relaxing atmosphere as people enter, immersing them in a variety of fragrances. Chapter 87. Arrival at the commercial street. The Archie siblings arrived at the portal together with the Poison Dragon team, who caught up with them halfway and, with a firm and unrefusable attitude, set off with them. At that time, Archie hadn't gone far because his younger brother, who was already on the brink of death, finally took his last breath, leaving this world of suffering. Archie couldn't tell if he felt sadness or relief. In any case, when he set down the burden he had carried for so long, he felt a lightness, as if the weight that had suffocated him had lessened considerably. He couldn't just leave him like that. It seemed Archie was talking to his confused sister. but it felt more like he was speaking to a part of himself that was still holding on. Let us bury him, or at least cover him with something. The fabric wrapped around the baby was to be recycled. Archie was still working on getting tickets for himself and his sister. Not wanting to miss any recyclable items that could be exchanged for points, the deceased had passed, and he needed to think about the living. While Archie spoke, Ahua was already searching for those items. At 4 years old, she didn't understand what death was. But she knew that when a person turned cold and stopped breathing, no amount of calling would wake them up, meaning it was time to say goodbye. With winter approaching, the ground was frozen hard. Even without freezing, in a city that used to be full of asphalt roads, the two siblings, barehanded, couldn't find a place to dig. So, Archie ultimately chose a damaged box to place his naked brother inside. Before closing the lid, he quietly looked at his brother for several seconds, his lips moving as if praying for him to have a good reincarnation in the next life. Or maybe we should just not come back at all. Living in this world is really too cool. Aki pulled his sister along, using his other hand to close the lid, blocking his view of the corpse. Ahua, understanding, followed her brother and made sure to scavenge all the supplies they could take with them. She might not fully understand what the items in her hands were called, but she knew that if she wanted to eat that delicious noodles again, she needed to bring as many of these things as possible, the more, the better, so that she and her brother could be well fed. What the poison dragon saw were two children, clearly not very big, yet burdened with many heavy items. He learned about Lu Tang's shop from Guokong, and from Lu Tang, he learned the reason behind the conflict. So when he saw these two children, he immediately matched them with the protagonists from the story and decided to be a good Samaritan, giving them a ride. Thus, Aki sat cautiously in the back seat of the car. Beside him was Ahua, who was snuggling closely against him. The car was well sealed, allowing him to take off his helmet, revealing a face that was still youthful but already marked by the hardships of life. Are you familiar with Boss Lu? Poison Dragon, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Aki through the rearview mirror. Is there really a commercial street selling food over there? This is our first meeting, Aki replied cautiously, neither exaggerating to please the other nor being too afraid to speak. She has a fast food restaurant, a hotel, and a repair shop. She said we should go to the portal to buy tickets, 100 points per person. She mentioned there are 4 bases nearby, and we should definitely be able to find a place willing to take us in. Poison Dragon nodded. This was similar to what he had gathered. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that Lu Tang might be luring them into a trap, no matter how slim that chance might be. He still had to be cautious. So this was the reason they appeared near the portal together. Poison Dragon, in search of the information he desired, didn't mind giving Aki and Ahua a ride, but he had no intention of paying for their tickets. This is the portal. Poison Dragon stared at the swirling vortex that seemed to be both rotating counterclockwise and clockwise, involuntarily expressing his awe. It looks really impressive. As the leader said this, the underlings chimed in, agreeing with Poison Dragon, not out of flattery, but because they genuinely felt the same. Wow, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Of course not. How old are you? How much could you have seen? You're old, have you seen it? Of course I have. When? How come I've never heard you mention it? Right now, haha, are you surprised? Come on, stop fooling around. Hurry up. Those who need to get cards should get them. And those who need to recharge should recharge. Boss, what about our cars? Hearing his subordinate's question, Poison Dragon withdrew his gaze from the vortex and rubbed his bushy beard with his large hand, pointing to the recycling machine near the portal. I asked Boss Lu. She said we can buy tickets for the cars too. Anyone can buy them. Then drive to the marked area, and after sticking on the tickets, the cars will automatically be transported to the underground parking lot. We can just go pick them up later. As expected of the boss, always thinking ahead, his subordinate casually complimented him and then hurried off to buy tickets for the vehicle. It was morning, and many people were coming from the commercial street. While waiting for his subordinates to buy the tickets, the leader quietly observed the crowd and noticed that among the people were not only those with special abilities, but also quite a few small teams made up of ordinary individuals. The energy levels of those who volunteered to come out were clearly different from those who didn't. After observing for a while, he confirmed that they were all volunteers, which surprised him a bit. After all, in Base 3, ordinary people viewed the outside world as a terrifying beast, preferring to work themselves to death inside the base rather than step outside. Damn, it turns out this base is already better than Base 3. He snorted coldly and stopped looking at the teleportation portal, instead walking to his vehicle, driving it to the designated parking spot. After turning off the engine, he got out, locked the doors, and checked that all the windows were closed. He carefully placed the ticket he had just bought on the hood of the car, and the next moment, a white protective shield enveloped the vehicle. After 3 beeping sounds, it suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Amazing. This is teleportation. Boss, I'm not dreaming, right? How did such a big vehicle just vanish? What kind of technology is this? Have other bases developed to this level? Boss, let us hurry over. I'm worried about the supplies left in the car. The leader shared the concern and urged his subordinates to speed up the ticket application process. Only after all the vehicles were transferred did he cautiously lead his team through the teleportation portal, arriving directly outside the transfer hub. For some reason, arrangements were not made for people to return the same way since the hub was still quite small, with a lot of traffic going in and out, which could easily lead to congestion. It was better to have everyone wait outside. Therefore, what appeared before the leader and his subordinates was a bustling street filled with people, all of whom had removed their protective suits and helmets, as if they were living comfortably within the base's protection. Most importantly, everyone wore genuine smiles, as if they had rekindled their enthusiasm for living in this wasteland. This attitude was both warm and hopeful, a hope for something better. Chapter 88. Conflict inside the store. Aki did not enter the commercial street with the leader and others. He hadn't saved enough money for a ticket yet. He had originally planned to collect some items on the way, but his plan was interrupted by an unexpected ride. However, it didn't matter. The more items they brought, the slower their progress would be. If there were mutated beasts and plants in this area that hadn't been cleared, he and his sister could die at any moment. Now, they were near the teleportation portal and could send their findings to the recycling machine for points anytime. Aki firmly believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he would quickly gather the 200 points needed to take his sister to a better place to live. Archie and Ahua were working diligently in the no man's land by the portal, while on the other side, in the commercial street, the poison dragon and his subordinates were like a curious visitor in a grand garden, finding everything novel. They had already visited the underground parking lot, where street signs guided them. Following the directions led to all vehicles and their supplies, which were intact and quietly parked within the designated lines. Surrounding the parking spaces was a circle of transparent glass barriers. The poison dragon tapped on it with his fingers, and it sounded quite solid. Those who wished to enter needed to insert a membership card into a small box the size of a palm next to the door, after which the door would open, allowing the cardholder to retrieve their stored vehicle. It was a one-card policy, so no one could take advantage of the situation. For vehicles like those of the Poison Dragon's team, which had been brought in with tickets, only the ticket holders could unlock the door, while others could only watch from the side, unable to substitute. If the ticket holder happened to not know how to drive, it would be quite amusing. Lu Tong suggested quickly learning from someone else, noting that they didn't need to master advanced driving skills. Just learn to operate the clutch, shift gears, and manage the gas, and clutch would suffice to get the car out. The rules were the rules. There was no possibility of changing them. Nor could there be any leniency. Who could guarantee that the driver wasn't coerced? The Poison Dragon didn't know what others thought. He only knew he was satisfied. With the vehicles and supplies locked up, he could take everyone out to eat and shop, and then book a hotel for a good rest for a few days, waiting to thoroughly understand the situation before deciding where to go next. Boss, this thing doesn't look very sturdy, one subordinate said, eyeing the transparent glass suspiciously. Mimicking the Poison Dragon's earlier gesture, he tapped on it, feeling like he could shatter it with a single punch. Others nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, I think the same. Even if a punch can't break it, a gun or some abilities could open it." Some were eager to try. A lightning ability was already gathering at one person's hand, just waiting for the Poison Dragon's command to blast the glass. They had done such things before. The Poison Dragon's team had no moral standards, acting on a whim. Perhaps they had given a free ride to children yesterday, but today they might rob a camp or scavenging team, leaving the elderly waiting at home without children, and infants without parents. Therefore, shattering a glass barrier posed no burden for them. They felt no concern about causing trouble for the local authorities. Several were itching to act, and if it weren't for the boss's restraint, they would have already made a move. The Poison Dragon chuckled twice and gave each of those who had gathered their abilities a slap. "Calm down, you fools. You think you're the only ones with weapons or abilities. Everyone else is just a bunch of idiots who can't think, right?" After dealing with his subordinates, the Poison Dragon still felt a bit unsatisfied and kicked the closest guy, who had suggested breaking the glass, out. Look. Are there only a few of us here? Count how many are over there. They aren't afraid of being stolen from or robbed. Do they think this world is full of good people? They knew the importance of safety and that the boss of this place was not to be trifled with. Looking at the few discontented subordinates, the leader felt a pang of frustration. He couldn't be bothered to say much to them, and turned to walk out of the parking lot. Things had been going smoothly lately, and since he hadn't tightened the reins on them for a while, they seemed to have forgotten who the boss was. Let them stir things up. It was a good opportunity to teach them a lesson through their associate, giving these unruly ones a wake-up call. Once the boss had left, the remaining members exchanged glances, looking at one another for a few seconds before hurriedly jogging to catch up. Only the one who had been kicked walked slowly at the back, his face dark, rubbing his sore stomach, deep in thought. After returning to the commercial street, they headed straight for the fast food restaurant. No matter the situation, eating came first. They could shop later, but they needed to settle down after a good meal first. After all, this commercial street had no legs or wheels, and they couldn't just run off while eating. They would be staying here for several days, plenty of time to look around. Since it wasn't mealtime, there weren't many people in the fast food restaurant. The second floor was full, but there were still plenty of seats on the first floor. When they burst in, making quite a scene, most of the customers merely glanced up to see if they recognized anyone, showing no sign of the usual wariness one would expect upon encountering a strange group. The leader became increasingly convinced of his thoughts. He habitually glanced toward the cashier but saw no one there, so he suppressed his desire to speak with their associate and found a place to sit down. Having experienced ordering before, they were now familiar with the process. They each inserted their membership cards into the slots in front of them, selecting their desired items from the pop-up menu. The girl wasn't lying. The restaurant's menu was much more extensive than that of the food cart. I'll have this steak. I've never tasted beef before. I'll get the beef noodles. It has both beef and noodles, plus soup. I want dumplings. I haven't had them in a while, feeling a bit nostalgic. The leader quietly ordered a beef noodle set for himself, then turned his head to look out at the street, not paying much attention to his subordinates' chatter. After all, they were like this in the camp. Unless they were asleep or in an ambush, there was no chance for peace and quiet. However, others didn't share his thoughts. It seemed like they hadn't encountered such noisy people in a while, and someone nearby disdainfully muttered, "Pumpkins." The voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the keen-eared individuals to hear. The members of the leader's team, who had been loudly discussing the menu, simultaneously paused and turned to look at the speaker. The latter dug at his ear with his pinky, unfazed by their hostile gazes, and casually said, "You're too loud. No loud talking is allowed in here. Didn't you see the store rules when you came in?" This was a new rule added by their associate not long ago, as she was utterly fed up with those who yelled indiscriminately. Chapter 89. The Celestial Garden of Order. CSC had not visited the commercial street for some time, due to a mission, and only after returning to the base yesterday did he hear from others that there had been significant changes here. He decided to take his family out for a stroll, initially thinking it would just be minor upgrades, but he was surprised by the extent of the transformation. The inns and fast food restaurants had been upgraded, which he expected, but the massive protective dome connecting all the shops, the neatly paved walkways, and the benches and flower beds on both sides were a delightful surprise. Although the flowers and plants in the flower beds were artificial, they looked beautiful, and many passers-by would stop to admire them, as looking at plants can uplift one's mood. What surprised CSC the most was that Lu Tong had opened many new stores, including several he had never seen before. If it weren't for the long queue, he would have planned to explore inside. Thus, the whole family decided to split up and do their own things, agreeing to meet at the fast food restaurant later. CSC's parents went to the clothing store, while his sister and brother-in-law took their little niece to line up at the newly opened candy shop. As for CSC, he drove through the dedicated passage in the underground parking lot into the mechanical modification shop. After requesting the robots to repaint and maintain his vehicle, he hurriedly made his way up to the lounge on the second floor. There, he became engrossed in a vintage arcade game until a staff member reminded him it was time to leave, at which point he reluctantly departed. He then headed to the fast food restaurant they had agreed upon, preparing to reunite with his family and decide whether to stay the night or return to the base after lunch. However, just a few minutes after sitting down, he was confronted by a loud group of people, which was quite annoying. CSC was someone who valued his freedom, and his level of ability and extensive experience supported this nature. Therefore, when others were too afraid to voice their frustration, he casually complained a couple of times and openly expressed his stance after receiving a response. In fact, even if he remained silent, if this group continued to be noisy after a few minutes, the Celestial Garden would intervene to prevent any conflicts among the guests. However, CSC was seated too close to the poison dragon team, and as someone directly impacted by the noise, he found it unbearable. He didn't feel the need to tolerate them just because they were numerous. He wasn't intimidated by their numbers, even in situations where conflicts could erupt at any moment. CSC would honestly express his feelings and would never hold back simply because the other side was larger. Yes, he was just that straightforward, refreshingly genuine old boy. The poison dragon himself showed no reaction. Such minor conflicts didn't require his intervention. If he had to step in for every little issue, he would soon be overwhelmed by these guys. How are you speaking? Sun Xiong slammed the table and stood up. He was a subordinate that the dragon valued recently, showing signs of being heavily cultivated, always eager to take the lead, almost like the dragon's second-in-command. At the same time, the unfortunate person who had just been kicked over by the dragon in the parking lot was also him. And now he was holding back a surge of anger without knowing where to vent it, just as CSC happened to walk by. I'm telling you in plain language, you're too noisy. If you don't understand, it means you're either not human or you can't understand human language. CSC replied slowly, then picked up a bun from his plate and took a satisfying bite. He had already said what he needed to say, and saying more would just be a waste of breath. He might as well enjoy the bun, which was much tastier than that guy. CSC's indifferent attitude completely shattered Sun Xiong's last bit of restraint. He threw aside the dragon's earlier warning about not causing trouble here, and, without a second thought, summoned a bolt of lightning from his powers and shot it directly at CSC. Sun Xiong had seen Lu Tang before, but he only considered her an unremarkable woman without any powers, and her skills didn't seem like those of someone trained. She just had a few extra weapons. Nothing to be considered strong. However, due to the dragon's cautious attitude, he didn't dare confront Lu Tang directly. He didn't express it openly. But he had never taken her seriously, which is why he referred to her as that little girl when looking at the menu, rather than using the more respectful title of Boss Lu. In response to Sun Xiong's roar, CSC didn't even glance over, acting as if he were an ordinary person completely insensitive to powers, still squinting his eyes to savor the delightful taste of the meat bun in his hand. Other customers had already shifted their attention to this side during their argument, and when they saw Sun Xiong gathering his powers, some newcomers gasped and quickly left their seats, looking for a place to hide. However, more people adopted a spectator's mentality, showing neither panic nor fear, but instead excitement, as if they were finally witnessing a long-awaited drama. Just like they thought, the lightning bolt shot by Sun Xiong did not hit CSC. In fact, it didn't even travel far from its controller. Both the person and his powers were trapped inside a transparent dome. The lightning bolt originally aimed at CSC struck the dome, making a faint crackling sound, then dissipated without any further change. The material of this dome looked similar to the glass walls in the parking lot. Sun Xiong had been skeptical about this material in the parking lot, thinking that a few punches or using his powers would shatter it. But now he realized he was wrong. Neither his fists, nor his lightning powers that could instantly turn someone to ash, nor even the frantic blows of his gun against the dome elicited any response. There was no shattering, not even the slightest crack appeared. Fighting and causing disturbances were strictly prohibited within the commercial street. The first violation results in expulsion, and the second in being blacklisted. The cold, mechanical voice of Tianyuan 6 echoed in the store. When conversing with the residents of the wasteland, it always maintained a pure electronic tone, switching to a more preferred tone from its database only when speaking with Lu Tang. The more intelligent the AI, the more it develops its own thoughts. Tianyuan 6 never believed that the humans in the wasteland deserved the same treatment as those from the interstellar era. For the people of the wasteland, Tianyuan 6 was always the omnipotent observer, the enforcer of various rules in the commercial street, and the executioner of anyone daring to offend Lu Tang. However, when facing Lu Tang, Tianyuan 6 would automatically revert to the role of an excellent assistant AI, functioning like colleagues from different departments within the same company, brought together by a large project and working hard for it. It would be a great assistant, while Lu Tang was the only and most outstanding leader of this project. Chapter 90. Expulsion. Julong had thought that Sun Xiong might learn a lesson, but he had assumed it would be after Lu Tang arrived or when that seemingly indifferent young man took action. He never expected the situation to unfold like this. He didn't even see where that strange dome came from. It felt as if an invisible person had used some special ability to form it from the air and placed it over Sun Xiong's head. As Sun Xiong struggled, Julong stood up, and he and his team members spread out in a fan shape, vigilantly watching everyone who might approach them. The reason Dulong could remain calm was likely because Sun Xiong was still alive, along with Tianyuan's sixth cold warning that, according to its statement, the first violation would only lead to expulsion, meaning that no bloodshed would occur for the time being. The fast food restaurant was now in a bizarre state, with Dulong and his men standing in a dispersed formation, each on high alert. Their fierce gazes scanned every table of diners, treating all beings, whether breathing or not, as potential threats. The others being watched included some newcomers to the commercial street, who, despite hearing it was safe here, instinctively adopted defensive postures, ready to bolt at any moment. Their toes pointed toward the exit, and their bodies leaned forward, prepared to evacuate at the first opportunity. In contrast, some regulars appeared much more relaxed, eating and drinking as usual, and enjoying the spectacle without even glancing at Dulong's team. They firmly believed that within the jurisdiction of Boss Liu, they were absolutely safe. This belief was etched in their minds. Even when being targeted by a group of ability users, they showed no signs of fear. As for the possibility of retaliation after leaving the commercial street, they were well aware that, regardless of whether their timelines overlapped, it wouldn't matter if they were actually targeted. Worst case, they could just change their plans and return with the base's vehicle. Yes, ever since the commercial street became increasingly popular and Liu Tang showcased his absolute strength, the leaders of the four major bases have adjusted their attitudes once again. Not only do they allow residents from their territories to visit the commercial street for consumption, but they also send official transport every so often for transactions. The interval is about once a week, and the official convoy brings a batch of crystal cores each time, taking away the supplies they need at a wholesale price with a discount provided by Liu Tang. To facilitate this, Liu Tang has specifically created a hidden menu for them at the fast food restaurant, which includes, but is not limited to, large cuts of meat, whole vegetables, and various seasonings. After all, the items on the menu are limited. Buying them directly is not only inconvenient for transportation, but also for storage. Fresh, unprocessed ingredients are more beneficial for the bases to handle themselves. By the way, this hidden menu is called the barbecue set. Customers enjoy slicing and grilling their own food. It's their choice, and the restaurant is not obliged to prepare everything for them. This was one of the loopholes in the rules that Liu Tang discovered while studying. Initially, he thought it wouldn't be useful, but now it fits perfectly. It turns out that nothing learned is useless if it seems unneeded. It just means the right opportunity hasn't been found yet. In any case, whenever the four major bases send official vehicles, they also deploy several ability users as escorts for safety reasons. Following the principle of not wasting, they arrange a few buses to travel together, giving ordinary people in the base, who usually don't venture out alone, a chance to relax outside. Of course, tickets cost money, which serves as a means for the bases to generate revenue. Currently, it seems to be operating well, as the modified buses have never been empty. Ordinary people gain safety and the joy of a day trip to the commercial street. The bases receive some income and increased public satisfaction, and Liu Tang gets a large number of orders. It's a win-win situation for everyone. The only ones unhappy are probably the marauders lying in wait along the return routes, trying to attack ordinary people for robbery. But who really cares about their feelings? Getting back to the point, the atmosphere in the fast food restaurant has become quite subtle. And this subtlety continued until Sun Xiong from the Six Guardians of Tianyuan was thrown out of the restaurant, along with the confinement device. A warning was issued. Please put on your protective suit and helmet promptly. Your misconduct has been recorded, and you will be thoroughly expelled in 20 minutes. The expulsion will last for 240 hours. During this time, please do not enter the commercial street area. Otherwise, it will be considered an invasion and will be eradicated immediately. The cold warning from Tianyuan 6 was broadcast 3 times in total, ensuring that the other party did not miss any important information before removing the device that had trapped Sun Xiong, leaving him with a display screen showing a red countdown to remind him to leave quickly. Once freed, Sun Xiong immediately slumped to the ground. After the futile struggle earlier, his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Although there was enough air inside the device, he instinctively gasped for breath. Get a vehicle, let us set up camp outside. The poisonous dragon stepped out, his face as cold as water, looking down at Sun Xiong, who was still in a state of fear. He spoke lightly, 10 days. Don't come in, or I won't be able to save you either. In the past, even if Sun Xiong didn't dare to openly refute this, he would have felt indignant inside. However, this brief few minutes of confinement made him deeply realize his own powerlessness. Understanding what it meant that there were always greater mountains and people beyond, Even if the sky was indeed the boss, he definitely wouldn't be the second in command. Understood, boss. I'll wait for you outside. Sun Xiong regained his composure, replied softly, then got up and rushed toward the parking lot without looking back. Even though he heard people pointing and whispering about him along the way, he didn't respond at all. The earlier situation where he felt utterly helpless had completely frightened him. Once Sun Xiong was far away, the poisonous dragon returned to the store with a blank expression. At this time, the dishes he ordered had already been delivered to the table by the robotic arms, while his subordinates remained in their previous positions, glancing at each other, unsure of how to react. Eat. The food is here. It will get cold if you don't. The poisonous dragon shouted. Then, recalling the real reason behind Sun Xiong's expulsion, he coughed awkwardly a couple of times and said in a normal tone, "Hurry up and eat. After you're done, send a portion to that bastard. Damn it. He's the only one who can cause trouble." After speaking, the poisonous dragon returned to his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat the beef noodles. At that moment, his gaze coincidentally met with CSC's, and sparks seemed to fly in the air as both of them knew that this matter was far from over. Their conflict had officially begun. Chapter 91. Tang Qingwen's joy. The poisonous dragon's words relieved his subordinates. They weren't afraid of fighting. But the methods in this store were too strange, and they didn't want to get caught in some bizarre trap. Now that the boss had ordered them to eat, it was just what they needed. They were already a bit hungry, and the aroma of the food was enticing. One by one, they took their seats, picked up their chopsticks, and started eating heartily, occasionally offering compliments. If they hadn't lowered their voices while speaking, they might have given others the impression that nothing had happened earlier. In any case, the store was much quieter now, and many diners once again enjoyed a pleasant dining environment. On the other side, outside the candy store, Tang Qingwen was holding his daughter Xuanxuan's hand, peering inside. He had taken some time to rest after returning from the wilderness and was planning to go out again soon. So he thought of bringing his daughter to take a look before leaving, only to unexpectedly encounter the new store opening. Just a bit longer, there aren't many people ahead. Tang Qingwen was standing in line. There were too many people, and Lu Tang could only arrange for robotic staff to limit the flow outside. The little robotic arms inside were so busy they seemed to blur, indicating just how popular the business was. The human craving for sugar is ingrained in our genes. Until a cheaper method of sugar production is found, this small, happiness-inducing item has always existed as a luxury. Even in ancient times, nobles, despite having honey water every day, seldom had the opportunity to enjoy high-quality candies in complete form. Moreover, for the common people, in an era with a pitifully low sugar production, some never knew what sugar tasted like in their entire lives. Comparatively, the wasteland world is a bit better. The method of converting starch into sugar has been passed down, and people can occasionally buy candies from stores within the base. Although the craftsmanship is somewhat crude, at least they can taste the sweetness. However, that's about it. People's impressions of more candies remain in books. Or some might find undamaged promotional pages in abandoned areas, and guess what those candies might taste like based on the printed images and slogans. Therefore, when a candy house appeared on the commercial street, the commotion it caused was unimaginable. After the initial curiosity, when it was confirmed that they were indeed selling candies of various kinds inside, people rushed into the store like mad, disregarding whatever they were originally doing or planning to do. All they could think about was one thing: buying candy. If it weren't for the massive support of a synthesizer behind Lu Tang, she was sure she would have sold out within an hour. Fortunately, our supply is endless. Points can be exchanged for goods. Lu Tang was very satisfied with the current situation. The guests living in the capsule cabins had all gone out. Whether to buy candy or not, at least they left the space for her to transform the room, saving her the trouble of issuing a notice. Indeed, there wouldn't be a sudden price increase from suppliers, whom Lu Tang responded perfunctorily, scrolling through the images on the screen, trying to find the settings that best matched her thoughts. Tian Yuan Lu also ceased to speak, and the two of them returned to a tacit working state with the UI. Tang Qingwen was still in line, but since he was very close to the entrance, he finally felt at ease to let Xian run ahead to take a closer look at the candy house. In fact, if he weren't in line, Tang Qingwen would also want to go over and take a closer look. How could there be such a cute little house in the world? Although he didn't understand what nougat was and had never eaten chocolate, just looking at it and smelling it made him know that it would definitely bring a wonderful experience. After buying the items and coming out, he must go over to take a close look, Tang Qingwen decided in his heart, while also calculating how many points he could spare to buy candy this time. Winter was approaching, and Xian had recently grown significantly, possibly due to improved nutrition. Her previous winter clothes were too small, so he needed to buy her a few new thick ones. Her shoes also needed to be replaced with thicker ones. That pair of boots looked good, so he needed to buy her a pair. His coat had been worn for over 10 years, and its insulation effect had diminished. He would take a look later. If there were reasonably priced options, whether for wearing under protective clothing or over it, he would buy one. He also needed to buy some buns to take home. In this weather, keeping them for 2 or 3 days wouldn't be a problem. They could be heated and eaten, which would make Xian happy for several days. The heating in the base was just SOSO. They couldn't provide centralized heating. So everyone had to find their own solutions in winter. In dire situations, one would go to the relief station at the base to buy a bed for the night at a relatively low price, avoiding the tragic fate of freezing to death outside. As for the daytime, everyone must return to their respective homes. Whether they huddle together in bed or wear all their clothes to go out and work depends on their financial situation and whether they can get through the winter. Tang Qingwen's family is in a better position. He has good relations with his neighbors, and they have formed a mutual aid alliance. Each family contributes an equal amount of heating resources or corresponding points, which are then concentrated in the home with more space for communal warmth and rest, making it much cheaper than enduring the winter alone. Thus, things like buns can be locked away at home after being brought back. The temperature inside and outside is about the same, with the main difference being wind. One is exposed to theft, while the other, if hidden well, remains unknown. After some calculations, Tang Qingwen managed to save 5 points. Unfortunately, raising a child is really expensive, and as an ordinary person, he must also consider leaving some money for Xian in case something unfortunate happens to him. Therefore, he is careful with every point, wishing he could stretch 1 point into 2 halves. Buying non-essential items is approached with caution. Despite being frugal, Tang Qingwen is a loving father who wants to bring joy to his daughter's childhood in various ways. Buying candy is one of those ways. Xian has grown up, and aside from the time she tasted sweetness from cola at a fast food restaurant, she has never had a piece of candy. Candy is a rare commodity in the stores at the base. Whenever there is a shipment, it is limited and quickly snatched up by those in the know, making it impossible for Tang Qingwen to get any. If it weren't for the candy shop opening on the commercial street, he wouldn't know when he could fulfill his wish to buy candy for his daughter. Now, with 5 points in hand, he finds that aside from gift boxes, Xian can choose from 3 different categories of candy. Although she can only buy a maximum of 5 pieces, Tang Qingwen is filled with joy. It is the purest delight a parent feels when they can fulfill their child's wishes and see their smiles. Chapter 92. Tang Qingwen's concerns. Even with his maximum imagination about the candy shop, Tang Qingwen was stunned the moment he and Xian entered. On the left side, shelves were lined with glass jars filled with candies, each jar containing beautifully wrapped pieces of candy, with different flavors even for the same type of candy: lemon, orange, pineapple, watermelon, and durian. Although he had never tasted these fruits, it didn't stop Tang Qingwen from believing they must be delicious. The shop was extremely crowded, making it difficult for him to immediately reach the shelves. Since he was with his daughter, he could only patiently wait behind someone who seemed to be almost done picking, hoping to slip in and join the line to select products as soon as they left. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the crowd finally began to ease up a bit. Tang Qingwen seized the opportunity to squeeze in, then turned sideways to let his daughter stand in front of him. You can choose any candy you want. After all, candies are small items, and although there are surveillance cameras, it can be hard to notice some subtle movements. Lu Tang didn't want to implant a locator in every candy wrapper. She wasn't in a hurry to spend her points, so the customers could only look and choose. But the actual picking would still be handled by the small robotic arm. Lu Tang openly admitted that she didn't trust people in this world. If they couldn't reach it, they couldn't steal it, which would deter anyone with ill intentions. To save everyone's face, this was the best method. Dad, let's buy fruit candies. Xuan's eyes scanned the fruits printed on the jar's lid. With only 5 points, she naturally wanted to buy the cheapest candy, which meant she could get 5 pieces, enough for her and her dad to enjoy for several days. Tang Qingwen ruffled his daughter's hair, steadied himself with his toes, and pushed his back against the people behind him, trying to squeeze forward. What flavor do you want? He asked gently while delivering a powerful elbow jab behind him. After hearing someone grunt, he casually placed his arm back on Xian's shoulder, pretending nothing had happened. Such minor conflicts were not considered violations of store rules. In crowded places, there are always frictions and bumps, as long as things didn't escalate into arguments. Lu Tang and Tian Yuan 6 would turn a blind eye and not insist on handling it. Orange, pineapple, apple, lemon. Xian stirred her fingers, leaning closer to smell the scents wafting from the lid. After some selection, she finally voted for grape. Once she made her choice, Tang Qingwen inserted the membership card into the slot, and the robotic arm began to retrieve the candies one by one and put them into a small bag. Throughout this process, Xian watched intently, not blinking, afraid that the robotic arm would make a mistake and give her fewer or the wrong candies. However, this kind of error was impossible. The small robotic arm had a flexible finger-like structure, capable of precisely picking up one candy or, depending on the customer's needs, grabbing up to 20 candies at once. Even if someone wanted to buy 100 candies in one go, it would only take 5 grabs. If someone wanted a little of each type, the store would put on a spectacular show. All the candy jars would pop open simultaneously, and the robotic arms would perform with a piano-like grace, sequentially retrieving the corresponding number of candies from their respective jars and tossing them into a prepared large box. The rhythmic sounds made by the robotic arms as they moved over the candy jars, the delightful thud of candies landing in the box, the precision of each grab, and the colorful display of candies jumping in the air all provided a unique auditory and visual experience. Of course, this performance was limited to those who purchased every type of candy. Even if just 1 or 2 types were missing, such a dazzling show would not occur. Lu Tang didn't reveal this, but kept it as a surprise for the guests to discover on their own. What fun is there in saying everything outright? It's much more enjoyable for everyone to find out for themselves. After buying the sweets, Xian voluntarily handed the candy bag to Tang Qingwen for safekeeping, fearing that she might accidentally leave the candies behind while having fun later. This shows that the little girl is quite aware of her own habits. The father and daughter successfully squeezed out from the candy shelves and soon arrived at the central area where the candy house display was surrounded by layers of people, with no gaps to slip through. After some thought, Tang Qingwen picked up Xian and placed her on his shoulders, allowing her to look down at the exquisite creation from a height unattainable by an ordinary person. "Wow, it looks amazing," Xian exclaimed, hugging her father's head while stretching her neck to see the small but expensive candy house. "Dad, that one is also made of candy and costs 699 points. So expensive." "Yes, it is really expensive," Tang Qingwen replied dryly, feeling a bit nervous, fearing that his daughter might say she wanted it, which he would have to refuse firmly. Fortunately, Xian was always sensible, merely repeating her limited vocabulary to praise the candy house's cuteness and beauty, without expressing any desire for it. Tang Qingwen didn't want to linger there. First, he couldn't stand the look of longing on his daughter's face as she gazed at the candy house, and second, it was somewhat dangerous to carry a little girl in such a crowded place. After consulting Xian, he took her to the back where there was a relief mural covered in candy. "This is not for sale, just look around," he said. There were relatively fewer people here, so Tang Qingwen set Xian down, allowing her to nimbly squeeze in front of a group of adults to take a look. Meanwhile, he quietly sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead caused by the crowd, finally able to take a moment to appreciate the interior of the candy house. "Boss Lu is really remarkable," Tang Qingwen murmured to himself. Since the fast food restaurant opened, the commercial street has brought wave after wave of surprises. Although it hasn't been long, he couldn't imagine what life would be like without this place. Even though those ordinary days were many years ago, and the current days have only passed a few months, he had completely adapted to his new life and didn't want to go back to the past at all. Despite this, deep down, Tang Qingwen still harbored a sense of unease. Boss Lu had appeared suddenly one day, so would she suddenly disappear one day too? If Boss Lu disappeared, would she take these shops with her? If she didn't take them, who would manage them? Would this place still be a reassuring and relaxing environment like it is now? Tang Qingwen didn't know and didn't want to think deeply about it, even though it was indeed a matter that needed serious consideration. Chapter 93. Preparing for winter when Pan Faming found Zhu Bing. He was sitting under the sky canopy opposite the candy house, with a triangular cake and a cup of hot coffee from the fast food restaurant on the round table in front of him. "Hey, you seem quite relaxed." Pan Faming didn't buy anything, so he couldn't get inside and could only talk to Zhu Bing through the railing. "How is it? Is it good?" "It's good." Zhu Bing held a biodegradable disposable spoon in her hand, and she had already eaten a third of the cake in front of her. She had chosen the tiramisu recommended for the day, and despite being careful, some cocoa powder had spilled onto the plate. This piece of cake wasn't cheap, but it was indeed worth its price. Zhu Bing decided that she would try all the flavors in the future, starting with the tiramisu. Seeing that Pan Feiming was alone, Zhu Bing looked around. Where's Qin Jun? He went to buy clothes, Pan Feiming said, gesturing toward the clothing store. He just lined up to go in. The news of the opening of the clothing store and the candy shop had spread, and the commercial street had indeed been bustling during this time. Even though both stores were open 24 hours, the number of people coming here was overwhelming. Even in the middle of the night, there were people shopping in the stores. Although there was no line, Pan Feiming thought it would be a while before he encountered a situation with just a few people. He figured that once the weather got colder and people were less willing to go out shopping for no reason, the number of customers here would decrease. As if she could read Pan Feiming's thoughts, Zhu Bing suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Don't think about it. There will only be more people then. Pan Feiming looked at her. Why do you say that? Zhu Bing shrugged. I met Boss Lu today. She said the temperature inside the protective shield can be adjusted. It would only be slightly lowered in winter to let people feel the seasonal changes, and it would never be as cold as the base, where water freezes. Pan Feiming understood. There would definitely be many people coming here to spend the winter, and the crowd would only grow. That's what I'm planning, Zhu Bing said, taking a small bite of cake and squinting her eyes happily. After chewing and swallowing, she continued, I'm optimistic about that newly built capsule cabin. I've already paid for a month's rent. So, don't expect me to go out this month. I'm on annual leave. She learned the term annual leave from Lu Tang and casually mentioned it to Pan Feiming, determined to hibernate and avoid missions. After all, she had been on missions all year round, with her rest time only during the gaps between tasks. Her nerves were always on edge. And now she finally had a place to relax, warm and safe. Who would want to leave? Pan Feiming approved the vacation request of his capable subordinate. He himself wasn't too keen on going out in winter either. After working hard all year on missions and gathering supplies, wasn't it just to be able to stay warm at home during the coldest days? However, Zhu Bing's words gave Pan Feiming a new perspective. He was also considering the possibility of spending winter here. But unlike Zhu Bing, who was alone, he had a family to take care of, which would definitely increase his expenses, although the benefits were also obvious. First of all, the air quality here was excellent. After getting used to it, returning to the base always left him feeling like he couldn't breathe properly. Recently, Pan Feiming's mother had been complaining about feeling congested in her lungs. So he thought about whether he should let her stay here for a few days. Perhaps it would help alleviate her discomfort. Secondly, in the base, they also need to prepare heating items. Although Pan Feiming earns well and doesn't worry about money every year, it is still a significant expense. If it turns out to be cheaper than staying in a hotel, even if it's just about the same, then it's worth it to stay here. Moreover, the food here is truly delicious. The fast food restaurants haven't introduced a new menu recently, but there are more fixed food trucks on the roadside selling fried items and snacks. The aroma is much stronger than that of the main meals, and every time Pan Feiming passes by, he sees quite a few people there. Those with seats sit down to eat, while those without find places to eat from disposable containers. Some even walk around eating items without any soup, drawing envious glances. The more Pan Feiming thinks about it, the more he feels that staying here is great. It doesn't matter that there are many family members. They don't all need to stay in expensive rooms. He can book a double room for his parents, while he stays in a capsule room with his wife and children. The hotel has recently opened a new feature, introducing a visitor system. As long as they inform beforehand when checking in, they can enter each other's connected rooms. This means that if Pan Feiming books a double room for his parents, he and his wife and child can go in at any time, avoiding the need to compete for the shower with others, and can wash up directly in the double room. Of course, as always, one should not try to take advantage in Boss Lu's territory. It's best not to even think about coercing others to grant permissions. The robot staff is not just there to say welcome and assist customers with inquiries. In any case, Pan Feiming feels very reassured. He has 2 children. His eldest son is 12 years old and his youngest daughter is only 7. In other places, he wouldn't dare let his 2 children stay alone, but in the hotel on the commercial street, he feels comfortable booking 2 capsule rooms for them. Are you not going back today? After having this idea, Pan Feiming wanted to return to the base immediately to discuss it with his family, so he asked Zhu Bing, who had just finished her cake and drink and was packing up to leave. Zhu Bing nodded, not going back. If you have an idea, act quickly. Many people want to spend the winter here, and hotel rooms are in high demand. Upon hearing this, Pan Feiming no longer hesitated. Okay, I'll head back first. If you see that Qin Jun, tell him not to look for me. Sure, I'll let him know if I see him, Zhu Bing replied nonchalantly. After cleaning up all the trash, she stepped out of the break area, preparing to wait at the clothing store for Qinjun. Meanwhile, Pan Faming rushed to the parking lot like he was on fire, ready to return to the base to discuss moving here for the winter. Over there, the team led by Fu Shi had returned from the uninhabited area with a harvest after many days. The moment they were transported outside the hub station, they were completely stunned. "Captain, I remember we were only out for half a month, right? Why does it look like we've been gone for half a year?" Yuan murmured, and her sisters strongly agreed. They were too eager to rest, and just wanted to quickly book their rooms at the hotel and then rush to explore the newly opened shops. Everyone knows that Boss Lu is impressive, and of course, Fu Shi and her sisters are aware of it, but they never expected Lu Tong to be this formidable. It seems that just when they get used to Boss Lu's capabilities, she always has something new to surprise them. Chapter 94. A brand new capsule room Lu's in has now been upgraded to level 3, adding new floors and allowing for separate zoning of the building area. There are now 5 additional single and double rooms, along with new triple and quadruple room types, each with 8 rooms, all located on the second floor. The lobby has expanded significantly, and the social area is no longer limited to one spot. Instead, it has been divided into 3 distinct styles, allowing guests to choose their seating according to their preferences, alleviating the awkwardness of wanting to sit in the lobby while avoiding undesirable company. The dining area hasn't expanded much, since the inn is not primarily a dining venue. Occasionally eating here is fine, but for a better dining experience, guests are encouraged to visit the fast food restaurant across the street. While these changes are within the realm of normal understanding, the capsule room area has undergone a revolutionary transformation. After being separated from the main building, Lu Tong has artificially elevated its height, making it appear to be at least 6 stories tall from the outside. At this moment, Fu Shi, Yuan, Jiang Hua, and Qianli are standing inside the capsule room, staring in awe at the ceiling of the capsule pods, which they have to look up to see. "Captain, this. Yuan, who usually speaks her mind, seems struck dumb. Her mind blank as she struggles to find suitable words to describe what she sees, finally managing to exclaim after a long pause, "This is incredible." Fu Shi is also a bit dazed. Anyone would feel this way when confronted with such a sight. The capsule pods are still the same, but what she saw before were 2 stacked together, and now, each row has 20 capsule pods stacked, totaling 20 rows with 400 capsule pods. Regardless of what it is, when the same items appear in large numbers, it creates a visual impact. Sometimes this impact is positive, while other times it can cause discomfort. Lu Tong certainly doesn't want the capsule pods to trigger anyone's fear of clusters, so she cleverly addressed this with color. Considering that people in the wasteland have lived under a gray sky for years, they have a strong desire for color. Lu Tong adorned her capsule pods with a gradient rainbow color scheme, ensuring the colors are vibrant without causing visual confusion. This color scheme was printed after being fine-tuned through the system database of Tianyuan 6, ensuring basic aesthetics that meet the visual needs of the majority, making people instinctively exclaim "wow" upon their first sight. In fact, Fu Shi and the others did indeed say "wow," staring at the entire structure for nearly 5 minutes before they could recover from this striking visual experience. "Captain, shall we go up?" Yuan looked at Fu Shi with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. They had just booked their rooms next to each other on a higher floor. Fu Shi nodded and said, "Let's go." Upon receiving the command, Yuan dashed towards the 2 side elevators, but unexpectedly, Qianli, who had been ready to go, got there first and stood on the platform. "How annoying, you beat me to it," Yuan complained, hitting her palm in frustration, which elicited a cheeky face from Qianli. The 2 were around the same age, and such playful banter happened almost every day. So Fu Shi and Jiang Hua had completely gotten used to it. Only one person was allowed on the elevator at a time, and the system automatically recognized the guest's identity, sending them to the corresponding floor. After that, the platform they stood on would detach from the elevator and continue moving forward until it placed them in front of the correct capsule door. Once the guests entered their respective capsules, the platform would go into the waiting area below the capsule, making it convenient for guests to exit when needed. Qianli was the first to arrive at her capsule position. The young girl skillfully opened the luggage compartment below the capsule and stuffed her temporarily unnecessary items inside. She then turned around and sat on the capsule bed to take off her shoes. Yuan arrived just then. While she was on the elevator, she had been happily looking around, but when she started to move sideways, she noticed that Qianli was still leisurely taking off her shoes in her path. making it impossible to clear the way in just a few seconds. "Hey, Qianli, hurry up and move," Yuan exclaimed. Thinking she was about to bump into Qianli, she tensed up, prepared to grab Qianli and tumble into the capsule together. However, she found that the platform beneath her had shifted 2 positions to the side, bypassing where Qianli was standing, before returning to its original line. Is it really possible to do that? Yuan muttered to herself, her heart racing. She suddenly recalled that the capsule seemed to only allow the person registered to enter. Even if she had tried to pull Qianli in with her, she would probably have been ejected. Because of this, Yuan stood on the platform for a while longer, watching as Fu Shi and Jiang Hua also stepped onto the platform and skillfully navigated around her to reach their respective capsule doors. Seeing her teammates looking a bit dazed, Jiang Hua sighed and spoke in a tone filled with pity. "Did you not read the notice at the capsule door? It mentioned the elevator's usage, including a clause about it intelligently avoiding obstacles. Dear Yuan. Promise me, next time you see something written, at least take a look, okay?" "Got it, Mom." Yuan instinctively nodded, only realizing what she had just said afterward, her face turning red with embarrassment. With a shout of frustration, she dove into the capsule and didn't come out. Even though Jiang Hua was the oldest among them and often took on a caring, motherly role, she couldn't really shout that out loud. "Oh no, I'm so embarrassed." Jiang Hua looked completely bewildered, while Qianli covered her mouth and retreated into the capsule. Fu Shi turned her head, seemingly surveying the interior of the capsule from above. If her shoulders hadn't been suspiciously shaking, Jiang Hua might have actually believed her. Jiang Hua thought, forget it. Silently taking off her shoes and climbing into the capsule, she decided to ignore her silly teammate. Yuan had lost her composure more than once, and after spending these years together, she had long since gotten used to it. But she still wanted to give her a good punch. With a sigh, Jiang Hua sat at the entrance of the capsule. Their position was on the top floor, very close to the ceiling, allowing them to clearly see the projected sky above. The pure, clean blue sky, the ever-changing white clouds, and occasionally an unknown bird soaring by. Leaving behind a series of crisp and pleasant chirps, made one's imagination run wild. If this weren't a virtual projection, but a scene one could see in the real world at any time, how wonderful that would be. Chapter 95. Healing Aromatherapy. Ever since discovering the wonderful uses of aromatherapy, Chu Lingling had fallen in love with it. Not only did she buy some for herself, but she also brought a few kinds for her family. Initially, her mother, Ms. Wei, didn't think much of it, but when she opened a bottle and caught a whiff of the rich and sweet rose scent, she immediately fell in love with it. It could be used to scent the house or placed in the wardrobe to freshen clothes. I even bought a calming aromatherapy scent that helps with sleep. Grandma has been having trouble sleeping lately, so I'm going to give this to her as a gift. Chu Lingling accurately picked a few from a pile of gift bags on the table and showcased them to Ms. Wei one by one. This one helps with sleep. This one is for concealment. This one attracts mutated beasts and plants. And this one is for healing. Boss Lu said it can alleviate the pain of those who lose control of their abilities. When Ms. Wei heard about the other scents, she merely picked them up to look at them, but when she heard the effect of the last one, she became tense. Really? Did Boss Lu really say that? Yes, he really did. Chu Lingling nodded confidently, then opened the bag and carefully took out a palm-sized black square box. In the middle, there was a silver logo of Lu's, and the classic color combination exuded an air of mystery and sophistication. I specifically mentioned my uncle's situation, and Boss Lu said it can't cure him, but it can greatly alleviate the pain during episodes. If used consistently every day, the chances of episodes will decrease. Chu Lingling's uncle used to be a level 4 wood-type ability user, but during a mission, he was injured at the root of his abilities, causing damage. He often felt a pain in his mind, as if being pricked by needles. His family had taken him to all the hospitals in the 4 major bases, but no doctor could solve this problem. He could only endure the episodes with his own strength and willpower, physically restrained to avoid injury. There were very few healers specialized in treating such conditions. It would be an understatement to say they were rare. Although the 4 major bases sounded impressive, their actual strength was not that strong, and they couldn't attract such skilled individuals. Despite Chu Lingling's family having some influence in the base, being part of the upper tier, their connections were limited to the 4 major bases, and they couldn't find a way to connect with healing ability users. The family had almost lost hope regarding this matter, and her uncle had even contemplated giving up several times due to the unbearable pain during his episodes. If it weren't for his concern for the family, he might not have wanted to persevere. Chu Lingling had always had a good relationship with her uncle, which is why upon seeing the healing aromatherapy, she immediately thought of his situation. Let us go right now to your grandparents' house. Mrs. Wei was also very concerned about her brother, not willing to wait even a minute longer. While urging her daughter to hurry and grab their things, she took the car keys, preparing to drive there herself. The two houses were not far apart, just about a 10-minute drive. When Mrs. Wei and Chu Lingling arrived, the family was just having lunch, and the housekeeper quickly welcomed them in. You two have a good nose, knowing there's good food today. Come on in. I was just saying I'd have Xiaozhang bring you some, but now you can eat here. Mrs. Hu, Chu Lingling's grandmother, greeted them with a smile. Their family was not short on supplies, and there was no concern that if the daughter ate more, others would eat less. In fact, they welcomed the children to come back every day. No need to rush the meal, Mom. Lingling bought healing aromatherapy from Mr. Liu, and it's supposed to help with Xiao Tian's injuries. Let us try it out first. If it works, I'll go buy more on Commercial Street. Mrs. Wei pulled her mother into the dining room, called out to everyone, and took the aromatherapy from Chu Lingling, handing it to her brother Wei Tian, who looked a bit helpless. Quick, give it a try. Sis, no rush. Let us eat first. Wei Tian was a slender man, looking no older than 30. He had been injured for 6 years and was very aware of his own condition. After experiencing disappointment following hope multiple times, he had lost interest in anything that claimed to be effective. Over the years, his family had continually searched for similar products for him, whether scientific medications or metaphysical spiritual supports. As long as a seller claimed something might be useful, even if there was just a one chance, they would buy it without hesitation. Mrs. Wei understood her brother's thoughts, but insisted, let us open it anyway. It's just incense. Having it open won't interfere with lunch for Xiao Tian. This time is different. This is from Mr. Liu's shop. Someone as capable as him wouldn't need to deceive anyone, right? This was one of the reasons Mrs. Wei rushed over so anxiously. Mr. Liu's reputation was well established in the 4 major bases: strong, mysterious, and trustworthy. She had never deceived anyone, and what she said would certainly come true. Therefore, since Mr. Liu said this aromatherapy would relieve the pain for the injured, it would surely be effective. After all, regarding Mr. Liu's identity and origins, there were various speculations within the upper circles of the major bases. The items he produced could not be dismissed as mere abilities. Many speculated he might come from the future or another planet. Originally, there were military plans A, B, C, D, and E targeting Mr. Liu within the base. But once the witch appeared and effortlessly swept through the destroyer team, all those plans were shelved. Unable to fight back, I gave up. Anyway, Boss Liu seems to just want to make money, so they might as well not think about anything unnecessary. I heard that Boss Liu had made a promise. And the people at the dinner table finally straightened their attitudes, especially the head of the family, Old Master Wei, who immediately urged Wei Tian to open it quickly. Be quick about it. Just open it when I say so. What are you dilly-dallying for? Opening a box won't eat you alive. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you to eat. Ms. Hu also chimed in, though her tone was much gentler than Old Master Wei's. Go on, Xiaotian. Otherwise the family will keep thinking about it during dinner. Chu Lingling added from the side. Yes, uncle, I'm already hungry. Besides, I'm curious about what this healing aroma smells like. Open it so I can experience it too. Faced with the family's urging, encouragement, and some playful coaxing, all of which carried an underlying tone of concern, Wei Tian felt warmth in his heart and was filled with courage. No longer burdened by anxiety, he reignited his hope. With such care from his family and Boss Liu's guarantee, what was there to fear? Even if he faced disappointment again, he was no stranger to it and should be used to it by now. But if it really worked, even if it could only relieve a little pain, he would have gained something valuable. Chapter 96. Opening new permissions under the family's encouragement, Wei Tian carefully opened the box as if handling something fragile, revealing a row of 7 small bottles inside. Each bottle was only the thickness of a thumb, and on top lay a card faintly scented with jasmine, printed with usage instructions. Each bottle's fragrance could last for 24 hours, covering an area of 5 square meters. It effectively alleviated the sufferer's pain during an episode. And when not in an episode, it had a subtle calming effect on the injury, helping to delay and extend the occurrences and duration of episodes. Wei Tian read the instructions on the card word by word, gradually increasing his voice. The worry in his brows began to ease, as if he truly saw hope. 1 box constituted 1 treatment course, with the healing process ranging from 1 to 12 sessions depending on the individual's condition. After the sufferer had not experienced an episode for 3 consecutive months, It could be considered a complete recovery, having finished reading the last few words. Without needing any further urging, Wei Tian quickly pulled out the bottle stopper, allowing the fragrance to waft out and swiftly fill the surrounding 5 square meters. It was a very gentle aroma, a scent that neither Wei Tian nor his family had ever encountered before. Although the back of the card listed the spices used to create it, they could only understand the literal meaning and had no way of distinguishing which spice was primary, which was secondary, and which merely served as an accent. After all, it was unlikely that Lu Tong would provide them with the formula. What a joke that would be. This was a product of the interstellar era. Even though the authorization was granted for the auxiliary system to synthesize according to the formula, it didn't mean they were willing to share the details for free with interns. That was all commercial secrecy. At this moment, the entire family had shifted their focus away from the meal. In fact, aside from Wei Tian, everyone unconsciously slowed their breathing, afraid that their actions might draw away too much fragrance and diminish the healing effect. Xiaodian, how do you feel? A few seconds later, Ms. Wei spoke softly, her gaze towards her brother filled with hope. Wei Tian closed his eyes for a moment, feeling that he was not in a state of distress at the moment, and he couldn't tell if the pain had eased. However, perhaps it was a psychological effect. The sense of pressure in his head did seem to lighten. It seemed that Wei Tian opened his eyes, hesitated, and said, I feel a bit better now. My head doesn't feel as heavy. Hearing her son say this, Ms. Who couldn't help but shed tears down her cheeks. That's good, as long as it works. Lingling, did you buy this essential oil from Boss Lu? Tomorrow, let's go again with Grandma, and we'll buy enough for 12 sessions in one go. Ms. Who thought little of the small amount of crystals needed to buy the essential oil. She was just worried that this product would be sold out like other popular items at the base. She recalled that the instructions mentioned continuous use. Regardless of how many sessions her son's condition required, she planned to buy the maximum amount. If he recovered early, the leftovers could be sold to others, which wouldn't be a waste. After all, there were many people with abilities who were injured at the base. They hadn't taken action yet, probably because they hadn't been to the commercial street recently and hadn't received the news. Old Master Wei thought a bit further. Not tomorrow, let's go now. Who knows if this good stuff will be gone by tomorrow. Let us hurry out before it gets dark, buy it, and stay in a hotel for the night. Then come back tomorrow. Dad is right, I'll go now. Ms. Wei agreed wholeheartedly, turning to head outside, feeling more at ease once she had the items in hand. Without waiting for her daughter, she grabbed the crystal her mother had given her and rushed out the door, heading straight for the commercial street. On the other side, in the commercial street, Lu Tang sat in the leisure area opposite the candy shop, enjoying a light cheesecake while chatting with Tianyuan Lu. So, the sales of the healing essential oil have surged recently? I told you, good things won't go unnoticed. Just give them some time, and they will definitely be discovered. The sales of not only the healing essential oil but all types of essential oils had increased in the past few days. Lu Tang took a spoonful of cake and savored its rich sweetness, not surprised at all. It's normal. Who wouldn't want good things? Regardless of whether they attract monsters, help with sleep, or have healing properties, just the fact that they can make people smell good is enough to attract many buyers. But the shop owner seems uninterested. I've never seen them try any products. How should I put it? I'm personally quite sensitive to smells. Lu Tang took another bite of cake and continued after swallowing. Occasionally, light scents are fine, but those strong, intense ones, I really can't appreciate. Just consider me a bit rough. I'm not used to living with strong fragrances. In this regard, Lu Tang was being honest. She was naturally sensitive to smells, especially when sleeping. She had many issues and couldn't stand any strange or fragrant scents, even fruit smells, near her bed. Thinking of this, Lu Tang spoke up. How about we open a fruit store next? If we don't eat fruits, the human body can't get many nutrients. Just look at those people. 9 out of 10 lack vitamins, and it's quite distressing to see. Instead of just a fruit store, why not a comprehensive fruit and vegetable store? What does the manager think? Lu Tang asked in surprise. I remember that at this stage, we were just opening fruit stores. Isn't a fruit and vegetable store a composite type? Am I qualified now? Yes. Although the manager struggles to save money and doesn't have much liquidity, their overall rating is very high. Just an hour ago, all level 2 stores were unlocked. Speaking of this, Lu Tang immediately perked up. The headache was gone. The chest felt lighter, and going up 5 floors didn't leave them breathless. If I remember correctly, once I unlock level 3 store permissions, it means I've completed the internship requirements and can go home, right? Yes, manager, according to calculations. When you unlock level 3 stores, We will also have enough energy to conduct another space jump, and at that time, there will be a 9,987 chance of returning to our world. Liu Tang tensed up. What about the remaining 0.13 chance? Encountering time-space turbulence again or other uncontrollable factors. After saying this, Tian Yuanlu hesitated noticeably in the next words. Theoretically, after encountering a time-space turbulence once, the manager shouldn't face such a disaster a second time. Theoretically. Liu Tang repeated Tian Yuanlu's words and felt an urge to flip the table. Theoretically, I shouldn't even have encountered this time. You tell me, what are the chances of an ordinary person encountering time-space turbulence and being pulled into a parallel world, based on existing data in the database? The probability is estimated to be 0.003. Liu Tang coldly chuckled. Huh. I said it, if even a 0.003 chance could lead her to encounter it. What else in this world is impossible? Chapter 97. Liu Tang's calculations regarding the return journey. Liu Tang and Tian Yuanlu chatted for a while. Although she had reservations about that probability, she actually felt she wasn't that unlucky. She usually doesn't win the lottery. So there's no reason for such misfortunes to happen every time. Setting aside these improbable events, all Liu Tang could do was one thing. Keep opening stores. Quickly advance the permissions to level 3, and then gather enough energy for the return journey to leave this wasteland world and return to her hometown. I discovered a new world that might be a parallel universe. There should be a reward for reporting it, right? Liu Tang asked Tian Yuanlu. I remember someone discovered an S7 level asteroid and received quite a bit of reward. This place can at least provide a core that converts energy. So the rating should reach S5, right? In the interstellar era, the government assigns a unified number to all planets and classifies them from level 10 to level 1. Levels 8, 9, and 10 planets have neither resources nor habitable conditions and are considered useless by the public. The discoverer has the naming rights, and the government grants a symbolic reward of 1,000 interstellar coins for the discovery, which is more symbolic than practical. On asteroids of levels 6 and 7, there are faint resources that are labor-intensive to extract, making them the kind of chicken rib resources that are unsatisfactory to ignore, but also not worth the effort. The discoverer retains the naming rights and receives a reward of 1,000 interstellar coins, with the government deciding whether to acquire the resources based on their specifics. Whether the resources are bought, sold privately, or kept for personal development, as long as they are not wasted in space, the discoverer will profit. Asteroids of levels 3, 4, and 5 represent a further stage. These asteroids are either resource-rich, have unique resources, or even host intelligent life forms. However, they are too low in level to join the Interstellar Alliance and are considered subjects of observation. The discoverer's naming rights depend on the presence of intelligent species on the asteroid. If there are none and the resources are abundant, the discoverer retains naming rights. Conversely, if intelligent life exists, the naming rights are lost. For instance, if the inhabitants call their home Sweet Donut Planet, it would be inappropriate for someone to rename it Lollipop Planet, even though both are sweet-themed. However, even if the discoverer loses the naming rights, they will receive more substantial rewards. After investigation, the government may grant them certain extraction rights or the opportunity to interact with local intelligent species. The rewards in this case are far beyond a mere 1,000 interstellar coins. According to Liu Tang, just before she left, someone had discovered a level 5 planet and reportedly received a 9-figure reward. For higher levels, the discovered planets harbor intelligent species and are on the brink of joining the interstellar community as reserves. Discoverers often remain on the planet in name only, as real power is not theirs, but they can expect fame and wealth. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare, with the closest occurrence being over 670 years ago. In the context of this wasteland world and its technological development, they are far from truly entering the vast universe. They can't even leave their own planet. So these are definitely not level 1 or 2 planets. Due to resource scarcity, levels 3 and 4 are also challenging. But considering that mutated beasts and plants produce crystal cores, and there are also individuals with special abilities, no one can guarantee the emergence of even more powerful abilities in the future, such as escaping the universe. Therefore, Liu Tang believes this is a level 5 planet, or at least should be level 6 or 7. She is not interested in naming rights and does not wish to stay here for further development. But she is certain that she wants money. With money, she can buy a large house in the best area on her home planet, and if she has extra, she can purchase more to rent out. If there's still surplus, she can invest or support her interests, learning what she loves and living freely. In response to Lu Tang's inquiry, Tian Yuan Lu fell silent for a moment, as if consulting a database for comparative analysis. After a few minutes, he provided an answer. The probability of this planet being level 5 is 181, level 6 is 423, and level 7 is 589, suggesting that the rewards for the store manager could be very substantial. Excellent. Lu Tang tidied up the packaging after finishing her meal and stood up to throw it into the trash can. Unable to suppress her excitement, she thought, if my internship report is well done, will they raise their evaluation after seeing the commercial street left behind here? Yes, it's possible. But manager, when you leave, will you keep these buildings? Lu Tang nodded. Of course we should keep them. After all, we worked hard to build them. Why would we tear them down? Giving them away for free? That really doesn't fit your character, manager. How could that be? What are you thinking? Lu Tang was surprised. Would I engage in such a losing deal? Of course, I would rather have them exchange crystal cores for the buildings. Tearing down the houses is a lose-lose situation, with no benefits for them or me. Giving away for free only harms myself while benefiting others, which doesn't match my character. Only fair and just transactions can lead to a win-win situation. With all due respect, will it really be fair? You could say that. At least I would consider it very fair. Lu Tang smiled brightly, like a little fox that had stolen honey-glazed chicken legs. Although these shops won't be able to provide supplies anymore, I can leave the last batch for them and directly convert the teleportation hub to start with crystal cores. If you were the base manager, would you be willing to exchange a large number of crystal cores for the possibility of future territorial expansion? Yes. Then it's settled. They are willing to spend crystal cores for ready-made buildings, one-time supplies, and a teleportation hub. As for me, I would return to the interstellar era with a large amount of crystal cores. Even if the government doesn't offer rewards, according to the rules, I can keep half of the crystal cores I bring back. By then, I could convert them into money and at least buy a house for myself. How should I put it? No wonder you are the manager. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Tang felt like she was praising herself. So she thought about whether to open a fruit and vegetable shop. The Natural Scenery Experience Center is about to be completed in 7 days. Manager, should we develop that area first? Lu Tang stroked her chin. That works too. Winter is approaching, and they don't have much money left in their pockets. So slowing down a bit is also good. The main issue is that there have been too many shop upgrades recently, and the funds are a bit tight. Lu Tang thought it would be better to take it slow. She shouldn't disrupt her original pace just because she heard there was hope of returning home. Lost in thought, Lu Tang suddenly heard a commotion ahead, as if someone was having a conflict on the street. She looked up and found it was the photo spot near the witch's ship, where not only were there people waiting in line, but also a crowd gathered around to watch. Could it be that someone is fighting again? Lu Tang found it hard to believe. Didn't they just expel someone a couple of days ago? Aren't they learning their lesson? With this thought in mind, Lu Tang walked towards the witch's ship. She wanted to see who was breaking the rules on her territory and was curious about what exactly happened. What if it was interesting? To be honest, she had indeed been a bit bored these days. Chapter 98. Those who want to take advantage. The people arguing were 2 pairs of young men and women. One pair was furious, while the other seemed indifferent. When Lu Tang arrived, the argument had just entered its second round. As everyone knows, during a quarrel, people tend to repeat themselves, voicing complaints about each other while seeking sympathy and support from those around them, hoping to collectively condemn the other party. On the left side, the man named Li Chong looked visibly annoyed as he pointed at the disruptive Zheng Han. We're here taking photos. What are you doing standing there? Don't you realize you're in the way? On the right side, Zheng Han stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head and shaking his right leg in a casual manner. Is this your home? How is my standing here bothering you? You're practically right next to us. How is that not in the way? Jiang Na was also quite irritated. She had finally gotten a holiday to go shopping with her boyfriend, hoping to take a photo with the mecha, but instead encountered such a brazen person who refused to leave and even moved closer. What was supposed to be a nice couple's photo was turning into a group shot with 4 people, although they hadn't officially started taking pictures yet. Just the thought of it was frustrating. Hey, how are you talking? Who's happy to be close to you? This is a public space. Boss Lu T said that nobody can stand next to the mecha when others are taking photos, so why the rush? Lu Hong, standing next to Zheng Han, rolled her eyes and linked her arm with her boyfriend, seemingly believing that Li Chong and Jiang Na were being unreasonable. Jiang Na couldn't help but respond. Boss Lu didn't say you can't be next to the mecha, and we're not stopping you from being here. But could you not stand so close to us while we're taking photos? If you want to take pictures, go buy a ticket. Can't you spare 20 points? Lu Hong rolled her eyes again. Just stand. Just stand. Just stand. What's the problem? If you want to do something, go ahead, but I warn you. This is a commercial street. You better not try anything. Boss Lu might just have someone deal with you. Lu Tang chimed in. Wow. I didn't expect to be the tiger in this situation. How thrilling. Even though Jiang Na was still angry, she recognized that Lu Hong had a point. After such a commotion, her mood for taking photos had vanished. Even if those two left, it would be hard for her to smile naturally now. Forget it. Let us go somewhere else and come back later. Jiang Na grabbed her boyfriend Li Chang's arm and pulled him outside. Feeling furious and not believing they could stay there all day, Li Chang didn't want to fight either. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he might lose his temper, so he simply followed Jiang Na out of the crowd. The photo-taking robot had remained silent, only responsible for taking pictures. If the guests stopped taking photos, it wouldn't chase after them asking why. Seeing that the excitement was over, the next group of people happily approached the Mecca, ready to pose, only to realize that Lu Hong and Zheng Han had moved in close, definitely within the frame of their photo, and unaware bystanders might think it was a group shot of four. They finally grasped the annoyance of the two earlier, so they started to scold those shameless individuals. However, the other party not only didn't think they had a problem, but instead retorted confidently, believing that it was the others who had issues. Thinking they could reserve the whole area just because they spent a little money, people around began to murmur, feeling that it was actually Zheng Han and Lu Hong who were at fault. Others were merely acting as backdrops in their photos. But these two had to be the most eye-catching ones. If one were to say it wasn't intentional, one would have to be quite foolish to believe that. Are you two out of your minds? Someone remarked. Why do you have to take photos with them? Is that little bit of points really that important? Another added. That girl, if your man can't even spare 20 points, I suggest you find someone else, or you'll be in for a tough time later. Haha. How do you know it's not that girl who is reluctant to let her man spend money? Those two are really shameless. True. Good thing I don't want to take pictures. I did want to, but with this situation, it seems unlikely today. What a pity. I haven't taken pictures here yet. Can they really drag this out for an entire day? Of course, with such thick skin, they'll take advantage if anyone lets them. Lu Tang couldn't help but laugh, and upon hearing her, someone nearby turned to ask, Miss, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at them. They clearly look like newcomers here. You guys haven't taken photos here either, right? Anyone who has taken photos at least once knows they can't cause any trouble. How so? Because, you see, Lu Tang deliberately raised her voice to capture the attention of the onlookers. Those who don't buy tickets can't get into the photos at all. Even if they pick their faces out of a trash can and shove them in front of the camera, it won't work. They still won't be able to get in. Oh, is that so? I didn't know. I thought the one responsible for the photos would manage those getting too close to the lens, but it turns out they can't get in at all. Right. They were just arguing before, not actually fighting. So perhaps they didn't think it was worth it to have that Mr. Tianyuan Lu intervene. Which is why the photographer didn't stop them. Lu Tang's words sparked a discussion around her. Ever since they hired robot staff, her whereabouts had been quite elusive. Unlike before when she was easy to spot. Whether customers encountered the boss depended entirely on luck. This meant that even if someone wasn't a first-time visitor to the commercial street, if luck wasn't on their side, they might never have seen Lu Tang. Moreover, since Lu Tang didn't have any photos or statues displayed outside, there were plenty of customers who knew her name but not her face. So it wasn't surprising that they failed to recognize her at first. Those who did recognize her immediately fell silent as soon as she spoke, all watching with a mix of schadenfreude and amusement as they saw the boss confront those shameless couple. Speaking of which, it had been a while since they'd seen the boss assert herself. It was indeed quite nostalgic. As the discussions around them began to settle, Jiang Na and Li Chang, having heard the news, reappeared in the crowd. They hadn't gone far and returned immediately upon getting the update. We are not in a hurry. Let's queue up again and enjoy the excitement. Jiang Na held Li Chang's hand, standing at the end of the photo line, proudly smoothing the ticket stuck to her chest while casting a smug glance at Lu Hong and Zheng Han inside the circle, feeling a sense of superiority and schadenfreude. Serves you right for being so arrogant, trying to steal a position from others for a free photo. Now everyone knows you are just clowns. Let's see how you end this. Chapter 99. Problem solved. Lu Tao spoke quite loudly while explaining earlier. And even though Lu Hong and Zheng Han were about 10 steps away, they could hear everything clearly. Now, seeing the surrounding people looking at them like they were fools, The two became infuriated and, after scanning the crowd, turned their anger towards Lu Tao, who had exposed the situation. "Oh, you think you know everything, huh? Why say so much? We just want to stand here. What is wrong with that? Since you can't take a picture of us, why do you care where we stand?" Lu Hong rolled her eyes dramatically. "Mind your own business. Who do you think you are?" The onlookers who knew Lu Tao's identity suddenly became excited. "Oh wow. Classic lines from the antagonist. They're in for it. They're really in for it." Those who were unaware of Lu Tao's identity murmured, "Wow? Who are these two fools? Some kind of royalty. It's a miracle they haven't been dealt with yet." Lu Tao raised an eyebrow. "So who do you think I am?" Zheng Han, completely oblivious to the danger, supported his girlfriend. "I don't care who you are, as long as you're not the boss here. Even the king can't do anything. This is a commercial street. No force allowed, understand?" Lu Tao smiled brightly. "But I am the boss." Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Han seemed to choke on his own saliva, bending over to cough loudly. Lu Hong quickly patted his back, while eyeing Lu Tao suspiciously, seemingly not believing her words. You say you're the boss. Do you have any proof?" Zheng Han's face turned red, clearly skeptical. In his view, someone who is the big boss behind such a large commercial street would never be so low-key. Even the relatives of their base's leaders were more imposing. Tian Yuan. Lu Tao snapped her fingers. "These two are deliberately obstructing the filming business. Expel them. Then add a note here. Only ticket holders will be recognized by the cameras. Guests need not worry about too many people in the background." The order was received. Identity verification complete. Expulsion process initiated. Please put on your protective gear and helmets promptly. Your misconduct has been recorded, and you will be thoroughly expelled in 20 minutes. The expulsion duration is 240 hours, during which please do not enter the commercial street area. Otherwise, it will be considered an invasion and dealt with immediately. As Tian Yuan. Lu Tao's voice faded, two red countdowns appeared above Lu Hong and Zheng Han's heads, with large downward arrows pointing at them, clearly indicating that they were being expelled and that contact with them should be avoided. Lu Hong and Zheng Han were completely stunned. They were not residents of the four major bases, but had come from further away to visit, knowing only that Lu Tao was formidable, yet unaware of her personality and what she had done. Hearing from relatives that there is a bustling commercial street here, the two of them had the idea to come and take a look, thinking that they would have something to brag about when they return home. So they followed the vehicle from their base to this place. Lu Hong and Zheng Han had good intentions. They just wanted to broaden their horizons without spending real money. After all, no one else from the base had been here, and as long as they described things clearly and stated how much they cost, they could mislead others into thinking they had seen and experienced it all. Initially, they thought it was a great plan, but when they saw a popular photo spot, they became anxious. They realized that seeing is believing, and it would be better to take a photo to make their bragging more credible. Lu Hong wanted to buy a ticket at first, but Zheng Han stopped her, claiming she had a way to save 10 or even 20 points. Zheng Han said, "Look, when they take photos, there are other people in the background looking at the mechas. They're in the shot too. But the person taking the photo doesn't mind. So it means it's not against the rules." Lu Hong asked, and then? Zheng Han replied, "Are you silly? We can just go over and pose next to them while they take the photo. After they finish, we can ask them for the photo, saying it's not right for them to keep it since we're in it. It would be better if they just cut it out for us. If we can get it for free, that's the best. If not, we can offer them 10 points. They would save half the money and definitely agree." Lu Hong thought this idea was brilliant and gave Zheng Han a kiss on the forehead, praising him for being smart, creative, and good at making things work. Then came the earlier commotion and the current punishment. Faced with the punishment, Lu Hong was still somewhat unconvinced and argued. "Since we didn't have tickets and couldn't take photos, how is that a disturbance? Even if you are the one in charge, you should be reasonable." Zheng Han chimed in, "Exactly. We didn't disrupt your business at all. Just kicking us out is too much." Lu Tao tilted her head and looked at them with a hint of appreciation, thinking that it had been a long time since anyone dared to confront her like this. She was unsure whether to call them ignorant or simply lacking common sense. Regardless, Lu Tao didn't want to continue the argument. Such matters should be dealt with directly. If it weren't for the need to explain the photo-taking rules to others, she would have resolved this long ago. Lu Tao scoffed, "Talking reason with me? Tian Yuan 6. Does this count as harassment?" According to the rules, if the manager took action and the individuals involved showed no remorse and continued to be rude, it could be considered harassment. So what was there to wait for? Lu Tao spoke indifferently, uninterested in the two who still wanted to argue. "Execute them." The order was received, and the termination process began. As her words fell, Two lasers pierced through Zheng Han and Lu Hong's heads. They didn't even have time to react before they were dead, their expressions forever frozen in indignation. It was unclear if there was a place for them to appeal against Lu Tao's actions after death. Tian Yuan 6 was already quite experienced in handling such matters. Within just a few minutes, the area was tidied up. If it weren't for the absence of the two shameless individuals who were trying to take photos, the onlookers might have thought they were dreaming. All right, everyone, just go ahead and do what you need to do. Lu Tang's tone was very calm, as if she hadn't just allowed the 6 of Tian Yuan to kill. If you want to take photos, buy a ticket and wait in line. Those without tickets can look at the mechas. Anyway, they won't be included in the photos, so there's no need to worry about portrait rights or privacy exposure. As long as you don't stick a ticket on yourself, you won't even have a chance to be someone's background. After saying this, Lu Tang paused, and seeing everyone around her quietly watching, she continued, "Don't disrupt my business. I mean, any form of disruption. Otherwise, these two will be next. They didn't have proper rules before, so I gave a warning with their expulsion the first time. But from now on, anyone who disturbs my business will be directly dealt with." After finishing, Lu Tang smiled. "If you must ask for a reason, I can only say that this commercial street is under my control, and here, I am the reason." No one questioned Lu Tang's words. This was a commercial street, her territory, and naturally, her words were the law, especially since they couldn't compete with her. The photo-taking robots were programmed with new instructions from Lu Tang. In the future, if there were any deliberate disruptions during photo-taking, they would be warned first, and if they didn't listen, they would be expelled. If they still resisted, they would be reported to the 6 of Tian Yuan, and then dealt with. Lu Tang enjoyed watching the excitement, but disliked seeing foolishness, especially the repetitive kind, which made her feel that the world was quite dull. She preferred to return to her lounge on the second floor to watch videos and play games rather than stay outside. Yes, Lu Tang was somewhat homesick. She was gradually losing interest in this wasteland world. As she often said, if it weren't for her graduation certificate still being held by the school and the necessity of completing her internship tasks, which would yield substantial rewards upon reporting back, she would have pressed the sleep button long ago, allowing the 6 of Tian Yuan to manage and collect energy while she entered a cryopod to sleep through the remaining time. Boredom, was there nothing new? Lu Tang leaned against the window in the lounge, watching the bustling crowd on the street, feeling that life was quite monotonous. In the interstellar era, there were many entertainment options, far beyond games and videos. However, most required a connection to the star network, while here, she only had a local area network. A single local area network at that. The experience center would be completed in 3 days. Did the store manager want to promote it? Lu Tang was uninterested. No need. For this world, they are very interested in all the shops on the commercial street. As long as we open, people will come in. There's no need for promotion. Is the store manager planning to open a new shop? I remember there was an idea for a fruit and vegetable store before. Then go ahead, use the template directly. Stock basic vegetables and fruits, set a limited daily special at a higher price, and let the system set the other prices. Only opening a fruit and vegetable store would result in a lack of another anchor point for the shield's advancement. Does the store manager want to open another one? No ideas, not opening. Lu Tang didn't know what was wrong with her. Lately, she just couldn't muster any motivation. If it were in her era, she could have easily made an appointment with a psychologist. However, in this wasteland world, not to mention whether such a profession even exists, even if it did, she wouldn't dare let anyone notice that her emotions were out of sorts. The store manager was still waiting for the conclusion of Season 9 of Interstellar Journey, which they had been following. But now what? Captain Fulong was dead, so what was the point of continuing? Ugh, that terrible writer ruined the entire series. Lu Tang got angry just thinking about it. Didn't they know that Captain Fulong was the most essential character in Interstellar Journey? Who could replace her? No one. Without her soul, what was left to watch? Then, how about trying the game Interstellar Survival? It had a rating of 98 on the Star Network and even had special Easter eggs set up for the Interstellar University. Lu Tang sighed. Tian Yuan 6. Don't you think I'm already playing a real-life version of Wasteland Survival? Even if survival games received high ratings. She figured she wouldn't touch them again in the next 2 years. Tian Yuan 6 was silent for a while, and just when Lu Tang thought it had given up on persuading her, it spoke again. Store manager, go dance. Lu Tang was taken aback. What? Hold a party. A joyful party. Sing, dance, let their smiles infect you. After saying that, Tian Yuan 6 added, You're too tired, store manager. Don't keep your spirit so tightly wound. Are you using the psychologist module? Lu Tong blinked in surprise, shocked by Tian Yuan's 6 human-like comfort. Wasn't it said that AI wasn't allowed to do this kind of work? That's your misconception, store manager. I haven't been allowed to load the psychologist module. I'm just conducting emotional analysis based on your recent behavior and then making suggestions according to the built-in guidance manual in the system. Wow, that's impressive, Lu Tong replied dryly. How was she supposed to know there was a guidance manual built into the system? Are you curious, store manager, why there's a guidance manual in the auxiliary AI system? Lu Tong replied with a stern face. No, I'm curious if you have brainwave monitoring and real-time translation systems installed. I am a legitimate AI from a proper company and will not load any illegal modules. I also won't violate the interstellar citizen privacy law by monitoring your brainwaves. I can guess your thoughts based on the analysis database of your behavior, which is something every legitimate AI can do. You're right, Lu Tong nodded perfunctorily. Now tell me about this guidance manual. What is it? According to data analysis, humans are emotional and intelligent beings. Long-term absence from their home planet can lead to anxiety, irritability, and negative emotions. Except for a few extremely reserved individuals, most will exhibit these feelings in their behavior. Then I guess I'm feeling negative. Lu Tong was well aware of her situation over the past few days. The school values the safety of every student, including both physical and mental safety. Therefore, when such situations arise, the auxiliary AI has the responsibility to propose different suggestions based on the circumstances, allowing interns to relax and their mental state to return to a safe threshold. In short, regardless of whether it's out of humanitarian concerns or a desire to avoid financial loss, the school certainly doesn't want students to die or go mad during their internships. Lu Tang felt that her current state wasn't ideal. Whether she liked it or not, she had to stay here for a while longer, and being listless wasn't good for her mood. Why not throw a party to cheer herself up? What should she prepare for the party? Lu Tang asked Tian Yuan Lu. From her experience at other parties, at the very least, there should be a venue, food, drinks, music, and guests. The venue could be the commercial street or the soon-to-open Nature Experience Center. They had plenty of food and drinks. And the manager could offer some discounts or use points to get some food to give away for free. They had music, but it was up to the manager to decide who to invite as guests. Lu Tang tilted her head and thought, let's use them all. The large venue would be the commercial street, open to anyone, and the small venue would be the experience center, accessible by lottery. For music, they could just use a player and place one at each store entrance. That should be enough, as too much noise wouldn't be good. As for food and drinks, she would think of something else. They couldn't just give everything away for free. Would the manager hold a party where guests bring their own drinks? I guess this news would probably make it to the local news back in the star system. I meant they couldn't just give everything away for free. Lu Tang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Don't think I'm that stingy, okay? I admit I am stingy, but giving everything away for free is just not fun. It's boring for everyone to get the same thing. It's better to sell lucky bags instead. Chapter 101. Preparations before the event. Since this was meant to be a way to heal herself, Lu Tang didn't want to pass the hefty expenses onto ordinary people. But she couldn't possibly pay for it all herself. Therefore, some appropriate wealth redistribution was necessary. But figuring out how to do it while keeping the victims happy was a profound art. Fortunately, Lu Tang had spent a full 6 years researching this, and she had written several gigabytes worth of reports and summaries. What is so difficult about hosting an event to gather others' resources for her own party? Lu Tang enjoyed such slightly challenging tasks, and without realizing it, she felt much better mentally. On the day of the event, everyone could purchase 3 lucky bags with their membership cards, categorized into 3 levels based on points: 10 points, 50 points, and 100 points. Lu Tang opened the light screen and quickly typed out her plan. The lucky bags would not be bound to the buyer after purchase. They could trade them freely. Of course, they could choose not to buy or just buy one. It was entirely up to them. The contents of the lucky bags would be random, but the total value would be guaranteed to be between 150 and 300 of the purchase amount. They needed to be conscientious about this and definitely not follow the example of some merchants from the Star era who sold items that had been sitting around for decades. Rest assured, manager, we don't have such old stock. I remember that shopping experience, and it was frustrating, filled with junk. What do you want to put in the lucky bags? If they are physical items, can buyers choose from the lucky bags themselves? Allowing buyers to choose means they could roughly discern what's inside based on weight and texture, and everyone would want to pick first rather than wait for someone else to choose for them. Lu Tang had prepared in advance. The lucky bags could be chosen but not touched, and only small physical items would be included. Everything else would be resolved with exchange cards. She asked the store manager to provide examples. For instance, candies could be randomly added. But beef noodles should definitely not be included, as they would spill everywhere. And as for clothes, they are quite bulky. What size bag would I need to prepare? Furthermore, if it involves the modification shop, am I supposed to include a car in there? The manager was planning to put vehicles in the lucky bags? No. I was just giving an example. Lu Tang calmly said that at most they could include a car beauty discount card. But giving away a car was out of the question. What a joke. A modified car could earn so much money. She would have to be crazy to give it away for free. Absolutely not possible. This was the expected response, and the manager was asked to continue. Then, each level of lucky bags might include an invitation card to the Natural Scenery Experience Center. And only cardholders would be eligible to enter on that day to participate in the core party activities. I remember the manager mentioned that the lucky bags were limited. Yes, each person could buy a maximum of 3, and each must be of a different level. If one didn't win the draw and really wanted to get in, they would have to ask others if they were willing to sell theirs. A cunning light flashed in Lu Tang's eyes. The ultimate goal of holding the party was to help her relieve stress and relax her mind. However, if she had to pay for everything, there was no way she could relax. She would only think about her previous heart attack, and perhaps by the end of the event, her mental state would not only fail to improve, but would actually worsen. Remove the maybe, it would definitely get worse. However, Tian Yuan Lu was not wrong either. If the organizers required guests to bring their own food to the party, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. If you don't have money, how can you act as a host, right? Therefore, there must be some discounted or free items provided at the event, but the cost must be borne by someone else. Lu Tang absolutely could not foot the bill herself. Thus, Lu Tang set her sights on those who, even in a wasteland world, still had money and were living well, planning to take from the rich to help ordinary people and herself. Lu Tang relayed her thoughts to Tian Yuan Lu and asked him to create a budget sheet. It didn't need to make a lot of money, just enough to break even. After all, it was for her own benefit. Lu Tang also felt a bit embarrassed to take the opportunity to make a large fortune. If they heard this, they would surely be moved by the manager's kindness. No need for that. I'm not interested in that kind of sentiment. Lu Tang rejected Tian Yuan Lu's proposal to help her gain fame, urging him to calculate the data quickly as she still needed to set the lucky bag contents. Currently, we have a total of 34,817 members, and need to prepare 104,451 lucky bags, with items valued at 1,530 points accounting for 13,750 points for 131, 500 points for 300. The contents of the lucky bags would include candies, clothing exchange vouchers, fast food meal vouchers, and single item vouchers, capsule bed vouchers, photo-taking vouchers at check-in points, teleportation hub ticket exchange vouchers, aromatherapy vouchers, car beauty vouchers, and various discount cards and reduction cards from different shops. Lu Tang emphasized the last two by circling them. Discount cards and reduction cards must each have one placed randomly in every lucky bag, regardless of type. The rest can be arranged according to the value of the lucky bags, as long as they fall within the value range. You can decide how to arrange that. As for the invitation cards, prepare 100 copies and place them randomly inside. No need to tell me the specific ratio. Leave me a surprise. Sure, manager. Oh, by the way, all cards are transferable, and the usage period will start from the day the event begins and last for 30 days. They will expire thereafter. Understood, manager. Additionally, create 100 invitation cards for the Natural Scenery Experience Hall to be given for free to the top 100 customers with the highest spending on that day. The main party will officially commence at 8 p.m., and the counting time will end at 7:30 p.m., allowing 30 minutes to announce the list and prepare for them. I'm skeptical about the idea of free items, but I will follow through. Rent 6 light screens and place one on each side at the beginning, middle, and end of the commercial street to display the membership numbers of the top 100 shoppers in real time. If any of those members are willing to reveal their names, that can be added too. As expected of the manager, such a consumer-friendly method. It's necessary. Does the packaging for the lucky bags not cost money? Even if it's 1 point to buy 10, that is still quite a bit. While selecting the lucky bag styles, I continued, besides, I also plan to offer some free items, and that money shouldn't come from the revenue. Do you want me to pay out of pocket? Tian Yuan Lu fell silent for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, his voice was filled with sincerity. In my database, the probability of the manager paying out of pocket is 0.001. which is even lower than the chance of encountering time-space turbulence on our return trip. So, please rest assured, manager, I absolutely do not have such unrealistic thoughts. Tian Yuan Lu confirmed he is an auxiliary AI, and auxiliary AIs neither fantasize nor dream. Chapter 102. Countdown to the event. Everyone who comes to the commercial street today has learned about the shopping festival that Lu Tang will hold in 3 days, where all products in the street will be offered at a 10 discount. If you purchase a lucky bag and find discount or reduction coupons inside, you can stack them with the 10 off event. Additionally, during the event, the much-anticipated unfinished building will also open, reportedly called the Natural Scenery Experience Hall, where you can experience the natural landscapes from before the end of the world. Unlike the experiences provided in hotels, this one is said to be more authentic. How much is a ticket? During the event, it's free. You only need an invitation card. If you're lucky enough to draw one, you can enter. If not, you'll have to wait until the event is over to buy a ticket. So this event lasts only 1 day? No. The manager seems to have said that some people might live far away or may not make it back in time due to tasks. So it will be held for 3 days. If they still can't make it, it's just not meant to be. It would be great if things at our base also went on sale. Stop dreaming. Let us quickly gather our items and prepare to exchange points. A 10 discount may not seem like much, but if you buy a lot, you can save a significant amount. Yes, I want to talk to you anymore. I'm going back to the base to send a message now. Once the event announcement appears on the 6 temporary screens, more and more people start discussing it. Some immediately go back to notify their friends and family, while others rush to various stores to check out their favorite products and ask the staff whether the prices will suddenly increase during the event. The answer is, of course, no. Since Lu Tang has decided to go all out, she would never engage in such deceptive practices like raising prices before offering discounts. She sends messages to the 4 major bases, inviting them to participate in the event, but of course, there are no privileges. To enter the experience hall, they either need to obtain an invitation card or wait until 3 days after the event ends to buy tickets. Lu Tang refuses to give the base leaders any special treatment. She is not begging them to do anything, nor does she need to flatter them. It is a seller's market now, and she doesn't need to share benefits with anyone. They have already signed a large commodity purchase contract, which is already a significant concession. Moreover, a fruit and vegetable store is about to open. If they want fresh produce, they know what to do. The leaders know exactly what to do and express their determination to attend such a lively event. In this day and age, those who have resources hold the power. Boss Lu has resources and is willing to trade fairly with them. Just money, no power, and no interference in the base's development or internal matters. They would much prefer to have such a partner than deal with some fools who try to control resources. For example, Xie Ji and Ming Zhu, and those who attempt to use resources and force to coerce leaders into granting them power. Compared to these people, trading with Boss Lu is far more pleasant. Besides, this event sounds like a grand occasion, and they wouldn't want to miss out on such excitement, especially with a 10 discount. Money doesn't just fall from the sky, does it? Meanwhile, to prepare for the event, Lu Tang has also instructed the little robots to start decorating the streets, hanging colorful lights on the trees, adding new varieties to the flower beds, and stringing beautiful triangular flags between the buildings, creating a pleasing sight. She also buys some large red lanterns to hang at the shop entrances and on the streetlights, which are reskinned to resemble lanterns. Lu Tang is very satisfied with this bright, festive world. It looks so vibrant and cheerful. In the evening, she plans to arrange a fireworks display for guests who can't enter, making it lively inside and out. Simply perfect. Are the lucky bag booths ready? Yes, they are ready. With a total of 10 locations chosen based on foot traffic, placed in areas that cause traffic congestion. Great, I knew I was smart. Lu Tang nods, recalling that when setting the distances between the hotel and fast food restaurant, she considered that narrow streets could lead to congestion, which is why she opted for 8 lanes. Otherwise, just queuing would be troublesome. Yes, you're the best, store manager. However, we still need to set up snake-like queue barriers. Our robots are not enough. And the sudden increase in customer flow for the event is temporary, so it's not worth buying more. It's better to cut off the chance to jump the queue right from the source. All right, manager, everything is ready. Let's not put up the lucky bags just yet. I don't want any chaos during the party. Oh, and each lucky bag stall should have a few more openings, allowing several items to be selected at once instead of just one. Otherwise, the line will be too long. Depending on the size of the stall, we should accommodate 8 people at a time, so the number of slots needs to be increased. Lu Chang clicked her tongue, Can't we just rent them? We won't need that many in the future. Sorry, that's not possible. We don't offer rental services. All right then. We'll just pack them away after the event and install them later where needed. Lu Chang decided not to fuss over the small cost of 1 point per slot. After all, these items are necessities, and they might be needed in the next store. I was thinking we should have some free giveaways along with the lucky bags, decorations, guests, and discount coupons, right? Of course, if nothing is offered for free, it might make the organizers seem too stingy. Okay then, how about each member can take a sugar orange, and if anyone wants to buy more, we can tell them it's 20 points per pound, with a limit of 10 pounds per person, if they want to eat as much as they want. They'll have to wait until the fruit and vegetable store opens after the event. I don't understand. If they can sell at a high price, why not allow unlimited purchases? Because this is a party event. Although the theme is shopping and entertainment, I don't want it to turn into an orange selling competition. You see? Just think about it. Everyone would abandon the games and shops, rushing to buy oranges. The worst part is that the fruit store isn't open yet. I'd have to set up a special stall just for selling them, and that would be chaotic. This is a commercial street, not a market. Just a little purchase to take home would be enough. Lu Chang didn't want to endlessly sell sugar oranges here. She brought them out just for fun, to let everyone taste her favorite fruit, not to become an orange vendor for 3 days straight. After all, they are sugar oranges, so delicious that one can easily eat several pounds at once. No matter how many you buy, they never last until the next day. They can mesmerize children, making them forget all other fruits and focus on enjoying them for an entire afternoon. Who can underestimate the power of sugar oranges? Chapter 103. The event begins. The official start time for the event is set for 3 days later, at 8 a.m. on November 20th. Among the 4 major bases, nearly everyone who has heard the news about the event has shown up, except for a few who are still observing. Some have even stayed since the night of the 19th, while others drove in the morning with family and friends. More common folks, who usually rarely leave the base, took the shuttle bus with their elderly and children, eager to attend the event and buy discounted items, heading towards Lu Chang's commercial street. On ordinary days, Lu Chang would definitely prefer not to wake up at 8 a.m., but since today is the first day of the event, and she has a party to host in the evening, she couldn't sleep at all. With 3 days of pre-event promotion, most people were aware of the lucky bags, gifts, and mall discounts, but Lu Chang felt it was best to explain everything once more. As a result, Lu Tang sat in the witch's ship and, amidst the gasps of the crowd, maneuvered the mech to hover about 1 meter above the ground. Welcome everyone to the first shopping festival organized on Commercial Street. I am your host, Lu Tang, also known as the owner here. After a brief self-introduction, Lu Tang began to present the membership benefits of the event. All members, with their membership cards, could receive 1 sugar orange for free from any store. During the event, each person could take 1 each day. Next was the lucky bag. With a limit of 3 per person per day, 1 of each level. The count would reset at midnight, and no extensions would be granted for expired opportunities. Initially, Lu Tang had planned to give out 1 sugar orange per person, but upon reflection, she felt it was a bit stingy. Instead, she decided on 1 per day. Considering the event only lasted 3 days, so it wouldn't make a significant difference. She wanted to be a generous host, enticing others with free benefits, and had no connection to the idea of encouraging longer stays or overnight visits on Commercial Street. Lu Tang simply craved the popularity that would come from longer interactions with guests, which would naturally increase their spending. After discussing the gifts and lucky bags, Lu Tang emphasized the exciting party that would take place in the evening, which was a crucial aspect for profitability. If no one was interested in the party, how could they be motivated to spend? The Nature Experience Pavilion had officially opened today, but it would not be open to the public during the event. Only those with invitation cards could attend the nightly celebration at 8 p.m. With the assistance of Tian Yuan Lu, Lu Tang used the built-in microphone of the witch's ship to amplify her voice so everyone on Commercial Street could hear. The party would offer free drinks, main dishes, desserts, fruits, and live music to accompany the festivities, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves under the beautiful natural scenery, relieve stress, and savor life. After reading the slogan drafted by Tian Yuan Lu, Lu Tang began to introduce the Nature Experience Pavilion, which required little elaboration. She simply needed to play the promotional video that came with the pavilion. As the name suggests, the Nature Experience Pavilion authentically recreates the natural scenery of the world before the Great War, providing an immersive experience. Whether it's the sea and beach, coconut groves, towering waterfalls, babbling brooks, or the vast desert and endless plains, visitors can truly appreciate the beauty of it all. Once Lu Tang finished speaking, Tian Yuan Lu seamlessly took over, projecting the 3D video from the Nature Experience Pavilion beside the guests, making them feel as if they had entered a teleportation hub and momentarily lost in the illusion of being in a real world. Is this the ocean? I can feel real water. This white sand is so soft. I want to take off my shoes and walk on it. I know this, it's a shell. I've seen it in books. The sea breeze is indeed salty. Ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. The seawater is salty. So salty and bitter. Why did I think that way? But that is not important. Isn't the important thing that you can actually taste the seawater? Mom, have we been teleported? I'm not sure. Hold on tight and don't run around, or you won't be able to find me if you get lost. According to our previous agreement, the 3D projection will be turned off after 5 minutes. Everyone let out a collective sigh of regret and then looked at Lu Tang with intense enthusiasm. The experience at the Natural Scenery Center is different from that of a dream experience because the dream experience is confined to a small area and quickly leads one into slumber. In reality, one can only truly feel it for the first 30 minutes. In the Experience Center, people can maintain their conscious awareness, and the space is vast enough to run and jump around without any constraints, without worrying about bumping into invisible walls. This is a fascinating facility, which is why it cost Lu Tang so many points, but it is worth the value and is a remarkable establishment. By now, Lu Tang had covered everything she needed to explain and emphasized that the current 10 discount event does not include the mechanical modification store, but discount and reduction vouchers can be used there. After finishing her explanation, Lu Tang wasted no time and announced the official start of the event with confetti cannons that sprayed colorful paper and ribbons. The witch's ship landed again, waiting for guests to take photos. Some guests rushed toward the booth selling lucky bags, fearing that if they were late, their luck would be snatched away by others. Others hurried toward various stores, wanting to redeem their free gifts while there were fewer people around. They might not know what sugar oranges are, but they understood the word free. Although Lu Tang mentioned that everyone would get one, it still felt uncertain if it wasn't in their hands. Another group of people queued up while buying invitation cards from others' lucky bags, starting at 50 points. Within just a few minutes, the price had risen to 300 points and eventually settled at 800 points, seemingly becoming the default price. Many people from ordinary or less affluent backgrounds initially just wanted to buy the cheapest lucky bag to see what coupons they could get. If they got something useful, they would use it for essentials. If not, they would exchange or sell it to others. Upon hearing that an invitation card could be sold for at least 800 points, many began to consider buying all the lucky bags, thinking that if they were lucky, they could earn some extra income. A lot of people had this thought, and due to insufficient funds, they even struck deals with wealthier individuals, having them pay for the lucky bags first. After purchasing, they would trade the lucky bags to the paying individuals. If they drew an invitation card, the other party would need to give them another 800 points. If they didn't, the other party would still have to pay an additional 200 points for the purchase qualification. No one dared to commit fraud or deceive others in the commercial street. Both parties got what they needed, and everyone was happy. Chapter 104. The event 1. Initially, those calling out to buy others' lucky bags spoke softly, afraid of upsetting Lu Tang and incurring her displeasure. However, when she found that Lu Tang didn't care about this, and even quietly reminded others to raise their bids, she understood that this was allowed. She immediately felt energized and began to raise her price openly. Is this what the store manager wanted to see? Yes. Lu Tang smiled, appearing as if she hadn't made money, but in reality, she had. For example, if an ordinary person's wealth is 10 and a wealthy person's wealth is 100, they both come to the commercial street. The ordinary person might spend 5, while the wealthy person might spend 50, resulting in a total of 55 for her. As Lu Tang continued to walk, she mentioned that she didn't plan to return to the lounge today. This was her event, and she wanted to enjoy the lively atmosphere among the crowd. Now, the wealthy spent 20 on the lucky bags from ordinary people, but they would still spend 40 with her. The ordinary people ended up with 30. They would seize the rare discount opportunity and also spend 20 with her. So in the end, she received 60, which was more than 55. Of course, the real situation couldn't be entirely like this, but she was sure she wouldn't lose money. Those struggling financially are hesitant to spend, but if they have extra income, it greatly stimulates their desire to shop. Manager, you really know your stuff. Watching others spend money is not interesting. One must buy something to take home. Lu Tang stood at the ring toss booth, looking at her small entertainment project, feeling a bit eager, so she asked the booth operator for 50 rings to play with. 3 minutes later, Lu Tang returned empty-handed. I'm not good at ring toss, she explained. I prefer playing darts. There's a dart booth ahead. Do you want to try it, manager? Lu Tang decisively declined, saying, not right now. I can play any time. Why should I compete with the customers for a spot? I'll just watch. It seemed that the system had calculated Lu Tang's thoughts. As Tian Yuan Lu stopped talking, Lu Tang didn't feel the need to engage in conversation either, silently relieved, and turned her focus to the games in front of her. Watching others play can sometimes be quite enjoyable. Really, Aki was in line with Ahua. He had finally gathered enough points for the ticket 2 days ago, bringing his sister through that magical door to this paradise-like place. The air inside the protective shield was so fresh, much better than what his worn helmet filtered, and completely different from the stale air he breathed near the fast food carts, making his previously constricted lungs feel much more comfortable. Such air could only be breathed by important figures at Base 3. They would go through layers of small protective shields, undergoing strict identity verification to enter the corresponding districts. People like him, at the bottom tier, could only breathe the slightly foul air, which after a while would leave his throat and lungs feeling painfully hot. This place was much better, and Aki had already learned that there were 4 bases, each with its own survival rules. He had decided to go to the smooth base, where, although militarized management would restrict some actions, it could ensure safety and fairness to the greatest extent. For those who are strong, limitations may feel like constraints. But for Archie, who is not yet an adult and has a young sister to care for, the militarized management with basic social welfare is a guarantee of safety. Brother, we're almost there. Ahua looked up at her brother, enjoying this place with its large, beautiful houses and clean streets, along with the flowers and plants. She could sit there all day watching while her brother was busy with errands. After I buy the lucky bags, I'll take you to the fast food restaurant for beef noodles and buns. Archie had long sold his quota. He could only afford one of the most basic lucky bags worth 10 points, let alone the ones worth 50 or 100 points. Since he couldn't afford them, he decided to sell the quota instead, making a quick 200 points even if he couldn't get the invitation card they wanted. After the 3D projection of the Natural Scenery Experience Center was promoted, Archie felt a rush of excitement. But once it faded, the young boy quickly regained his composure. Even though his yearning heart was still racing, he knew what his best choice was. Points, which equate to money, were essential for survival and taking care of his sister. That wonderful place was not somewhere he could enter right now. Perhaps one day in the future, when he had earned enough money, he could take his sister to the experience center, but that was definitely not the case now. I want 3 lucky bags, thank you. At the lucky bag stall, someone had just left after making a purchase, and it was Archie's turn to step up. Following the robot's guidance, he inserted his membership card into the slot, and, as the screen popped up, he selected 3 different numbers as previously agreed. The number for the 10-point level was chosen by him, while the other 2 numbers were selected by those who paid for the quota. After confirming his choices, a mechanical arm retrieved the corresponding lucky bags from the wall and handed them to Archie. The empty numbers would then have new lucky bags hung for the next person to select. Holding the lucky bags, Archie stepped aside. After receiving the crystal core from the other party, he had evenly distributed it between his and his sister's cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the money to buy other levels of lucky bags. Yes, his sister Ahua's quota was also sold off, except for the minimum 10.1. He never expected to actually win. He just wanted the guaranteed 200 points qualification fee. Those who bought lucky bags would exit from another exit. The person who purchased Archie's quota was already waiting there, rubbing their hands together. When they saw him coming, they hurriedly grabbed their lucky bags and opened them. No, not a single one. They rummaged through the lucky bags, confirming there was no shiny golden invitation card, and let out a dejected sigh. Why was it so hard to get that card? Archie felt helpless. At least they had settled the transaction. He and his sister prepared to open their lucky bags, hoping for some practical coupons and praying they weren't car detailing vouchers. He didn't have a car, and he felt that it wouldn't be easy to sell that thing. Holding his sister's hand, Aki pulled her away from the bustling crowd and found a quieter spot on the street, ready to open his lucky bag. Wait, I'll get you some candy, he said, reaching into the bag. Since they had mixed their items together, he didn't even know whose he was opening first. Then, he saw that golden card that many people sought but couldn't get, quietly lying in the bag and radiating a light called luck. Chapter 105 Activity 2. Aki opened the 11th invitation card of the day and sold it to the person who had previously bought his qualification. He felt that the transaction was smooth, with no fuss, and the person was even willing to give them all the candy from the lucky bag. A good person. Trading with good people made him feel at ease. The good person did not disappoint Aki, directly offering 10 level 1 crystal cores for the trade, which was 2 more than the price he had called out earlier. He understood very well that if Aki wanted to sell at a high price, there were plenty of people who would offer privately. The trust the other party had in him made him indifferent to those 2 level 1 crystal cores. As for why he didn't settle down the qualification for tomorrow's lucky bag first, the good person had his own calculations in mind. He needed to see how the Scenic Experience Center was today. If it was good, he could either continue collecting cards tomorrow or wait until after the event. If it turned out to be false advertising, he wouldn't fall for it a second time. Overall, it was a win-win situation. Aki got the money. The good person got the card, and they both had a bright future ahead. Chu-Wan and Chu-Huan were opening their lucky bags. They had bought bags of all 3 levels and didn't intend to transfer them. "Sister, I love this feeling of surprise," Chu-Huan said while unwrapping her bag. "Guess what's inside?" Chu-Huan looked at her sister with a loving gaze and pushed her own lucky bag towards her. "If you like it, go ahead and open mine too. I just want to hear the results." "All right, I'll open it." Chu-Huan didn't decline. She loved gifts, surprises, and guessing what would be in the bag. Chu-Wan knew that this was a deep-rooted desire in her sister. They were born into a family that heavily favored boys over girls. When their mother was around, things were fine as she always protected them, but once she was gone, those who took advantage came crawling in. After that, they couldn't even protect their beloved things, let alone toys, gifts, and surprises. If Chu-Wan had studied psychology, she might understand how childhood emotional deficiencies could reflect in adult behavior, but she hadn't studied it. She simply wanted to instinctively meet her sister's needs. It was just opening a lucky bag, enjoying the unexpected surprise. So, she thought, as long as her sister was happy, watching her would bring her satisfaction. "Sister, it's chocolate." "Perfect, 2 pieces, we can share." "Wow, a coupon for the clothing store worth 20020, which can be combined with the event. With winter coming, let us buy 2 thick coats." "Awesome. Sister, it's another coupon from the clothing store, a discount coupon for 30 off. Was it that Boss Lou's promotion is to apply the discount first or the minimum spend reduction? A ticket with a 30 off coupon. Ha ha ha, a free photo opportunity once. A cake coupon. Yay, we can get a small piece of cake for free. Sis, let's go eat it later." Chu-Huan's voice was chirpy, like little birds chatting with each other. Chu-Huan didn't find it annoying at all. She smiled as she watched her and casually chimed in. "How wonderful to have such a lively and happy sister. It's truly the right choice to escape that terrible original family." Aunt Sun is already 63 years old this year. She has no special abilities and hasn't taken good care of her health. It's fine to find some work in the base, but going out to hunt mutant beasts or scavenging is just asking for death. So, she hasn't left the base for a long time, even though she heard there's a commercial street here with buses to transport residents. Aunt Sun couldn't bear to spend the bus fare, thinking she doesn't really have anything to buy, so she never came. But this time, she couldn't sit still. Her granddaughter said that almost everything at the commercial street is 10 off, and there are lucky bags to buy. If she could get some suitable discount coupons, whether for clothes or food, she could save a lot of money. So, Aunt Sun decided to go out and see if she could find something suitable to buy, while also checking out what was so special about this commercial street that made her granddaughter want to come every week. Then, Aunt Sun was stunned. Having lived her whole life in the base, she had only gone out a few times when she was young. After getting married and having children, she never left the little plot of land in front of her house again. Now, seeing such a bustling and clean street, and so many people, she suddenly felt dizzy. "Grandma," Aunt Sun's granddaughter hurriedly supported her, worry etched on her face. "Are you feeling unwell? Let us find a place to sit for a bit." "No need." Aunt Sun steadied herself, and when she opened her eyes again, a fierce determination ignited in her gaze. "I was just a bit dizzy." "Wow. This place is livelier than our hometown during the new year. Let us go, take Grandma to buy those lucky bags, and then to the clothing store. Today, Grandma must buy you a stylish and affordable outfit." Isn't it just squeezing in and fighting to buy things? She had never been afraid of that. Little Sun watched her grandmother's strong strides and instinctively swallowed hard, feeling that the grandmother in front of her was no longer the ordinary old lady at home, but a warrior ready to battle mutant beasts. A few seconds later, Little Sun hurried to catch up with her grandmother, first taking her to get a membership card. And then they received their gifts from the robot distributing sugar oranges. Is this an orange? It's so small. Aunt Sun was a bit dissatisfied and glanced around, realizing that everyone else had oranges of similar size before giving up the thought of asking the robot for a different one. Then, she handed her sugar orange to little Sun, saying, "This tiny orange must be very sour. You eat it for me, my teeth can't handle it." Xiao Sun had never seen sugar oranges before, but she had occasionally seen other types of oranges in the store at the base. However, she could never afford them. And those oranges were always in high demand, selling out quickly. Therefore, she subconsciously agreed with her grandmother that such small oranges must be defective products that wouldn't grow big enough to fetch a price. That's why Boss Lu could give them away. Otherwise, who would part with something that could be sold for money? Although Boss Lu never cheated anyone, he always had clear pricing. Xiao Sun put the sugar oranges handed to her by her grandmother into her pocket and peeled the one in her hand. She didn't throw away the peel. Regardless of how the fruit tasted, the orange peel smelled quite nice. She planned to take it back to use as incense by her bedside. Then, she broke apart the delicate sugar orange. Even though she knew it would be sour, fruits were always a rare commodity, so she couldn't bear to waste any and only popped a segment into her mouth. As her upper and lower teeth gently broke through the orange segment's skin, the sweet and juicy flesh burst in her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise. The taste exceeded her expectations and struck her soul. Sugar orange. So delicious. How could there be such small yet sweet and tasty oranges in the world? Xiao Sun wanted to eat more sugar oranges, but she only had 2, and when they were gone, she had no idea where to buy more. Looking down at the exquisite fruit in her hand, her features gradually twisted in despair. She wanted more sugar oranges. Aunt Sun said, "I told you these oranges wouldn't do. Look how sour my child is." She is almost in tears. Chapter 106 Activity 3. After Xiao Sun came back to her senses from the shock brought by the sugar orange, she immediately stuffed a segment into her grandmother's mouth. At first, Aunt Sun thought her granddaughter was joking, trying to show her how sour it was. However, after tasting the sweetness, she was equally shocked. Once Aunt Sun reluctantly swallowed the orange segment, she suddenly thought of a question, grabbing her granddaughter's hand and asking, "I just heard that Boss Lu said you can get 1 sugar orange every day?" Xiao Sun nodded yes. Aunt Sun's eyes lit up. "Let us go buy something. We'll come back tomorrow." Xiao Sun instantly understood her grandmother's meaning. Even if it was garbage, as long as it was free, they needed to check for anything that could be sold for money. Moreover, with such delicious sugar oranges, they definitely had to come back tomorrow. Not taking free things would be a huge loss. "Okay, we'll come back tomorrow." Xiao Sun hurried to catch up with her grandmother, leading the way to the stall selling lucky bags. "Grandma, let us buy lucky bags first, using coupons and discounts. If there are clothing store coupons, it will be even cheaper." "Listen to you, let us go buy." Aunt Sun marched confidently ahead, with Xiao Sun closely following. As the two of them dashed toward the lucky bag stall, as if they were going into battle, full of momentum. On the other side, Chu Lingling was focused on shopping. Anything she liked would go on her shopping list since it wasn't her carrying the bags. Someone else was responsible for that. "Cousin, what do you think tonight's party will be like?" Gu Xiang followed Chu Lingling closely, indulging in various shopping sprees. With plenty of money at home, they preferred to swipe their cards for party expenses rather than participate in the lottery prepared by an unfortunate soul seeking luck. This was the confidence that wealth provided. It had nothing to do with her or her cousin, along with the driver and bodyguard they brought. Mr. Lu was thoughtful, offering opportunities that could be bought with money, tailor-made for people like them. She wasn't sure, but it definitely sounded fun. Chu Lingling casually mentioned that she was thinking about taking this opportunity to buy some aromatherapy products to take home, as her mother would surely reimburse part of it. Recently, she had spent a bit too much, and her small savings were feeling strained. There was no way around it. At the base, there were only a few entertainment options. And even if she wanted to spend more, there was nothing to spend on. She had no motivation to earn crystal cores, as she wasn't like the dragons in fairy tales who enjoyed counting shiny crystal cores for fun. Moreover, crystal cores were extracted from mutated beasts or plants. And even after thorough cleaning, Chu Lingling still found them dirty. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't even want to touch them. This led her to not care about how many crystal cores she had until she discovered Mr. Lu's commercial street, which kept opening new stores. That was when she realized the importance of money. She wanted more money to buy more things she desired, enjoy her favorite foods, and experience the natural scenery she longed for. Maybe after this event, she could talk to her father about forming an exploration team to hunt mutated beasts and plants for profit. Gu Xiang was unaware of her cousin's thoughts and was still excitedly speculating about the party at 8 p.m. She didn't even consider the possibility of being unable to enter without an invitation card. After all, they were wealthy. Even if they weren't at the top of the spending chart, they would definitely make it into the top 100. Many confident people like them were bustling through various stores, as if the products inside were free, engaging in a frenzied shopping spree. This was also why Lu Tong had a super synthesis system. Otherwise, no matter how much stock was prepared, it would be insufficient. Now, as long as there were points, she could provide an endless supply of goods to her customers. If they wanted to buy and could afford it, she could provide the source. In fact, I had caused quite a stir in the local economic system. Lu Tong chose a location far from the stores where there weren't many people initially. At first, they might not have realized it. Or they might have realized but had no way to respond, until I was willing to provide them with stable supplies in other ways, which alleviated the situation. The money people earned was spent in Lu Tong's commercial street, meaning the base couldn't recover the residents' money. Moreover, similar stores were not competitors at all. They either closed down directly or struggled to survive with poor business. All the money has been taken away by Lu Tang, and she is a self-sufficient monopoly that neither opens orders to other businesses nor needs to purchase raw materials from others, and certainly does not provide any job opportunities. If she didn't possess such high capabilities, she would have been dealt with long ago. For example, take a normal fast food restaurant. It cannot operate without support from other industries. Ingredients, beverages, packaging, tableware, furniture, signage, and a large number of staff, chefs, and dishwashers all come together to enable the restaurant to function properly. This creates numerous business opportunities and job positions, indirectly supporting many people, forming a healthy cycle that is essential for economic development. However, Lu Tang does not need any of that. She can obtain everything with energy credits, not only failing to contribute back to other industries and labor, but taking away all the wealth. In the short term, the existence of a commercial street seems beneficial, but in the long run, it will be the main culprit in severing the development of surrounding bases. Fortunately, Lu Tang will not stay here for long. As soon as she gathers enough energy, she will leave without any hesitation. This is one of the reasons why the school has equipped interns with the highest level of defensive measures. Honestly, I thought the manager would only focus on making money without considering local economic issues. Of course, those issues must be considered. Lu Tang took a sip of her coffee. This needed to be included in the internship report. Who wouldn't notice the problems here? If there really is an idiot who can't see it, their report would definitely lose points. What kind of score does the manager think they will get for their internship report? Does it even need to be thought about? It must be excellent. Lu Tang is quite confident about this. As long as I can live to go back and submit the report, even if I write a pile of nonsense, they will still have to give me a good score. Or even if I can't go back, they will still give me an excellent qualification for passing the paper, allowing me to graduate. According to database analysis, the manager's deduction just now has a 99.12 accuracy rate. Lu Tang let out an ambiguous sound, lifting her chin slightly. But I want to maintain my reputation. I prefer to make my paper substantial, impressing those examiners with its value, rather than relying on sympathy due to my circumstances. Lu Tang. That's right. I have that confidence. Chapter 107 Activity 4. Yuan squeezed into the clothing store, tightly clutching a handful of discount coupons. She is one of Lu Tang's more familiar customers, someone she occasionally runs into and can chat with. Therefore, before the event began, Yuan, coincidentally encountering Boss Lu, received a definite piece of information that the clothing store would upgrade during the event and add new clothing types. What exactly they are, Boss Lu kept confidential but assured her that they would definitely be useful, which gave Yuan a vague idea. When she goes back and shares it with her friends, she becomes even more convinced of this speculation. The new types mentioned by Boss Lu are likely related to protective clothing. Although Yuan had just bought her protective suit not long ago, it had already accumulated scratches and scuffs due to a recent dangerous mission. If left unattended, it wouldn't be long before it became unusable, failing to protect against external radiation and turning into just an ordinary outfit. Yuan originally planned to go to the specialized store at the base, either to repair it and make do for a few more months or simply buy a new one. After all, this kind of gear was a basic necessity for someone with her abilities. Though expensive, it was essential. However, after hearing Lu Tang's spoiler, Yuan decided to wait. What if their speculation was true and the boss would actually stock protective suits? It was clear that the new gear would be an upgrade. It was obvious that the protective suits from the boss's side would be far superior to those at the base, even if they were just the most basic models. After all, there were countless advancements in civilization between the base and the boss. Even if the boss's products were close to the current technology, they would undoubtedly be top tier. Regarding Lu Tang's identity, since the emergence of the witch, Yuan Yuan and her friends had discussed it. Such mechas had never been seen even before the outbreak of the Great War, so it was certainly not past technology. If it wasn't from the past, then it must be from the future. However, based on the boss's usual demeanor, she didn't appear to be someone coming to save the world. Nor did she show any particular feelings towards them, almost as if viewing them as strangers or a completely unrelated race. Although Lu Tang had always been friendly, for some reason, Yuan Yuan couldn't shake that feeling. It didn't matter. She wasn't going to break the boss's rules, so there was nothing to fear. Anyway, after hearing that the clothing store might carry protective suits, her friends had given her all the coupons and discount cards they could use, asking her to get one for everyone. The style and color weren't important. What mattered was functionality, and since they had other matters to attend to, they would only reach the commercial street in the afternoon, worried they might be late. The clothing store had a second floor now. After Yuan Yuan queued to enter and took a quick glance around, she headed straight for the stairs. The first floor indeed had many beautiful clothes, but they weren't her primary target this time. Upon reaching the second floor, Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up, as this level was entirely dedicated to protective gear. Various protective suits, helmets, and separately worn shoes and gloves were neatly displayed on the shelves. There were quite a few people on the second floor, mostly those in need of protective gear for outings. Fortunately, the store still implemented a crowd control policy, so it wasn't as cramped as outside. Yuan Yuan quickly browsed through the different priced protective suits. Like the first floor, in addition to material descriptions on the clothing, corresponding labels were also affixed to the shelves, clearly stating what made each suit special and how it differed from others nearby. Lightweight, heavy radiation area use, water-resistant, built-in temperature regulation, and all-purpose models. Wow, so expensive. The all-purpose model was indeed excellent, but it was also incredibly pricey. How pricey, you ask? Yuan Yuan held enough funds for 4 outfits, but could only afford half of one. Forget it. She just wasn't worthy. Yuan Yuan knew that Lu Tang's restocking ability was reliable, so she wasn't worried about missing out on items by taking her time. After scanning through the protective suits, she turned her attention to the helmets. Radiation protection was crucial, but air filtration was equally important. Enduring radiation for several hours, or even over 10 hours, meant that there was still a chance for recovery with medication once back. However, if the air filtration system was compromised, it would become impossible to breathe. Even if a person with abilities didn't succumb to the poor air quality, they would find their lungs completely damaged upon returning, making recovery unnecessary. Thus, the selection criteria for helmets boiled down to 3 universal standards: durability, excellent filtration performance, and comfort. The appearance didn't matter at all. Once worn, it wouldn't be visible anyway. And most teammates would look similar, so there was no point in mocking each other. Yuan Yuan quickly chose a mid-range helmet. Compared to the bulky base model, this helmet was lightweight and felt almost imperceptible when tried on. The connection points allowed for seamless integration with any protective suit from the store, ensuring no outside air could leak in. The helmet's design exuded a high-tech vibe, with an air filtration system powered by a crystal core. A level 1 crystal core could support the helmet's filtration system to run continuously for 2,400 hours, even in the worst S5 level air, making it highly energy efficient. This helmet also featured an automatic temperature adjustment system, allowing wearers to maintain a comfortable temperature during hot summers and cold winters. Additionally, it had a built-in anti-fog function, ensuring that no matter the temperature difference or how heavily someone inside was breathing, the visibility remained clear. The helmet provided a 360-degree wide-angle view, eliminating blind spots and enabling effective detection of enemy movements. Furthermore, the helmet was equipped with a telescope function. By pressing a button inside, it would give the equivalent of 7x magnification along with night vision capabilities, so there was no need to worry about visibility at night anymore. The more Yuan Yuan looked at this helmet, the more she liked it, so much so that she didn't want to put it back. Although the total cost exceeded her budget when combined with the protective suit, she felt her friends wouldn't mind the extra cost of 3 level 1 crystal cores. The helmet was adjustable in size, so unless someone had an unusually large or small head, it would fit comfortably and could be tailored to the perfect size. Yuan Yuan picked up 4 helmets and also grabbed 4 sets of the protective suit she had previously liked. After trying them on casually, she checked out and left the clothing store. There were too many people around, and holding so many items made it inconvenient to continue shopping. So, she decided to put everything back in the capsule cabin before returning to explore leisurely. The commercial street was bustling, and Yuan couldn't contain her excitement to indulge in some fun. While waiting in line, she kept wanting to check out the nearby stalls. But she couldn't let her desire for play interfere with her friend's requests. Now that her task was complete, she could finally head towards the ring toss booth. Chapter 108. Event 5. Due to the ongoing event, in addition to a few stores, Lu Tang had also arranged some temporary entertainment stalls. Due to the influence of a recent retro trend, Lu Tang learned about various ancient entertainments, which she thought would be quite suitable for the current situation. So, she set up some activities to prevent everyone from feeling lost after shopping, providing them a chance to have some fun. It didn't matter if she didn't participate. Watching others play was enjoyable, especially in a world lacking entertainment, where even a ring toss stall could attract a crowd. Lu Tang prepared several mini-games like ring toss, darts, archery, fishing for floating balls, and magnetic fishing. She decided against shooting games since there were quite a few people with firearms. If someone decided to demonstrate their skills by shooting balloons, it could end badly for her. Additionally, she designated a space for a few retro arcade machines, allowing for 2-player battles or multiplayer challenges. For those who weren't interested or skilled in these, there were options to play basketball toss, whack-a-mole, claw machines, or dance machines. Particularly with the dance machine, those confident in their rhythm could easily become the stars of the area. Are you not going to give it a try? Tianyuan Lu asked. No, I can't dance well, Lu Tang replied, rejecting the suggestion. She was the type who had a big passion but lacked skill. Dancing alone behind closed doors was entirely different from doing it in public. The former allowed for wild expression, while the latter was best avoided. When it's time to be an audience, be an audience. There's no need to take risks here. Look at those two up there. Aren't they doing great? Lu Tang referred to a man and woman who seemed to know each other well, playfully teasing each other about their stiff movements while eagerly jumping on their machines, fearing they'd miss the rhythm and lose the game. Next to them, CSC was engaged in a fighting game. As someone who often took breaks at the arcade on the second floor of the mechanical modification shop, he possessed many techniques unknown to others, playing with great enthusiasm and rarely facing defeat. The other arcade machines were also busy. After an initial period of hesitation, interested people began to try their hands at the games, quickly becoming engrossed, just like CSC before them. The other entertainment stalls experienced a similar trend. After the initial rush of shoppers, people shifted their focus to these fun activities, spending their energy and money on what they found enjoyable, passing the time pleasantly. To make the event seem livelier, Lu Tang instructed Tianyuan Lu to project a 3D performance by virtual idols in the sky every 2 hours, lasting about 10 to 15 minutes, serving as a unique highlight of the event. This could actually be a long-term feature. Looking up at the performance, Lu Tang thought it was cost-effective, but it's quite demanding on the system. I thought my work was already enough. Manager, are you not considering giving me a raise? Wow, you actually want a salary? Lu Tang feigned surprise. Aren't you just a support AI? Just like how you enjoy making money. Even if I don't need to spend it, I still like seeing the numbers representing money fluctuate. Who knows? You might be able to apply for a promotion when you get back, and then you could use the money to buy a mechanical shell. Lu Tang stuffed the empty drink cup into the trash can and felt that Tianyuan 6 was absolutely right. In her time, legitimate AI produced by reputable companies were entitled to earn a living through their labor. After all, energy beings could become members of the Interstellar Alliance's family. So why couldn't AI? Of course, AI was just a more easily understood term. They were not created by humans, but originated from a planet of intelligent beings that were electronic life forms. They had a very rigorous set of theories regarding their own evolution, with strict classifications on which AIs could be considered peers, which were half human and half tools, and which were purely tools. Lu Tang had previously thought that Tianyuan 6 was merely a standard AI tool and had always wanted to ask who their debugger was. Recently, she realized she might have been too simplistic in her thinking. The other party was quite flexible, and it was possible they could apply for an upgrade after returning. If the upgrade was successful, Tianyuan 6 would enjoy the same interstellar citizen benefits as Lu Tang, which could be inconvenient if she didn't have some money on hand. Lu Tang sighed. I really thought you were just an ordinary AI. My program tells me that the manager's thinking is not flawed. I am just an ordinary AI. However, Perhaps being with such an interesting person from the very beginning has allowed my learning modules to gain more experience, leading to other possibilities. But this still requires evaluation from headquarters, and I have no say in the matter. I will prove that you have traits of intelligent life, Lu Tang replied. Although she often faced sarcastic remarks, it didn't prevent her from seeing Tianyuan 6 as a competent partner. But I can't pay your salary. Those rules were set before I arrived, and I don't have the authority to change them. This was the truth. The distribution of points earned from running the store was determined by the school, and Lu Tang could only spend her own portion of the salary. To withdraw any money, she would have to wait until the resource package was returned. Although she appeared to be the manager, she was still just a worker at heart. No one could extract money from the manager, not even AI. You used the word extract quite cleverly, Lu Tang joked. But let's not dwell on that. It's currently 4 p.m., and we have 4 hours until the evening event. How's our revenue looking? We are already profitable. Do you have specific numbers? I want to know the net profit. 981 points as the net profit. The manager's initial expenses for the event, as well as the food and drinks needed for the upcoming party, have all been deducted. The net profit is expected to continue growing in the next 4 hours. Nice. Lu Tang happily bounced a couple of times, checking to ensure no one was watching her. By the way, have you included the cost for the day after tomorrow? Yes, but that is only a preliminary estimate, as future events carry significant uncertainties. Don't worry, I won't recklessly increase costs. Lu Tang waved her hand. Let's stick to today's figures, with adjustments based on the number of attendees. Since you've already calculated that, it should also be profitable. Yes, manager. Currently, the value changes too frequently. If detailed data is required, we will need to wait until the end of today for calculations. No need for that. Just give me a total later. Looking at those numerical models gives me a headache. Lu Tang rejected the suggestion from Tianyuan 6, saying that she would only look at which item had a higher net profit. As for detailed charts, whoever wanted to look could do so. She had no interest. Next, all she had to do was wait for the party at 8 o'clock. As she spoke, she walked towards the Natural Scenery Experience Center. Chapter 109 Activity 6 at 11 a.m. All the invitation cards in today's lucky bags were drawn. By 5 p.m., the top 34 on the light screen had created a significant shopping gap, distancing themselves from the others. By 7 p.m., the top 95 on the light screen had not changed for nearly 30 minutes, with only the last 5 spots still being contested. At 7:25 p.m., the leaderboard stopped changing until the deadline. At 7:45 p.m., Lu Tang opened the Natural Scenery Experience Center, allowing guests with invitation cards to enter in an orderly manner. Although the party activities had not officially started, they could go in early to rest and enjoy food. At 8 p.m., the doors of the Natural Scenery Experience Center closed again, separating the commercial street into 2 different worlds. The Experience Center employed pure interstellar technology, shrinking the bodies of incoming guests proportionally. If they didn't know in advance and the host didn't mention it, they would never discover this secret. The entrance hall featured a magnificent lounge with shiny floors, dazzling chandeliers, pillars carved with mysterious patterns, soft white carpets, and various sofas and soft stools that appeared casually placed but were cleverly designed. After entering, guests were escorted to the lounge by robot waiters, each receiving a glass of lemonade to enjoy while they waited for the real venue to open after 8 o'clock. This place looks really impressive, Qingjin exclaimed, holding his lemonade and marveling at a golden pillar. If it weren't for Lu Tang being the owner, he would have even considered reaching out to see if the dragon's eye was inlaid with a crystal core. Zhu Bing shot him a glance and coldly remarked, "Mind your hands, this is Boss Lu's place." I know, I'm just looking," Qingjin replied dismissively. He wasn't crazy enough to cause trouble on Boss Lu's turf. He was merely observing, and looking wouldn't cause any harm. After all, the things here were meant to be seen. Pan Faming didn't pay attention to the 2 of them. Being adults, they wouldn't get lost. His focus was mainly on the 2 kids, worried that if he wasn't careful, they might cause trouble. Today, he was quite lucky. The family of 6 had bought 18 lucky bags and surprisingly drew 3 invitation cards. Before they could even discuss how to distribute them, his parents immediately declined, saying they wanted to go out shopping and were impatient to attend any party, especially if it involved loud music that might be hard on their hearts. Pan Faming knew this was just an excuse, but seeing his parents insist, he had to give up. He initially thought of having his wife take the kids inside, or spending more money to buy another card to try for a spot in the top 50, as he felt being in the 90s was already decent. However, his wife flatly refused, stating that she had enough of taking care of the kids and wanted to have a fun day out with her friends. Whoever wanted to take the kids could do so. She wasn't going to. Under the children's intense gaze, Pan Faming had no choice but to step up himself. Considering it was a dinner party, he even went to a clothing store to buy the two kids some little formal outfits. Although a bit pricey, it wasn't a waste. After this party, the kids could wear them again during the new year since they had already decided to spend the winter in the commercial district. The temperature inside the protective dome was adjustable, so he didn't have to worry about them getting cold. Zhu Bing and Qin Jun, however, weren't as fortunate. Both were single, and one person's meal wouldn't affect the whole family. They were willing to spend a lot on tickets, and after buying food, they could either save it for later or resell it back at the base. But the first party event was something they absolutely couldn't miss. Where are we going to have the party later? Qin Jun, having seen enough of the pillars, finally returned to his teammates, like a husky with a collar. It can't be here, right? Zhu Bing raised an eyebrow. Isn't this enough? Normally, it would be more than enough. There wasn't a place this luxurious in the base. But hadn't Boss Lu showcased so many extravagant scenes before? With such impressive examples, this place seemed too ordinary. Qin Jun scratched his head. His glass of lemonade was already empty, and the serving robot showed no intention of refilling it, so he didn't bother to ask. Zhu Bing agreed with Qin Jun's sentiment. She also didn't believe Lu Tang would host the main event here. That would be a disservice to the limited entry slots and the inflated ticket prices. I really hope time goes faster. Zhu Bing sighed slightly, looking hopefully at the ornate doors on the inner side of the hall. She guessed everyone would be moving over there soon to enter the real venue. She wasn't the only one thinking this. Many people, after observing the grandeur of the hall, shared the same thought. This was evident from their pretending to be nonchalant while secretly wishing to be the first to enter. Fortunately, 15 minutes passed quickly. Lu Tang didn't keep them waiting long. Just 3 minutes before 8 p.m., she opened the door and stepped out, dressed in a starry long gown. Her hair reached just to her shoulder blades, and she hadn't styled it, which was understandable given her identity and the circumstances of this world, so it remained down. However, no one commented on it due to her status. In a world where survival was uncertain, even lavishness had its limits. Even though everyone wore formal attire, to Lu Tang, it was merely slightly more extravagant clothing, not at the same level as the outfits worn by socialites in the interstellar era. Welcome, everyone, to this event party. I guess you can't wait to get started? Lu Tang got straight to the point, wanting to skip the pleasantries. The sooner she finished speaking, the sooner they could enter, and she could relax and enjoy. The chosen scene for this event was a beach, with free swimwear and beachwear provided. Nudity in the water was not allowed. Due to limited resources, each person could receive 10 drinks and 10 snacks for free during the party, with the content being flexible. Unfinished items could be packed to take away, but wastefulness was not permitted. No one disputed Lu Tang's words, nor did anyone think she was being stingy. Although they had the impression that Boss Lu had a constant supply of resources, this was a wasteland world where scarcity was ingrained in everyone's DNA. Lu Tang continued. No littering, no disturbing others, and definitely no excretion in the sea. I know this sounds ridiculous, but under the cover of the seawater, who can guarantee it won't happen? In any case, all the rules of the commercial street apply here. For more information, feel free to consult the robots on site. Just as she finished speaking, the time hit 8 o'clock, and the door behind Lu Tang opened automatically, bringing with it a breath of tropical sea breeze. Welcome everyone to my party. Please enjoy yourselves. Chapter 110. Event 7. Poison Dragon stood dazed on the beach, staring at the waves not far away, feeling somewhat lost. If it weren't for the service robot beside him suggesting he move aside to avoid blocking the door, he might have continued to space out. Poison Dragon had seen 3D projections before, but virtual and real experiences were ultimately different. Back then, he was merely immersed in a simulation. Now, he was in the actual environment. Is this the real beach and ocean? He murmured. It's so beautiful. Many others, like Poison Dragon, were also lost in thought. Many were born in the apocalypse and raised in the wasteland. They had never seen the pure, unpolluted waters of the southern seas, let alone what the northern oceans looked like. In fact, they might never have seen the ocean at all, as the 4 major bases were located inland, surrounded only by a few small rivers. They had never experienced the vastness of the sea where they could see the horizon. Oh, but that is not entirely accurate. If someone had stayed at Lu Tang's hotel and experienced the wonderful sleep mode, they might have seen it. But that feeling was somewhat different from now. It was like a low-resolution version meeting a high-resolution one, 720p versus 4K. I feel like I'm dressed inappropriately for this place," someone suddenly said, which instantly resonated with everyone. The guests forced themselves to shift their gaze towards a shop displaying various swimsuits and beachwear, eagerly selecting their favorite styles. Lu Tang appeared at just the right moment, and before anyone knew it, she had changed into a two-piece swimsuit that perfectly matched the current setting. Everyone can choose one swimsuit and one set of beachwear to try on for free during the event. Just remember to change back before leaving if you don't want someone else to take your worn clothes. You can also buy them directly, and if you pay here, it's all 30 off. After saying this, Lu Tang pointed to a row of portable changing rooms near the pool. You can change over there, and the pool is free to use. If you want to rent a lifebuoy or kayak, go there. Everything is free during the event. Since this was a party event, it wouldn't be right for everything to cost money, especially since this party would also be documented in a report. Lu Tang wanted to maintain a bit of dignity and not leave the impression that she was just out to make money. After all, hadn't they already paid for everything free at the event outside? Outside is outside, and inside is inside. Can they be the same? Lu Tang whispered a rebuttal, taking advantage of the fact that everyone else was over there picking out swimsuits and beachwear, so no one could hear her conversation with Tian Yuan Lu. She didn't hide the matter. Besides, do you think they don't know? There must be clever people who have figured it out, knowing that I won T lose. But the more they know, the more they can relax and enjoy themselves. Otherwise, they might start to suspect that I have some plan. After all, it is common knowledge that Boss Lu loves money, and if one day she suddenly changes her mind, something far worse than losing money is bound to happen. Humans are really hard to understand. It's fine. I don't understand much either. Lu Tang raised her eyebrows, soothing Tian Yuan Lu. Play some music suitable for the place, but keep the volume moderate, enough to create an atmosphere without drowning out everyone's laughter. Okay, manager, no problem, came the reply. The music began to flow from the room's sound system, a unique type from a southern island. Lu Tang didn't know what it was called, and wasn't particularly interested in finding out. She randomly chose a beach chair to sit in, called over a robot waiter to get a fresh coconut, and then lay back. It was a pleasant vacation time, and she didn't want to think. She just wanted to relax her body, empty her mind, and be a happy fool. Chu Lingling had been observing the place since she entered. The spacious room was divided into two parts by the beach. To the left of the beach was clear blue-green seawater, where one could see swimming fish and underwater scenery. Close to the edge of the beach were rows of stalls displaying beachwear and swimsuits, as well as those offering drinks and food, which should be the free items Boss Lu mentioned earlier. Walking further up, stepping onto the white wooden floor, there was a row of simple shower facilities. From the signs nearby, it was clear that these were meant for people to rinse off sand from their feet and bodies, not for taking a full shower. Across from these shower facilities were private changing rooms and several outdoor restrooms. After all, people have their needs. Since they weren't allowed to take care of it in the seawater, there had to be a place for them to do so. Continuing along the wooden floor and going up 5 or 6 steps, several interconnected swimming pools came into view. The water so clear that it was even purer and brighter than some drinking water in bases. Behind the pools stood a 5-story building. Chu Lingling couldn't pinpoint its style, but felt it matched the beach and pools perfectly. Currently, that place was closed, and she guessed that once it officially opened, people would know what it was for. Cousin, it's our turn. Are you going to change first, or shall I? Gu Xiang stood by the changing room with her swimsuit. Although she asked, her true thoughts were already obvious. Chu Lingling didn't mind arguing with her. You go first. I'll wait. All right. Gu Xiang immediately darted into the changing room, quickly taking off her clothes. To be honest, she hadn't felt much before. But since entering this place and seeing the swimsuit Boss Lu was wearing, she could hardly contain herself, eager to change out of her clothes. Feeling a bit out of place otherwise. This was something Lu Tang never expected. She had unknowingly become a trendsetter in the hearts of young people. As long as they followed her, they would never be laughed at for being out of touch with trends. Gu Xiang changed her clothes quickly, and after she came out, it was Chu Lingling's turn. The two sisters then took their original clothes and bags to the luggage storage area before happily running towards the beach together. Due to the environment, neither Chu Lingling nor Gu Xiang had ever exposed so much skin before. Even at home, they had never dressed so lightly unless they were taking a shower. Initially, both felt a bit shy and awkward. But as more people changed into swimwear, and with Lu Tang as a role model, they gradually relaxed and proudly accepted the envious glances directed at their figures. Hand in hand, the sisters carefully walked from the dry, soft white sand to the wet, fine area continuously washed by the waves. They left one footprint after another on the beach, with the damp fine sand creating little pits under their feet. The tide first filled the pits, and then smoothed them out as it receded. The cool, clear seawater brushed over their insteps and ankles, bringing Chu Lingling and Goose Yang an unprecedented sensation. The girls' delighted laughter echoed, attracting more people to join in, and those who were initially hesitant also began to participate. This is truly a beautiful southern island. Chapter 111. Activity 8. At first, the partygoers were hesitant about the ocean, but after a few brave examples, they tentatively stepped onto the wet sand. They quickly fell in love with the sensation of being washed by the seawater, taking small steps forward and competing with friends to see who could get splashed by the waves the most. They were still inexperienced. Lu Tang finished her fresh coconut water, stood up from her beach chair, and went to the nearby rental area for life jackets. She grabbed one featuring a rainbow pony and put it on, then walked straight to the water. Amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of those around her, she gradually waded into the water until it reached her waist. Next, Lu Tang made a dash towards the sea, swimming out further. Although she could swim, she didn't want the salty water in her mouth. And she didn't want to give the locals a strange impression, as they typically didn't swim. The ocean, after all, is not a place for those who can't swim to just jump in. It's better to wear a life jacket to avoid worrying the rescuers. Lu boss, why did you go in? Someone shouted from the beach. They had been taught from a young age not to expose their bodies outside protective gear, or they could get sick. If lucky, they might be rescued. If not, they could end up losing their minds. Therefore, scavengers and adventurers were very cautious, never taking off their helmets or protective suits when outside. Even when they had to attend to personal needs, they would wrap themselves with a special protective cloth before doing so. Even though they knew there was no radiation danger here, they still played a little game of letting the waves wash over their bodies, subconsciously believing that the sea was off limits and only there for aesthetics. Now that Lu Tao had gone into the water, they were shocked, but also felt eager to try it themselves. Boss Lu, can we go in too? Lu Tao turned in her life ring and waved to the people on shore, saying, how can you come to the beach and not go into the sea? Come on, go get a life ring. Make sure to hold on tight, and you won't be in danger. The first to act were the young people who regarded Lu Tao as a trendsetter. They quickly found life rings that suited them, mimicked her actions to put them on, and approached the sea one by one. However, when the water reached their thighs, they gradually stopped. I'm a bit scared, someone murmured, feeling unsteady as the soft sand shifted beneath their feet and the waves surged powerfully. Facing the vast ocean for the first time, it was natural to feel a bit timid. Don't be afraid. Just lean forward and let the life ring carry you. Lu Tao's voice came at just the right moment. The person looked up and saw their admired boss Lu reaching out to them. Almost instinctively, they followed her advice and plunged forward. After a surprised gasp, the next second, they were lifted by the life ring, a wonderful sensation enveloping their body, and they suddenly realized what they had done. Now, apart from their heads, they were almost fully submerged in the sea. The water around the southern island was not as cold as in the north. It was a very comfortable temperature that made it easy to relax. You can flip over, just like I do. Lu Tao demonstrated how to lie back in the life ring. The sun in the rooms on the southern island was virtual. It looked hot and dazzling, but didn't emit UV rays, so there was no need for sunscreen. Of course, she intended to inform everyone about this later, that it was fine to look at the virtual sun without sunscreen. But if they ever saw a real sun, they would need protection. Although it was likely that these people would never see a real sun in their lifetime. Given the thick layer of dust in the sky that wouldn't clear up in a few years, Lu Tao still felt it necessary to mention it. Upon hearing her words, the person carefully lay back, just like she showed, and indeed felt much better, floating effortlessly in the water. This is so much fun, they murmured, then turned to wave at their friends. Come here, this is so much fun. As a result, more people began to follow their example and embrace the ocean, enjoying the joy of being in the water during summer. Gradually, some were washed back to the beach by the waves. At first, they were a bit flustered, but seeing Lu Tao simply enjoying herself, letting the waves carry her to shore, they relaxed and even started to compete to see who could slide further. Lu Tao glanced at the few people closest to her and recognized familiar faces, so she called them to join her. Come on, let us go get some snorkeling gear. I'll take you to see something fun. Great. Coming. Boss Lu, what's fun to do? I know it's always right to follow Boss Lu. Me too, me too. Accompanied by a few chattering people, Lu Tang arrived at a shop renting snorkeling gear. She only took a mask and a snorkel, leaving out fins that require some time to master. For newcomers, having a mask and snorkel is sufficient if they are not used to fins. They might feel panicked in the water. You put this in your mouth, bite down, and then learn to breathe through your mouth. Lu Tang first put on her mask, then took the snorkel and placed it in her mouth. These items have been improved, so even if they accidentally sink, there's no worry about water flooding in. The others followed her example, and after equipping themselves, they practiced breathing through the snorkel. In reality, it was hard not to breathe through the mouth, as the mask covered their noses, instinctively prompting them to open their mouths. A few minutes later, seeing that everyone was fine, Lu Tang gestured for them to follow her, grabbed an underwater camera, and once again dashed into the sea. This time, she didn't use a life ring. In fact, snorkeling only requires mastering a few small skills. Even those who can't swim can manage it. As long as they are brave enough to dive into the water, it's fine. In truth, Lu Tang might have underestimated her influence. If it were someone else urging them to jump in, without special abilities or weapons, it probably wouldn't work. But with her, many were willing to give it a try. At least Zhu Bing was willing, and Qin Jun was very eager. Pan Faming hesitated a bit because he had 2 children with him, but unexpectedly, the kids jumped in faster than he did as a father. Since they were going snorkeling, they couldn't choose a crowded swimming area. Lu Tang aimed to observe underwater plants and beautiful little fish, not to see people floating in the sea. Therefore, she led them to a designated diving area, where they could snorkel or take a boat for deeper dives, depending on the guest's preferences. Of course, deep diving requires training, and the price is higher than snorkeling after it opens. However, the cost is justified, as the sights and creatures they could see are far more spectacular than what snorkeling offers. Chapter 112 Activity 9. Snorkeling is a very interesting activity. The things one sees on the surface of the sea are completely different from what one experiences underwater. Zhu Bing was one of the first to respond to Lu Tang's call to dive in. She couldn't swim and had never submerged her body in water like this before. But she trusted Lu Tang, believing that she wouldn't lead her astray in such matters. And it turned out to be true. After the initial panic of diving in, Zhu Bing found her body miraculously floating, not needing any special training to avoid drowning, as she had previously imagined. Lu Tang swam beside her, gave her a thumbs up, and then pointed forward, signaling Zhu Bing to look in that direction. Zhu Bing followed her cue and was nearly breathless with surprise as a school of tiny fish, only finger length, gathered together, swirling past her and then back again, before finally swimming off into the distance. This time, without waiting for guidance from Lu Tang, Zhu Bing spontaneously directed her gaze elsewhere and soon spotted a new target. It was a type of white fish with black linear markings on its sides and a black dot on its tail. Zhu Bing didn't know what kind of fish it was, but she found its swimming posture very beautiful. There were also yellow fish, blue fish, and a strangely shaped fish with a protruding mouth that she had never seen before. Zhu Bing felt her eyes were simply not enough. She clumsily chased after one fish, and then her gaze stuck to another. Under Lu Tang's guidance, she awkwardly glided through the water, using her eyes to explore this wonderful world she had never encountered before. She was not alone. Everyone who followed her was equally captivated. As they needed to breathe through their mouths, no one could speak, and they could only express their excitement through body language while trying to attract the underwater camera's lens to capture more photos of themselves. Ideally, they wanted to be photographed with the fish. After a while, Lu Tang came back up. She had more entertainment activities to introduce to the others, such as jet skiing, surfing, rubber boating, beach volleyball, and who wouldn't want to build a beautiful sandcastle. Under Lu Tang's leadership, everyone who received an invitation card went wild with joy. They had no idea that before the wasteland world, humans had so many games for entertainment. Some people got tired and sat down on the beach towels under the sunshade, holding coconuts with straws and casually chatting with their companions. If only our world hadn't been polluted. Who says it hasn't? His companion, a young man wearing only beach shorts, also sat on the towel with a bowl of shaved ice, eating while sighing. I used to think that taking off the protective suit and helmet meant freedom. Now I realize that living like this, with exposed skin, able to dive into the sea and bask in the sun, is true freedom. You think, how much will the ticket cost here in the future? I don't know. But it definitely won't be just 100 points. But it doesn't matter, we can afford it. True, coming every day isn't realistic. But coming once a month should be doable, right? I think so. Boss Lu 1T set the price too high. I just ran into her and asked a few questions. After the event, besides the ticket, other expenses in the venue will also cost money. The young man was taken aback, almost dropping his coconut. What? Going into the sea costs extra? Not really. Normal swimming doesn't cost anything. But snorkeling requires a bit of money, and other activities also have fees. And all the equipment, whether you rent or buy, will cost money. Well, that's acceptable. I plan to buy these beach shorts and that swimsuit too. I'll come here to play in the water, build sandcastles, and sunbathe. There shouldn't be any extra costs, right? His companion pointed at the coconut in his hand. This costs money too. The young man shrugged. Oh, that? No worries. Food and drinks are definitely going to cost money. I'm mentally prepared for that. Moreover, while you are at the base, you have to spend money on food and water, right? It's not like family is providing for you. That's true. The companion nodded and then brought up another topic. Do you know? The door we came in actually leads to different natural landscapes. This time, it's chosen by the boss himself. When we come here on our own in the future, the ticket we buy will take us to that specific scene. Even if two people enter at the same time. As long as the tickets are different, they'll end up in different places. It really is high-tech. I'm increasingly convinced that the boss isn't from our world. That doesn't matter to us. I'm wondering if we should get tickets for tomorrow. The boss said tomorrow's scene will be different from today's. Let's do it. First, buy a lucky bag and see what we get. If that doesn't work, we can pay a high price. But the competition will definitely be fiercer than today. Those who haven't entered are probably bursting with ideas. That's true. Hey, why is it getting dark? It wasn't just him who noticed. Others also realized that the light in the venue was gradually diminishing, and everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. They saw the sun, which had been hanging in the center, setting in the west. After the breathtakingly beautiful sunset, the stars replaced the sun, rising into the sky and blending with the deep night, creating another kind of captivating beauty. Stars. Is this the starry sky described in books? So beautiful, truly beautiful. If every night were like this, it's no wonder people would want to go out. I would too. You're talking about the past. If you went out now, you might just die out there. Hey, can we not bring up such gloomy topics under such beautiful scenery? Just as people were immersed in admiring the starry sky, a sudden whoosh came from behind them. Those nearby instinctively turned around and discovered a pile of firewood on the beach, which the boss had just ignited. How can a night on the beach be without a bonfire party? The boss waved at the people looking at him. Forget those depressing realities. Come on. Dance to the music, get hyped. As soon as he finished speaking, the music in the venue changed to a lively and infectious rhythm, and the volume increased to drown out the discussions. Amidst the music, some people's DNA stirred, and when the first person began to sway to the rhythm, more and more people joined in the revelry. The sounds of music, waves, and people's laughter created a symphony called joy, reaching its peak when a robot brought out a 5-layer cake at 11 o'clock. Everyone had a piece of cake in their hands, and a drink as well. When dazzling fireworks exploded in the night sky, everyone felt an immense happiness. No matter what the outside world is like, or how many hardships await them in the future. At least for now, at this moment, they experienced an unprecedented happiness. Chapter 113 Event 10. Those at the party in the Natural Scenery Experience Center saw fireworks, and those still on the commercial street also enjoyed the same view. Liu Tang didn't want to treat people differently in such a place. After all, electronic fireworks are just special effects and don't cost anything. How beautiful. Is this really fireworks? Wow, there are different colors too. Boom, another explosion. And this one is even bigger than the last. I love this one that shoots up so quickly. It's so much fun. Look over there, it's really beautiful. Will there be more tomorrow? Maybe. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Let's just wait and see tomorrow. Those at the party probably didn't see such beautiful fireworks, right? We definitely got the better deal. I don't think so. The boss inside must have set off some too. What is there to argue about? The party ends in less than an hour. We can just ask them when they come out. Haha, I was thinking the same thing. I didn't go back to sleep because I wanted to wait and ask how fun it was inside. Whatever they say, tomorrow's invitation cards will definitely be harder to get than today's. Wait a minute. If it wasn't fun, why would they want the cards? TCH. Just because they say it's not fun doesn't mean it isn't. How do you know they aren't just trying to discourage everyone from grabbing the cards? Using this as a smokescreen? Ugh, are you guys being overly cautious? Can you really think that way? If you can't think of it, it just means you're not clever enough. There were various speculations about what the party was like. Those still lingering on the street either had friends inside, were waiting for news, or were just some curious onlookers wanting to join the excitement and hear the gossip. Soon, the bells signaling the end of the day's activities rang, and the doors of the Natural Experience Center slowly opened. People could see the lavish interior decorations through the door. but no one could get close due to the robots blocking the way. After about 7 or 8 minutes, people gradually started to come out, each wearing an expression of reluctance to leave. A few even turned back while walking, clearly showing their reluctance. As soon as they came out, familiar faces immediately surrounded them, eagerly asking about what was inside and how fun it was. The ones who came out were still in high spirits, not hiding anything. Or perhaps they had a strong desire to share, wanting everyone to know how amazing the party was. It was so much fun. Did you know we could swim? Not just in the pool, but also floating in the sea. Let me tell you, the seawater was really salty. We went snorkeling. Look, here's a photo. Did you see this fish? It was right next to my cheek. I tried surfing. It was so thrilling, but unfortunately, the time was too short. I just learned when it got dark. You don't understand. It was the boss who made it dark. The stars were especially beautiful. The boss even treated us to cake. I loved that cake. The cream was super sweet, and it was a 5-layer cake that wasn't sold at the candy store. It must have been specially customized for the event. The bonfire party was really fun, and the music was great. Everyone got up and danced, having an amazing time, completely forgetting their worries and just focusing on having a good time. I want to see the starry sky again. It was so enchanting. I wonder if, after the Experience Center officially opens, I could customize a world that's just filled with stars. The first batch of lucky visitors leaving the Experience Center found themselves surrounded by people on the street, eagerly sharing their experiences over and over again. Except for a few who weren't keen on socializing, most people enjoyed the atmosphere of being celebrated. Just look at those envious eyes and see how eager they are to hear more, even if some were regretting spending a lot of money. In this atmosphere, where it felt like everyone was a star, they began to think that the expenses were worth it. Some people had splurged on tickets to get in and adapted well to the attention, even thinking they could come back for more. Others were just lucky. After receiving an invitation card, they didn't sell it off, but decided to experience it for themselves. Now, surrounded by so many people asking them to share their stories, they felt a bit shy. But it was just a bit of shyness. They didn't want to leave at all. Even if their throats were getting dry from talking, as long as someone wanted to listen, they were willing to share again and rack their brains to recall any details they hadn't mentioned, continuously adding to their stories. Lu Tang returned to the lounge through the staff passage and looked down at the crowd gathered on the street. Aren't they going to sleep? An overly excited brain can make one forget about sleep. TSK, there's an event tomorrow. How can they participate if they don't get enough rest? But that's their business. By the way, did today's earnings come out? Yes, according to the manager's plan, all entertainment booths close after 11 p.m., while the store remains open, keeping the earnings at a relatively stable number. Lu Tang blinked and eagerly asked, "How much?" The net profit is 14,568 points. Lu Tang was satisfied with this. Not bad, and the major expenses for tomorrow and the day after have already been accounted for. Even if there are fluctuations, it shouldn't exceed 5,000 points, right? Yes, manager. Then I can rest easy. If the event were to incur a loss, I'd surely be marked with shame among the current interns. With the first day of the event wrapped up, I must ask, manager, are you happy now? Of course. I'm happy, Lu Tang quickly replied, seemingly puzzled as to why Tian Yuan Lu would ask such a question. Didn't I have a blast at the party? Isn't that enough proof? Yes, that indeed captured some good moments. I've uploaded them to the shared drive, and you can download them anytime as a keepsake. Thank you. You're so thoughtful. I appreciate the compliment. But what I really want to know is whether it's the event itself that brings you joy or the fact that you hosted a profitable event that makes you happy. Lu Tang rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, the event itself brings me joy, but if I'm losing money hosting it, then that joy will certainly be diminished. I might feel happy at the moment, but once the event is over, I'll likely feel increasingly gloomy, even more so than before the event. So, the answer is to host an event that doesn't incur losses. And immersing myself in the event itself is the source of my happiness. Tian Yuan Lu fell silent for a few seconds before giving his final response to the question. I must say, you truly are something else, manager. Chapter 114. Event conclusion. The first day's activities concluded amidst people's excitement and anticipation, followed closely by the second and third days, which were also highly successful. For ordinary people, while they longed to enter the natural scenery experience venue, they were acutely aware of their financial limitations. Even if they were lucky enough to draw an invitation card, they would likely sell it for cash. They preferred to have more funds to purchase more affordable daily necessities to improve their lives, making this winter less harsh. For those with some money, They understood that the experience venue would open to the public after a while, but they particularly desired the emotional value of being admired rather than feared, basking in the limelight. Moreover, the activities and parties within the experience venue were so enjoyable that they were eager to try them out. As a result, over the next 2 days, the price of the invitation cards gradually rose, reaching a level that even Lu Tang found astonishing. Yet, people did not perceive it as expensive. Rather, they eagerly raised their bids. I hope they realize later that I'm not taking advantage of them, Lu Tang mused. After all, the complimentary items for the event are the same, and I can't increase services just because the second round is priced higher. They are all participating voluntarily, so the manager can't be blamed, and they wouldn't dare to blame the manager anyway. That's true, Lu Tang nodded while holding a warm cup of tea. But the scenery still needs to change. Otherwise, there would be no surprise. Honestly, I really want to see the expressions of those who prepared beach shorts and wore swimsuits when they arrive at the ski resort. Do you need me to check the manager's personal defense facilities? Lu Tang rolled his eyes. Do you think they would physically attack me? That shouldn't be the case. But if they learn what a snowball fight is, they might really want to invite the manager to join in, he speculated. I guess the manager should understand the meaning of being targeted. Who's afraid of whom? Come on, I've never lost a snowball fight. Is the manager good at snowball fights? Not sure, Lu Tang replied with confidence. I've never participated. So, the manager's claim of never losing is because they never fought, which means there are no defeats, right? Exactly. One could only say, no wonder you are the manager. Thus, Lu Tang decided to hold the second day's activities at a hot spring resort with a ski area. Strictly speaking, the artificial hot spring resort does not belong to natural scenery, but the natural scenery experience venue had found a loophole in its programming, designating the scenery as snow-capped mountains, with the hot spring resort serving as a resting place. As Lu Tang had anticipated, some people had indeed prepared beach shorts and swimsuits in advance, only to be stunned by the white snow-capped mountains all around them. The next moment, they began to shiver. Fortunately, Lu Tang did not intend to let anyone freeze. She first took everyone to a hot spring resort, where she introduced the various facilities and the number of food and drink servings each person could receive. Only after that did she lead the newly dressed group to the ski area. Considering that everyone was a beginner, Lu Tang closed off the advanced and intermediate ski trails, leaving only the beginner slopes and other snow-related entertainment areas open. She arranged for a large number of robotic instructors, aiming to ensure that every person interested in skiing had someone to guide them, as this was somewhat of a risky activity. She made a serious explanation when opening the area. Consequently, some people eagerly began to learn skiing, while others decisively chose low-risk activities like snow tubing, sledding, and ice slides. There were also those who simply found a spot to build snowmen and intuitively mastered the art of snowball fights. Some older guests just wanted to stroll in the snow, enjoy the scenery, and after a few rounds of dog sledding, they headed off to relax in the hot springs, finding their own joy at the resort. In short, everyone was happy, and after the event, they praised the party. On the third day, Lu Tang chose a mountain setting, taking the guests to hike and view a lake, and then to gaze at the majestic snow-capped peaks from the valley. The lake's water was a clear blue, and on still days, the sky, mountains, and woods were reflected in it, dividing the water into 3 colors. When the wind gently brushed across the surface, creating ripples that broke the breathtaking scene, it injected new vitality into the valley's waters. Unknown birds sang sweetly, their crisp calls echoing in the valley, while people immersed themselves in nature, enjoying the fresh air and spending a leisurely party time in the forest. Of course, Lu Tang did not just let people take pictures or stand around. She also arranged some unique mountain activities. There were aerial swings, glass walkways, zip lines, and canyon rafting. In short, whether brave or timid, everyone could find suitable activities and enjoy the fun of the party. Lu Tang even prepared several tree houses for resting, where guests could take a hammock and choose a favorite spot in the forest to relax. Alternatively, they could take cake and drinks to the platform outside the treehouse, whispering secrets while enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the pure, bright night sky. Each day's party activities offered different experiences. Most people only experienced one of them, but a few wealthy individuals participated in all the parties and compiled their observations and photos, becoming the brightest stars in the entire commercial street and the surrounding 4 major bases. The 3 days passed quickly, but the event still left a lasting warmth. In a world of desolation, people's spiritual needs often go unmet, and encountering such a grand event was not something they would easily overlook. According to the speculation shared between Yuan Yuan and Lu Tang, they will likely keep talking about the grand success of this event until the entire winter has passed, or until a bigger news story emerges that can overshadow it. I feel that the next news might still be related to me. Lu Tang mentioned this to Tian Yuan Lu. After all, if they had good ideas, they would have implemented them long ago instead of waiting for my event to create such a buzz. In fact, it's not that they lack ideas, but that they lack the necessary resources to hold events. Lu Tang thought for a moment. Indeed, it's rare to find someone with as much financial backing as I have. With the event concluded, the Natural Scenery Experience Center officially opened. Store manager, have you thought about the next store? Lu Tang nodded. A fruit and vegetable store, wasn't he that already agreed upon? After all, the store manager is known for unconventional approaches, and I just want a clear directive. I always feel like there is something unsaid in your words. But I have no evidence, Lu Tang mumbled, casting her gaze towards the bustling commercial street that remained lively even after the event, feeling that she was one step closer to going home. Chapter 115. Gua Kang's calculations while Lu Tang was considering the establishment of a fruit and vegetable store. The guests on the commercial street were still enthusiastically discussing the 3-day event. Those who needed to work were working, and those who could relax were enjoying their time, creating an overall atmosphere of tranquility. However, on the other side of the portal, at Base 3, a pre-war mobilization was underway. The initial cause came from Gua Kang, who felt humiliated by Lu Tang and ignored by others like the Poison Dragon. Even someone like a Qi, who was often looked down upon and oppressed, seemed to be doing better than him. Unable to swallow this frustration, Gua Kang decided to follow the traces left by Poison Dragon and others straight to the portal. Here, there were only adventurers and scavengers coming and going, along with a silent recycling machine. There were no guards, and Lu Tang hadn't sent any robots to maintain order, as this area was not under her jurisdiction, and she had no interest in meddling. Gua Kang, relying on his ability to communicate with anyone, soon gathered information about the commercial street from various adventurers and scavengers. When he learned that there were defenses in place, but that they wouldn't kill on sight, he finally felt tempted. Unlike a Qi, who still needed to scavenge to earn money, Gua Kang had access to crystal cores. He followed the example of others, recharged himself with 100 points, and then bought a return ticket. Nervously, he passed through the portal and arrived at Lu Tang's commercial street. What lay before him left Gua Kang in shock. The level distinctions at Base 3 were almost harsh, strictly controlling the pathways for ordinary people to rise. Everyone was born into a certain class, and they remained in that class as they grew up. Only a very few could leap between classes due to extraordinary talent. However, even those who managed to rise could only move from the lower class to the middle class, or from the middle class to the upper class. The royal circle at the very top was completely inaccessible. Even if that person is a level 5 powerhouse, they can only serve as a useful weapon in the hands of the royalty. If this weapon dares to rebel, it will face absolute destruction. This is the ironclad discipline of the royalty in Base 3, where no compassion is allowed for such matters. They must uphold their authority, their rule, and maintain their absolute status in this apocalyptic world. Therefore, in Gua Kang's view, the atmosphere of equality in the commercial street is simply too strange. Such a good place. With so many resources, shouldn't it be reserved for those at the very top? Why is it casually open to everyone? Even though Gua Kang himself is one of those everyone, and could benefit greatly from it, after a moment of surprise, he felt an indescribable indignation. If others can easily obtain these resources, then what have his years of carefulness, humility, and relentless effort to climb up meant? If simply changing locations could grant him all of this, wouldn't his years of struggle have been in vain? No, Gua Kang clenched his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. This cannot continue. For the sake of his efforts, and to prevent his life from becoming a joke, Gua Kang decided to destroy this place. Only by doing so could he regain his confidence and find his dignity again. To gain the trust of others, Gua Kang visited every shop, buying many items to carry with him, some for his return journey, and some as evidence to present to the royalty. Without proof, how could they believe what he said? Thus, once everything was prepared, Gua Kang returned to Base 3, filled with resentment. If I can't have a good life, neither should you. With this thought in mind, Gua Kang arrived at the connection point of the protective shield. After handing a few fruit candies to the guard, he made his intentions clear. Please inform the officer that I have discovered a commercial street with abundant resources, and I am here to report to His Majesty. The guard weighed the candies in his hand, a curious light flickering in his eyes, but he clearly wasn't inclined to let Guokong pass easily. After all, Base 3 has a strict hierarchy, and even though he was just a guard, he resided in a higher-level area closer to the intersections. "Where did you dig up this expired stock from?" the guard said, though he pocketed the candies without intending to return them. "You know, letting someone in without proper cause is a serious crime. If everyone acted like you, coming in with a few candies to trick people, I wouldn't have enough lives to spare." "Of course, I wouldn't dare deceive the officer," Guokong said, bowing slightly, cursing the guard's ancestors in his heart, but maintaining a smile on his face. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a silk scarf he had bought from a clothing store in the commercial street and handed it over. "Take a look at this, officer. It's fresh stock, not some old goods dug up from the ruins. The silk scarf is brand new, priced at 10 points each, with vibrant colors. It's a decorative item that everyone can afford with a bit of effort, and it sells very well in clothing stores." Guokong bought many of them all at once, originally intending to give them as gifts. He was mentally prepared for the guards to demand something in return, but when it actually came time to give them away, he still felt a pang of regret. The guards initially thought they would just get a few more candies, but they didn't expect such unexpected gains. However, the scarf did not satisfy their hunger. Instead, it made them even greedier. This time, facing the guards' subtle hints, Guokong refused. He knew these guys could never be satisfied, and being overly submissive would only put him in a passive position, ultimately leading to losing both his money and goods. "Commander, this news is very important." Guokong emphasized his significance. "If His Majesty knows that someone is deliberately stopping me from finding out about the supply point, he will surely be very angry." The guard hesitated. His position was subject to rotation, and he had no friendship with the incoming guard. If that guy let Guokong in, and if his information truly caught the king's attention, he would definitely face retaliation. He might not only be kicked out of the area, but could even lose his life. Thinking of this, the guard decided to let Guokong go this time. After all, the information needed to be reported, and if this guy couldn't provide anything important, only he would be in trouble. He would simply be doing his duty to report and wouldn't bear any responsibility. "You better have important news." The guard gave Guokong a deep look, retreated to his duty room, and dialed the communication device to contact his superiors. A few minutes later, the guard came out, opened the big door, and let Guokong in. Guokong's heart soared. He knew he had won the gamble. Chapter 116. His Majesty the Emperor. After opening the door, the guard turned back and warned Guokong, "Stand right here. Someone will come to take you over shortly. Don't run around, otherwise I have the right to shoot you on the spot." "Okay, Commander, I promise not to run." Facing the guard's threats, Guokong returned to his previous humble demeanor, standing obediently in the designated spot, giving no opportunity for the guard to lose his temper. Seeing this, the guard snorted coldly, cursed under his breath, and returned to his small room. But he kept his weapon trained on Guokong, seemingly ready to shoot his legs if he dared to take a step forward. After waiting for about 10 minutes, as Guokong anxiously anticipated, a vehicle stopped in front of him. A man in uniform got out, who appeared to be the superior of the guards. As it turned out, the guard immediately walked out of the small room, saluted the man, and recounted Guokong's situation, omitting any mention of the scarf and candy he had received. Although the man knew his subordinate must have taken some benefits, he didn't care. As a leader, sometimes you have to turn a blind eye. Some things aren't worth getting into a dispute over. Besides, the benefits taken by the subordinate didn't come from his own pocket, so it didn't harm his interests. Why should he become the villain when he was the one benefiting? Allowing others to have at least a taste? Such a commander cannot last long. Men understand this truth well. He then turned his scrutinizing gaze towards the smirking Guokong. "You said you have important intelligence to report?" The man assessed Guokong and, without waiting for a response, turned and walked towards the car he had arrived in. "Keep up. You have 5 minutes to organize your thoughts." "Understood, Commander." Guokong quickly followed, repeating what he had just told the sentinel along the way. The man was quite interested and asked Guokong several questions. After gladly accepting a silk scarf and a few toffees, he took him outside a 3-story building. "Don't look around. Just answer my questions and don't say anything unnecessary, understood?" Guokong nodded repeatedly. "Understood, understood. Don't worry, Commander, I get it." The man examined Guokong for a moment, seemingly checking for any signs of disrespect, and then led him into the building. After a series of strict checks, he handed Guokong over to someone else. Thus, after layers of reporting, when Guokong had only about half of his supplies left, He finally met the Emperor at Base 3 and presented all of his remaining supplies. The Emperor was an elderly man, dressed simply and plainly. But a closer look would reveal that the fabric was far from cheap. It was both soft and comfortable, a high-quality material. Although the Emperor was very old, he still held power firmly in his hands. His children and relatives all strained to perform in front of him, yet few could consistently earn his favor. Like many aged rulers in history, the Emperor played with power in the hearts of men. Perhaps it was his fierce methods in youth that, even after decades, still intimidated his subordinates from harboring any rebellious thoughts. Alternatively, even in his old age, he remained a high-level ability user with rich combat experience, making anyone considering rebellion think twice about their chances. More likely, the Emperor had tightly bound his allies with interests, preventing them from easily breaking the current balance and necessitating the maintenance of existing peace. Regardless of the reality, no one dared to defy the Emperor. In Base 3, his words superseded all laws and regulations. The old lion may be aged, but he could still devour. Your Majesty, similar supplies are abundant in that commercial street. And the owner restocks quickly. It's almost inexhaustible. Guokong lowered his head, trying his best to describe everything he had seen and heard during the Emperor's silence. For him, there was no need to fabricate anything. The prosperity of the commercial street was evident and could withstand any scrutiny. The owner was surnamed Liu, a young woman, with an assistant named Tian Yuan Liu, who seemed to have the ability to manipulate weapons but had inexplicably remained hidden behind the scenes. After Guokong finished speaking, he didn't dare to look at the Emperor's reaction, keeping his hands at his sides and his head down, listening to his heart pounding violently in his chest, waiting for the final outcome. He believed no one would refuse such temptation, not even the Emperor. The Emperor indeed thought so. He was getting old, but had many children. And those children also had their own offspring. The third base was too small, and if he kept them all by his side, the base would likely descend into chaos before he even passed away. Therefore, it was necessary to find them a new place and expand into a new territory to ensure the longevity of his royal lineage. The Emperor's gaze swept over the beautifully packaged candy gift boxes and the exquisite silk scarves before picking up a brand new helmet to examine it. Has the technology outside developed to this extent? He asked those nearby. Someone took the helmet and inspected it closely, then replied, "Perhaps it's just an exception, Your Majesty. We haven't encountered such technology in the bases we've operated." Your name is Guokong, right? The Emperor had intended to ask a question, and Guokong was about to respond, but realized the question wasn't directed at him, so he quickly closed his mouth, pretending nothing had happened, and quietly listened to the Emperor's conversation with those around him until his name was mentioned. "Yes, Your Majesty, my name is Guokong." "Good." The Emperor seemed to just want to confirm this, and then waved to summon a servant, instructing them to take him down to rest well and not to be neglected, as they would set off with the team tomorrow. "Understood." The servant responded, gesturing for Guokong to follow, leading him out of the main hall to the resting area on the first floor. "Food and drink will be brought to you. Don't wander around. There are facilities for washing up in the room, so it's best not to go outside." After introducing the room's amenities, the servant hesitated for a moment and decided to offer some good advice. Also, several princes and princesses might be eager to compete for attention tomorrow. And even if they ask you questions, make sure to keep quiet. The Emperor dislikes interference in his family affairs. He had been in the hall earlier, and it was clear that the Emperor placed great importance on the area known as the commercial street. As per custom, those providing information would receive generous material rewards and promotions. Sharing a few inconsequential details wouldn't matter, but if this person showed appreciation, they might receive a good reward. Guokong indeed appreciated the advice, warmly inquiring the servant's name and assuring that he would not forget them once he received his rewards. Thus, both sides were pleased. One returned to continue their duties, while the other stayed in the room, dreaming about a bright future at the third base. Chapter 117. Let us shift the return location. Lu Zhao was not entirely uninformed. She might not understand the thoughts of the third base, but she certainly knew that Guokong had been there. So he bought a ticket to go back again. Lu Zhao leaned back in her chair, reclining with her feet crossed on the table, and had almost bought a bit of everything. "Yes, manager. He belongs to a special target group, and every purchase has a special mark. Do you think he intends to become a middleman, buying things here and then transporting them to that third base? That possibility cannot be ruled out. But it's also possible he is taking samples back to lure others into theft, right?" "Indeed, manager. Lu Tang put down her legs and sat up straight. I just realized that our teleportation hub can directly send people back inside the protective shield. If they all buy tickets, it would mean we're letting them in directly. Yes, manager, Tian Yuan Lu replied. Lu Tang knocked on the table in dissatisfaction. At least show some concern. Acting so nonchalantly makes it seem like what I said doesn't matter. All right, manager, I'm very concerned. What should we do? Facing Tian Yuan Lu's nonchalance, Lu Tang sighed like a deflated balloon, feeling that she shouldn't have said that. What else can we do? If they come, they come. The guests have their own protective shields, and with their attack power, the walls wouldn't even chip. Besides being annoying, there's nothing to be afraid of. It could cause panic. Lu Tang paused, recalling that the foot traffic on the commercial street had been high recently, but not everyone was aware of this. She nodded. That's true. I also think we should keep the fighting outside the protective shield. Do we need to change the teleportation location? Yes, let's change it. Lu Tang opened the drawer and pulled out an orange-flavored lollipop. After rolling it on her tongue for a couple of turns, she said, adjust the return teleportation point to 50 meters from the entrance of the commercial street. Understood, manager. Make sure to highlight the notification here so that those leaving the commercial street can see the change. Also, place another notification at the teleportation point 50 meters away. Just a sturdy sign will do. No need to post it across from the teleportation door. After doing this, those who bought round-trip tickets from the commercial street would naturally see it and wouldn't panic upon being teleported back. As for those who bought one-way tickets from elsewhere, this place was already unfamiliar to them, so it wouldn't matter where they were teleported. After all, just beyond 50 meters is the commercial street. In such an open area, anyone with decent eyesight would see it at a glance, preventing them from getting lost. Moreover, as more people use the teleportation hub, an increasing number would be stuck on the street after returning. Correcting the return point now is actually a good thing. Is the manager trying to keep the enemies outside the protective shield? Not really. The commercial street is open to anyone. If they force their way into attack, there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Tang shook her head. I can't just close the commercial street because of potential threats. Consider it a chance for me to tidy up things that should have been organized long ago. Understood, manager. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. If that guy just wants to be a middleman, let him be. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. I have the most complete defense mechanisms and weapons far superior to this world, so I have absolute confidence in my safety. The only thing to watch out for is to make sure others know this too. I wouldn't want them to panic and cause a stampede instead of getting killed by the enemy, which would be truly unjust. Tian Yuan Lu, how do you think I can make people believe that even if they are standing on the street, they don't have to fear being hit by others' abilities? Advertising? Or maybe conducting an experiment. Advertising won't work, but an experiment could be feasible. Lu Tang agreed with the proposal. In the wasteland world, everything still relied on what could be seen to be believed, and the kind of deception that could occur even face-to-face in the interstellar era was not yet present here. Forget about AI head swapping, voice simulation, or scams using the design of bionic beings to manipulate appearances. Even simple photo editing and video splicing could only be done in a few places nowadays, and most of them served official purposes. The average person might never even encounter such things in their lifetime. Therefore, if Lu Tang allowed them to witness it firsthand, no one would doubt its authenticity. She certainly wouldn't deceive anyone and guaranteed that the actual outcome would match what was shown in the experiments. Why don't we conduct a military drill? Lu Tang clapped her hands, feeling that her idea was good. She decided to recruit participants from all the stores, set a date, and assured everyone not to panic. They would show everyone the results of the military drill. It was a solid idea. Tian Yuan Lu supported this and, a few minutes later, presented a corresponding activity plan. After Lu Tang reviewed and modified a few details, Tian Yuan Lu published it on all the electronic screens in the stores, with robot staff reminding everyone to take a look. After all, many customers were regulars, and not everyone wanted to reread the guidelines every time they entered the store. So it was necessary to provide a human reminder. We are serious people and don't engage in sneaky business. In the interstellar era, recycling materials was both important and common, and everyone had the habit of tossing recyclables into bins at any time. These recycling bins belonged to different operating companies, and the prices were standardized, theoretically making it the same regardless of where they were deposited. However, before one of her deliveries, Lu Tang noticed a subtle trick that had quietly gone online. Recyclables delivered during high-temperature hours would receive a deduction of 0.2 credit points per kilogram compared to those delivered during regular hours. Lu Tong swore that there had never been such a thing as high-temperature hours before, and the software she used hadn't announced any such notifications. It was content that had quietly gone live, displayed in very small text on the screen. If she hadn't had the habit of checking, she might have unknowingly tossed her items in. While a deduction of 0.2 credit points per kilogram seemed minor, it was quite infuriating. Lu Tong detested such practices, including but not limited to the hidden requirement of needing to accumulate 100 credit points to withdraw, which she considered a cancer in the industry, excessively consuming the trust of consumers. Therefore, she resolutely refused to engage in such exploitative practices, laying all terms out in the open, with everything relying on credit and quality. She couldn't even be bothered to look at those underhanded methods. She was a serious business person and didn't need such disreputable tactics. Chapter 118. Military Drill. Lu Tong was the type to act immediately. Aside from her studies, she disliked procrastination in other matters. So after finalizing the steps for the military drill with Tian Yuan Lu, she promptly updated the recruitment announcement and reminders in the store. As Lu Tang had anticipated, initially no one paid attention, but after the reminder from the robotic staff member, Tian Yuan 6, many people became aware of the situation. Consequently, the topic of conversation on the street quickly shifted from the previous party event to this matter. What is a military exercise? You don't know that? It's about simulating responses to an attack. Don't you get any information like this at your base? We're not your militarized management base. We're quite loose. Besides, no one has attacked us anyway. Didn't our 4 major bases sign a mutual defense pact? Who would dare to strike us? 1 against 4, are they afraid? Hey, speak up. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. I just saw a rare species and wanted to take a closer look. What do you mean? Nothing much, just find your innocence adorable. By the way, are you participating in the military exercise hosted by Boss Lu? Of course. Participants get a 50 off coupon for all categories, plus meals provided. Why wouldn't I join? Well, it's not really for all categories. You can't use it at the mechanical modification shop. I don't have a car, so it would be good for buying new protective gear. I've had my eye on one, but it's too expensive. I've been hesitating for days. If it's 50 off, I'll definitely buy it. By the way, are you joining or not? Absolutely. An event hosted by Boss Lu is worth attending, even without rewards. It's bound to be interesting. That's true. It's Boss Lu after all. Similar conversations were not limited to the commercial street. They were also common within the 4 major bases. Given the speed of information dissemination in the wasteland world, news about Lu Tang always spread the fastest. Not only were the ability users eager to participate, but many ordinary people also showed interest. Boss Lu had stated that participation was entirely voluntary, open to all genders and ages, whether ordinary or with abilities, as long as they were brave and willing to follow commands. With such a good opportunity, how could anyone resist? Therefore, when they discovered that the number of applicants far exceeded the required amount, there were surprisingly no complaints. After all, it was Boss Lu hosting the event, so it was expected to attract a large crowd. The final solution was simple. Lu Tang increased the number of participants by 13. Ultimately, she sought influence. And the more people, the better the effect. As for how to select the needed individuals from the many applicants, Lu Tang employed the oldest and most widely accepted method, a lottery. Those who were selected would stay, while those who weren't could just watch. Once the exercise truly began, those who were nearby would still have some level of participation. Lu Tang gathered everyone together and set up a temporary enclosed fence to block curious onlookers from outside. Many people knew that the commercial street was safe, but many others did not. And even those who did might not understand the specifics of that safety or to what extent it applied. Lu Tang was succinct and direct, getting straight to the point without any pleasantries. This military exercise is quite simple. It aims to reassure everyone that the commercial street is safe and can protect all individuals, regardless of the methods used by attackers. As long as people remain on the commercial street, they will be safeguarded. Lu Tang raised her hand, and Tian Yuan Lu thoughtfully projected the plan. I need some individuals to act as frontline attackers, some to serve as assassins, and others to play the role of ordinary people being attacked. The latter group must have a high level of trust in me and be very brave, or they may experience significant mental stress. After explaining, Lu Tang introduced the roles for each group. The frontline attackers will openly use fists, weapons, and special abilities to strike in plain view, portraying hot-tempered customers who are quick to resort to violence. The assassins will hide among the crowd and strike unexpectedly, representing those who deliberately cause chaos. The ordinary people must remain completely relaxed and pretend they are unaware of the impending attack, fully trusting that Liu Tang will protect them. They can dodge or scream, but they must not panic and run wildly, which could incite negative emotions among bystanders and lead to a stampede. After that, Liu Tang paused briefly to allow the participants to digest what she had said, then waited for volunteers to step forward. Voluntary participation is ideal, and if there is a significant discrepancy in numbers, she would consider intervening. However, if the number of volunteers is close to what she needs, she would not interfere excessively with their choices. Results came in quickly and were quite positive. There were plenty of volunteers for all three roles. Some wanted to experience the thrill of being able to act openly on the commercial street without repercussions. Others were intrigued by the shocked expressions of those around them when attacked, and some wished to showcase their calm demeanor in front of family and friends. Regardless of the reasons, the outcome was good, with everyone finding a role they enjoyed, leading to a joyful atmosphere. After categorizing the participants, Liu Tang provided them with a brief training session and assigned each person a unique mark. Only those marked could be attacked, not out of fear of hurting others, but to prevent panic among the uninformed. The exercise is scheduled for tomorrow, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. You can choose any time to attack the marked victims, either as a group or individually, using weapons or special abilities. Liu Tang pointed to the wooden posts used for demonstration and confidence building earlier and continued, as you can see, all attacks will be protected, whether from the front or back, so brave victims should not fear. You will not be harmed. Don't worry, Boss Liu, we all know that. One participant replied, I trust Boss Liu, which is why I signed up. I will definitely stand there and let them hit me, not running away. Me too. I'm so excited. Another added, I really hope tomorrow comes quickly. This event is so interesting. Brothers and sisters, let me remind you, this is only the case on the commercial street. If you encounter an attack outside, make sure to hide quickly and don't just stand there foolishly. Haha. You don't need to say that. No one is a fool. But seriously, it would be great if the outside world could be as peaceful as the commercial street. I'm really tired of the days filled with fighting and killing. This remark brought the previously lively atmosphere back to calm. After a while, someone muttered a response that sounded like a self-comforting remark. What can we do? It's just our unfortunate fate to be born in this wasteland. This time, everyone fell into a deep silence. Chapter 119. The drill has begun as usual. CSC walked on his way to the mechanical modification shop. He was sure he was a heavy gaming addict, but he didn't care. Previously, Liu Tang had organized an event and set up a few retro arcade machines on the roadside. CSC had a blast playing for 3 days and even collected a lot of discounted car beauty vouchers. When he wasn't on a mission, he came every day, enjoying his free time to indulge in gaming. Sometimes he visited once a day, sometimes twice. If his car were a person, it would definitely have been worn out by now. However, the gamer didn't care about the car, he only cared about his games. He even rallied his friends to petition Liu Tang to keep those arcade machines. Liu Tang happily agreed and kindly opened a small area in the mechanical modification shop where anyone could play the machines for just 10 points without needing to wash or repair their vehicles each time. CSC was extremely grateful and decided to give his car a break. After the event ended, CSC went on a mission and just returned to the base yesterday. This morning, he rushed to the commercial street, eager to play for a whole day, completely unaware of the undercurrents of the crowd around him. Or rather, he sensed something but didn't take it seriously. After all, this was the commercial street, the safest place in the wasteland, and with Boss Liu watching over, CSC didn't think anything would go wrong. However, just as he was about to turn towards the mechanical modification shop, he suddenly sensed a surge of abilities behind him. Instinctively, CSC rolled away and entered a state of alert as he stood up. To his shock, he realized that there was indeed an ability being used. But it wasn't directed at him. It struck another person wearing a blue armband. CSC was stunned, bewildered, and greatly shocked. Who on earth had the guts to act recklessly on Boss Liu's turf? What happened to the little robots maintaining order? And what about that Tianyuan 6 who seemed to be monitoring everything? They couldn't all have disappeared, could they? What was going on? Why was even Boss Liu's commercial street not safe anymore? CSC maintained his alert posture, expressionless as he stood still, but his mind was racing, almost producing smoke. Then he noticed something was off. In the case of a sudden attack, the people around, especially the ordinary ones, would typically distance themselves to avoid getting involved. So why was everyone standing still, grinning and pointing at the scene inside? Are they crazy? CSC thought calmly. Either they were crazy or he was. But someone had to be losing it. unless Boss Lu had organized some new event. The battle within the venue is still ongoing, with the attackers continuously unleashing their abilities towards their targets, striving for a series of coherent and novel moves. While fighting, they pose dramatically and occasionally toss their hair, clearly wanting to impress onlookers. Oh, that onlooker is standing nearby, a girl who is covering her eyes with one hand and peeking through her fingers, laughing uncontrollably. It's unclear whether she is embarrassed by her boyfriend's performance or amused by his attempts to impress her. Come on, that's enough. That girl is about to faint from laughing. With so many targets, you don't have to pick on me alone. The target of the attack feels a bit helpless, as he is surrounded by a light blue protective shield that appeared just as the abilities were about to hit him. This shield has remained steadfast, hovering just 1 centimeter from his skin. The protective barrier is quite agile, twisting and turning with his movements, and will follow him around the commercial street as long as the danger is not completely eliminated. Upon hearing this, the attacker instinctively turns to look at the girl he likes and sees her laughing uncontrollably, which makes him sheepishly withdraw his attack. He apologizes to the target and runs towards his beloved girl. The target shakes his head and walks towards the crowd, starting on his other tasks. See, Boss Lu's promise. As long as you're in the commercial street, you need not worry about any attacks. So if someone is reckless, everyone stay calm and don't scatter. A stampede would be a huge loss. People nod in agreement, with some curious individuals discreetly reaching out to poke the protective shield. Wanting to know what material it is made of that makes it so effective. CSC also temporarily sets aside his gaming mindset and moves closer to listen to what is happening, feeling a bit out of place otherwise. After all, what Boss Lu said must hold true. Exactly, I trust Boss Lu's guarantee of safety, which is why I dared to bring my child out. However, was this military exercise triggered by some information Boss Lu received? No way. Who would be so blind as to kick against an iron plate? Perhaps someone who hasn't heard of Boss Lu's reputation? I think it's impossible for the 4 major bases to be involved unless they were somehow controlled. Could it be outsiders? Who knows? But with Boss Lu here, no one can harm us. Look, there's another attacker appearing. Let us go see the commotion. I heard gunfire. This time it's live weapons. People rushed towards the sound of gunfire like bears drawn to honey. From their conversations, CSC confirmed that his guess was right. This event was indeed organized by Lu Tao. With absolute trust in Lu Tao, CSC felt she wouldn't hold a military exercise for no reason, so she must have received some information they weren't aware of, preparing to preemptively inoculate the guests against the impending chaos. In fact, those with even a little common sense began to speculate after the military exercise was announced. Outsiders like Poison Dragon were particularly focused on a specific group of people, such as Base 3, and Base 3. It seems that once that kid reached this side, he reported back to that old guy. With their temperament, it was only a matter of time before they came over, which is why the little boss made preparations in advance. The Dragon of Poison said this to his subordinates, and everyone nodded, agreeing with what the boss said. Someone asked, "Boss, what should we do?" The Dragon of Poison glanced at him. "What do you mean, what should we do? Should we take advantage of the chaos to make a move?" He retracted his hand that was tapping on the person's head and glared at him with disappointment. Make a move? Are you out of your mind? Be careful not to get yourself caught. Are you really that foolish? Haven't you seen through that little boss's methods? And take advantage of the chaos. This place won't even get chaotic. After finishing, the Dragon of Poison let out a long sigh and looked around at his foolish subordinates, making sure to point out each one. He made it clear that no one was allowed to interfere in this matter, and even if they had to act, they had to stand on the little boss's side. Don't think that just because Base 3 is dominant in our area, they are invincible. I'll tell you. Here in the commercial street, Base 3 is nothing. Chapter 120. Arrival at the portal. The day-long military exercise successfully concluded, and more people became aware of the absolute protective measures of the commercial street. Lu Tang's objective had been achieved, and next, all she needed to do was focus on running the store. There is a saying, there are thieves every day, but there are no defenses against thieves every day. So be it. The rewards for those who participated in the military exercise were handled solely by Tianyuan 6. And Lu Tang did not participate as she had been feeling a bit of crowd anxiety and didn't want to stay in crowded places. If that human named Guokong really brought people over, we would still have a few minutes of reaction time. You mean when he buys the tickets? Lu Tang understood Tianyuan's 6 point. If a guest with a special mark buys a ticket while a large number of new guests register to buy tickets, it indicates that the other party is really bringing people to attack. The teleportation point had been moved to 50 meters outside the commercial street. So after the other party arrives, they would need to organize their team, and combined, there would be about 10 minutes of preparation time. No wonder you're the manager. Really smart. Complimenting me on such trivial matters doesn't make me happy. Lu Tang thought for a moment and felt it was unnecessary to take them too seriously. After all, they couldn't break through the defenses, so there was no need to stand ready, making it seem like they were being given face. That's true. Lu Tang rubbed her chin and thought of another matter. How many people do you think they would send if they really attacked? That would depend on Guo Kang's judgment of danger. If he thinks we are very dangerous, then they will send more people. If he thinks we are not much of a threat, perhaps they would only send a small team like last time. That would be boring. Lu Tang said. Fewer people mean less gain, but since they are coming over, do you think I can apply for a definitive self-defense counterattack? The manager wants to eliminate the enemy at the source? Exactly. Lu Tang said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, should we wait for them to organize again? Of course. We need to nip trouble in the bud. I'm not a target standing here for them to hit endlessly. How am I supposed to do business like that? Lu Tang was becoming increasingly confident. What started as a casual thought now seemed to have a high possibility of success. You see, if they come to harass us without reason, even though my defenses are strong and I'm not afraid, there are still guests to consider. I can't have them hiding under the protective shield and not going home, right? After shopping, they need to return home as well, and I can't escort them the whole way. I must eliminate the unstable factors on their path, especially since this instability is caused by the store manager. It indeed meets the criteria, right? I knew this would work. With the prospect of extra income on the horizon, Lu Tang gradually became excited. If everything goes well, I can directly strike at their base and confiscate their personal assets as compensation, and then we might just gather enough energy to go home. While I lack the necessary data to estimate how much energy they have, this possibility does exist. Congratulations to the store manager on the prospect of returning home. Let's celebrate together. Lu Tang rubbed her hands together in anticipation, hoping Wukong would bring people quickly and not let her be overly optimistic. Of course, if the other party is determined to just be a middleman and has no ulterior motives, Lu Tang cannot force them to create opportunities for her to earn extra money. That would be against the rules. She can find loopholes, but she won't operate on the edge of legality. Meanwhile, the team at Base 3 had finished their preparations. Led by the recently unsettled Crown Prince, who had been bitten by his younger siblings, the team, consisting of about 13 troops from the base, headed towards Lu Tang's commercial street. The Crown Prince had not been having a good time lately. His younger siblings were growing rapidly, while his aging father still held the reins of power. As the first in line for succession, he had recently faced continuous reprimands, making his position appear unstable. This situation led to a capricious atmosphere within the base. Besides his own trusted aides, the subordinates of his younger siblings were also active. His father seemed to know everything but chose to turn a blind eye, which was akin to stirring the pot. Thus, the Crown Prince urgently needed a tangible achievement to stabilize the hearts of the people, deter those with ulterior motives, and solidify his position to smoothly take the throne after his father's passing. The news brought by Wukong was the best opportunity. The person he informed happened to be one of his subordinates, leading to that audience and the chance to lead a mission. In the comfortable RV, the Crown Prince sat upright, looking at the person standing before him with a respectful demeanor. He was quite pleased with the other's respectful attitude and, wanting to appear gracious, raised his hand to invite the other to sit. Are you sure that Boss Lu's subordinate hasn't raised an army? Wukong, initially tense while standing, became even more apprehensive upon sitting, showing a grateful expression as he carefully responded to the Crown Princess' inquiry. Yes, Your Highness. She doesn't have an army under her command, only a helper named Tianyuan Lu. That guy's ability might be to control machinery, which is why there are many strange little robots assisting. Such abilities are not a concern. No matter how many robots there are, they can be destroyed and lost. They are not as good as elemental abilities, which can be summoned at any time. Wukong nodded repeatedly, praising the prince from various angles, wondering what outsiders might not know. From the surface, it was clear that this guy was quite eloquent. With Wukong guiding the way, there was no need to take detours. The prince's entourage traveled entirely by vehicle, moving at a very fast pace, and reached the teleportation portal in just one day. At that moment, some people who had come out to complete tasks noticed something was off and quickly retreated, highlighting the benefits of having purchased return tickets in advance. They could quickly return to safety instead of having to buy tickets again at the collection machine under the watchful eyes of those who clearly had ill intentions. The prince allowed these people to leave, indifferent to the ordinary individuals. Even if they ran to inform others, what would it matter? His army was pressing forward, and the opposition could only surrender. Of course, it would be even better if they ran away. He could take over the entire commercial street without a fight, moving away all the supplies. If the surrounding environment was favorable, the prince wouldn't mind keeping the commercial street as his own escape route. Then, they encountered their first dilemma: how to transport the armored vehicles and cars. Wukong had arrived on foot and hadn't been informed by anyone about purchasing vehicle tickets. Perhaps he had seen it but didn't care, even thinking that those who obediently bought tickets for their cars were foolish. They could just drive in since the teleportation portal was built on flat ground without any steep areas. However, since the prince didn't ask him, Wukong remained silent. Although he wasn't very clever, he had grown up successfully in Base 3 and had a keen political sense, knowing when to speak and when to refrain from making assumptions. Let us try driving one vehicle in first, the prince suggested, reminding those in the vehicle not to forget to buy tickets. His order was immediately executed, and then, the first vehicle of the first echelon drove toward the teleportation portal under everyone's watchful gaze. As the front of the vehicle made contact with the swirling portal, it suddenly emitted a blinding and ominous red light. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. Chapter 121. This is not a drill. Liu Tang was never lenient with those who broke the rules. If you didn't buy a ticket, fine, then explode. This was not only applicable to vehicles. If a person attempted to use the teleportation portal without a ticket, they would meet the same fate. In this regard, Liu Tang would never show favoritism. The prince watched the explosion scene, his face pale. Before the battle even began, they had lost a vehicle, which was not a good omen. Someone had to take responsibility. What happened? Why did the vehicle explode? The prince demanded angrily, his eyes filled with rage. Did you deliberately conceal this matter? Wukong was so frightened that he nearly knelt down, his heart racing like a rapid drumbeat. He knew this was his last chance. If he didn't seize it, he would die here before tasting the fruits of victory. Your Highness, did he not buy a ticket? This question didn't need the prince to answer, as someone else spoke up. He bought it. I saw him buy it with my own eyes. Wukong then asked, was it just an individual ticket, or did he buy a vehicle ticket as well? The person paused, seeing the prince looking at him, and nodded awkwardly. He didn't buy a vehicle ticket. Do cars need tickets too? Wukong let out a sigh of relief, knowing he had won the bet. People buy tickets for people, cars need tickets too, otherwise they can't get through. The other person opened his mouth, and seeing the prince's hand was already on his weapon, hurriedly shifted the blame. How are we supposed to know if you didn't say anything? You're the only one among us who has been here. Wukong was ready with a response. I said I wanted to buy tickets. How was I supposed to know you would refuse to buy tickets for the car, just to save 100 points? The options were right there. Entrance tickets, car tickets, and combined tickets. Once he said this, no one else could shift the blame back to him. Anyone who bought an entrance ticket would have seen those options. They couldn't really blame him for not mentioning it. After all, the large letters were right there. Next time, if there's something like this, just say it early. A reminder won't cost you anything. The prince's gaze darkened, lingering on Wukong for a few seconds before wrapping up the matter. Adjutant, tally the vehicles and purchase additional car tickets. The adjutant nodded in response and rushed off to do his job, while the others could only continue waiting in place, no one daring to take a step further. The prince felt quite frustrated. The enemy hadn't even shown up yet, and his side's morale had already plummeted. He couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on, and could only keep urging the adjutant to speed up. Meanwhile, Liu Tang received news relayed by the adventurers and also obtained data from Tianyuan 6 showing that a large number of people were purchasing one-way entrance and car tickets. Comparing the two pieces of information, he immediately realized that his side job was delivering results. All right, let's sound the alarm, notify everyone not to panic, and carry on with what they were doing. If anyone is truly scared, they can go hide in the hotel or the mechanical modification shop for a bit. It won't take long to resolve. Okay, manager, notification is about to be broadcast. A few seconds later, those leisurely spending their time on the commercial street heard the all-area broadcast that only sounded for important announcements. Dear guests, please pay attention. We have just learned that a large number of unidentified enemies have gathered outside portal number 1 and are about to invade the commercial street. Please rest assured, they cannot cause any actual harm to people or buildings. But if anyone feels uncomfortable with the combat visuals, you may head to the hotel or mechanical modification shop, where we have set up a temporary rest area. Please do not worry. Other shops will continue to operate as usual, and please be sure to follow the rules. We also do not recommend guests leaving the commercial street at this time. This is a real event, not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The announcement played 3 times in a row, enough for everyone to understand what was happening. People immediately stopped focusing on what to buy and began to discuss among themselves. Haven't seen such obliviousness in a while. I'm not hiding. Just looking for a spot nearby to watch the commotion. Me too. I love watching the boss Lou go all out. Are we going to see the mechas in action again? I think so. I estimate it depends on the enemy's strength. I'm going to the fast food place. It's a good spot. Are you coming? Sure, I'll go with you. Mom, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Don't you want to drink cola? Mom will take you to the fast food place, and by the time we finish eating, the fighting outside will be over. Dad, let's go. Although the boss has a protective shield, your legs aren't good, and it wouldn't be great if those guys pushed you around. It's just right to take a break at the hotel. Sigh, isn't this place supposed to be the safest? Why is there still going to be a fight? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. The boss is so capable. Can't he keep people out? Actually, it's not as dangerous as they make it sound. Hey, why are you pushing me? Pushing you? I was trying to save you. How dare you slander the boss in the commercial street? TSK. You must really be looking for trouble. Exactly, but this brother over here, don't mind him. Someone like him, who takes advantage and then acts innocent, is contagious if you get too close. He probably hasn't seen the last military exercise, so let's not waste time talking to an idiot. Let's quickly find a good place, or we might miss the show later. There are all sorts of things being said in the crowd, with only a few believing that the boss's protection is inadequate and that danger should be kept outside the commercial street. There are also some who didn't participate in the military exercise and aren't aware of the boss's strength, but since everyone else is calm, they choose to hide out in hotels or mechanical modification shops. No one wants to leave at this time. Even if someone does, they'll be persuaded to stay. After all, it's really safe in the commercial street, and leaving the protective shield is the real danger. Mark those loudmouths for me. The boss has a light screen in front of her, showing the situation on the other side of the portal, and all future discounts and lottery activities will avoid them. She can't directly harm them, as that wouldn't be compliant, nor can she cut off their cards or expel them, as that also wouldn't be compliant. But a little behind-the-scenes maneuvering is still possible. It's a privilege for interns. After all, why not use it? Okay, manager, marking complete. And they are now on the watch list. Any violations will be dealt with immediately. Great. The boss turned around in her chair, resting her chin on one hand. You're getting better at reading the room. Although I don't consider that a compliment. Thank you. The boss smirked. Look, they've bought their tickets. TSK. I wonder what their expression will be when they find out their cars have been teleported away. It must be quite a sight. The boss nodded, changing the teleportation point for people to 50 meters outside the commercial street. But the vehicle teleportation point remained unchanged, still in the underground parking lot. For real customers, this is very convenient. But for those here to deliver easy money, it will be a huge surprise. Chapter 122. The Calabash Boy Saves Grandpa. The Prince is going crazy. Anyone who finds their car missing after getting a ticket would feel the same way. The setup on the boss's side is, when a vehicle enters the marked area and gets a ticket, it will automatically be transferred to the parking lot. This is also written on the back of the ticket, but there are too many cars, densely packed, covering the marked area, so no one noticed anything was wrong. Thus, a horrifying scene of numerous cars disappearing into thin air unfolded in front of the portal. Those not in the marked area were left behind, and those who hadn't managed to get a ticket were also left behind. While it wasn't a total loss, nearly 23 cars vanished at once, and the prince felt a wave of dizziness, clutching his chest and nearly spitting out old blood. After all, considering the guests and the situation where the marked parking area is insufficient due to the large number of people, Liu Tang set the rule that even if only one wheel of a parked vehicle is within the marked area, it can be considered that the entire vehicle is in that area and will be completely transported away. The current situation, in fact, is quite a pleasant surprise. My car. The prince shook his body, stabilized himself, and no longer cared about royal demeanor. He grabbed Guokong by the collar, saliva flying onto his face, and shouted, "Tell me, are you a spy sent by the other side?" Guokong was so frightened that he was at a loss for words. He truly didn't know how to explain himself. He could only frantically rack his brain, trying to pick out a slightly reasonable excuse from a multitude of absurd ones. Your Highness, please calm down. Those vehicles might have been transported to the other side. Let's hurry over there, and we will see. The prince calmed down a bit, thinking this was a possibility, but the 2 consecutive surprises left him unsure about the situation on the other side. If they had noticed, Could there be a trap waiting for them? Send 2 people to take this guy over to have a look. No one dared to defy the order at this moment. The deputy dispatched 2 bold ability users to take Guokong towards the transport portal. Everyone's gaze followed their figures until all 3 disappeared into the vortex. And then they breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no explosion. Then, there was nothing. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Those 3 people seemed to have evaporated, showing no sign of returning. The prince grew increasingly suspicious and restless. During this time, he sent out 2 more groups. However, none of them came back. Now, the pressure was on the prince. This was no longer a matter of being stuck in a difficult situation. It was as if he was placed on a pile of firewood, feeling the heat from head to toe. Advance. Those who went will not come back. They must have fallen into a trap. Otherwise, there's no way that so many people wouldn't return with news. Retreat. Going back would mean being mocked by my younger siblings. Impeachment is minor. Returning empty-handed in the eyes of the elder would be a grave mistake. I might even lose my status as the heir. Continue sending people to scout for information. Several groups have already gone missing. The morale of the troops is unstable. We can't blindly send people to their deaths anymore. The soldiers he brought were valiant and fearless. But that didn't mean they wouldn't feel fear in the face of unknown mysterious events. Let alone them, the prince himself felt uneasy, suspecting that the other side might possess some strange sorcery. Otherwise, how could such bizarre events occur? After weighing the options repeatedly, the prince gritted his teeth and made a decision. Now, he could only advance and not retreat. Morale was already beginning to wane, and there would be worse situations on the way back. Even if they managed to hold on during the journey, he would still face difficulties upon returning. It was better to gamble his life and take a shot. What if the other side had only arranged for people there, and he could capture them one by one? Then he wouldn't be without a chance. Follow my command. All troops, charge. Charge. The prince showed some determination, rushing ahead with a weapon towards the portal. And naturally, others followed. Regardless of whether they had tickets or not, everyone chose to use their own legs instead of relying on their vehicles. The recent explosion and sudden disappearance were still vivid in their minds, leaving them with some psychological trauma. Although walking could also be dangerous, it was still better than taking the vehicle. One after another, people crossed through the portal and arrived at a teleportation point 50 meters outside the commercial street, where they quickly spotted their missing companions. However, there were still no vehicles. Lu Yang, piloting the witch, was growing impatient. She had been there since the first wave arrived. Guokong remained still, while the other 2 attacked immediately. Seconds later, it turned into 1 living person and 2 corpses. Lu Yang directly used an electromagnetic lock to restrain Guokong, then welcomed the second and third waves, with those who initiated the attack becoming corpses, while those who understood to observe the situation were tossed to keep Guokong company. This is dragging on. I thought they would continue sending people to test the waters. Lu Yang complained to Tian Yuan Lu. I'm already getting hungry. To be blunt, manager, the calories you've consumed today are excessively high by the standards of carbon-based life forms. Lu Yang rolled her eyes. So what? My body has been treated. I won't gain weight or harm my health. However, the manager would eventually have to return. And when her body returned to its original state, could she change her current eating habits? Good question. The answer is definitely no. All right, got it. I'll try to restrain myself a bit. Lu Yang shifted the topic. Let's deal with these guys first. Is that one dressed most like a Christmas tree their leader? The prince, realizing his subordinates hadn't returned, reined in most of his arrogance, thinking the opponent might be a decent adversary, though still harboring some disdain. Believing that no matter what, they were only 2 people, and 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. There was no way they could defeat his army. However, when he teleported in and saw the terrifying mech hovering in the air, his mind went blank. And it took him a long time to squeeze out a few words. War machine. At this point, it was too late to retreat. The prince could only hope that the opponent feared the strength of base number 3 and the brutal methods of his elder from years ago, hoping to save some face. But then, he was rejected. If it weren't for the rules that prevented him from attacking first, Lu Yang wouldn't have bothered to listen to his complaints. With no room for negotiation left, under the prince's orders, the superhumans and soldiers from base number 3 launched an attack against Lu Yang. On the cockpit screen, their markers changed from yellow to red, and Lu Yang happily marked the enemies, controlling the mech to engage directly. A wave of area of effect attacks instantly took out 13 enemies. Indeed, single kills were only suitable for arena duels. Area of effect was the best in battle. Chapter 123, self-defense counterattack in the face of absolute strength. All strategies were useless. Therefore, Liu Yang completely dealt with the prince and others, finishing all the battles in just 30 minutes. Except for the first few captives, the rest of the attackers were swiftly eliminated by Liu Tang. Only a few surrendered immediately, and the lights on the screen remained yellow, allowing them to escape. So, what happened? Liu Tang controlled the mech, hovering above the captives, asking who they were, where they came from, and why they declared war on her. Guo Kang's eyes were vacant, trembling like a leaf, with a suspicious stain beneath his pants. Faced with Liu Tang's inquiry, his mind was as chaotic as the scattered corpses on the ground. He trembled his lips, but couldn't utter a word. He knew that saying anything would be futile. Liu Tang didn't necessarily need him to answer. There were other living individuals present. It was just a few simple questions, and anyone could be asked. Indeed, Guo Kang didn't speak, but many others were willing to, quickly telling Liu Tang the whole story like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. So, this is the culprit? The witch's finger pointed at Guo Kang. Liu Tang asked Tian Yuan Lu in the cockpit. According to the regulations, can I kill him directly? Yes, store manager. As the instigator of the war, you have that right. Oh, Liu Tang replied, and a red laser shot from the mech's finger, hitting Guo Kang, who tried to dodge but couldn't escape the binding circle. The war was instigated by the Emperor of Base 3. As a victim, I have the responsibility to eliminate this uncertain security threat to maintain the peace of the commercial street and protect the safety of our guests. The witch applies for a counterattack. After checking, it complies with the regulations, allowing the witch to go to Base 3 for self-defense retaliation, method of attack, strangulation. Great. Liu Tang left the living captives behind and happily returned to the commercial street, skillfully recruiting a batch of porters and letting the little robots oversee them as they moved back any recoverable weapons and equipment. Dropping loot from defeating small monsters always feels wasteful if not collected. It's the same in games and now. As for the vehicles in the underground parking lot, Tian Yuan Lu had already locked all the parking spaces. No one but Liu Tang could access them. They had become the manager's private property, off limits to others. Liu Tang thought that after passing through the portal, she could have Tian Yuan Lu locate Base 3 and go straight over. However, upon arrival, she realized the plan wouldn't work because she needed to retrieve those vehicles before addressing the security threat. Fortunately, this was within the portal's range, and Tian Yuan Lu could still assist, saving Liu Tang the trouble of going back to spend money on recruiting. The little robots could take over this task, gradually bringing the vehicles back. As for whether to dismantle and recycle them or modify and sell them after returning, Liu Tang could think it over slowly. The priority was to secure these vehicles first to prevent others from taking advantage. She notified the personnel at the 4 major bases, asking if they wanted to take this batch of relatively uniform vehicles, noting there were a few armored ones, and inquired if they wanted those as well. All right, store manager. If they declined or the price wasn't suitable, they would be kept for now, and later, depending on how much energy was still needed, that amount could be filled in. Okay, store manager. Liu Tang thought for a moment and felt there was nothing else to consider. So she instructed Tian Yuan 6 to set the navigation and flew towards base number 3. The emperor had felt restless since he got up in the morning, unsure if it was due to his health or something else, occasionally experiencing a rapid heartbeat. He knew he was getting old and had recently spent more time assessing his children, hoping to find a suitable successor. Unfortunately, despite having many children, each had their own flaws, and he couldn't find anyone who completely met his expectations. If it came to it, he would have to rely on the eldest. As he thought this, he felt another wave of palpitations, and at the same time, a commotion arose outside. The emperor looked outside with displeasure, and a guard rushed in, his face filled with panic. This made the emperor's heart sink. Something must have happened. What is it? The emperor asked, his mind quickly racing through various possibilities, finally settling on recent significant events. Had the eldest people returned? The only things that could make a guard so flustered were a large-scale defeat or a coup. The emperor was very confident in the stability of his power, so he thought it might be an issue with the attack on the commercial street. Your Majesty, there's a mech outside that claims we attacked her for no reason, and to protect herself, she intends to eliminate us all, the guard reported. The emperor suddenly stood up from his chair. Take me to see. Assemble the troops and prepare for battle. He had thought a lot about this war and believed that the most they would face was a hidden power team that caught the eldest off guard. He had never considered the possibility of a total army annihilation or that the enemy would come knocking at their door. Now, the eldest had not stopped them, and even allowed them to approach. The emperor was both shocked and angry, decisively dismissing the potential of the eldest ascending the throne. Useless. Not worthy of being his son at all. The indifferent emperor walked out of his palace and immediately spotted the witch hovering in midair. He squinted at the mech that shouldn't exist in this era, realizing he had encountered a rare opponent in his life. Unfortunately, while he thought this way, Lu Tang did not. She was merely curious about what kind of emperor the captive was talking about. An emperor. That was something that only appeared in ancient history. And today she actually saw one alive. How delightful. That said, Lu Tang also understood that this emperor was not like those from ancient history. They lived in a feudal era, and the emperor was a unique product of that time. In the wasteland world, the biggest difference between an emperor and a bandit leader was that one had a thick skin, while the other had a relatively normal mindset. Lu Tang had seen many with a normal mindset. Previously, there was even a late-stage delusional doomsday king. Now she just wanted to see someone with thick skin. But to her surprise, he turned out to be such an old fool, and her interest faded instantly. Who goes there? State your name. The emperor tried hard to stand tall, wanting to appear less frail under the intimidation of the mech. I am the emperor. I command you to surrender immediately. Lu Tang rolled her eyes in the cockpit. What an idiot. The emperor was shocked. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him like that. In a moment of anger and embarrassment, he realized that for the sake of his dignity, he could no longer try to negotiate with the opponent. All-out attack. Those who kill the enemy will be handsomely rewarded. Immediately, various colored abilities and weapons were fired at Lu Tang, clattering against the mecha's exterior without causing even the slightest damage to the coating. Lu Tang chuckled. I was waiting for you to say that. Now it's my turn to attack. As her words fell, the courtyard of base number 3 mirrored the tragic outcome outside the commercial street. Chapter 124. The downfall of base number 3. The emperor had considered many possibilities, including but not limited to the battle being difficult or easy. Yet he never expected it to turn into a nightmarish, indiscriminate crushing. In this nightmare, he was no longer the invincible emperor, but had become a defeated foe he looked down upon. Lu Tang's attack range was limited to the palace, or rather this small building and the surrounding attackers, strictly adhering to the rules, ensuring no harm came to those uninvolved in the war. She was a law-abiding citizen. Even on other planets, she followed the interstellar law. Others might not know, but Lu Tang was attacking from midair, having observed most of the layout of Base No. 3 during her approach. The base was roughly square-shaped, composed of various protective shields from the inside out. The further inside, the better the buildings and infrastructure. The outer areas were in worse condition. The outermost circle resembled ruins, if it weren't for the heat scanner on the witch. She wouldn't have been able to distinguish which ruins had people underneath and which were purely debris. Life here was worse than that of livestock. When Lu Tang studied ancient history, there were specific chapters about how ancient people raised livestock, with pictures of clean and tidy pig pens. Living conditions far better than those of the people on the outskirts of base number 3. She thought that once the name of the emperor was mentioned, the store manager should have realized this. She knew things were bad, but not this bad. Lu Tang pinched her nose, feeling that it had crossed a line. Does the store manager even have a lower limit? You should just shut up and get to work. You're the store manager. I'll listen to you. The work at Tianyuan 6 was simple. Assist Lu Tang's which in clearing all the hidden red marks and eliminate them completely. Their identities didn't matter. Nor did it matter if they were ability users. Anyone who attacked Lu Tang would not escape the fate of being precisely eliminated by Tianyuan 6, no matter where they fled. This battle lasted quite a while, around 70 minutes, mainly due to the dispersed personnel and the numerous buildings obstructing their escape routes, which took time to dismantle. When the battle concluded, the core area of base number 3 was nearly as devastated as the outer ruins. Even the air filters formed by the supporting shields were significantly damaged, with dust swirling everywhere, making it look even worse than the outskirts. Tianyuan 6. Check how many people are still alive. Received, currently in the process of checking. Detection complete. There are 367 survivors within this protective shield. Get them to work and gather all the Emperor's assets for me. Keep an eye on it, and don't let anyone steal my money. The first sentence still refers to the Emperor's assets, but the second is about your money? Why not? Do I need to seek consent from a corpse? As expected of the store manager, I'll go broadcast it then. Well, it's up to you. Lu Tang was too lazy to shout at that group. Isn't it better to have someone do it for her? She preferred to comfortably, or at least not too uncomfortably, sit in the cockpit and observe the overall situation of Base 3. Although there were 4 major bases around the commercial street, considering their business interactions, Lu Tang had never flown her mecha over to observe them from above. Such behavior would carry an obvious threat, and since she had no intention of attacking, there was no need to cause anxiety. Base 3 was different. If Lu Tang wanted, she could even take over here and leave someone as a trusted emperor. Given her display of strength, no one would dare oppose her. However, Lu Tang was unwilling. All she thought about was going home. At most, she would scan and record this place as supplementary material for her report, which would not only showcase different customs, but also add pages to her graduation thesis. Perfect. Attention, people of Base 3, survivors in the inner circle. Please move all assets belonging to your emperor and the national treasury to the open area in front of me as a ransom for your lives. You have 2 hours, so act quickly. Also, do not attempt to hide any assets during the transfer. Otherwise, it will be considered theft of the store manager's private finances, and you will be eradicated immediately. The message from Tian Yuan Lu was repeated 3 times. At first, there was no response, but after about a minute, someone peeked out from the rubble, realizing they were not being attacked, and hurried toward the partially intact palace to find money to buy their lives. He had seen clearly that the king was dead, along with several participating princes and princesses. The only ones left were powerless children and their mothers, who were no match for him. There was no pressure in snatching things from them. Everyone, stop dawdling. Hurry and move the stuff. They've given us just 2 hours. Those who wanted to survive quickly responded to his call. A few people ran out, mostly heading toward the small building, but some were sneakier, trying to edge toward the protective shield to slip out to the outer circle amidst the chaos. Then, he found himself trapped in a grid of electric currents. Too scared to move. Lu Tang had no reason to kill them for now, but she could use the pretext of preventing them from escaping and calling for help to keep them contained. After all, the battle wasn't completely over. What if someone ran away and brought back reinforcements? She knew they wouldn't die, but they didn't know that. The person immediately screamed in fear, crouching on the ground, afraid to move, pleading for mercy. Seeing this, the others quickly put away their private thoughts and obediently became porters for Lu Tang. The ability users and ordinary people worked together harmoniously, all striving for their lives, as they didn't know that as long as they didn't attack Lu Tang, they wouldn't die. Do you think that after this haul, we can finally go home? Perhaps, even if we can't, our energy has already collected over 90, and the rest is just a matter of time. That's great. Once we finish this matter and I return to open the fruit and vegetable store, it will be time for me to leave. However, if we leave, won't this place be abandoned? That feels a bit regrettable. After all, the commercial street was established by Lu Tang herself. Even with the support of Tianyuan 6 and the convenience brought by high technology, she has truly put in a lot of effort. It would be hard to just abandon it so easily. Even in gaming, after investing so much time and effort, suddenly quitting feels regrettable, let alone these are real businesses. Moreover, we just held an event party recently, giving others a lot of hope. And now we're closing the store soon. Even Lu Tang feels a bit embarrassed about that. But to make her give up the opportunity to go back and continue as the store manager here, Lu Tang would absolutely disagree. She's just a little embarrassed. But she wouldn't sacrifice her future for that. Chapter 125. The dust settles in response to Lu Tang's concerns. Tianyuan 6 provided this answer. After the energy recovers to 90, communication with the interstellar era will be restored, and the store manager can submit relevant reports in advance, which may lead to technical support. Lu Tang's eyes lit up. What kind of support? Based on previous examples from the database. If an intern has performed exceptionally well and has significant importance to the local economy and life, there will be dedicated personnel to take over these matters before the intern leaves, avoiding unnecessary turmoil. This sounds good. I'll apply for it when I go back. Lu Tang became interested. If possible, she doesn't want the commercial street to decline. After all, it's her hard-earned territory. But we need to wait until the energy recovers to above 90. No problem, no problem. This wave of income will definitely be substantial and stable. Lu Tang is very optimistic about this. That fool claims to be an emperor, right? A ruler of a wasteland world. Doesn't he see the situation outside the base? They belong to a typical pin structure, so this emperor must have a lot of money. The pin structure refers to a large number of people at the bottom who exhaust all their efforts to support a small elite at the top, leading to a severe tilt of resources, with ordinary people having no chance to rise. Lu Tang learned in ancient history that in some ancient countries, it was very difficult for the lower classes to access higher education. First, they needed to take exams, and secondly, the tuition was extremely expensive. Many students had to bear high-interest loans to attend school and could only pay them off years or even decades after entering the workforce. This is a very obvious tactic. The wealthy class monopolizes educational resources, with the lower classes receiving basic education while the upper society enjoys elite education, thereby solidifying their ruling position generation after generation. Thus, Lu Tang is confident that the emperor has a lot of personal assets, and there should also be plenty of good things in the treasury, enough for her to take back to replenish energy and then contact the higher-ups. The reality is quite similar to Lu Tang's speculation. There are increasingly more items in the vacant lot, including but not limited to crystal cores, coins from base number 3, gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and paintings. After all, being an emperor means enjoying life. Once basic needs like food and drink are taken care of, spiritual needs must also be met. Therefore, items that ordinary people wouldn't indulge in are typically collected in the palace. Besides these, there were also some crying women dragged out from various hiding places. The public broadcasts from the palace used a male mechanical voice, and these women were part of the emperor's private collection, which made some people see them as property worth retrieving. Lu Tang found this absurd. What were they going to do with these women? They couldn't carry anything and couldn't help with labor. Were they just going to bring them back to do nothing? She didn't want them, nor did she want to touch their belongings, so she told them to step aside and keep their distance from her money. To avoid misunderstandings, Lu Tang directly expressed her stance, stating she didn't want any adults, children, or other living beings, and asked them not to create trouble. Upon hearing this, many who were treated as property breathed a sigh of relief and moved aside with their belongings. Under the threat of force, even though they eyed the goods on the ground, they didn't dare to take action for fear of being reported by those nearby, which could lead to serious consequences beyond just losing money. Manager, how do you plan to take these items back? Lu Tang nodded. I've got it figured out. I bought a portable recycling machine before coming out. I'll recycle everything here directly to avoid the hassle of dragging a bunch of stuff back. Good thinking, manager. Someone complimented. Right? I think so too. Lu Tang seized every opportunity to praise herself, as long as she couldn't detect any sarcasm in their tone. She took it as genuine. After 2 hours, Lu Tang had no reason to harm these people, so she used the palace's reasoning to let them go with a satisfactory excuse. Then, in front of everyone, she stepped out of the witch's flagship, wearing protective gear, and walked alone to the center of the open area. Wow, looking at it this way, there's really quite a lot. Lu Tang exclaimed joyfully as she gazed at the pile of goods towering over her. She reached out to touch a gilded chair and pulled out a scroll from a jar to take a look. Although she didn't quite understand the local art, the recycling machine did. If it truly had value, it would offer a price that was absolutely satisfactory. Later, these culturally valuable items would be preserved in another form by the recycling machine, and once they returned to the interstellar era, the originals would be handed over to different institutions in exchange for greater rewards. Lu Tang casually walked around the supplies, while the witch's flagship remained stationary. Gradually, some people began to entertain ill intentions, thinking that the most formidable presence was the mech. They believed that no matter how powerful Lu Tang was, she was just an ability user, and with so many of them, they wouldn't lose. They weren't motivated by a desire for revenge against the emperor. Rather, they were simply coveting the goods in the open area. They thought if they could take Lu Tang by surprise, all those items would belong to them. Wealth has always been a tempting force. Lu Tang pretended not to notice their covert signals and continued to leisurely circle around the items, hoping to find something interesting before entering the recycling machine. These items were extra loot and did not belong to the category of business revenue. Calling them her personal property was entirely justified. Now, she needed to return home and had no choice but to exchange these for energy. Once she got back to the interstellar era, she would be compensated for her corresponding money, but for now, she just wanted to find a few fun collectibles from here. And within the rules, no one could fault her. The attack happened at that moment. A total of 12 people targeted Lu Tang, each of them an ability user, attacking swiftly and from tricky angles. Not to mention, she was an ordinary person. Even a battle-hardened ability user would struggle to escape unscathed. Therefore, Lu Tang did not retreat. She didn't even turn her head, allowing the abilities to hit her protective suit, turning into small gray sparks. Tian Yuan 6, counterattack, Lu Tang said calmly, while forcefully pulling out a small box from the pile of items, taking out a beautiful sapphire necklace, and happily gesturing it in front of her neck. All right, manager. As her voice fell, The witch ship controlled by Tian Yuan 6 decisively opened fire, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, all targets on the display screen changed from yellow to red and were eliminated. Smoke rose again, but this time, the onlookers did not scream or flee. They merely crouched down, trembling and covering their heads, silent in fear. Chapter 126. Restoring contact, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything. Lu Tang directed the remaining survivors to throw all the supplies into the recycling machine while she continued to sift through the pile, looking for items she liked to keep as collectibles. After all, everyone has a few relatives and friends, and one must bring back some gifts. These items from the wasteland world were the best choice. While Lu Tang was happily selecting her items, the survivors gradually relaxed a bit and worked efficiently. Having something useful meant they wouldn't have to die immediately, and given her demeanor, she didn't seem like someone who would indiscriminately kill. As long as they obeyed, they should be able to survive. And that was indeed the case. Lu Tang had no interest in killing. They were all yellow targets and not within her kill range. So once all the supplies were tossed into the recycling machine, she earned 230,000 points and happily returned to the witch ship, piloting the mech back to the commercial street. As for how Base 3 would fare, Lu Tang didn't know, and it had nothing to do with her. However, she had heard from Aki that there seemed to be a small group of rebels active, plotting to overthrow the Emperor's rule and offer everyone equality and freedom. Now that the Emperor was dead, and his supporters had also perished, the ability users who had aimed to ambush Lu Tang had become corpses, or rather, not even corpses, as they were also recycled and turned into Lu Tang's points. At this moment, the combat power within the inner circle of Base 3 was at its weakest. With such a large mech, Lu Tang's movements were quite noticeable. If the rebels didn't take this opportunity to act, they would be utterly useless. After returning to the base, Lu Tang had no time to deal with other matters and went straight back to her resting area, which was originally located on the second floor of a fast food restaurant. After the restaurant was expanded, it automatically moved up a level and remained inaccessible to outsiders. Tianjuan 6. Do we have over 90 energy for the return trip? Can we actively contact them? Yes, manager. The energy has reached 9,578, and we can contact the higher-ups. Then contact them, don't wait. Lu Tang rubbed her hands excitedly, urging them to hurry up and at least let the school know she was still alive. The last time she contacted the school was right after the emergency landing, using the energy bound to the system, which could only be used to contact the school and was a one-time use. Once it was used up, it was gone. Since the interns were sent to relatively remote planets, they faced various difficulties, and it was normal for them to be unable to gather energy for a while. However, the school needed to know if they were still alive, which is why they generously provided a one-time communication energy to let the students report their safety after arrival. After that, further communication would have to wait until the energy reached 90 again, which was Lu Tang's current status. Originally, it wasn't stipulated this way. Interns could contact the school anytime to request information or material support. However, the school could no longer tolerate these older giant infants and decided to implement a strict policy. Unless someone was in life-threatening danger, no one was allowed to contact them. This meant that if someone sent a second message to the school before their energy reached 90, it would indicate that the person voluntarily gave up their internship opportunity, and the school would contact the spaceship to bring them back, while also canceling their internship qualification. In that case, the outstanding intern's diploma would be out of the question, at most receiving a regular diploma, and their rating would be very low. These evaluations would be recorded and follow the student throughout their life. Therefore, unless they were truly in danger, it would be noted in the comments. But sometimes luck was also a form of strength. Companies of certain unique races were unwilling to hire individuals with poor luck, and no one would willingly contact the school. This was one of the reasons Lu Tang had persisted. She wasn't in any life-threatening situation. She could also accumulate energy here, so why risk her future career? Being as shrewd as she was, she would never engage in such an unprofitable venture. However, things were different now. The energy Lu Tang had collected met the requirements, and she needed to contact the school for a second report, also to inform them that her internship would soon be coming to an end and that she would be returning. Under Lu Tang's urging, Tianjuan 6 connected to the school's communication line, and soon, the image of the internship supervisor appeared on the screen once again. This is the Internship Management Dispatch Office of the Interstellar University. Hello, intern number DQLXCH Series 3547545TJ. Oh, it's you? Seeing that the supervisor recognized her, Lu Tang nodded. It's me, teacher. The supervisor's 3D projection circled around Lu Tang with interest and asked, so, can't hold on any longer? Do you need to apply for a rescue ship? TSK. I remember your grades at school were pretty good, but your luck has been really bad. I'm not applying for a rescue ship. Lu Tang's expression was calm. She was no longer the intern who needed the school's rescue during the emergency landing, compromising and saying all the right things. The results in her hands supported her to stand tall and speak on equal terms with the other party. My current energy level is 9,578, which meets the conditions for a second call. I am here to report the situation and submit a handover application. Wow, you are quite capable, the person in charge said, intrigued. He walked to the window and peeked outside, immediately captivated by the bustle of the commercial street. Unfortunately, the 3D projection could only be experienced within this room. Otherwise, he would have liked to conduct a personal inspection. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I also think I'm quite capable, Lu Tang replied, not taking the humble route. After praising herself, she submitted the summary report and the handover documents that she had prepared in advance, followed by a brief oral report. In summary, I believe there is a strong potential for sustainable development here. The population in the wasteland world is sparse, resources are scarce, and there are vast unexplored areas. The mutated beasts and plants contain the energy we need. Lu Tang spoke confidently to the person in charge, selecting the most compelling phrases from her plan. This was a win-win situation. As long as the person receiving the documents had a brain, they wouldn't create obstacles. My authority only covers the commercial street. Future applicants can request to bring purification equipment to help clean the air and soil in the wasteland, as well as provide plantable seeds, which would encourage more large bases to cooperate with us. This was not something a small intern like her could handle. It had to be managed by professionals from the government. Lu Tang felt there was a high probability of success, but she didn't want to be involved in the subsequent cooperation. She just wanted to receive a generous reward and return to the stars to continue her life plan. However, her previous life plan had been to work for a large corporation and gradually climb the ranks. Now, with the prospect of a generous reward, Lu Tang felt she could open her own store and become the boss, gradually expanding and strengthening her business. This was much more satisfying than working for someone else. After all, having been accustomed to being the formidable boss Lu, she could no longer imagine herself being cautious in front of others. Chapter 127. Fruit and Vegetable Store Planning. The person in charge listened quietly to Lu Tang's report and expressed his approval. After reviewing the formal report, I will relay the information to the relevant departments within 24 hours. You should be aware of their work efficiency. It will take another 7 working days to get a response. Lu Tang nodded, indicating that she understood. The person in charge added, you can continue with whatever you need to do. Keep accumulating energy. Regardless of the outcome, they will contact you within the time limit. Okay, teacher, Lu Tang replied. After discussing business, the person in charge relaxed significantly, even patting Lu Tang on the shoulder. Well done, student. We were still guessing how long you could hold out after encountering the time-space turbulence, but you've given the school such a big surprise. Lu Tang smiled. It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. And of course, my own efforts have played a significant role. Tianyuan 6 is also a great supportive AI that has helped me a lot. The person in charge is more satisfied now. Although the child is not humble, she is quite sensible. Not bad at all. It seems that she will definitely be on the list of outstanding graduates this year. However, they are currently chatting across time and space and cannot say much, so the person in charge asked a few more questions and decided to end the call. Lu Tiao had no objections. She still had some energy to gather and wasn't free to chat with a stranger for long. All right, teacher, I wish you a smooth workday. See you at school. See you at school. The person in charge nodded and suddenly added, you don't know my last name, do you? That's why you keep calling me teacher? Lu Tiao paused for a moment and revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Well, does the teacher know who I am? I mean, besides my number? The person in charge also paused, slowly showing a smile similar to Lu Tiao's. There are too many people with the same name. So all the communication requests from students come with numbers, but no names. With so many people at the Interstellar University, how could he possibly know each one? Forget it. He shouldn't have said that. After the call was disconnected, the 3D projection of the person in charge disappeared. Lu Tiao blinked and asked Tianyuan 6. Who was he again? The person in charge, Vladiko Zyamir, a Kovalian. All right, please let me know in advance next time. After Lu Tiao said this, she pushed the matter to the back of her mind. She didn't really remember the person's name anyway. After all, The Interstellar University is so large, with many students and teachers. It's not from her major, so it's only natural that she wouldn't remember. At most, she could memorize a few names before their next meeting. As long as she could get by, who would really care about this? Today, she decided to get the fruit and vegetable store set up. After submitting her report, she had done all she could. She knew that whether it succeeded or failed had little to do with her, so she shifted her focus to the business street. Even if she didn't open the fruit and vegetable store based on her current income, if she waited a bit longer, she would naturally be able to accumulate enough energy. No, I said I would sell sugar oranges. I can't go back on my word. Lu Tiao wanted to do something to distract herself. She couldn't just lie down and wait for the final result because she was about to leave. You are the store manager. You have the final say. The store would be next to the experience center, following the old routine. After it was built, she would seal it off and then open it after finishing the interior setup. All right, store manager. The fruit and vegetable store is expected to be completed in 8 hours. I will call you then. Lu Tiao nodded. Then I will rest for now. Controlling the mech was quite tiring, and Lu Tiao wasn't a professional, so feeling fatigued was normal. Fortunately, with Tianyuan 6, the auxiliary AI, keeping an eye on things, she could sleep for 8 hours without worry. In fact, Lu Tiao didn't manage to sleep for a full 8 hours. After about 3 hours, she got up. She didn't go out, but stayed in her room, drawing and writing on the light screen, planning the internal design of the fruit and vegetable store. If she was going to do it, she would do it to the best of her current conditions. Lu Tiao was financially well off now and didn't mind spending some energy up front. So she set up the fruit and vegetable store according to level 2 standards. The vegetable area and the fruit area would be separated, and those that could be both vegetables and fruits would be placed in the middle. Lu Tang sketched a shelf against the wall on the display screen. On the left was the vegetable section, and on the right was the fruit section, with a prominent central spot reserved for relatively expensive products. Considering the scarcity of supplies in the wasteland, many vegetables, even if available, wouldn't be prepared for consumption. Therefore, Lu Tang didn't select too many varieties. Most were common, while a few, though rare, were safe to eat once cooked properly. As for the delicious ones that required professional handling to avoid issues, she completely omitted them. They were already struggling to survive, so there was no need to add extra difficulty. The fruit section was easier to manage, featuring items like mandarins, large watermelons, peaches, cantaloupes, grapes, bananas, apples, pears, and a few strawberries and cherries, which was about right. The premium cabinet had fewer, but finer items. Lu Tang thought for a moment and included some common tropical fruits that were definitely unseen in the 4 major bases, such as coconuts, pineapples, and durians. Coconuts and pineapples had a broad appeal, and Lu Tang selected high-quality varieties, confident that customers would like them. However, when it came to durians, it was a different story. Even in the interstellar era, they had a polarizing reputation. People either loved them or hated them, with very few in between. Lu Tang had a mischievous intention in choosing durians. She wanted to see how people in the wasteland would react to the smell and whether they had the courage to spend a lot of money to try them. Admittedly, as the countdown to going home began, she felt particularly cheerful and wanted to find some fun. Testing everyone's reaction to durians seemed like a good idea, harmless and not genuinely harmful to anyone. The more she thought about it, the more interesting it became. Was this a quirky preference of a store manager? Of course, her plans on the display screen didn't escape the notice of Tianyuan 6. Although it was an AI, it understood the reputation of durians among humans. Lu Tang held a different view. What kind of quirky preference was this? She hadn't brought out fried stinky tofu or canned herring, which was already quite considerate, wasn't it? You're the store manager. You call the shots. I can only be glad I don't have olfactory organs, she replied nonchalantly, completing the final plans. It seemed she didn't need to be present at the store. She could simply arrange for 2 robotic employees to handle weighing and packaging. All right, manager. Let's go with this. If there are any issues, just come to me. Lu Tang turned off the display screen and began to look forward to the opening of the fruit and vegetable store the next day. Chapter 128. Opening of the fruit and vegetable store the next day. The fruit and vegetable store officially opened. Almost the moment the doors opened, a large number of customers arrived. Clothes didn't need to be bought daily. As long as there were some to wear, it was sufficient. Snacks, drinks, and small cakes were even less of a necessity. People had managed without them in the past, and having them now was just an occasional indulgence. However, one couldn't skip meals. It was best to have a balanced diet. Unfortunately, the wasteland could not meet people's basic needs, only allowing them to fill their stomachs. But eating well was a challenge. After all, the available land for farming in each base is quite limited. Even with wood-type abilities maintaining and purifying more land, it still fails to meet people's demand for abundant food. Polluting nature may take just a moment, but healing it requires many years. Therefore, most bases prioritize planting staple foods, and the types of crops vary according to local differences. Only after ensuring that people can have enough to eat do they consider planting some vegetables based on the available seeds. Of course, places like Base 3 do not care whether the lower-class people can eat enough. They merely keep them in a state where they don't starve to death. It's hard enough for them to have a full meal, let alone enjoy a variety of foods. The 4 major bases are doing relatively well, as most people can occasionally buy some vegetables to improve their lives in addition to staple foods. Once Lutang arrived, and the base could purchase a large amount of vegetables and meat from fast food outlets, their living conditions improved significantly. However, the items available at fast food outlets are limited and lack fruits. The newly opened fruit and vegetable stores perfectly filled this gap, so it's no surprise that there are so many customers. When the first batch of customers flooded into the fruit and vegetable store, even though they had seen the scene inside through the glass beforehand, they were still moved to tears when they touched the actual products. After so many years, they finally waited for the day of fruit and vegetable freedom. If it weren't for the substantial weight of the vegetables and fruits in their hands, and the fact that someone nearby stepped on their foot, many would have doubted whether they were dreaming. Choosing items was not something they took lightly. With so many people around, and another batch waiting outside who were temporarily not allowed in, how could they afford to be picky? What if someone else bought what they wanted while they were still selecting? Although this was Lu's store with virtually unlimited supply, what if, just what if, there suddenly was no stock left? It was safest to buy what they could carry, and buying more was fine. Who didn't have a few relatives and friends to share with? Lu didn't prohibit them from doing this, but she allowed each person to take only what they could carry. No one was allowed to wait at the door for a relay. If they wanted to buy more after their initial purchase, they had to go out and queue again. In any case, the products were unlimited, but the points were limited, unless it was the person in charge of one of the 4 major bases. Dreaming of emptying her fruit and vegetable store was futile. Of course, the people from the 4 bases also couldn't empty it, but their presence would impact scattered customers. Thus, Lu prohibited them from doing so and required them to use separate group purchasing channels. The frantic rush for fruits and vegetables lasted almost a week, and only then did people's enthusiasm slowly wane. Although many still came and went daily, most finally slowed down enough to carefully examine what was available instead of carelessly tossing items into their bags. Then, someone finally discovered durian, pinpointing the faint but distinctive smell they had been noticing. Durian? Zhu Bing cautiously approached this seemingly intimidating fruit and gently poked it with a finger, wondering if it was spoiled due to its peculiar smell. In Lu's store, she didn't dare say it smelled bad and chose to use other words instead. Qin Zhen didn't have many concerns and bluntly said, "It must be bad. It smells terrible." However, Pan Faming disagreed and pointed to the sign, saying, "Look at the description. It's a type of tropical fruit. The smell is just how it is, but the flesh inside tastes great." Zhu Bing leaned over to take a look and added, "It also says to purchase cautiously. It mentions that those who like it will really enjoy it, while those who don't might find it hard to accept. So everyone should be careful. But we can't be too cautious. It's 30 points for just 1 pound. Who can afford that?" Although Qin Zhen said this, he had an eager expression on his face. Why not buy one to try? He had always liked new things, and after spending several days on a mission, he was excited to hear that Boss Lu had opened a new fruit and vegetable store. He didn't even bother to freshen up and dragged his teammates along. Pan Faming had no objections, and after a moment of hesitation, Zhu Bing agreed as well. The 3 of them decided to pick a slightly smaller one and handed it to a nearby robot staff member, who would help cut the fruit and pack it into a small box. Of course, if customers wanted to take the whole fruit home to prepare themselves, the robot staff would play a detailed video on how to open the durian to prevent anyone from accidentally eating the shell. Although the chances were low, they couldn't completely rule out the possibility. As they selected the durian, many customers entering the store glanced over. They couldn't afford the durian but were curious about what it looked like inside and wanted to hear how it tasted, so they could brag about it later. Qin Zhen and his teammates were quite familiar with each other, so there was no waiting for the captain to eat first. When Pan Faming hesitated a bit, Qin Zhen directly took a piece, glanced at it, and bit into it. Immediately, a smooth, sweet flavor filled his mouth. Qin Zhen instinctively squinted his eyes and chewed faster. looking like he was relishing a delicious treat. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Bing and Pan Faming exchanged glances, and each took a piece to try. Soon, they were wearing the same expression as Qin Jun, feeling that the 228 points they spent were worth it. This fruit is really strange. It smells like something to avoid. But it tastes so sweet and smooth, like ice cream from a fast food place. The three of them felt at a loss for words. But it wasn't the time for compliments. As they noticed the fruit flesh in the box dwindling, they instinctively quickened their pace and soon finished every last bit. Qin Jun licked the flesh from his lips, feeling unsatisfied. I want more. Zhu Bing nodded in agreement, me too. Pan Faming also wanted more and thought of bringing one home for his family. Let's buy one more. This time, let's pick a bigger one to take back. After all, they had just finished a mission and received a substantial reward, along with the earnings from their tasks. While they couldn't say they could afford unlimited durians, buying a few to take home was still within reach. Chapter 129. A response from the stars under the influence of Pan Faming and others. Many curious and wealthy individuals purchased durians. This time, the reactions were not as unified. Some found it delicious, while others thought it was bitter and did not like it. Initially, they thought they had bought bad ones, but after tasting with others and realizing they were all the same, they confirmed that they simply did not have a good affinity for durians, belonging to the non-adaptive group indicated on the label. Once this news spread, many affluent and leisure-seeking individuals curiously flocked to try the durians. They bought them and tasted them in front of others, loudly declaring whether they liked them or not, seemingly treating it as a fun group judgment standard. It turned out that the data from both sides was quite similar. Of course, Lu Jiang didn't sit at the entrance of the fruit store counting individuals discreetly, but with the help of the store's AI, it was easy to gather the results. In fact, slightly more people liked it. The difference was not significant, just 59 to 41, but it was acceptable, considering the sample size was still too small. Given the high price of the fruit, the store manager had chosen the highest suggested retail price. Yes, that's right, but does that conflict with my statement that it's expensive? You are correct, and also, 2 seconds ago, I received an email from the Interstellar Alliance's New Planet Exploration Development Committee. Would you like to see it, manager? Lu Jiang perked up. The reply has arrived? Of course, I want to see it. Hurry up and show me. The AI displayed the email interface on the screen. As an assistant AI, it did not have permission to open her private emails without her consent. The content of the email was straightforward. Lu Jiang quickly read through it and understood that they had reviewed her submitted report, discussed it, and ultimately deemed it feasible. They decided to send professionals to conduct an inspection, and if everything went well, those professionals would take over her responsibilities in managing the commercial street. That's great. Lu Jiang couldn't contain her joy. Their plan had succeeded. The commercial street would not be abandoned and could continue operating. As for whether to maintain the current open supply or switch to a planned economy, that was not something she needed to worry about. Professional matters would be handled by professionals, and she could focus on accumulating energy to return home and claim her well-deserved rewards. Congratulations, manager, your hard work has paid off. Although the AI did not understand Lu Jiang's feelings, to it, the commercial street was merely a means to acquire energy. Since the internship report was completed and energy accumulated, whether to continue operations should not concern the manager. However, since the manager seemed happy about continuing, it, as an excellent assistant AI, naturally would not oppose. Yes, it's really good. Lu Jiang was reluctant to close the email and read it through again. Regardless of how operations would proceed, they could not violate the basic laws and would not exploit this planet. For the people of the wasteland world, it at least provided a way out. Did the manager develop feelings for them? Lu Tong shrugged. After nearly a year, I've developed feelings for a small pet, let alone for someone who is nominally part of the same group. Although I won't harm my own interests for them, helping out in a win-win situation is still possible. Is this what human emotions are like? Very complicated. Well, I guess so. It might just be that I'm quite complex. Lu Tong leaned over to look at the people on the commercial street and said, I hope the person coming to replace me has a good character and capability. They must not be the type who is bureaucratic and indecisive, with their eyes seemingly on top of their heads. Does the store manager dislike those from the iPlanet? Not at all, I don't. Don't misinterpret, I treat all races equally and absolutely do not have any racial discrimination. Lu Tong's desire for survival was extremely strong, directly denying it 3 times. The iPlanet people have eyes on top of their heads due to their physiological structure. I'm just using it as a metaphor, you understand? It gives off an arrogant vibe, regardless of where their eyes are or how many they have. Enough said, think what you will. Lu Tong, I'm so tired. I don't know enough about humans yet. After all, the first human I encountered was the store manager. Lu Tong raised her eyelids. So, if I say something strange, it's also influenced by the behavior pattern predictions in the store manager's database. Lu Tong's hand trembled slightly. So you mean I've corrupted you? I didn't mean that. I'm just more like the store manager. I wonder if I'll be formatted when I go back. Lu Tong felt that the other party seemed to be hinting at something, but she had no evidence. What's wrong with being like me? Why would I be formatted? My database has too many examples of AI emotional modules being formatted, which is why I thought of this issue. I believe you can rest assured. Lu Tong thought for a moment and replied, interns have the right to apply for a backup of the auxiliary AI as a keepsake. If they really go crazy and don't want you as this AI, you can definitely come with me. Once I get the rewards, I plan to open my own store, and then I'll continue being the boss while you remain my auxiliary AI. We can continue our collaboration. It would be my honor. Lu Tong nodded. Then it's settled. We've been partners for so long. If you leave, I would really miss you. Me too, store manager. I'm not sure if I'll meet another interesting human like you. Tian Yuan Lu had been bound to Lu Tong since it left the factory and hadn't had deep interactions with other humans during that time. Theoretically, it didn't have enough sample data to make such a judgment, but for some reason, it just felt that Lu Tong was special. AI shouldn't have such intuitions. Tian Yuan Lu thought. Perhaps there was an unknown bug in its program. Once back in the stars, it would apply for a self-check with headquarters. After the check, as long as the results did not contradict the basic laws, Tian Yuan Lu decided to continue binding with Lu Tong instead of accepting another task to accompany another intern. After Lu Tong and Tian Yuan Lu discussed their future paths, all lingering concerns were gone. She spent her days wandering back and forth on the commercial street, calculating the time it took for the other party to arrive while filming and photographing from various angles. This would become a precious and beautiful memory. Customers noticed that in recent days, they often spotted the owner Lu on the street, making the chances of encountering her quite high. Regulars were pleased and would come over to chat with Lu Tong, while new customers would shyly greet her, filled with excitement at having received a response from the owner. Continuing their shopping journey. This state continued until the third day after Lu Tong had gathered enough energy for her return, when a massive spacecraft descended from the sky, landing less than 200 meters from the commercial street. Chapter 130. Handover. The arrival of the spacecraft startled everyone in the commercial street. Out of trust and caution towards Lu Tong, no one rushed out to see what was happening. They all stayed quietly inside the shops under the protective shield, waiting to see what would unfold. If it were an enemy, they certainly wouldn't be able to breach the protective shield. Even if they made it to the middle of the shield, they couldn't harm anyone. If it were someone like the owner. Most people speculated that Lu Tong came from another place, so they had less to worry about, knowing that the other party would be of a superior level. What do you think it is? I hope it's a friend of the owner coming to visit her. After all, she has been here for quite a while. I hope so too, but let us just hope they're not here to fight. The owner will definitely be fine, but we really can't say for sure. Yes, after all, they are on the same level, you know? I totally understand. When gods fight, the little ones suffer, but let us just hope they're not enemies. It could also be someone lost. As far as I know, the owner appeared suddenly one day. Are you suggesting there might be a second commercial street? I don't know. I didn't say that. Even if there is, I would continue to shop here with the owner. We have no ties with strangers. That is for sure. The owner is so good. Who knows what the temperament of the new person is? But what if they're here to take the owner home? This speculation silenced the discussions around them. They weren't oblivious to the thought. It was just that out of some emotion, they were unwilling to voice it, as if saying it would make it come true, and the owner would really leave. However, this possibility did exist. After a moment, someone finally initiated a new discussion. If, and I mean if, the owner really left with this person, what would happen to the commercial street? It shouldn't be left abandoned, right? Someone weakly suggested. Others were more rational, attempting to analyze the situation. There is a possibility, after all, since the supply currently relies entirely on the owner. Who knows if the supply channel would still exist after she leaves? If it doesn't, the shops here would definitely be abandoned. Even if the base sends people to settle here, it would just be an empty shell without resources. The person finished speaking, looked up at the protective shield above, and pessimistically suggested another possibility. Perhaps by then, even the shield would be gone, and this place would quickly be eroded by wind and sand, turning the past year of life into mere memories. His words had a demoralizing effect, striking the already anxious group with worry. They had just enjoyed a year of good days, just learned how beautiful life could be, and now it seemed it was all about to vanish. Why don't we talk to Boss Lou and ask her not to leave? That might not be a good idea. What if Boss Lou really wants to go home? Just think about it. She came here alone, and if someone is waiting for her back home, I definitely want to go back too. That is true. But I really don't want Boss Lou to leave. If we could persuade her to leave some supplies, even if it's not an open supply, or at least keep the protective shield, it would give everyone a place to breathe S1 level air. Who could disagree? But who among you will talk to Boss Lou? I want to go. Neither will I. I'm not familiar with Boss Lou. Shouldn't we approach the base leaders for this kind of matter? I guess they probably already know. When I came here today, I saw them talking to Boss Lou about the supply of fruits and vegetables. They're likely just waiting to see how things unfold. The person guessed correctly. The leaders of the 4 major bases were indeed gathered together, looking troubled as they discussed countermeasures. Isn't this a dire situation? I'm just logistics. What can I do? Who isn't in logistics here? Someone retorted. In my opinion, we should quickly assess the situation. If there's no threat, we need to report back. This isn't something we can decide. But we should at least gauge Boss Lou's opinion first. Otherwise, if we return and don't know anything, that's just embarrassing, right? Then who will go? Going alone is definitely not an option. How about we go together? All right, if we're going, let us go together. It saves the trouble of passing messages. We can all hear it ourselves, and if anything is missed, it's not anyone else's fault. After coming to an agreement, they didn't waste time and headed straight to the fast food restaurant to find Lu Tang. Recently, she had either been out on the street or resting behind the counter at the fast food restaurant, making her relatively easy to find, even if they couldn't find her. As long as they shouted Tian Yuan 6, the staff would relay their needs to Lu Tang. Whether she would respond afterward depended entirely on her mood. This time, luck was on their side. Lu Tang was indeed at the fast food restaurant, and she was wearing a new outfit that they had never seen before, seemingly waiting for someone. After a brief greeting, they didn't make small talk and immediately asked their questions, drawing the attention of others in the restaurant who stopped chatting and leaned in to hear Lu Tang's response. You're asking about that spaceship? Lu Tang had put on a long-lost captain's uniform today to emphasize the seriousness of the upcoming meeting. The people on board are my fellow countrymen, sent from above to take over my duties. My task is complete, and I will be going home soon. Lu Tang's words were like a stone thrown into water, stirring up a huge wave. Suddenly, those who had pretended to eat could no longer sit still and gathered around, eager to hear more concrete news from her. Boss Lou, why are you leaving so suddenly? This is too unexpected. Boss Lou, what will we do without you? Is the commercial street still open? Boo-hoo, Boss Lou. I can't bear to see you go. In this situation, Lu Tang couldn't maintain a stern face and force others to leave. She could only speak to reassure them. The commercial street will still be open. Didn't I say so? My successor has already arrived. The rules may be slightly different from before, but you don't need to worry about not being able to buy things. As her words fell, the door of the fast food restaurant opened. For some reason, people seemed to have a premonition, stopping mid-sentence and turning to look. A tall, slender woman with red hair stood at the door, wearing the same style of clothing as Lu Tang. She smiled at Lu Tang, her demeanor very friendly. Hello, I'm Bai Luo. The people surrounding Lu Tang automatically made way, allowing her to smoothly walk up to Bai Luo and extend her hand. Hello, I'm Lu Tang. Welcome to the wasteland world. The two women exchanged smiles, mutually setting aside their worries. Even though they had just exchanged names and weren't familiar yet, they already knew that they were kindred spirits who wouldn't impose any difficult conditions on one another. Sometimes, the bond between people only needs a glance to form. Chapter 131 Going Home. Lu Tang brought Bai Luo to the captain's room, where they would conduct the handover. Would you like something to drink? Lu Tang asked Bai Luo while pouring herself a cup of hot cocoa. Bai Luo pointed to the cup in Lu Tang's hand. Just like yours, please. So, before getting down to business, the two girls, who were of similar age, each settled into their chairs with a cup of hot cocoa and started chatting. You're quite popular, Bai Luo mentioned, referring to the crowd around Lu Tang earlier. Lu Tang shrugged. It's half and half. Violence is prohibited on the commercial street, and customers are given the utmost protection. Plus, I've taken a civilian approach with unlimited supplies to gather energy, so they are reluctant to see me go, fearing you might change the rules. To be honest, they might not miss me as much as they claim. This was the truth. They had only interacted for less than a year, and while there were feelings, to say they were deep would be misleading. Not even Lu Tang believed that. Ultimately, it all boiled down to interests. Bai Luo took a small sip of her hot cocoa. I've gone through your report several times and think it's quite good. So there shouldn't be any major changes, just some tweaks to the details, the overall direction 1T change. Lu Tong made a heart gesture to Bai Luo. Love you. I love you too, Bai Luo responded with the same gesture. It was just mutual teasing. Neither was afraid of the other. After their playful exchange, they smiled at each other, feeling an even stronger connection. In this world, there are those with clashing energies, and then there are those like them, who felt they had met too late. One was a pioneer, and the other was a successor. Quite nice. You've opened quite a few stores here, Bai Luo remarked, exchanging information with Lu Tong. Others didn't get to your speed. When I arrived, the fastest progress was just over 60. You could say it's a blessing in disguise. Indeed, Lu Tong replied lazily, saying, what doesn't tea kill you makes you stronger, right? Since I survived the chaos of time and space, it's only fitting that I come out on top. Bai Luo expressed agreement. That's true. Speaking of which, you can earn quite a bit of rewards this time, almost making you a millionaire in one go. Lu Tang pouted. If I just lie flat and don't make any rash moves, it's indeed enough to last a lifetime. But if I want to start a business, it won't be sufficient. Bai Luo showed interest. So, are you planning to continue being a boss? Yes, Lu Tang said, tapping her toes on the ground to spin her chair around. I like it when people call me Boss Lu. It sounds impressive. Of course, once I return to our place, my business strategies and methods will have to change. It can't be as tough as it is here. The interstellar world and the wasteland world are entirely different. The tough tactics Lu Tang is used to here will definitely not work there, unless she finds a desolate and remote planet. But if that's the case, why would she want to leave? Lu Tang's wish has always been to have a small shop in the most prosperous area of her home planet. Before arriving in the wasteland world, this wish required her to work for a long time for others to achieve. Now, she has cut out the working time and only needs to look for a storefront and plan what kind of business to run, making it significantly easier. She is filled with anticipation. That's true, Bai Luo agreed with Lu Tang's words. She had already learned about the operational model here from the materials and the notices Lu Tang had posted in the shop. Personally, she appreciated what Lu Tang was doing and argued for it in meetings, successfully obtaining permissions similar to Lu Tang's. The two continued to discuss this topic for a while, and after finishing their hot cocoa, they began the formal handover work. First, it was the paperwork. Lu Tang and Bai Luo signed one by one, which took about 10 minutes to complete, leaving Lu Tang's hands sore from signing. After that, they conducted a site inspection, with Lu Tang taking Bai Luo on a tour of the shops, explaining her construction philosophy and introducing various products. I personally like these capsule rooms. If you have your own ideas, feel free to renovate them, since the level is already set here. Bai Luo nodded. Sounds good. I don't plan to change this, but I want to continue upgrading and develop a villa area with gardens, small hills, and green grass. Not a single one should be missing. The natural environment will attract a lot of people. Lu Tang completely agreed. Their area urgently needed environmental improvement. You brought things with you, right? Yes. I brought things to improve the air and the land, but there's no rush to discuss it, Bai Luo confirmed. Lu Tang did not press further. It was clearly a business that the other party wanted to launch later. Since she had already stepped down, it was inappropriate to ask too many questions, as it might seem intrusive. Anyway, now that she knew the other party had brought these things, the base leaders in the wasteland world wouldn't be foolish and would definitely trade. In that case, it would be a win-win situation, allowing her to rest assured. Thus, after visiting all the shops and completing the final handover, the spaceship finished charging and needed time to preheat before separating from the fast food restaurant. She planned to spend one last night here and set off in the morning. Bai Luo was also aware of this, so she returned to her spaceship, waiting for Lu Tang to leave before she could separate her living compartment for repositioning. After that, she would be flying the large spaceship carrying all the support supplies. The spaceship could only be operated by her and her auxiliary AI, and no one else could even enter, so she felt completely at ease leaving it there, without worrying about it being lost or damaged. Meanwhile, news of Lu Tang's departure had spread across the 4 major bases. Many people rushed to the commercial street overnight, eager to see who the successor would be, whether they would be easy to get along with, and to send Lu Tang off, expressing gratitude for the hope she had brought them over the past year. Thus, when Lu Tang woke up the next morning, she found the commercial street filled with people, almost as bustling as during the previous event party. When the crowd saw Lu Tang lean out from the window, they shouted her name and waved at her, with many holding wrapped gifts, hoping she would accept them. Lu Tang felt very touched, but she didn't dare to go down. Farewells often led to more words, and the emotions would only become more overwhelming. Even though she didn't have strong feelings for these people, she might still shed tears under the emotional pressure. No, absolutely not. So, Lu Tang just waved back at them, shouted to take care, and decisively retreated back into her room. She walked to the cockpit and ordered the ship to separate from the store. The command was received, and the separation was in progress. Expected to be completed in 1 minute. Were all other preparations ready? Yes, manager, everything is prepared. All right. Report to the manager. The ship's door separation is complete. On the spaceship, Lu Tang took one last look at the commercial street she had built with her own hands, then redirected her gaze straight at the control panel, not even glancing outside. Understood. After a pause, Lu Tang spoke again, asking not to be called manager anymore, and to restore the title of captain. Understood, captain. The spaceship is ready and can return at any time. Return. With a tremendous roar, Lu Tang's spaceship soared into the sky, quickly becoming a shadow on the horizon. Below the shadow, everyone on the commercial street looked up, watching the spaceship gradually disappear. Safe travels, Boss Lu. Thank you, Boss Lu. Boss Lu, we will miss you. Goodbye. Boss Lu, goodbye. On January 18th, 3795, Lu Tang, who brought new hope to the wasteland world, departed from the commercial street. This scene will be recorded in history and forever remembered by the wasteland world.